I'm no hero, just someone who woke up trapped in this twisted place where survival means unraveling a web of lies, betrayals, and supernatural horrors. The rules are clear, break them, and you die.
Sneak out of the ward? You're gone. Climb over the gate? Game over. Gamble with the fat man in the lounge?
He'll swindle more than your chips, he'll take your life. But this isn't just a place of death, it's a battlefield of wits and endurance. As I tread through blood-stained halls and dodge countless dangers, I uncover cryptic messages left by those who failed before me, players whose last words are both warnings and grim epitaphs. Then I met him, the so-called guardian of justice, the one who should be my salvation. Instead, he unveils yet another pitfall. His final words? A chilling confession of allegiance to an evil god. There's no trust left here, no allies, just the relentless grind to survive.
This is no ordinary hospital, it's a deadly game.
And if I want to escape with my life, I'll need more than luck, I'll need to outsmart fate itself. At the end of March in Wanhai City, spring should have been in full bloom, but this year was anything but normal. 3 days of heavy snow had just cleared up last night, and here I was, shivering in the cold wind. I tightened the hood of my jacket and trudged towards Nanchur Station, cursing the interview I'd agreed to. If it weren't for that, I'd still be in bed, warm and blissfully unaware of the madness about to unfold. The streets were eerily quiet, except for a few sanitation workers sweeping snow. As I passed them, something caught my eye, a pool of light red blood, ignored by everyone else. But when I looked at it, it wasn't just blood. It flowed like water, revealing a vision of a car crash, a drunk driver, a family of 3 dead, 2 others injured. Checking the news confirmed it. And then, a chilling message appeared in the blood: irregular driving, 2 lines of tears for relatives.
Lately, I've been seeing things like this, what I call resentment. Bloodstains that tell the stories of the dead.
The darker the blood, the stronger the resentment. And sometimes, dealing with it grants me strange rewards. Like that time I helped a basketball player's grudge and ended up inheriting his physique and skills. Not a bad deal, but it comes with its risks. Today, though, things took a darker turn. On the bus to my interview, a man caught my attention. Thin, greasy hair, sunglasses on a cloudy day, and a right hand always tucked into his sleeve. To most, he was just a middle-aged drifter. To me? He radiated resentment, 12 or 13 lives worth, one so heavy it was nearly black. The air around him practically screamed with blood and death.
The visions hit me hard.
A tree made of dismembered bodies, a man carving symbols in its bark with a knife, and a bullet ending his work. The shooter had tried to stop him, a hero, maybe, but failed. The dying man's last words echoed in my mind: Blood CI is a senior, with the ability to regenerate and ignore fatal injuries. Only broken limbs and large-scale destruction can kill him.
Excessive damage makes him lose his sanity.
And now, here I was, stuck on a bus with this Blood CI.
My plan?
Stay quiet, call the police when I got off. But then, he reached into his bag and pulled out a knife.
No time to think, I acted. I shouted, distracting him just long enough to strike. Elbow to the face, then a fire extinguisher to the head.
The passengers barely had time to react before he was down, his sanity completely shattered. The resentment dissipated, and I felt something heavy in my pocket.
A reward. When I checked, my heart skipped a beat, a gun.
Useful, sure, but way too dangerous to explain. I hurried off the bus, ditching the interview to stash the weapon back at the university. But as I stepped onto campus, everything shifted. The world blurred, and I found myself in a strange room. A cold, robotic voice welcomed me.
Welcome to the Abyss game. And just like that, my life was no longer my own. New player? Wu Chang frowned. This opening statement didn't sound like a good thing.
Before he could think carefully, the electronic voice continued: after random screening across the universe, Blue Star, as a lucky star, successfully obtained the qualification for the Abyss game, connected to the root of the universe, and obtained a great opportunity for evolution. All intelligent creatures on Blue Star will be randomly selected as players of the Abyss game to explore the secrets of thousands of planes and achieve extraordinary achievements with the planes they are in.
Congratulations on being selected by the Abyss game.
The mysteries of the universe, the limits of life, the extraordinary and immortal are just around the corner.
Do you want to enter the game immediately?
A huge join the game button in the style of a webgame appeared in front of Wu Chang. He frowned and searched for a long time, but couldn't find the option to refuse.
Can I choose to quit?
The electronic voice was silent for a moment, as if it didn't hear Wu Chang's question, and continued to sell. The Abyss game will match the corresponding plane according to the player's strength, with a smooth difficulty gradient, easy for new players to get started,
and suitable for all ages. I asked, "Can I choose to quit?" Wu Chang repeated, "I'm sorry, the will of the Blue Star has agreed to join the game, and independent individuals cannot choose to quit." The electronic voice replied coldly, "The dog thing is not pretending anymore, right? It's starting to force buying and selling." Wu Chang sighed. He could hear the taste of fraud in the electronic voice's lines across a plane. Such low-level rhetoric, Fong's Bay will be beaten 3 times in 2 days. No one has downloaded an anti-fraud app for the Great Blue Star Mother, and watched billions of years-old comrades being deceived and attacked? At this point, since there is no hope of quitting, he had to press the join game in front of him. Your player identity has been activated. Your player number is 444-4444. You are currently in the first layer of the abyss, the wasteland. You are being matched with a novice trial dungeon. The dungeon difficulty is F. Matching is in progress. It is detected that the player has inherited the qualifications of other players. The dungeon difficulty is corrected. After correction, the dungeon difficulty is B. The official recommended minimum level for dungeon exploration is 15. Players are requested to respond with caution. The trial dungeon is being rematched. Hearing this, Wu Chang's face changed drastically. What the hell? It was said that the difficulty gradient is smooth, and it is easy for new players to get started. And from the electronic sound, the dungeon difficulty increased because he inherited the game qualifications of the Camouflage Man. Before he could scold the Camouflage Man for repaying kindness with enmity, his eyes flashed and he came to a strange single room. He lay on the bed in the single room, and the bedside was covered by a layer of mist. The mist was like a barrier, restricting his movements. The mist only blocked his movements, but did not block his sight. As he looked at the layout of the room, an interface similar to the player panel was projected on the opposite wall. Player nickname, Wu Chang. In order to ensure the safety of the player in the real world, it is recommended to change the nickname as soon as possible. Player level, 1, 0 out of 100, life, 8, 5, strength, 9, 5, agility, 8, 5, stamina, 7, 5, energy, 0, 0, inspiration, 55, will, 35, the values in brackets are the average values of the attributes of adult men aged 20-40. Skills, Mamba Iron Elbow, firearms use, proficient. Talent, transcendence. Talent description, death is the destination of all things and is unstoppable. However, between death and extinction, which are originally one, you accidentally inserted a person, causing a slight separation between the two. This is unreasonable. The administrator suspects that you are cheating, but there is no evidence at present. The content format of the player panel is similar to the games Wu Chang has played before, and it is not difficult to understand. The abilities he had before were visualized on the panel, and the effects became straightforward and easy to understand, such as the basketball skills he used when he knocked down Bloodthorn. Skill name, Mamba Iron Elbow. Skill level, D. Skill description, swing an elbow unexpectedly, hit the target's face, causing temporary blindness, dizziness, bleeding, weakness, poisoning and other effects. If the will value is higher than the target, the elbow strike will hit and cannot be blocked. Elbow strike damage and abnormal state duration are affected by the inspiration attribute. In addition to Mamba Iron Elbow, the attribute panel also visualized his innate abilities. He saw that the ability of resentment is not only still available in the Abyss game, but from the skill description, it seems that it is still very promising, and there is definitely a lot to look forward to in the future. As for the suspicion of the game administrator, slander, pure slander. Not being banned is a game mechanism, and I have never seen a client with its own spirit. After he took a vegetarian nickname Don't Eat Beef, the surrounding mist dissipated, and a prompt for successfully entering the dungeon appeared in front of him. Successfully entered the desolate 46957 plane. Instance name, Moonlight Sanatorium. Instance type, single-player survival instance. Instance difficulty, B. Instance status, on the verge of losing control. Main Quest 1, leave the Moonlight Sanatorium. Main Quest 2, explore the secrets of the Moonlight Sanatorium. After completing the Main Quest 1, the player can choose whether to end the instance and leave the current plane. After clearing the Novice Trial instance, the player will gain access to the Scarlet Courtyard and become a formal player. At the same time, in a certain red temple, a light gate was gradually taking shape on the central altar of the temple. A dozen people gathered around the altar, looking at the light gate with solemn faces, as if there was some terrifying monster hidden behind the light gate that was about to be formed. But for everyone present, if there was only a monster hidden behind the light gate, they would never be so nervous. Those who can appear here are all veteran players of the Abyss game. What monsters in the wilderness have they not seen?
They are so nervous because behind the light gate, there is a blevel copy that is about to go out of control.
The copy in the Abyss game is not a repeatable program. Its essence is to connect to part of a real plane.
The core of each copy is unique. Before the copy is completely cleared, it can be repeatedly attacked and thoroughly explored by players.
But correspondingly, the dead players will also be transformed into nutrients and absorbed by the copy.
The external energy pollutes the copy plane, which will make the copy more difficult until the copy is out of control of the Abyss game. A blevel copy that is on the verge of going out of control is no less difficult than a normal level copy. If the copy is completely out of control, the copy will follow the path that the player entered and reversely erode the real world, causing huge disasters. Some time ago, an earthquake occurred in Sakurajima, with more than 30,000 deaths and missing people, and hundreds of thousands of injuries, all because a blevel copy was out of control and eroded reality. In order to prevent this from happening, the player forces with management authority will monitor the high-level copies in the management area.
When the copy enters the alert value, a breaker will be sent to conduct copy strategy. But the breaker is not always able to break the game. There are always some copies that are extremely difficult, and even the breaker has to take a detour.
In the Abyss game, a copy completion rate greater than 40% is considered a clearance. A copy completion rate less than 40% is considered a copy failure, and there will be penalties, but as long as the completion rate is greater than 5%, you can find a way to survive the copy. But the copy in front of me, let alone the clearance rate of the copy completion rate greater than 40%, even the number of players who left the copy alive is 0. The official difficulty rating for this copy is extinction level. Due to the lack of survivors, when the monitor discovered the abnormality of the copy had already tended to be out of control. Without surviving players, the information inside could not be transmitted. Without information and strategies, the breaker was no different from other players who entered the copy for the first time. In this way, 5 breaker fell in the copy behind the light gate one after another. The only information that came out was that the copy behind the light gate was called Moonlight Sanatorium. According to calculations, this time the copy was out of control, and the erosion point of reality would appear in Wonghai City, Xia Country. Now the copy behind the light gate has entered a critical state and may go out of control at any time. The last chance to break the situation was given to the strongest breaker in Xia Country. A middle-aged man stood in front of the light gate. He was wrapped in a heavy down jacket and looked pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. From time to time, he covered his mouth and coughed softly. The man with a weak temperament was Lung Shan, the strongest breaker in the wilderness of Xia Country.
Lung Shan, level 30, is one of the top players in the Wasteland.
He has led the attack on 2 level dungeons and is praised by the players in the Wasteland as the most secure breaker. As long as he wants, he can leave the Wasteland and enter the next level of the Abyss at any time.
Lung Shan asked the people around him, "How is the dungeon?"
A bald strong man replied, "The situation is stable.
We have used our authority to block the entrance to the Moonlight Sanatorium. Even if someone has bad intentions, they can't do it."
Very good. For this break, Lung Shan has been preparing for a month. To resolve the crisis of the dungeon getting out of control, the breaker must not only complete the dungeon task, but also find the root cause of the dungeon abnormality and solve it thoroughly.
Converted to dungeon completion, at least 70% must be achieved to obtain an A-level evaluation.
Facing a completely unknown single-player survival dungeon with an A-level difficulty and an official evaluation of extinction level, even he feels pressure to achieve an A-level evaluation in one go. In this month, he not only made several plans, but also adjusted his mentality to the best state, absolute calmness. In the state of absolute calmness, his will and judgment will be greatly improved, and even in the face of life and death crisis, his emotions will not fluctuate at all. As the light gate took shape, the bald man said, "Mr. Lang, the fate of Wonghai City is in your hands. Don't worry, even if I die, I will die after passing the level." Lang Shan's tone was very light, but the determination in his words was as heavy as Mount Tai. After Lung Shan finished speaking, he stepped into the light gate expressionlessly. The next moment, he seemed to hit a transparent wall and his forehead hit the light gate. Lung Shan, who was still calm just now, suddenly panicked.
"Oh no! Someone has entered the dungeon in advance."
The bald man looked into the distance and denied it immediately. "Impossible. The blockade of Moonlight Sanatorium and the dungeon hall has not been loosened. Other players can't select it at all, even if it is a dungeon-specific prop. Unless," Lang Shan smiled bitterly, unless it is an informal player who entered the dungeon through the trial channel. The last important chance was handed to a rookie who had just entered the Abyss game. What a hell of a joke. If it was in another instance, this joke would be enough to amuse Lang Shan, but in the Moonlight Sanatorium, no one in the field could laugh. The bald man opened the record of the Moonlight Sanatorium dungeon. The dungeon and the real world have different time flows. The average time for dungeon failure in the record is 12 hours. The players who left these data are all veterans, and the player who enters the dungeon now is just a rookie who has not even passed the trial dungeon. How long can this rookie last? The bald man shouted desperately, "Notify Wanhai City to enter the highest alert state. Everyone evacuates immediately if they can, and hide in the nearest shelter if they cannot evacuate. Surrounding cities should prepare for disaster relief. In the worst case, we only have dozens of minutes." Achoo! Wu Chang sneezed in the dungeon. He rubbed his nose to dispel the aftershock of the sneeze and muttered, "Which little cutie is talking about me?" After a brief adjustment, he began to check the current situation. Since he has been involved in the Abyss game, all he can do now is to try his best to survive. Although the system matching mechanism of the Abyss game is a pitfall, the setting of entering the dungeon is very considerate, and it automatically helps him change into a set of clothes corresponding to the plane. In addition, he was given a necessary portable space for players. However, as the initial backpack, the Abyss game is very stingy. The portable backpack is a real backpack, and the space is only the size of a normal backpack. At this moment, there is only one item in the backpack, the silver revolver used by the camouflage man. Wu Chang took out the silver revolver, and his heart suddenly felt a little more secure. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. With a weapon in hand, he at least has the basic ability to protect himself. When he was playing with the pistol, a line of information popped up on the pistol. Item name, Silver Dawn. Item level, D. Item skill, Scorching Bullet. Skill description, Silver Dawn will automatically generate special silver bullets according to the time. When silver bullets hit the target, they will cause burning and explosion damage, and double the damage to spirits and monsters. Silver bullet, automatically generate a silver bullet every hour, or consume a little energy to immediately refill a silver bullet. Current number of silver bullets, 6/6. Looking at the Silver Dawn in his hand, Wu Chang's complaints about the camouflage man were alleviated and he began to explore the room. According to the task prompt, the place he is in is called Moonlight Sanatorium. It's called a sanatorium, but it's more like a prison. Rough-style interior decoration, simple iron bed, yellowed pure white sheets, heavy metal doors, and small windows sealed by thick metal rods. How desperate is it to choose to recuperate in such a place? It's late at night, and it's cloudy. The moonlight is almost completely blocked. All the light sources in the room come from the small kerosene lamp on the desk not far away. The kerosene lamp is very old-fashioned. The world where the copy is located is much earlier than the real timeline, and it is very likely that electric lights have not been invented yet. If the timeline is earlier, it may give the locals a little shock of firearms. Wu Chang picked up the kerosene lamp and observed the details in the room. With the help of the light, he saw a wooden board hanging on the wall of the room, on which his medical records were nailed. Patient in room 207, Sean. Disease, hypochondria, early stage. Treatment method, psychological counseling combined with drug treatment. Patient's current mental state, stable. This can be explained now. No wonder the room decoration is hardcore. This Moonlight Sanatorium also serves as a mental hospital. The Sean in the medical record should be him. He is in the early stage of hypochondria, and it doesn't look too bad. Below the medical record is the admission instructions of the Moonlight Sanatorium. The text of the content is written in red ink, which is extremely eye-catching. 1. This sanatorium is under closed management. You are not allowed to leave the sanatorium at will without a pass issued by the director. 2. In the sanatorium, you can only trust the words of the medical staff. Don't trust any patients, even yourself. 3. All medical staff in the sanatorium will wear white uniforms. Please don't trust suspicious people who are wearing casual clothes but claim to be medical staff, even if she is very familiar to you. 4. Please don't leave the ward after dark. If you leave the room because of sleepwalking, please stay calm after waking up, cover your ears, close your eyes and lie on the ground, and wait for dawn. 5. If any medical staff or doctor asks you about specific fantasies, please inform other medical staff immediately, and medical staff will come to deal with it. There are not many rules in the sanatorium, but each rule is very strange, which makes Wu Chang confused for a while. There was a delivery hole from the door to the abdomen.
He pushed aside the baffle on the inside of the room and looked out along the delivery hole. As he expected, there was a light red resentment on the door of the opposite room. How to create a button that people want to press when they see it? The answer is to add a reminder in front of the button, never press it. The admission instructions emphasize not to leave the ward after dark, and there will definitely be players who try to leave. As the ability is activated, the light red resentment unfolds into a curtain, showing the experience of the deceased before his death. The deceased is a player wearing a wizard robe. The reason why he is called a player is that he wears a pair of basketball shoes under the wizard robe. The wizard stood in the room, waving his staff and chanting in a low voice. The magic power was materialized into luminous particles like starlight, surrounding him and forming a transparent barrier. The other party should be a senior. He chanted for 5 minutes in a row and put on 4 different layers of shields before stopping. He left the room carefully with 4 layers of shields on his head. Everything was normal and no accidents happened. This gave the mage more confidence, and he strode forward, ready to explore the sanatorium at night. But not long after he walked, his body suddenly stopped and fell to the ground wailing. He seemed to have discovered something horrible, and he turned around and crawled towards the room with his hands and feet. The distance of more than 10 meters seemed to have become a natural chasm. Just as the mage was about to crawl back to the room, his expression was distorted with fear, and he whimpered incomprehensibly, and then turned into a pool of mud in violent convulsions. Mud in the physical sense. The state is very similar to Chaos-Han meatballs made by hand. Without thousands of beatings, it can't be so delicate and tender. Beat it vigorously, cook it and throw it on the ground, it can bounce back at least half a meter high. Until death, the 4 layers of shields on the mage were not broken. Wu Chang frowned, ignoring the instant death effect of defense. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It can make a senior player die without resistance. His many years of game experience told him that the 2 main tasks related to the dungeon must be related to the night of the sanatorium. If you want to explore the secrets of the sanatorium at night, being able to act at night is the basis of everything. He repeatedly watched the mage's death video, trying to figure out the mechanism of the instant death attack, whether the mage triggered a trap or entered a certain area by mistake. Every time he watched it, he felt the mage's experience before his death more clearly. When he watched it for the 4th time, he almost completely brought into the mage's perspective. When he desperately crawled to the room, he suddenly shuddered and felt that someone seemed to be watching him from behind. He looked back from the perspective of the mage and saw the details that he had ignored or not seen in the previous 3 times. At the end of the corridor behind the mage, a fat man in a hospital gown stood in the middle of the corridor, watching everything coldly. The fat man was not a medical staff, but he could move freely at night. Wu Chang's consciousness withdrew from the resentment. It seemed that if he wanted to move at night, he had to find the fat man in the hospital gown first. With the master's experience, Wu Chang didn't even want to open the door, and he just lay on the bed and fell asleep. In a dangerous and unfamiliar environment, he slept very soundly, and was awakened by a knock on the door until dawn. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a nurse standing in the room, knocking on the open door with her hands. "Mr. Sean, the consultation time is up." Wu Chang sat up from the bed and looked at the nurse while rubbing his eyes. His eyes swept around the nurse, and finally stopped at the name tag hanging on the nurse's towering chest. Julie Smith. Perhaps it was because of this name. Nurse Julie's aggressive and stern appearance, coupled with her sexy and cold temperament, was 80% similar to a female star he knew in real life. Julie threw a blue and white checkered hospital gown on the bed and said expressionlessly, "Change into it." Wu Chang picked up the hospital gown and glanced at Julie hesitantly. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, he asked, "Aren't you going to step aside for a while?" Observing the patient is part of the examination. Julie had no objection, and Wu Chang certainly would not be hypocritical, so he changed his clothes immediately. Julie raised her eyebrows and stared at Wu Chang as she took off his shirt, revealing his angular and strong body. If visual inspection is an examination, the sharpness of Julie's eyes is definitely an X-ray of Wu Chang. Wu Chang posed in a bodybuilding competition with one hand on his waist, showing his muscles from the front, and teased, "Do you want to give a score?" "Full score." Julie said bluntly. "Really? Of course, those potato-eating guys in town don't have such a good figure." I don't know if it was an illusion, but Julie's tone did not fluctuate throughout the whole process, but Wu Chang heard something extra. Julie seemed to remind him that his figure would expose his identity as an outsider. He quickly put on his clothes. Whether it was an illusion or not, it was always right to be careful. What's that saying, despicable outsider? In many game settings, the locals are very hospitable. Seeing Wu Chang put on his clothes, Julie retracted her gaze and took him out of the room. The decoration style inside the sanatorium is unified, and the outside of the room is also pure prison simplicity. Everything is practical, and there is no extra decoration. On both sides of the gray-white corridor, there are heavy iron doors. Nurses in white uniforms patrol back and forth, watching the iron doors vigilantly. Not every patient living in the Moonlight Sanatorium is as healthy as Wu Chang. From the moment he left the room, the wailing, crying and screaming in his ears never stopped, even through the heavy iron door. "What disease do they have?" Wu Chang asked in a low voice. Julie said, "Same as you, paranoia." Wu Chang, if Julie hadn't said it, he would have thought that someone was behind the door. The paranoia in the copy seemed to be a little different from the paranoia he knew. The sanatorium is a 4-story building, and the treatment area for examining patients is on the 3rd floor. After a short wait, Wu Chang followed Julie into the light disease clinic. In the clinic sat a middle-aged man with ordinary looks, obvious eye bags, and a haggard look. The name tag on his chest read Charles. Wu Chang just took a look and felt that the other party was unreliable. A doctor of this age still has thick and lush hair, so I don't think his medical skills are that good. Charles lowered his head and asked, "Name?" "Wu. Sean." Charles took out a medical record from his hand, glanced at it, and then threw out a pack of medicine. 3 times a day, it will take effect half an hour after taking it, and the last dose should be taken before going to bed. Wu Chang opened the waterproof paper bag, which contained 3 capsules. Item name, special medicine. Type, consumables. Item description, during the effect of the medicine, it isolates the influence of the outside world on the mind and is immune to low-level mental attacks. Side effects, during the effect of the medicine, hallucinations will appear randomly in front of your eyes. After the effect of the medicine ends, the upper limit of willpower will be reduced by 0.1, which will last until the end of the copy. Note, as long as I go crazy first, nothing can make me crazy. Wu Chang put away the special medicine calmly, and his eyes became weird. Can taking this special medicine really cure the patient? After prescribing the medicine, Charles slapped the bell on the table and said to send the guest away. Next. During the whole diagnosis and treatment, Charles didn't even see Wu Chang's face clearly. TSK, he is really a quack. After leaving the clinic, Wu Chang asked in a low voice, "Is it really okay to ask questions like this?" Julie turned her head and answered in a voice without any emotion, "Dr. Charles is experienced, don't worry." Wu Chang, "Miss Julie, turn your head and look at me, and then say it again." Julie quickened her pace and walked to the 1st floor without looking back, saying stiffly, "Hurry up, you will miss breakfast if you are late." Going down to the lobby on the 1st floor of the sanatorium, the first thing that came into view was an open wooden door. Outside the wooden door is the front yard of the sanatorium. A circle of iron fences separates the inside and outside of the sanatorium. A chain lock is hung on the gate of the iron fence symbolically. A wooden sign stands next to the gate. During the control period, you need to hold a warrant from the director to pass through, and no unauthorized entry or exit is allowed. Neither the wooden door of the sanatorium nor the gate of the iron fence is guarded. It only takes a paper clip, a hammer, or even a brick to smash it open. The main task of the dungeon is to leave the Moonlight Sanatorium. If it were someone else, even if they knew that the Blevel dungeon could not be so simple, they would still give it a try. But Wu Chang would not. The artistic spray-like bloodstains on the gate were telling him not to commit suicide. Each bloodstain was a group of resentment. A few pieces of resentment sprayed in the air, causing a layer of air wall to take shape. The air wall overlapped with the iron fence and covered the entire sanatorium. He randomly selected a few resentments to check. The owners of the resentment were not only players, but also natives of the dungeon plane. No matter what their identity was, they fell to the ground and died the moment they touched the gate. Their bodies twisted and dissipated, as if they were swallowed by an unknown thing, without struggle or resistance. In the cafeteria on the left side of the hall, Wu Chang received his breakfast. 2 unpeeled potatoes and a small bowl of stewed beans. The beans were completely stewed, and with the unknown sauce, both the taste and the texture were like vomit that had been digested several times. Julie was right. Eating this kind of food really won't make you gain weight. He followed Julie with breakfast in his hand and came to the activity room on the 1st floor. Having fun in the activity room is like taking a walk in prison. It is one of the few free time for patients. When the 2 arrived, there were already nearly 30 patients scattered in the activity room. They were in groups of 3 or 5, or they were talking back to back and loudly conspiring to escape from prison, or they were gathered around a vase and asked seriously about the changes in footsteps when playing football. Looking at all the actions that made people wonder, Wu Chang was sure that this was a real mental hospital. Before entering the activity room, Julie whispered, "I'll give you 2 pieces of advice. First, don't cause trouble here, especially under the eyes of medical staff. Second, if you want to leave intact, it's best not to provoke Jintun. Why? That guy is too good at playing with people's hearts. Many people who have gambled with him have accelerated the deterioration of their illness and become idiots in advance. I'll pay attention." Looking at Julie's back as she left, Wu Chang was sure that his previous feeling was not an illusion, and Julie was helping him. No matter what her intentions were, she was at least half an ally. When he walked into the activity room, before he had time to see the internal structure of the activity room clearly, his eyes were attracted by a fat man who was sitting alone at the table shuffling cards. Wu Chang was sure that he was the fat man who appeared in the mage's resentment. Eating only the limited supply of potatoes and stewed beans can grow a strong stomach of more than 300 kilograms, which is not something everyone has. This guy either cooked a special meal or really grew meat by drinking cold water. The fat man's eye-catchingness comes not only from his body size, but also from the dense resentment behind him. A quick glance shows that there are no less than 20 resentments, 2 of which are particularly eye-catching, 1 bright red and 1 dark red. Compared with him, the bloodthorns that committed crimes on the bus can be considered well-behaved. Wu Chang found a corner to sit down, stuffing stewed beans into his mouth while checking the resentment on the fat man. This behavior reminded him of Lao Si in the dormitory, who watched the daily traffic accident highlights while eating. It's true that this method is quite good for eating. After reading all the resentments, he actually ate the bowl of stewed beans that looked like vomit. Question Lao Si, understand Lao Si, become Lao Si, and surpass Lao Si. Most of the scenes in the resentment behind the fat man are related to gambling. All in, you must all in. I have 4 kings, I don't believe you can have a straight flush. The goddess of luck is smiling, I'm lucky today. Among the many light red grievances, the last recorded scene is mostly grabbing a big hand, shouting with red eyes to open the cards, and the madness of the owner of the grievance can be felt through the last words. Cherish life and stay away from gambling. Wu Chang shook his head, put the bowl on the table beside him, put 2 potatoes in his pocket, and walked to the fat man who was shuffling the cards. It's so boring to play cards alone, play a few rounds with me? The fat man looked up at Wu Chang, like a child who found a new toy, and smiled particularly happily. Okay, if you are willing to play with me, then we are friends. I haven't seen you, are you new here? Wu Chang sat down opposite the fat man and said, well, my name is Sean, what about you? The fat man smiled and said, my name is Jintun, everyone calls me Lucky Jintun. Wu Chang said, my brother Jintun, playing cards is boring, what should we bet on? Jintun's eyes turned and he looked at the potato in Wu Chang's pocket. He licked his lips and said with a smile, you don't have to play too big at the beginning. Just bet on the breakfast in your pocket. How about it? If I lose, I'll give you breakfast tomorrow. Wu Chang agreed immediately, no problem. Jintun was in a good mood, and his fat hands like bare paws showed dexterity that didn't match his appearance. The playing cards flew in his hands, and the patterns on the back of the cards were like a rapidly changing kaleidoscope, dazzling people. Blackjack, Beloti, Sheep's Head, Noble Play, City Play or Country Play, how do you want to play? Wu Chang didn't understand the playing methods Jintun said. After a brief hesitation, he said, keep it simple, compare the size. Jintun's expression became weird. Did he not make it clear? His nickname is Lucky Jintun. As you wish. Jintun confirmed the rules with Wu Chang, who nodded perfunctorily like a gambler, and urged the game to start. All he needed was for the gambling game to start, and winning or losing was not important. While Jintun confirmed the rules and shuffled the cards, he kept looking at the big red resentment behind Jintun. All the more than 20 resentments Jintun carried came from players. Such a brilliant record would be at least a killer elite monster for rookies in the game. For example, a big tree guard who persuaded countless people to quit, and a big cat pioneer who was tired of eating monkey heads. Among the many resentments, the 2 most common ways for players to die are to lose everything at the gambling table and be found by Jintun in the middle of the night and dragged out of the room like a chicken. When collecting debts, Jintun will enter a special state, and players are almost completely unable to resist. As long as they are dragged out of the room, they will die on the spot under the influence of an inexplicable force. This also proves that Jintun has the ability to act at night. The second way to die is to notice Jintun's specialness and want to rely on the player's high attribute value to kill Jintun hidden. But Jin Tun will only appear in the activity room during the day.
Once he is attacked in the activity room, Jin Tun will dodge and call for help. At this time, 4 or 5 nurses with hatchets will appear to let the players who are making trouble understand what the real value is. Those who have played RPG know that even if the character you control is invincible and the king requires you to do things, the guards at the gate in the city can still send you back to the living point with 2 knives. The big red resentment that Wu Chang cares about, the way the owner of the resentment died is different from the above two, which is very innovative. He died directly at the gambling table. The owner of the big red resentment is a pure gambler. Even the dragon tattooed on his shoulder is all one dragon. The skills and props he has are all inclined to the field of gambling. His superb gambling skills made him see that Jin Tun was cheating from the first glance. There are special inspiration marks on the cards, which can be seen with some tricks. So he played along, controlling the situation all the way, and lured Jin Tun to keep raising the bet. Until the end, he pretended to lose everything, took out a contract, and wanted to gamble his life with Jin Tun. As long as he succeeded, he could directly control Jin Tun, a key NPC. Unfortunately, 9 out of 10 gamblings are frauds, and Jin Tun also hit a hand, using other tricks beyond the gambler's understanding, making the gambler lose the bet that he must win. Under the effect of the contract, the gambler was wiped out on the spot and died on the gambling table. As a senior gambler, the bloody last words of the resentful master are also very unique. Defeat Jin Tun at the gambling table, or expose Jin Tun's tricks. Died in the copy, but the biggest obsession in his life was related to gambling. I don't know whether to praise his pure love or say that he died unjustly. As a non-African who has to eat the big guarantee every time to ship, Wu Chang is very confident in his luck. He touches the cards and flips the cards without dragging his feet. It only took 1 minute to easily lose his breakfast. The reason why he could last for a minute was because Jin Tun shuffled the cards for 50 seconds to show off his skills. Victory came so easily that even Jin Tun, who was used to winning, was a little confused. He looked at Wu Chang across the gambling table and hesitated to speak. Could it be that the boy across the table was not delusional, but a real fool? Jin Tun cleaned up the cards on the table and wanted to quit. Mom said that you can't play with fools. Brother Sean, if you can't come up with more bets, let's end the game today. Wait, don't be in a hurry. Wu Chang reached out and pressed the poker on the table, then turned around and whispered something to the nurse on the patrol. 2 minutes later, Julie trotted to the activity room. Facing Wu Chang, who was alive and kicking with all his limbs, she glanced at Jin Tun across from Wu Chang. Her cold expression fluctuated, revealing an emotion called dissatisfaction. What's the matter? Wu Changru stood up quickly, hid behind Julie, and then shouted loudly in the room, "He's cheating!" Instantly, the room was quiet, and everyone looked at Jin Tun. The whole sanatorium, including the medical staff, had been defeated by Jin Tun to some extent. If it was luck, everyone could afford to lose, but if Jin Tun defeated them by cheating, then he would be in trouble. Moonlight Sanatorium is a small town in the countryside. The people in the town are simple and honest. They will not make a big fuss over such a small matter as cheating at the gambling table. They will only chop off hands and feet. Kington's expression was a little stiff, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Brother Sean, you are willing to admit defeat, but you cannot arbitrarily taint someone's innocence. Wu Chang bowed slightly, shrank completely behind Julie, and confirmed again, you just made a fool of yourself. Jintun's eyes were serious, and a scowl appeared on the fat Buddha's kind face. Rather than being accused of cheating by Wu Chang, he was even more angry at Wu Chang's questioning of his gambling skills. Against a rookie like Wu Chang, he can win with his eyes closed. Does he need to spend $1,000? I didn't. Everyone in my nursing home has checked it, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Wu Chang pointed to the poker on the table and said loudly, your cards are marked. As long as you take 3 special medicines at the same time, you can see the marked content. Taking a day's worth of medicine at once and putting it somewhere else would take some time to prove Wu Chang's accusation, but this is the Moonlight Sanatorium, and no normal person can stay here. As soon as these words came out, the patients in the activity room did not hesitate at all. They stuffed medicine into their mouths and gathered around the gambling table. Facing the zombie-like influx of patients, Kington's face froze with anger, and he hurriedly put away his poker cards, not daring to let others see him. He looked at Wu Chang, who was hiding behind Julie, his eyes full of anger and grievance. Hunting geese all day long, the geese pecked their eyes. Unexpectedly, this new guy was pretending to be stupid, but he actually saw through his thousands of skills at a glance, and exposed them in public without showing any martial ethics.
In addition to being angry, he also felt extremely aggrieved by Wu Chang's actions. It would be fine if he really went out of his way and was caught, but he really didn't go out of his way this time. The feeling of being wrongly accused was so damn uncomfortable. He didn't care to settle accounts with Wu Chang, and turned around to explain to the patients who looked unkind. The marks on the back of the poker were not made by me. It was a friend of mine who used my cards to demonstrate how to make 1,000. After reading it, I realized that making 1,000 was not what I needed, so I rejected that friend and sealed the deck of cards. It's just that I left the room in a hurry today and played the wrong cards, which caused the misunderstanding among Brother Sean. Jean Dunn said righteously, I, Jean Dunn, have no money. Even the patients at the Moonlight Sanatorium didn't believe such a perfunctory excuse. The atmosphere between the two parties was warm and they soon got along. The medical staff responsible for maintaining order collectively turned their backs and did not look at the chaos in the activity room at all. Watching the big red resentment on Jintan's body dissipate, Wu Chang's attribute panel and portable space changed. The rewards for completing Scarlet Last Words have arrived. Although Wu Chang still wanted to complain about Jean Dunn, it was not the time now. The fish had already bit the hook, and it was time for him to make the next move. He poked his head out from behind Julie and said regretfully, Brother Kington, from my personal point of view, I am very willing to believe in your character. Let's take some time to gamble again. If you win, I believe that I misunderstood and you didn't cheat just now. Kington's face was filled with joy, and he ignored the fists hitting his face like raindrops, and shouted, Now? A friendly smile appeared on Wu Chang's face. No, I want to play your favorite private gambling game. You know the time and place. The accusation against Kington for cheating caused the activity room to fall into chaos. Wu Chang left the activity room early before the patients' holding tables, chairs, and benches surrounded Kington. Before leaving, don't forget to make a blessing gesture. Hope someone is okay. Julie sent him back to the room. She stood at the door of the room, took out a bunch of keys from her waist and picked them out. For your own safety, don't go out today. I will bring you lunch and dinner. With the help of Julie taking the key, Wu Chang saw 2 keys, one black and one red, tied inside the slit of Nurse Julie's skirt. Seeing that there was no one around, Wu Chang took off his shirt, revealing Julie's strong figure. While Julie's eyes were attracted, he pushed Julie's wall against the door, put his other hand on Julie's thigh, and lowered himself. And up, approaching the 2 keys. Would you like to stay a little longer? Julie pressed his hands on her legs, and the huge force prevented him from moving upward. You can't touch them. In this sanatorium, the underground and 4th floors are restricted areas for patients, and approaching without permission is a major violation. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows and pinched his palm slightly. They can't be touched. Does that mean you can touch them here? Julie approached Wu Chang and said angrily, that depends on your performance. Looking at Julie's leaving figure, Wu Chang raised his eyebrows. His bet was right, this woman was indeed on his side. Without Julie's protection, Kington would never let him leave the activity room easily. The skin on the medical staff worked better than he thought. With such a cheap patron saint, no matter what misunderstanding she had about his identity, this misunderstanding must continue. After sending Julie away, Wu Chang immediately checked the harvest of the bloody last words. Player nickname, Don't Eat Beef. Player level, 1, 0 out of 100, lives, 8, 5, strength, 9, 5, agility, 9, 5, endurance, 7, 5, energy, 0, 0, inspiration, 52, 5, will, 31, 5, in parentheses are the average attributes of adult men aged 20-40. Skills, Mamba elbow, firearm use, proficient. Props, Silver Dawn, Goddess of Luck's favor. Talent, Transcendence. Compared with the previous attribute panel, after completing the gambler's bloody last words, his agility and willpower each increased by 1 point, and his inspiration increased by 2 points. For attribute points may not seem like much, but according to the prompts on the game panel, you can only get 5 free attribute points for each level. The attribute rewards obtained by completing the Scarlet Last Word are close to 1 level improvement, so the benefits are quite considerable. What's more, in addition to attribute rewards, he also received a new game prop. He opened his pocket and took out 3 24-sided dice, with numbers from 1 to 24 engraved on them. Item name, Goddess of Luck's Blessing. Item grade, D. Item skill, Strong Luck. Throw 3 dice. When the numbers they throw are all 1, you can obtain the Strong Luck state, which will increase the success probability of the next luck-related choice. The improvement effect depends on the inspiration value. Prop skill, Lead-filled dice. Goddess of Luck takes extra care of those she cares about. She puts a little lead into the dice so that they will definitely roll a 1 when activated. This skill can be activated once per copy plane. Good guy, even Lady Luck is a cheater, right? After completing the gambler's bloody last words, he received 4 attribute points and a level prop. Even if he didn't know the market conditions in the Abyss game, he could guess that the value of the reward was extremely explosive. No wonder the game administrator suspected that he had activated it in the skill description of the talent. Why, Lady Luck poured lead into the dice and didn't allow him to open a small auxiliary plugin. Being alone in the room, the time seemed extremely long. There was no computer or mobile phone at the moment. In order to kill time, he threw the 3 dice he had just obtained. The strong luck skill does not have a number of uses or a cooling time. It relies purely on luck. If 3 1 points are thrown, it can save the number of uses of lead-filled dice. Can't you hide it once in a day? 2 hours later, Wu Chang lay on the bed dejectedly, muttering in a low voice, yes, the probability of rolling a 1 on a 24-sided die at the same time is less than 1 in 10,000. You, an African chief with a 1.6% chance of having a big guarantee, will suffer from hypoglycemia even if you are awakened. It's better not to dream. As time passed, the sky quickly turned dark, and the nurses shook their bells to announce the arrival of night. Wu Chang got up from the bed and lit the kerosene lamp on the table. Using the light, he took out 3 dice again and activated the lead-filled dice. 3 dice were thrown, spinning briefly and then stopping at the same time, neatly listing 3 ones. It's better to cheat. He put away the dice, moved the table to the center of the room, and sat on one side. I don't know how long it took, but just when he was about to fall asleep, footsteps came from the quiet corridor. The sound of footsteps came from far away, and he estimated that it was almost there. He was about to get up and open the door, but found that the door that was locked from the inside opened by itself. Jin Tun pushed the door open and sat across from him. He smiled and said, "We encountered a little trouble, so we were delayed for a while." Judging from Kington's condition, he is in quite a lot of trouble. The nurses at Moonlight Sanatorium are all extremely fierce, and the patients they are responsible for guarding are certainly not good at all. Kington's hospital gown almost turned into blood, and he had at least dozens of wounds on his body, including stab wounds, blunt force injuries, and burns. Not counting these minor injuries, there was a deeper dent on Kington's round head than during the day, probably caused by someone hitting him hard with a blunt instrument. A square table leg was stabbed into his abdomen. Before he could pull it out, blood was still oozing from it. The reason why he didn't pull it out was probably that it was inconvenient to bandage with one hand. His left arm had been torn off from the shoulder down. If Kington lay down and pretended to be dead now, it would take several days for the forensic doctor to determine which part of the body was fatal. Another big handicap. Wu Chang tried his best to control the corners of his mouth and asked in a caring tone, "Brother Jin Tun, are you feeling well? Do you need to go to treatment first?" Kington grinned, revealing white teeth that were bleeding. "It's just a minor injury, don't worry about it." "Brother Sean, what do you want to bet with me?" Wu Chang pretended to touch under the pillow, took out the silver dawn from his pocket, and slapped it on the table. "Brother Kington, do you know this?" Kington touched the silver dawn with his remaining right hand and sighed, "What an exquisite flintlock gun." Wu Chang raised his eyebrows. The technological progress of the dungeon plane already included muskets, which could save him a lot of explanation time. "Brother Kington have seen a gun before?" Kington said, "I used it when I was serving before. I can guarantee that the flintlocks used by the royal family and nobles are not as good as it. Do you want to use it to make bets? Then I'm afraid I won't be able to come up with the corresponding chips." Wu Chang shook his head and explained, "No, it is a prop for gambling, not a bet. Where I live, there is a traditional gambling game called Russian roulette." Kington looked curious. "What do you mean?" Wu Chang briefly demonstrated the firing principle of a revolver, opening the cylinder, taking out a bullet and filling it, rotating it and closing the cylinder. The rules are very simple. There are 6 bullet slots. Only one of the bullet slots has bullets in it at the moment. You and I take turns pointing the gun at the forehead and pulling the trigger. The one who gets shot loses. He looked at the crimson resentment behind Kington and said, "If I lose, this gun will be yours. If you lose, I want the key to the white door in the underground area." Such simple and crude rules suited Kington's taste very much. He licked his lips and said, "No problem. The key you want is in my room. If you win, you can get it yourself. But I have a condition. I must turn the dial and fire the first shot." "Okay." Wu Chang agreed readily. Jin Tun slapped a piece of paper on the table, inserted his thumb into the wound on his body, dipped it in blood, pressed his fingerprint on it, and then pushed it in front of Wu Chang. To prevent defaulting after losing, we need to sign an agreement before we start. Is that okay? There is only one simple sentence on the paper. The winner gets everything, the loser gets nothing. Wu Chang had seen this agreement in his resentment. It had some kind of coercive power. Once signed, the loser in the gambling game would die on the spot, and even the players would not be able to resist. The power of the agreement comes from the huge crescent moon that occupies half of the paper. The outline of the moon is composed of countless complex curves. It is exquisite and gorgeous, as if it represents a powerful existence. Wu often cut his thumb with a dagger and pressed a fingerprint. Of course it's no problem. If you're worried, I can still hook you up. I hope you'll still be this optimistic for a while, Kington said. Kington picked up the gun, carefully checked the cylinder, and after confirming that there was no abnormality, he rotated the cylinder with one hand, inserted the bullet while the cylinder was still rotating, and closed the wheel. He put the muzzle of the gun to his forehead, and the smile on his face grew brighter. This gambling game called Russian roulette seems random, but for a top gambler like him, it is not easy to control which bullet slot the bullet appears in based on his eyesight and skill. Random? Nothing more random. If he fires the first shot, then Wu Chang will fire the last shot. He seemed to have seen the final result of the bet. After emptying the gun 5 times in a row, Wu Chang held the gun tremblingly, unable to pull the shot that was destined to shoot through the head. The despair of pushing himself into the abyss with his own hands will make Wu Chang fear, struggle, go crazy, and beg. In the end, he lost the bet because he gave up and was crushed to death by him like a bug. Watching the opponent at the gambling table step towards the cliff step by step, he couldn't get enough of it. This kind of pleasure was enough to cover up the pain in his body at the moment. The gambling begins. Kington shouted excitedly, pulling the trigger with his finger. While Kington pulled the trigger, Wu Chang picked up the wooden board that had been prepared to block the sprayed liquid. Putting down the wooden board, Wu Chang picked up the silver dawn with an expressionless face and wiped off the blood on it. The silver bullet can be reloaded at any time, which is really convenient to use. In the Red Temple, the bald man stared at the altar with a solemn expression. A young man wearing blue tights and a superhero costume came over and said, "Old Gao, I'm here to support you. You can rest for a while." The bald man known as Lao Gao rubbed his brows and asked, "Lei Hua, are there any abnormal energy fluctuations within Wanhai City?" "Lei Hui, the situation is currently stable, and there are no signs of erosion points yet." Lao Gao's expression softened slightly and he continued to ask, "How is the evacuation of citizens going?" Lei Hua shook his head. "The situation is not optimistic. It is not realistic to transfer the entire city's population in such a short period of time. We can only evacuate the people as much as possible to ensure that when the plain erosion comes, the losses will be less." Lao Gao sighed and looked at the altar in silence. Kong has all the abilities, but he can only watch the things he protects collapse in front of him. This feeling is so fucking uncomfortable. Seeing Lao Gao's gloomy expression, Lei Hua enlightened, "Don't be too pessimistic. What if there is a turn for the better? Look at the time. It's been an hour since the dungeon started." Lao Gao exhaled irritably, "What's the use of an hour? Even if the time is extended 10 times, it won't be enough." "You can't say that." Ling Shan, the game breaker on the side, interjected. "The first hour of death after entering a dungeon is when players are most likely to fail. 10% of dungeons can find a way to escape alive as long as they escape the initial kill." Lao Gao said angrily, "Of course I know this data, but I am different from you. I am the person in charge of Wanhai City. I cannot be as optimistic as you. If what we are facing is not a blevel copy with a survival rate of 0 and is about to go out of control, and our current game breaker is not a rookie who has just joined the Abyss game, I would not be so pessimistic." Lao Gao rubbed his shiny scalp. He knew that the two of them meant well, but he still couldn't suppress the irritation in his heart. Speaking of data, excluding the increase in difficulty caused by the impending loss of control, what is the fastest record for clearing a level dungeon in the official record? It is level 11. That is a genius carefully cultivated by a large organization. It was my first time to clear the level dungeon. The copy is level 15. If a newcomer can clear Moonlight Sanatorium, I'll run naked around Whitewater Bay. Wu Chang, who was in the dungeon, was unaware of the bet made by everyone in the temple. He was currently holding the Silver Dawn, aiming at the dying Jean Tun. As an elite monster or even a mini-boss in the level dungeon, Kington's vitality is extremely tenacious. Even if half of his head is opened, he still does not die. But bound by the power of the contract, Kington's vitality flew away. He seemed to have figured out something, his remaining eye flashed with reluctance, and he stretched out his hand to grab Wu Chang's trouser leg. You plotted against me, despicable outsider. No matter how mean it is, just practice more. If you can't afford it, don't play it. How can you engage in personal attacks? Wu Chang took a step back and shook off Kington's hand, and fired 2 shots at Kington's body. Each silver bullet condensed by the Silver Dawn skill explodes and burns. The silvery white color wraps Kington's body. The grease all over Kington's body is the best combustion accelerant, causing the silver flame to burn violently, and the fire light rushes forward. Ceiling. As the flames burned, a light red resentment flew out of the flames and attached to him. This was the first time he had seen resentment arise. Staring at the resentment, the owner of the resentment is indeed Kington, and the scene contained in it is also the gambling game that just happened. However, one thing needs to be noted, that is, Jean Dun's last words in resentment were not unwilling to lose to Wu Chang at the gambling table, but a strange message. The sacrifices are about to begin. The gods are destined to come. This is destiny and cannot be stopped. A few minutes later, as the flames extinguished, Kington's body turned into a thin layer of black ash. The fierce silver flames burned away everything, leaving only a key and a wooden seal. The dozens of resentments originally attached to Kington in the room dissipated, leaving only the last crimson resentment still strong, attached to the key to Kington's room instead. Wu Chang clasped his hands together, bowed to the place where the resentment dissipated, and whispered, I wish you all a good fortune in reincarnation and be reborn into a good family in your next life. The dissipation of many ordinary resentments did not bring him any rewards, but it did not mean that they were without value. On the contrary, these large amounts of ordinary resentment gave Wu Chang a lot of information. For example, a player who is good at exploring dungeons triggers Kington's nightly private gambling game. Once the gambling game starts, Kington will only defeat the player within the game. 3 players resisted when being attacked by Kington. During the battle, Kington transformed into an inhuman monster and exposed his weakness of fear of fire. The inhuman monster, combined with its weak point fire, was defeated by the scorching bullets of the Silver Dawn. It was these players who verified the intelligence with their lives that led to the great success of Russian roulette tonight. After expressing his gratitude to the members of the strategy team, Wu Chang studied the wooden seal dropped by Kington. The wooden seal is a round card the size of a palm, with a crescent-shaped eye engraved on the card. The eyes are slightly closed, as if the sight is about to disappear with the moonlight, bringing the world into darkness. Item name, Walker Talisman. Prop type, dungeon props. Dungeon props cannot be taken out of the dungeon plane. Item skill, shelter. Skill description, after equipping, willpower 2, inspiration plus 10, and gain a layer of mental barrier, which can resist low-level curse and mystic attacks. Activate the seal of protection to temporarily strengthen the mental barrier and resist mid-level curse and mystic attacks. After activation, it consumes 1 point of willpower every hour. Note, the merciful Lord will protect his devout believers, allowing us to walk in the darkness without worrying about being lost in evil. It is to reduce willpower and increase inspiration again. Looking at the Walker amulet, Wu Chang remembered the special medicine distributed by the sanatorium. Both can increase the user's mental resistance, but both will reduce willpower and increase inspiration. According to the introduction on the attribute panel, inspiration is an extremely important attribute for intelligent creatures. It can be understood as the degree of mental activity, or it can be understood as another feeling away from the physical organs. Science, theology, art, and even politics, human beings' understanding of the world in various fields cannot be separated from inspiration. Just like Newton was hit by an apple and discovered gravity, Meitaizu held the falling cherry axe and discovered that weapons are better than eloquence. Countless sparks of inspiration have made humans stand out from countless animals and evolve into what they are today. For players, the active thinking brought by inspiration, reflected in actual use, will allow players to learn and master skills faster, find unknown clues in dungeons more easily, and understand various mysticism and new concepts more easily. But inspiration is a double-edged sword. Exceeding the mental activity of ordinary people will make people see many things that ordinary people cannot see. Moderate discovery creates genius, excessive discovery creates madness. When what is discovered through inspiration subverts or even destroys the cognition of the discoverer, inspiration will become the trigger of self-destruction. For this reason, the inspiration to explore the unknown and the will to maintain the original heart must be kept up to date and walk on 2 legs. But everything in the Moonlight Sanatorium is moving towards reducing will and increasing inspiration. It seems that something in the void is using inspiration as a trap to induce people in the sanatorium to walk towards it. And that existence can't wait to show its figure to people. As the speculation formed in Wu Chang's mind, he felt a gaze falling on him. He looked up and looked at the corner of the ceiling. The gaze passed by in a flash, as if it was an illusion. The dungeon boss, right? Dare to come out and show me what a black hand is. Then I will let you know what a black hand is. As his mind became calmer, he followed Jean Dun's example and hung the Walker's amulet on his body. Before wearing the Walker's amulet, with more than 50 points of inspiration, he could feel the huge danger from outside the room even without the admission notice. After activating the Walker's amulet, this danger became very weak. He pushed the door and left the room, but he just felt a little cold outside. Apart from that, there was no other abnormality. Relying on the Walker's amulet and the number on the key, he quickly found Jean Dun's room. In the iron box under Jean Dun's bed, he found a white key. The moment the key was in hand, the deep red resentment that was originally attached to Jean Dun dissipated. Another reward arrived. The bloody last words and the crimson resentment increased Wu Chang's life, endurance and will attributes by 1 point each, and the inspiration attribute by 2 points. The total increase of 5 attribute points is equivalent to upgrading to a higher level. In addition to the attribute point increase, more important props are dropped. The crimson resentment exploded into a palm-sized medicine box with 6 grooves for pills. The owner of the resentment used half of it, and there were 3 light blue pills left in the medicine box. Prop name, Whisper of the Nameless. Prop type, consumable. Prop level, see prop description. After using the prop, you will get the forced understanding state. In the forced understanding state, no matter what happens, the users will not return to 0, and will not be hurt because of low will. Duration, 1 minute. Note, inexplicable whispers filled my ears. Great, I gradually understood everything. Wu Chang took out a pill and observed it, and found that the pill was constantly vibrating slightly, causing circles of ripples to appear on the smooth surface. Feel it quietly, it seems to contain something. It is not the motor in some small toys, but some kind of erratic sound. He put the blue pill back into the portable space and carefully put it away. From the blood thorns on the bus and the patients in the Moonlight Sanatorium, we can see that willpower can be understood as another kind of blood bar. If the willpower drops below the safe value, people will fall into madness. If the willpower collapses to 0, they will become living dead. Keeping the willpower from 0 can be said to be an extremely effective life-saving prop. Although he is a rookie who has just joined the game, he can guess that in the Abyss game where there is no tolerance for error, the preciousness of life-saving consumables is no less than that of props of the same level. And the Crimson Resentment gave 3 at once. The boss is generous. But the more generous one is Jean Dun. As the overlord of the sanatorium, the good brother exploded a wave of gold coins. Not only did he send 2 bloody last words at once, but also exploded several task items. Good brother, calling you Jean Dun is wronged, you should call the treasury. In the iron box under the bed, besides the white key that Bloody Will specifically requested, a dozen or so small objects that were hard to find their way out, and a pure gold pocket watch, there was also a particularly eye-catching black key. He had seen this key on Julie. Julie had said during the day that the underground and 4th floors of the sanatorium were restricted areas for ordinary patients, and this black key could open the door to one of them. The 4th floor of the sanatorium was a rest area for medical staff, and only medical staff could enter. The underground of the sanatorium was an intensive care unit, and under normal circumstances, patients could only be pushed in, not walked in. The white key that Crimson Resentment wanted corresponded to a hidden white door underground. As expected, the black key corresponded to the underground. With the Walker's amulet, the night, which was originally full of dangers, was freer to move than during the day. It was still a long way from dawn, and Wu Chang went straight to the underground of the sanatorium. Moonlight Sanatorium did not seem to equip medical staff with equipment such as the Walker's amulet. The sanatorium was very empty at night, and even the nurses on night patrol could not be seen. This made his movements very smooth. He went all the way down to the 1st floor, stepped over several isolated iron fences, and opened the door to the underground area with a black key. As soon as he entered the underground area, he could smell a pungent odor. The odor was complex and difficult to describe, like the smell of rotten and moldy raw meat thrown into a trash can full of vomit and swill, and then exposed to the sun for 3 days and 3 nights and then mixed and fermented. Just accidentally inhaling a little made Wu Chang dizzy. He rolled back to the first floor and put on a heavy medical mask before daring to go back underground. The layout of the first underground floor was similar to that of the ward on the ground, with the same corridor and the same room layout. The only difference was that the iron door was heavier and could only be opened from the outside. Looking inside through the fence of the iron door, you can see that the patients in the intensive care unit are all fixed on beds with pulleys. They are wrapped in layers of leather straitjackets, and there are iron chains around the straitjackets for fixing. Even so, they are constantly struggling, trying to break free from the shackles on their bodies. Some even succeeded. The patient in the intensive care unit number 3 had a fist-sized hole in the leather straitjacket on the side of his abdomen. At first, Wu Chang thought that the patient had scratched the straitjacket from the inside with his fingernails, but after a closer look, he found that the fingers extending from the hole were skinned, bloody tentacles. They were eating each other with their small mouths at the top, corroding the leather straitjacket with the blood that seeped out. Wu Chang frowned as he watched from outside the ward. Is this thing really a delusion? Further inside the intensive care unit is the morgue of the sanatorium. Patients who died of delusion are stored inside. They maintain their restrained form and are fixed to both sides of the wall with iron chains, waiting to be sent to the town's cemetery for burial after everything is over. Following the scene he saw in the resentment, he found a secret passage at the end of the underground floor. Behind the secret passage was the pure white iron door that appeared in the crimson resentment. Looking at the white door in front of him, he recalled the crimson grudge he saw on Jin Tun. The owner of this grudge is stronger than the mage and the gambler, both in terms of overall strength and the ability to attack the dungeon. I don't know if it's because of the strong strength or other special reasons, this crimson grudge contains a lot of information, which is more than other grudges. The owner of the resentment is a doctor. Not long after the game started, he passed the internal assessment of the sanatorium with his strong professional level and became a doctor in a white coat. Not only that, he could move in the sanatorium at night without the walker amulet. With strong strength and the experience of senior players, he quickly explored the sanatorium and found the hidden room in the underground area. The white door must be opened to enter the room, but with the sense of crisis, he realized that forcing the door without a key would lead to danger. After a few days of lurking and observing secretly, he found that Jin Dun could enter and exit the white door freely, so he set his sights on Jin Dun. Jin Dun acted cautiously and was not weak in strength. It was not easy to kill him by force, so the doctor planned to use Jin Dun's method to win the key through gambling. Unfortunately, all the players who had gambled with Jin Dun died, and no one took the information out of the dungeon, causing countless players to repeat the same mistakes on Jin Dun. In the eyes of the doctor, a mere dungeon elite monster can be easily controlled with just a flick of the finger. But he didn't know that Jin Dun at the gambling table had some special cheating ability. Even gamblers were defeated, so the doctor who was not good at gambling was also fooled and died suddenly at the gambling table. Unlike the gambler, the doctor was particularly obsessed with the white door, as if there was something behind the door attracting him. Even the bloody last words in resentment were still thinking, find a way to enter the white door. This is the Abyss game. Even a veteran player like the doctor can be doomed if he takes a wrong step. Wu Chang shook his head and turned his thoughts back to the present. He took out the white key to see what was hidden behind the white door that the doctor was thinking about. Chapter 7 was stuck and it is estimated that it will not be released until tomorrow. Behind the white door is a staircase going down, and at the end of the staircase there is another white door. As soon as Wu Chang stepped into the staircase, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and an inexplicable hallucination came over him. The hallucination was composed of countless fragments of images, and the content inside was jumping, chaotic, and crazy, just like the images that emerged in the mind of a mental patient before he completely collapsed. He shook his head violently and broke free from the hallucination with his high willpower. The moment he came to his senses, he found a red key embedded in the wall beside him. Someone put the key to the 4th floor of the sanatorium here. For this purpose, a special test was set up. If the will is not strong enough and cannot break free from the illusion mirror, he will only walk through the corridor in a daze without noticing the red key on the wall. It seems that his will has passed the judgment. He put the key into his personal space, walked quickly to the white door below, and pushed it open. Behind the door is a room that looks like a clinic. An elegant middle-aged man in a white coat is sitting behind the desk, opening prescriptions one by one. Wu Chang's heart skipped a beat. It was bad. He had fallen into a trap. No one told him that the night doctor's duty room was behind the door. Now he was arrested on the spot for violating the hospital rules. He hoped that the punishment would not be too severe. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the middle-aged man raised his head.
When he saw that the person coming was Wu Chang, not the familiar Jean Dun, his brows unconsciously frowned. "Who are you?" Wu Chang stole a glance at the doctor's name tag and responded obediently, "Hello, Dr. Wolf, I am a new patient."
Dr. Wolf's eyes swept over Wu Chang.
Wu Chang remembered something and subconsciously covered the walker amulet hanging around his waist.
"Did you kill Jean Dun?" As soon as Wolf said this, the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Wolf's question contained no emotion, and it was hard to tell whether he was sad or angry.
Wu Chang kept a well-behaved expression and froze in place. He didn't know whether to answer truthfully or take the initiative and directly take out the silver dawn to shoot Wolf in the head. This time it was Wu Chang's turn to sweat profusely. After a short silence, he quickly sorted out the situation. The things inside the white door could make senior doctors afraid. It was not wise for him to start a fight rashly.
Kinton lost the bet.
This was the truth, but only part of the truth. The unsaid part was left to Wolf to fill in.
"That's great."
Hearing the news of the death of an acquaintance, Wolf not only did not get angry, but smiled brightly, as if he had heard great news. At this moment, the sound of a kettle boiling came from the back of the office.
"My medicine is ready, come with me, let's talk while walking." Wolf opened a door behind him and greeted Wu Chang enthusiastically.
Passing through the office, the two came to a huge cave. In contrast to the neat office, the cave was very simple, like the nest of some large insects. After entering the cave, Wolf's body began to tremble, his skin quickly expanded and tore, and the whole person swelled like an inflatable, and the part below the ribs turned into a swollen worm covered with pustules. In just a few seconds, the elegant middle-aged doctor turned into a half-human, half-insect monster. "I'm sorry, the smell of the pharmacy is too charming, it makes it difficult for me to control myself." Wolf stretched out his right hand that had turned into an insect limb and scratched his head, with an apologetic look in his blood-red eyes. "It's all because of those demons in Jean Tun, who brought the damn delusion and made me become like this.
I hope I didn't scare you."
Wu Chang shook his head and said in a tone of "Come on. You can do it, Dr. Wolf, you haven't been out for too long.
Don't you know that society now has diversified aesthetics? The concept of only people who look like people are normal is outdated. Your current posture is the one that can truly define aesthetics.
If you go to a certain white tower country, you can at least be a beauty pageant lady."
"Beauty pageant, lady?"
Of course, in the White Tower, not only aesthetics are not defined, gender cannot be defined.
For example, my gender is an armed helicopter.
Ah? Wolf was confused and looked at Wu Chang with a confused face, as if it was not him but Wu Chang who turned into a monster.
What does this mean? Is this guy teasing him, or has the outside world fallen into delusion?
It was not until the two came to the innermost part of the cave that Wolf recovered from his dazed state. Deep in the cave, a huge metal pot was being heated on the fire, and the pale yellow liquid medicine inside was boiling violently. Wolf turned off the fire, skillfully poured the liquid medicine on the gauze, squeezed out the water, leaving the pale yellow powder ball, and put it into the metal bowl. Then he grabbed a sack from the corner, took out a large handful of various herbs from it, put it in his mouth and chewed it. Under the effect of the herbs, colorful pustules grew on Wolf's bloated worm body. He squeezed the pustules and the pus dripped into the metal bowl. He used a pestle to grind the pus and the powder ball evenly and put it in the oven. Then he took out a plate of dried powder from the oven, sieved it twice, and filled it into the capsules prepared in advance. Wu Chang, who witnessed the whole manufacturing process, looked at the familiar capsule and asked with a tingling scalp, "Dr. Wolf, what are you doing?" Wolf said as a matter of course, "Making medicine. Didn't you see before you came in that this room is the medicine room?" Looking at the colorful pustules on Wolf's body, Wu Chang's stomach churned. Fortunately, he hadn't taken the special medicine issued by the sanatorium. He really wanted to ask Wolf, "Who the hell taught you to make medicine like this?" Wolf put the finished capsule into the medicine bottle, turned around and asked, "Where were we just talking about?" "Wu Chang, speaking of Jean Tun, they turned you into this."
"Thank you very much."
Wolf lowered his head to look at Wu Chang and said slowly, "You are a stranger.
As an outsider who can come here, you must also be a treasure hunter." "You can think so."
Wu Chang didn't know what the treasure hunter was, but seeing that Wolf didn't have any ill intentions, he agreed first. "Unfortunately, the cursed gold you are looking for does not exist.
Everything is a scam. You and we have been deceived." Wolf sighed and recounted the town's past in a reminiscing tone.
The place where Moonlight Sanatorium is located is called White Rock. It is a town with almost as long history as the kingdom and has been managed by the Anderson family.
In the beginning, Baishur town was still the Baishur territory. Chief Anderson, who was born as a farmer, earned this territory through epic battle exploits. The descendants of the Anderson family, through the unremitting efforts of generations, successfully managed the huge territory into a small town. It's still a small town on the verge of bankruptcy. The distressed financial situation forced the Anderson family to ask for help from the surrounding areas. However, when they opened the door to attract help, they also introduced a vicious wolf into their home. The Vino family of Forest City owns dozens of large factories, has amazing financial resources, and is good at management. They claim that they are interested in the long history of White Rock Town and cannot bear to see the decline of White Rock Town, so they provide help. Under the magic of gold coins, the Vino family quickly took control of White Rock Town. They built factories, explored minerals, and established schools and churches in the town. For a time, the town was prosperous and the lives of the townspeople became prosperous. But in fact, these are all a conspiracy. In addition to being a wealthy businessman, the Vino family also has another identity, that is, members of the Church of Tranquility, a group of lunatics who live in an industrial society but believe in occultism and magic. The remote Baishur town is the experimental field of the Peace Church. Under their covert operation, the town's water and air were polluted, and the townspeople's health deteriorated and they often fell ill. In order to get rid of the disease, they must turn to the church and gradually accept the Church of Serenity. Under the guidance of the Tranquility Church, their spirits began to be affected and they suffered from a contagious mental illness called delusion. As the condition worsens, the sick person begins to go crazy and attack others. In order to control the spread of the disease, Randy Anderson and Wolf, who had returned from studying medicine in the capital, transformed the town's oldest cathedral into a moonlight sanatorium. Hearing this, Wu Chang looked up at Wolf and asked in surprise, "In other words, you are one of the builders of Moonlight Sanatorium?" Seeing Wu Chang's surprise, Wolf showed no pride on his face. Instead, he said sadly, "I am also one of the people who caused this tragedy. Randy and I were both wrong. It turns out that occultism really exists. The Church of Tranquility completed some kind of horrific magic experiment with the help of delusional patients who gathered together. They succeeded and used the power gained from the experiment to seal off the sanatorium, torture the patients inside, twist their minds and bodies, and turn them into inhuman monsters. Just like me. I was discovered by them because I investigated too deeply, so I became like this. They also sent Kington to monitor me." Wu Chang stared at Wolf's worm body and asked, "Does Dean Randy know that you have become like this?" Wolf shook his head and said, "Randy has not left the 4th floor since the nursing home was closed. I guess his situation is not optimistic, but he is our last hope. Sad and pitiful outsider, now you are also in it. If you want to escape, you must help me. I can't tell who among the medical staff is a believer of the Serenity Church. I can only believe you outsiders. The Serenity Church has mastered the power of the evil god and is using this power to distort reality. You must let Randy know the conspiracy of the Serenity Church and find a way to stop it." Wolf finished speaking excitedly and waited for a while, but did not hear Wu Chang's response. He stretched out his insect-limbed arm and scratched his back, and asked, "Outsider, is there something on my back that you keep staring at?" Wu Chang looked at the pale red resentment scratching Wolfworm's limbs, shook his head and responded, "Nothing." Looking at the resentful last words, and then looking at Wolf with a sincere expression and a natural tone, he clicked his tongue. What an old dramatist! If there wasn't the message in the resentment, he might have really taken Wolf's advice and believed that the monster in front of him was a tragic hero. His eyes stared at the resentment, and a line of ordinary last words emerged from the resentment. "I didn't expect that you, a pharmacist with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be a follower of the evil god like me. Wait a minute, priest, don't do anything, we are our own." Wolf's resentment was well hidden, and Wu Chang did not notice it when he first entered the office. It was not until the two entered the cave where the medicine was made and Wolf showed his true self that the resentment on his body could be observed. The existence of that resentment was very subtle, between light red and bright red, indicating that the owner of the resentment had obsessions, but not many. The bloody last words in the resentment appeared and disappeared from time to time, and Wu Chang spent a lot of time to see the contents clearly. The owner of Wolf's resentment was a stalker. He not only found the medicine room, but also used some skills to go directly through the door and enter the medicine room. Perhaps because there was no opening the door step, the crisis that the senior doctor foresaw did not appear. The stalker hid in the shadows and quietly observed Wolf. After witnessing Wolf finish processing all the medical records in the office and sending the medical records to the ground through the doctor on duty underground, he saw Wolf put on a special robe and enter the secret door of the office.
Inside the secret door was an altar, on which was enshrined a stone symbol statue, the symbol being a crescent-shaped eye, the same pattern carved on the walker's amulet. Wolf prostrated himself and worshipped the symbol devoutly. The stalker who discovered all this excitedly left his stealth state and wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Wolf, who had sensed that his secret had been discovered, transformed into a monster and poked the stalker's mouth with his sharp insect limbs. One hit kills. Wu Chang watched this segment many times over. He put himself into the stalker and found that even if he knew when Wolf was going to attack, he still couldn't see clearly and couldn't dodge. It's bad, this time within 7 steps, the punch was really fast. Looking at Wolf's figure after the transformation, you can tell that his health bar will definitely not be short. With high attack and thick blood, with his current attributes, it is unrealistic to solve Wolf by force even with the Silver Dawn. Another way must be found. While he was thinking, the bloody will in his resentment stabilized. The prophet has received the oracle. The cursed gold is on the 2nd floor underground of the Moonlight Sanatorium. For the return of the Lord, we must find it. A player actually believes in the same god as the villain in the dungeon. The situation is getting more and more interesting. Wu Chang didn't know what the so-called cursed gold was, so he didn't rush to complete the bloody will and hid the information. Wolf saw that Wu Chang was absent-minded, and didn't communicate too much. He just gave a few suggestions and let Wu Chang leave. When Wu Chang left the pharmacy, he turned back into a human body, returned to the office, and opened the secret door that the stalker had found. He knelt in front of the altar and recited devoutly, "The sacrifice is about to begin, and the gods are destined to come. This is destiny and cannot be stopped." Wu Chang left the pharmacy and did not continue to explore the sanatorium. He chose to return to his room. He lay on the bed, sorting out the clues he found tonight. The highest level of lies is 9 truths and 1 falsehood, selectively expressing certain truths and mixing a lie at the most critical note of the truth. The story of Whitestone Town told by Wolf should not be false, and the cult of tranquility behind the scenes should also be true. But the truth of the paranoia and Wolf's request for him to wake up Dean Randy must have other intentions. He suspected Wolf not only because of the stalker's resentment, but also because at the end of the story, Wolf accidentally scratched his white coat with the action of tickling. It was mentioned in the admission instructions that the words of medical staff in the sanatorium can be trusted, but only those wearing white uniforms are medical staff. Assuming that medical staff cannot say words that harm or deceive patients, which is a rule that must be followed, then Wolf's tearing of the white coat is a signal that he is going to lie. From this, he cannot wake up Dean Randy, at least not easily. But there is one thing he can't figure out. Patients in the sanatorium disappear every now and then, and a group of rotten and mutated humanoid creatures are locked up in the underground ward. If you walk out of the room at night, you will turn into meat paste. The sanatorium has become like this, and our director has not discovered the existence of supernatural powers. Is his belief in materialism a little too firm? Looking at the half-bright sky outside the window, he yawned. He had done enough today. Let's wait until he wakes up. Wu Chang opened his eyes again and was awakened by a knock on the door. He stretched and felt refreshed. With a physical fitness that is nearly twice that of ordinary people, his sleep quality is ridiculously good. Only 1 or 2 hours of sleep can relieve the fatigue of the whole day. A good day starts with seeing Nurse Julie as soon as the door opens. "Good morning, Miss Julie." Julie walked into the room and looked around. Surprise and weirdness appeared in her eyes, as if she had discovered something. "What's wrong?" Wu Chang asked tentatively. "Speaking of mystery, this beautiful friendly NPC is no worse than anyone else." "Nothing, hurry up, you're going to be late for your consultation." Julie hesitated for a moment, and finally said nothing. As a routine practice, patients need to go to the clinic to check their condition and receive today's special medicine before any activities. Dr. Charles, who is in charge of patients with mild symptoms, is more haggard than last night. His eye sockets are sunken, his dark circles are deeper, his eyeballs are covered with bloodshot, and there are blood spots near the pupils, as if it was not Wu Chang who stayed up all night to investigate, but him. Dr. Charles, who was mentally weak, was particularly irritable. He grabbed a pack of special medicine and slapped it in front of Wu Chang. When Wu Chang reached for the medicine, he grabbed Wu Chang's neck. He looked at the radiant face in front of him and expressed his jealousy. He said in a local tone, "Did you sleep well last night?" When Wu Chang was grabbed by the neck, he pretended to be flustered and supported the table with his hands, and slapped the table with his palms, making an obvious noise. "Thanks to the special medicine, I can have a good dream." "Sweet dream?" Charles repeated in a strange tone, and then asked, "What did you dream about?"
Ah?
Wu Chang pretended not to understand.
Let me ask, you, Dr. Charles was about to continue asking, but Julie, who heard the noise, had already walked into the consultation room.
Charles seemed to be afraid of Julie's existence.
He let go of his hand holding Wu Chang's neck, grunted and said, "Get out of here."
Wu Chang straightened his collar and followed Julie out of the consultation room.
Standing at the door of the consulting room, Julie asked pointedly, "Do you remember the admission instructions?" Wu Chang, "Of course I remember." "Then what do you want to tell me?" "Not yet."
"Oh."
Due to Kington's disappearance, Wu Chang was temporarily out of danger and could move freely in the activity room.
As the hero who exposed Kington's tricks and helped everyone, he was welcomed by other patients.
With the emotional foundation, he quickly integrated into the patients. It's easy to integrate, but it's not easy to extract information.
Under the influence of hypochondria, every patient is extremely anxious, as if he is avoiding something. Often in the middle of a sentence, he suddenly shivers and hides under the table, or holds his head and cries, or even looks for sharp objects to harm himself. Only specific medicines can relieve their symptoms. But after taking the medicine, they turned into drug addicts who were high, their eyes became blurred, their speech was garbled, and they talked to themselves in the air from time to time. At the end of the whole day, he didn't get much information, and he almost became a psychopath. He didn't know if hypochondria was really contagious, or if he had inhaled the powder of special medicine from other patients. At a certain moment near dusk, he turned his head to look at the sunset, and there was a phantom of a white angel flashing in the corner of his eye. No, we must speed up the progress of the dungeon. That night, he took the Walker talisman and walked towards the 4th floor of the nursing home.
The actions during the day were not without results. The fragmented descriptions from the patients, combined with Wolf's story, roughly described the plot of White Rock Town.
The Vino family and the Serenity Church that came to invest in Whitestone Town really exist. The Serenity Church is indeed recognized as a dangerous element in the kingdom, and many townspeople have indeed joined the Serenity sect. There were less than 20 people in the activity room, but 7 patients put their arms around his shoulders and preached loudly after getting high, "Brother Sean, don't worry about delusions. As long as you join the church, God will grant us eternal peace. If you are interested, come to me tomorrow and I will take you to see the priest." After each mission, the patients never forget to emphasize at the top of their lungs, "We are a secret church.
Don't tell others. If the kingdom finds out, we will be nailed to the stake."
The Church of Tranquility has penetrated with such intensity that, as Wolf said, the entire sanatorium has fallen under the control of the Church of Tranquility. Therefore, Wu Chang must confirm the dean's situation now.
No matter what Wolf's plan is, the dean is the key to clearing the copy.
He reached all the way to the 4th floor and used the red key to open the heavy iron door leading to the 4th floor. As soon as he entered the 4th floor corridor, the scene in front of him made him frown.
The medical staff did not stay in the room honestly like the patients.
8 or 9 medical staff in white uniforms were wandering in the corridor like sleepwalking. While sleepwalking, they frantically tore at the white uniforms on their bodies, trying to get rid of them. The white uniforms also came to life, constantly tightening and entangled like pythons, resisting the struggles of the medical staff. Just when Wu Chang was wondering where this performance was coming from, a gloomy voice sounded behind him.
"Sean, tell me, what are you dreaming about now?"
Wu Chang slowly turned his head, looked behind him at Dr. Charles, who had wide eyes and was obviously not in a state of sleepwalking, and waved hello.
"What a coincidence, Dr. Charles, are you sleepwalking here too?"
The Charles in front of him was even more haggard than during the day, and could even be called embarrassed. From the looks of it, he, like the other medical staff in the corridor, had struggled with his white uniform. Although all the fingernails of his fingers were torn off and one arm was strangled to a bloody pulp by the white uniform, he also tore several large cracks in the white uniform with his hands. The white uniform was now hanging loosely around him, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Wu Chang glanced around the corridor and found that only Charles remained awake, and only Charles broke free of his white uniform. He originally thought that the white uniforms gave medical staff special rights and protected their safety, but now it seems that the white uniforms are even more of a shackles. Charles slowly moved forward and asked word by word, "I asked you what you saw in your dream, whether it was the internal organs with blooming fascia, the grassland with swaying maggots, the sand dunes with boiling fat, or the bottomless pupils like the deep sea." Wu Chang stepped back as Charles approached. "Sorry, I don't dream when I sleep." As the two of them advanced and retreated, seeing that they were about to enter an area where many medical staff were sleepwalking, Wu Chang stopped and was not ready to retreat again.
He shouted loudly, "I reported that Dr. Charles violated Article 5 of the admission instructions and wanted to kill me." As soon as these words came out, Charles's body trembled obviously, and he wanted to turn around and escape. It could be seen that even if he was on the verge of madness, he still maintained awe of the hospital rules. But after a few seconds, he found that Wu Chang's call was not responded to. The fear on Charles's face dissipated, and he returned to madness, and said proudly, "You can shout, it's night now, they have all fallen asleep due to the rules, no one is stopping us." Wu Chang shook his head and said that if he found out that the doctor asked about his suspicions, medical staff would come to deal with it, but the admission instructions were not easy to use. "Is anyone in charge?" Not surprisingly, this call still received no response. "Then I can only take care of it myself." He sighed, flicked his hand, and the silver dawn appeared directly in his hand from the portable space. He pointed the gun at Charles's chest and fired a silver bullet. Charles did not expect that Wu Chang would carry a musket with him. Before the expression on his face could change, a silver bullet was shot into his chest. The scorching bullet turned into a ball of flame in Charles's chest. The flames grew in the wind and completely enveloped Charles in an instant, turning him into a human-shaped torch. The burning Charles let out a horrifying scream, rolled and crawled away and fled into the distance. Wu Chang, who has good last-hitting habits, naturally would not let Charles go and chased him immediately. During this period, he tried to fire several times, but the skillful use of firearms could not support him in shooting a high-speed moving target. Not only did he fail to cause additional damage, but he wasted 2 silver bullets. After chasing and escaping, Wu Chang quickly blocked Charles into a dead end. Charles huddled in the corner. As the flames went out, you could see that his whole body was charred black. Maillard's reaction was just right, exuding a rich meaty aroma. The aroma of barbecue made other sleepwalking medical staff drool at the corners of their mouths. If they woke up from their dreams, they would definitely say to Charles, "Brother, you smell so good." Wu Chang was about to take 2 more shots, but he saw that Charles's trembling due to pain decreased, and his screams turned into a big, free breath and a hoarse thank you. Wu Chang's brows knitted together. Why did he thank him? He must not have encountered a slut. A gust of wind blew away the charred surface of Charles's body, allowing him to see Charles's physical condition clearly. The damage caused by the silver bullet was considerable, but while the flames burned Charles's flesh and blood, it also burned away the last link between the white uniform and him, completely peeling off the already fragmented uniform from his body. Charles, who was completely free from the restraints of his white uniform, slowly stood up from his huddle and moved his body with a face full of pleasure. "Thank you for helping me finally get rid of that damn guy." Wu Chang sensed something was wrong and immediately fired, but this time the bullet only hit the afterimage of Charles. He only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and Charles had already come to him, grabbed his neck and pushed him back. The next moment, he felt as if he had been hit by a speeding dump truck. His feet flew into the air and he flew back 5 or 6 meters before hitting the wall and stopping. "What did you see in your dream?" Charles pinched Wu Chang's neck with one hand, pushed Wu Chang against the wall, and asked again. "Wu Chang," Charles was a little angry, "my patience is limited. I will ask you one last time, what did you see in your dream? If you don't tell me, you will die." Wu Chang. Charles looked murderous and prepared to take action. Well, Wu Chang mustered up all his strength, raised his arm, and patted Charles's hand holding his neck. Charles reacted, let go of his hands, let Wu Chang slide down the wall, and sat down on the ground. While Wu Chang was breathing heavily, he picked up a fragment of a white uniform from the ground, threaded it on a piece of iron wire to make a white flag, and held it above his head and waved it. Charles's attack this time luckily didn't knock him out of the running lights. If he hadn't had nearly twice the physical attributes of an ordinary person, he would have been sitting in a boat and seeing Tai Chi on the other side of the river. A half-disabled elite monster could almost kill him instantly with any random attack. At this moment, he realized the charm of advanced copy values. Where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? Please help. Seeing Wu Chang gradually regaining his breath, Charles asked again, what did you see in your dream? Wu Chang originally planned to throw out Wolf on the underground floor and tell Charles that they were all in the same group, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly noticed something and said with a strange expression, I saw someone. Who? Charles said in a bad tone. This was not the answer he wanted. Miss Julie. Charles became confused and asked, Julie Smith? Why did you see her? Wu Chang pointed behind Charles and said, because she is right behind you. Charles, huh? Before Charles could realize what he meant, a red line appeared on his neck. The next moment, his doubtful head rolled down from his shoulders. Wu Chang curled his lips. Ha, you are stupid. My friend has teammates who are squatting, who will join you on the road 1v1, can't beat him, but can't win? Behind Charles, Julie shook off the blood on the hatchet in her hand, lifted up the skirt of the nurse's uniform, and inserted the hatchet back into the sheath hanging on the lace stocking. Mr. Sean, according to the admission instructions, now is not the time for free activities. Wu Chan yawned immediately and said in a confused tone as if he was just waking up from a big dream, "Where is this place? Why did I sleepwalk outside the room?" Julie shook her head and said helplessly, "Mr. Sean, how did you know I would come to help you?" Wu Chang shrugged and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "You put the key underground, isn't it just to let me come to you? How do you know it was me who set it off?" Wu Chang sniffed and said in a determined tone, "Rely on intuition." Julie rolled her eyes at him and said, "Forget it, we have reached this point, we might as well say, as the same kind of people, I need your help." "The same kind of people, are you also a player?" Wu Chang asked noncommittally, "How do you need me to help you?" Julie reached out and grabbed the collar of her uniform and said, "I need you to help me take this outfit off." "No problem." Wu Chang agreed immediately, then raised the silver dawn and said, "Shall we start now? Julie?" Julie avoided the muzzle of the gun and used a small grab to press Wu Chang to the ground. "Is this how you repay your lifesaver?" Wu Chang slapped the ground in surrender. "I just helped Dr. Charles take off his uniform like this." Julie let Wu Chang go and said unhappily, "That didn't help him get rid of the control of the uniform, it just kicked him off the edge of the cliff." Wu Chang said confidently, "Just tell me whether he took it off or not." The fight between Charles and Wu Chang broke the silence of the sanatorium at night. The medical staff in the corridor seemed to have received some kind of instruction and approached the location where the sound came from. Julie glanced at the approaching sleepwalker, and didn't bother to talk nonsense with Wu Chang, and grabbed him and got into the empty room next to him. She covered his mouth with one hand, raised her index finger with the other hand, and made a hush gesture. A few minutes later, the corridor returned to silence, and the sleepwalkers also dispersed, returning to the sleepwalking state of fighting with the uniform. Julie leaned close to Wu Chang's ear and whispered, "It's forbidden to walk outside at night, but it's the rule of the sanatorium." "What is going on?" Wu Chang asked in a whisper, imitating Julie. "There are too many mysteries in the Moonlight Sanatorium, and too few clues." Even if he read the resentment of several players, the information he has is still pitiful. Now that an insider has finally appeared, how can he let him go easily? Like the NPC who provides clues in every game, Julie cooperated very well to tell everything that happened in the Moonlight Sanatorium. The information provided by Julie is similar to that of Wolf, the only difference is that two important pieces of information are added. One is about the Anderson family. It is rumored that before the invention of the steam engine, when human faith had not yet been taken away by industry and technology, some lucky people who were favored by the gods were able to master the power of mysticism. The royal family once gathered these people together to form a secret night group. The ancestor of the Anderson family was the first and last leader of the secret night group. The merit that made the Anderson family be in theft to the Whitestone territory was that he led the Mystic Knights to seal an evil god named Lehman, and the evil god worshipped by the Tranquility sect was named Lehman. According to legend, Lehman was an evil god who was 5 meters tall and made of gold. After the Mystic Knights sealed Lehman, they melted his body into gold coins and sealed them up. These gold coins still had Lehman's evil power, so they were called cursed gold. The second is about the director of the Moonlight Sanatorium, Randy Anderson himself. Randy is a thorough materialist who firmly believes that the so-called mysticism is nothing more than a trick of pretending to be a god. But ironically, he has a mystical talent comparable to that of his ancestors. Under his strong will, the entire Moonlight Sanatorium was constructed by him into a huge magic ritual. Anyone who enters the sanatorium will be given an identity and bound by the ritual. The identities are divided into two types in the form of uniforms, medical staff and patients. Once they are integrated with the identities, they cannot break free and cannot escape. The guys wandering in the corridors and fighting with the uniforms and sleepwalking are the evil god believers who sneaked into the Moonlight Sanatorium and tried to obtain the cursed gold. Even if they have the power given by the evil god, they cannot get rid of the spell. At this point, Julie's tone became solemn. The ritual in the sanatorium is like a forced house game with brainwashing function. It is eroding and modifying everyone's will, turning them into puppets called medical staff and patients. I could resist it before, but the power of the ritual has been increasing in recent days. If it continues like this, sooner or later I will not be able to stay awake and be assimilated by the ritual. So I need your help to find a way to get rid of the ritual with me. Wu Chang was worrying about how to proceed to the next step, and the NPC with the prompt took the initiative to find him. He held back his excitement and asked calmly, "What can I do for you?" Julie said, "At this stage of the development of paranoia, only Dean Randy has the ability to stop all this. I can use phase magic to help you pass through many obstacles and enter the Dean's office. What you have to do is to convince him to face reality, accept his magical talent, and end it all. It is obvious that you are more suitable than me to convince the Dean. Why don't you go by yourself?" Wu Chang asked with a frown. As a mature NPC, Julie should learn to pass the dungeon by herself and not rely on players for everything. Julie said helplessly, "I have said before that once you merge with your identity, you will be restricted by the rules of the sanatorium, and I am no exception. Without permission, I cannot enter the Dean's office without permission, and as a newcomer, you are not bound by the rules. How long will it take to merge with your identity after entering the sanatorium?" 1 week. Wu Chang sighed, thinking that the Moonlight Sanatorium dungeon was insidious enough. The dungeon introduction only emphasized leaving the sanatorium, without mentioning the time limit. If you don't clear the dungeon within a week, you may never be able to leave. It is clear that it is a trap for those players who are steady and cautious, such as the senior doctor. It took him nearly a week just to find a way to change from a patient to a doctor. It can be said that he had already lost the game before the exploration really started. "Miss Julie, do you have any suggestions on persuading the Dean?" Wu Chang is very self-aware. He is not the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic, and he can defeat the villain with just love and justice. Julie took out a cookie-sized metal badge from her arms and stuffed it into Wu Chang's hand. "It can ensure that you will not be killed by Randy as soon as they meet, but how to convince Randy is up to you." Wu Chang looked at the warm badge in his hand. Item name, King's Badge. Item type, copy item. Item description, the King's token, only the envoy appointed by the King himself can hold this emblem. The holder will be respected by the Kingdom Camp and the Mystic Knights Camp, and when obtaining the Kingdom Camp related items, there is a chance to unlock an additional ability. Note, made by the first generation of the Mystic Knights, it can only be activated with the permission of the holder and cannot be copied. No wonder Julie knows so much information. It turns out that she is a spy sent by the King. "Aren't you worried that I'm from the Tranquility sect?" Julie shook her head and said, "No, because I look upright and majestic?" After a short silence, Julie said, "Because I saw you kill Jean Tun. Jean Tun has a talisman given by the evil god, and people who believe in the evil god can't hurt him." Wu Chang remembered something, and his expression became strange. "You didn't tell every newcomer who entered the sanatorium not to mess with Jean Tun, did you?" He seemed to know the source of Jean Tun's strong resentment. Julie said without guilt, "I need an efficient way to screen companions, valuable companions. Do you know my background now?" Wu Chang was about to face the Dean, and as an outsider, he needed a tenable identity. Nothing was more suitable than the identity that Julie imagined. Julie said slowly with an expression as if she had revealed the answer to the mystery, "You have a magic item with a sacred aura on you. It is in perfect condition, but the details show traces of history. And when you saw the King's Badge, you didn't ask me about its effect, but looked surprised, obviously recognizing it. Combined with your actions of killing the evil god cultists and investigating the cursed gold, it is not difficult to guess that you must be the descendant of a member of the Mystic Knights." Wu Chang applauded Julie's guess. "You guessed right, I am." Wu Chang's eyes went dark, and when he came to his senses, 2 kerosene lamps appeared almost against his face, and the brightness made him dizzy. He covered one eye with the back of his hand, adjusted to the sudden light, and muttered softly, "This woman is too impatient." He had only been in the Moonlight Sanatorium for 2 days, and it was still early for the deadline Julie mentioned. He originally wanted to collect more information and contact the Dean in 2 days, but Julie said too late and pushed him into a door. After a short period of adaptation, he walked forward along the light, walked through a short corridor, and came to a spacious office. Compared with the bright corridor, the office was much darker. Like other wards, there was only a dim kerosene lamp. With the faint light, he could see a huge shadow crawling on the desk. As he stepped into the room, the black shadow was like a giant beast awakened, and its body shook and stood up. As the black shadow stood up, Wu Chang's eyes changed from looking straight to looking up. Dean Randy is over 3 meters tall, with shoulders as wide as a wall, arms as big as an adult male's waist, and long blonde hair, like a standing lion. Let alone Randy's outrageous height, even if ordinary people take steroids and testosterone as a meal, they can't get this size. Dean Randy's fitness medication plan, I don't think he copied Arnold. Wu Chang really wanted to go out and ask Julie if she was sure that Randy's ancestors were magicians, not berserkers. Randy walked 2 meters in front of Wu Chang, looked at the intruder in front of him, and felt the oppression coming towards him. Wu Chang swallowed his saliva and couldn't think of where to start. Perhaps out of consideration for Wu Chang's predicament, Randy found a topic for him. Randy took out a thick smoothbore rifle nearly 2 meters long from his back, pointed the muzzle straight at Wu Chang's forehead, and muttered to himself, "The condition has worsened again, and the hallucination can actually turn into a stranger. Dean, don't shoot. It's me." Wu Chang now knew how to speak. "Who are you?" "I am the royal envoy from the royal city. His Majesty asked me to bring you a message." Wu Chang was afraid that Randy would not believe him, so he quickly handed over the king's badge in his hand. Randy didn't want to waste time talking to Wu Chang, and planned to quickly end today's illusion and return to work again, but the moment his eyes swept across the king's badge, his eyes were firmly attracted and couldn't move. This creation, which represents the pinnacle of human magic and craftsmanship, has an unparalleled sense of magnificence. Although it is made of only metal, it will not be inferior to any dazzling jewelry. It does not require any anti-counterfeiting measures. Just seeing it will make you believe that it is the king's badge. Randy is very confident in his aesthetics. This is not something he can imagine out of thin air. It's genuine. After confirming Wu Chang's identity, Randy's expression eased. He reluctantly returned the badge to Wu Chang and asked, "Why did the envoy come this time? Does your Majesty still believe in the myth of cursed gold?" Wu Chang shook his head, put on the posture of an envoy, paced in the dean's office, and said, "No, I came here for Baishar town this time. According to our preliminary investigation, the strange things happening in Baishar town are behind the quiet church." Hearing the 4 words quiet church, Randy frowned subconsciously. Seeing Randy wavering, and now with the endorsement of the king's envoy, Wu Chang was ready to take the opportunity to persuade Randy to face reality and awaken the ability in his blood. "Dean Randy, do you believe in the existence of mysticism?" Randy answered firmly. No. Wu Chang was about to say the prepared lines, but when he looked up, the words in his mouth were blocked by something. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden crossbow hanging on the wall. Next to the crossbow were 3 silver crossbow arrows like handicrafts. The crossbow arrow in the middle exuded a deep red resentment. Perhaps it was too long, the seam contained in the resentment had dissipated, leaving only an ordinary last words and a bloody last words. The first law of mysticism: human cognition is one of the origins of the existence of mysticism. The more people believe in its existence, the stronger its power. The best seal is not to guard it strictly, but to forget it completely. Eliminate or completely seal the residual soul of the evil godlyman. The first law of mysticism? How about it? It's beautiful. Randy's voice sounded from behind, awakening Wu Chang's attention from his thoughts. This golden crossbow is the merit earned by my ancestors through continuous battles, blood and fire. It is also a proof of the Anderson family's former glory. Although it is not as good as the king's emblem, it is also a rare work of art in the world. Even in the most desolate times, the family never thought of selling it. Its existence has always reminded me to be down to earth and revive the family with my own hands like my ancestors, instead of pinning my hopes on myths and legends. Wu Chang pursed his lips and swallowed the pre-organized speech completely. "Sorry, it is really beautiful, so beautiful that it fascinates me." "Where was I just now?" "You asked me if I believe in the existence of mysticism." Randy replied. "What is your answer?" "I don't believe it." Wu Chang nodded and agreed. "I don't believe it either." "Ha?" Randy was a little surprised by Wu Chang's answer. Wu Chang took out the silver dawn and said sincerely, "Besides being a royal envoy, I am actually a scientist and an engineer. This gun is my work. I firmly believe that the future of mankind must lie in machinery and science." Randy was amazed at the smallness and exquisiteness of this short musket after just one look. Even when he was studying medicine in the capital, he had never seen such an exquisite musket. Realizing that the other party was also a scientist, Randy's eyes instantly became much friendlier. Wu Chang continued, "After my investigation, I suspect that the Church of Tranquility is making some kind of hallucinogenic drugs." Hallucinogenic drugs? Yes, while that kind of drug is addictive, it will erode the mind of the user, make them mentally unstable, and blur the boundary between reality and illusion. And everything seen in the illusion will become a miracle in the mouth of the Church of Tranquility. Randy thought for a moment, returned to his desk, picked up a pen, and said solemnly, "As you can see, the situation in Whitestone Town has gotten out of control, and it is difficult to save it with one person's power. I will give you a doctor's pass. With it, you can move freely in the sanatorium and Whitestone Town. You take the opportunity to leave and tell His Majesty about your discovery. Hearing the pass, Wu Chang's face was happy. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to pass the dungeon. Wait, isn't it a bit too easy? He looked at the king's badge in his hand, squinted his eyes and thought carefully. Julie's goal would not be the pass from the beginning. The woman who could sit back and watch so many players die was definitely not a soft-hearted person. If she had the opportunity to leave, she would definitely stab the cheap ally she just met. Wu Chang walked quickly to Randy and said righteously, "No, it is precisely because the current situation is critical that I can't leave. The journey to the capital is long and it takes nearly a month to go back and forth. When I come back, I'm afraid everything will be too late. Even if I die, I will destroy the evil plan of the Quiet Church. I can't sit back and watch this tragedy happen." Randy was infected by Wu Chang's spirit and said immediately, "Baishu Town is my territory. How can I let you, the special envoy, fight alone? I must be included. As long as you need it, no matter what your request is, I will try my best to meet it. I really need your help in one thing." Wu Chang took the opportunity to say. The Church of Tranquility chose Baishu Town as the experimental site. I guess in addition to revenge, there is also fear of the Anderson family. I suspect that the Mystic Knights of the past have a way to get rid of paranoia. Is there a place like an underground storage room here, storing information about the Mystic Knights? Randy raised his eyebrows and said, "There really is an underground secret room that stores old books left by our ancestors. Although I think it is unlikely, you can try your luck. One more thing." Wu Chang looked at the crossbows on the wall and said, "As an engineer and craftsman, I want to borrow a silver crossbow to learn its manufacturing techniques. I wonder if it's possible." Randy shrugged and said, "No need to borrow, just take anyone you like, your courage is fully worthy of it." Wu Chang did not have a pass to leave the sanatorium, but for the convenience of entering and exiting, Randy wrote a staff name tag for him, allowing him to move freely in the sanatorium. After wearing the name tag and leaving the dean's office, the medical staff wandering in the corridor did not attack him, as if he had become heir. But there was one person. When Wu Chang was about to leave the fourth floor, he was blocked by Julie, who had been waiting here for a long time. Julie looked at the handwritten name tag on Wu Chang's chest and said in a relaxed tone, "It looks like progress is good." Wu Chang shrugged, "It's more troublesome than I thought. Dean Randy is very wary and doesn't believe what I say just because I hold the king's badge. I need to find more evidence to convince him." "How is the dean?" Wu Chang said, "He is in good health and as strong as an orc, but seeing the townspeople constantly going crazy because of paranoia makes him too stressed out and dare not step out of the office. But he promised me that as long as the real murderer is found, he will help." These two paragraphs are true, so he said it very naturally. Julie nodded. She was prepared for all this. She asked, "What are you going to do next?" Wu Chang, "While the night is still long, search the areas that are difficult to access during the day. As a senior, what suggestions does Miss Julie have? Look more underground and in the backyard, maybe you will get something. I'm on the fourth floor. Remember to come to me if you need help." Looking at Julie, who turned and left after saying that, Wu Chang showed doubt on his face. Did he judge others by his own standards? But the guilt only appeared for a moment before he strangled her to death. Shame? Not there. Countless battle royale games have confirmed a truth that only Lao Lu and Badby can survive to the end. He is a professional Lao Lu player, and his heart is dirty. After a symbolic search in the building for a while, he went straight to the backyard of the sanatorium after confirming that he was not followed by Julie. Julie's suggestions were not perfunctory. The underground secret room where Randy stored old books was located in the hut in the backyard. Using the key given by Randy to open the cabin, Wu Chang followed the instructions and found a secret passage leading underground behind the fireplace in the study. At the end of the secret passage is a small library, with various documents on the bookshelves, from carved stone slabs to parchment to printed books, and the collections almost span the history of the development of writing. Each collection has been specially processed, and after hundreds and thousands of years, the handwriting is still clearly visible. This is a good opportunity to investigate the worldview of the copy. Wu Chang took out a piece of paper with the number recorded, and quickly found the bibliography recommended by Randy. After a rough browse, he understood what the boss of the copy was. The Anderson family ancestors suppressed an evil god named Lehman. Lehman is cruel, cunning, powerful, vengeful, and full of evil taste. He controls the power of dreams and reality, can satisfy the wishes of believers, and give believers endless knowledge and wealth, but often because of his preferences, he will also take away the most precious things of believers. In one record, Lehman helped the king of a small country to repel foreign enemies and revive the country, but at the most prosperous moment of the country, a giant volcano exploded and engulfed the entire country. It sounds like praying to Lehman is like drinking poison to quench thirst, but desire and luck are at work, and Lehman's generous rewards make Lehman's believers particularly pious. Troublesome guy. Wu Chan put the document back in place, took out the silver crossbow from the prop backpack, and continued to explore the underground secret room. Item name, Devil-Breaking Crossbow. Item type, Dungeon item. Item level, D. Item skill, Exorcism. Skill description, mark an evil god or evil god believer, use the devil-breaking crossbow to hit the marked target to cause double damage, kill the target or 1 hour after the last mark, you can change the marked target. Special skill, devil-breaking. Unlocked by the king's badge, sacrificing crossbows will burst out incredible power and cause huge damage to the origin of the marked target. Note, only by hitting the origin directly can you really hurt the evil god. The resentment on Wolf mentioned that the cursed gold is on the second floor underground of the Moonlight Sanatorium. If this resentment is true, there is no better place to hide the cursed gold than here. As he guessed, when he searched a bookshelf, the resentment on the devil-breaking crossbow in his hand flickered. Approaching and carefully examining, he found a groove at the bottom of the bookshelf. The shape of the groove resembled the tip of an arrow. Insert the magic-breaking crossbow into the groove, and with the sound of gears turning, a tunnel leading to the second underground floor appeared on the floor. It's done! After walking nearly 100 steps, Wu Chang came to an open stone chamber. Dozens of stone slabs were arranged in concentric circles in the center of the stone chamber, and each stone slab was engraved with inscriptions. As Wu Chang approached, a white shadow like mist appeared in front of him. At the same time, he heard the voice of an old man with full energy. Being able to get to this point is enough to prove your excellence. The group of rats who believe in Lehman can't do it. You must be my descendant, or the descendant of the Mystic Knights, right? Sir Anderson? Wu Chang asked tentatively. The shadow did not respond to Wu Chang, but continued to talk to himself like a video recording. If you are a rat who believes in Lehman, it doesn't matter. I have confidence in your character. Compared with praying for the little reward that the evil god leaked, killing him, stealing his divine power, and becoming a god yourself, isn't it more tempting? Even if you just seal him again, the cursed gold will give you everything you want. The shadow continued to bewitch. Don't worry about betrayal. When we sealed Lehman, 1/3 of the high-level members of the Quiet Church were bribed by us. Thanks to them, we were able to leave alive, so don't feel guilty. Next, I will tell you everything here. 5 minutes later, as the shadow in front of him disappeared, Wu Chang shook his head and turned his attention back to the present. No wonder the Moonlight Sanatorium is so abnormal. It turns out that before the Anderson family was established, this place was the secret base of the Mystic Knights and one of the backup plans to deal with Lehman. The stone slabs placed in the stone chamber are a large-scale exorcism ceremony. Once activated, it will dispel or purify all beings with the power of the evil god within a few kilometers around. Among them, dispel refers to physical dispel. Only those who master the controller of the exorcism array or the direct descendants of the Anderson family can control this power. Combined with what happened in the sanatorium, the rule of not leaving the ward at night is probably because Randy could not suppress his magic talent in his sleep and accidentally stimulated part of the power of the exorcism array. This power is combined with Randy's technique. Once the evil god's breath is detected outside the safe zone, that is, the existence of paranoia, the carrier of the evil god's breath will be physically dispelled. The abnormality of the medical staff comes from the purification ability of the array. In addition to attacking the enemy's dispel, the array can also help the party dispel the influence of the evil god. However, the means are somewhat extreme, and the method is similar to using chemotherapy to remove cancer cells. When the spirit of the members of the party is affected by the power of the evil god, they are in the array, and the array will launch a mental purification, and launch an indiscriminate attack on the people in the array and the evil god's power that entangles him. The result is simple and rough, or the spirit of the person entering the array is strong and lasts until the evil god's power is purified. Either you fail or your spirit breaks down, or the excessive purification ability will be converted into physical damage, causing the person entering the formation to break down physically. Wu Chang still remembers the last words the shadow said when he introduced the formation ability. Don't worry about whether the person is fine or not, just say whether the purification is done or not. Perhaps because the time was too long, the magic power was lost. The shadow only told him how to control the exorcism formation and then disappeared. However, the information about the exorcism formation has solved many secrets in the sanatorium. As long as the true face of the cursed gold is determined, the main task 2 of the copy should be completed. Wu Chang picked up a badge from where the shadow disappeared. The craftsmanship of the badge is the same as that of the king's badge. Item name, Arcane Badge. Item type, Dungeon Item. Item description, the token of the Arcane Knights. Holding this emblem can obtain partial use rights of the exorcism array and freely control the power of the array. Special skill, Final Purification. Unlocked by the King Badge. Skill description, by burning the entire array, a power beyond the array limit will be released. Note, the evil god believers who use the power of the badge will be backfired by the array after the array is used. The note on the Arcane Badge only appeared when he wore the King Badge. He had previously suspected that as the first-generation leader of the Arcane Knights, Old Anderson was too friendly to the evil god believers. Now it seems that Old Deng really has a trick up his sleeve. Wearing the Arcane Badge, he entered the exorcism array, passed through layers of stone tablets, and came to the core of the array. On a stone altar, he saw the cursed gold floating in the air. It was a living, rotating eye. The eye of the evil god Lehman. Suspended on the altar is an eye the size of a fist. The eye is slender and slightly curved, and is very similar to the mark on the walker's amulet. Just one look and you're sure it's Lyman's eyes. Cursed gold. I'm afraid it should be called cursed eyes. The Lyman's eye on the altar also spotted Wu Chang, with undisguised malice exuding from its pupils. It could reveal a signal with its gaze without making any sound. What are you looking at? Wu Chang was not affected by the provocation at all. He walked up to the altar in a few steps, looked at Lyman's eye, and rubbed his hands excitedly. Lao Deng, no, it was the respected old Knight Commander Anderson. This time he exploded a wave of gold coins. The Lyman eye noticed Wu Chang's thoughts, and purple light flickered in his pupils. The next moment, Wu Chang felt an inexplicable chill, his head became dizzy, and he took half a step back. He looked up at Lyman's eye and saw that the huge pupil was full of doubts and confusion. It didn't seem to understand why the miscellaneous fish in front of it had such a strong will and was able to withstand its attack. Wu Chang shook his head and continued to approach Lyman's eye. With every step he took closer, the madness and malice in Lyman's eyes deepened, and a stronger attack was unleashed on him. There were 10 steps in total from the edge of the altar to the one near Lyman's eye. The force of Lyman's eye's attack also changed from a chill at first to a punch to his head. There are still 2 meters away from Lyman's eye. If it continues like this, even with more than 30 points of his will, he won't be able to bear it. Lyman's eye also noticed that Wu Chang was approaching the limit. It had already adopted a victor's posture, and sent Wu Chang's "What are you looking at?" look like a pop-up window infected with a virus. Wu Chang felt a warm current gushing out of his nose, and when he wiped it with the back of his hand, it was blood. He casually wiped the blood on his clothes and grinned into Lyman's eyes, showing his neat white teeth. "You kid. You want to win the resurrection match before that guy? You haven't been elbowed, have you?" Immediately afterwards, under the frightened gaze of Lyman's eye, Wu Chang instantly crossed the distance of 2 meters, his elbow came out like a knife, and he hit the center of his pupil hard. Man! Blinding, dizziness, bleeding, weakness, poisoning and other conditions flashed together, making Lyman's eyes seem to have keratitis. The pupils were instantly red and swollen and filled with bloodshot eyes, and tears continued to flow out. "Look at you." Wu Chang, who had the upper hand, said the standard answer he had been holding back. Wu Chang's inspiration value was too high, and the various negative states lasted for a full 2 minutes before they began to subside. After the elbow, the malice in Lyman's eyes subsided, and his eyes instantly became much clearer. Wu Chang thought it had given up resistance and reached forward, but Lyman's eye once again took on an attacking posture. He twitched his hands and flashed his elbows, and his eyes became clear again. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, Wu Chang frowned, pulled out the demon-breaking crossbow with his left hand, raised his mamba iron elbow with his right hand, and said in a bad tone, "Don't toast and eat cephalosporins." After a moment, Lyman's eye seemed to have accepted its fate and closed its eyes instead of continuing to resist. As Wu Chang took away Lyman's eye, Moonlight Sanatorium and even the entire White Rock town began to shake violently. The violent earthquake lasted for 10 minutes, during which the houses in Baishur town collapsed, the ground cracked, and the town was in chaos. Believers who had converted to the Serenity sect gathered in the open space and prayed for the Lord's salvation, but the solid stone statue cracked and shattered in front of everyone. It's like a doomsday scene. The dark clouds that blocked the moonlight over Baishur town also dispersed unconsciously. It's almost dawn. The Moonlight Sanatorium is extremely dangerous, and if you make one wrong move, you will be doomed.
But among the players who care about this dungeon, Wu Chang, who is in the dungeon, is the one with the most relaxed mentality. When it comes to who is under the greatest pressure, Lao Gao from the Red Temple must be ranked high. As the numbers on the stopwatch changed, the opening time of the Moonlight Sanatorium copy came to the second hour in 30 minutes. For Lao Gao, who is in charge of Wanhai City, these 2 hours feel like 2 centuries. He didn't dare to look away for a moment, for fear that if he blinked, the copy light door would be shattered and the Moonlight Sanatorium would be completely out of control. Not to mention looking away, even breathing and speaking, he tried to make as little movement as possible, for fear of scaring the rookies in the dungeon from the air and causing disaster to happen earlier.
Lao Gao, how is the situation?
Lei Hua was not as careful as Lao Gao. As soon as he entered the temple, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The situation is temporarily stable. According to big data analysis, there is a 65% chance that our newbie friend can last for 4 hours. Lao Gao rubbed his face and forced himself to relax. Even though he was a veteran, he couldn't withstand such mental exhaustion and had to slow down his brain.
What's the situation outside?
Lei Hui, the defense and evacuation work in the first level area has basically been completed. The evacuation in the second level and third level areas are in order. If the unlucky newcomer can really hold on for 4 hours, maybe most of the third level areas can be evacuated. By that time, we are confident that the casualties will be reduced to half, or even 1/5, of the Sakurajima incident.
But, having said this, Lei Hua paused. Are you in trouble? Lao Gao asked with a frown.
Lei Hua spat and said disdainfully, some guys don't want us to get through the crisis easily.
The rats hiding in the dark can't hold it anymore.
Those who spread rumors have been caught along the network cables. Several people who sneaked into the shelter to cause damage have also been controlled and are awaiting trial. As the number of Abyss game players increases, all veterans can feel that the real world they live in is undergoing a drastic change. Especially in the past 2 years, strange things have occurred all over the world. Various natural disasters and major accidents that occur once in a century have continued one after another, and dungeons have become out of control more and more frequently. Although countries have held no less than 100 meetings, and the talk of a community with a shared future for mankind is almost dead, but if anyone really encounters a problem, the first reaction of other allies will definitely not be to lend a helping hand. It is more in the interest of others to treat the unlucky guy as a guinea pig and let the problem fester in order to obtain enough data.
If the problem isn't big enough, some allies don't mind helping it become bigger. No allies are even needed, some local forces will do it themselves.
Some time ago, Sakurajima's Blevel dungeon went out of control. It was not uncontrollable at first, but it could develop to more than 30,000 deaths and missing people. White Tower and Sakurajima's local forces contributed a lot.
Lao Gao rubbed his forehead. He really didn't have the heart to deal with those mice. They are all cannon fodder.
Whatever can be found after interrogation, the recyclable garbage will be thrown into the high-difficulty dungeon to explore the path.
The non-recyclable ones will be killed directly.
Lei Hua sat next to Lao Gao and said irritably, when we blocked the entrance to the dungeon, we attracted the attention of other forces. Combined with the actions in Wanhai City, many people outside have guessed that something happened in the dungeon. There is a meddlesome bastard who used the authority of the Abyss and found that our dungeon channel was not opened, and then deduced that the players who appeared in the dungeon entered the dungeon through the trial channel.
Lao Gao increased the kneading intensity and asked, what next?
Lei Hui, then we became the funniest joke in the Abyss game this year, or in recent years. Players in the entire wilderness are staring at us. The topic of the Moonlight Sanatorium dungeon in the forum has reached the top of the popularity list. The other 9 dungeons on the hot list combined cannot compare to it.
The Bureau is under a lot of pressure right now.
When our newcomers and friends can no longer hold on, the pressure will fall on us.
Lao Gao was speechless for a while, then slowly breathed out a fuck. Lang Shan, who heard the entire conversation between the two, interjected, there's no need to be so pessimistic. I have a hunch that the guy in the dungeon might be able to come out alive.
Lei Hua curled his lips, then you are too optimistic.
Lang Shan asked, don't you think it's too abnormal for a new player to use a Blevel copy that is about to get out of control as a trial copy? At least in my impression, I don't remember hearing about this matching method.
Lei Hua immediately replied, my blind guess is that Baida and Sakurajima are causing trouble.
They have tasted the benefits some time ago.
It is rumored that they have begun to contact players who believe in the evil god, trying to actively make the copy out of control.
Lang Shan hesitated for a moment and then said, I trust my intuition more. There is something wrong with the guy in the dungeon.
If he can come out alive, he might not destroy the stability of the dungeon and bring out a lot of information. Lao Gao breathed out a breath. Don't say he came back with information. If he can last for 4 hours, I will burn incense. If he can last for 8 hours, then he will have great merits. I will personally give him advice. A golden body can be built in any temple.
Lei Hua asked, what if we come out alive?
Then I'll eat this portal. Before Lao Gao finished what he said, he saw the pollution level of Moonlight Sanatorium on the monitoring equipment dropping rapidly, from being on the verge of losing control to being in mild danger in the blink of an eye.
If the pollution level is lower, it will soon enter the safety line. Lei Hua rubbed his eyes in disbelief and shouted, holy shit, what's going on? The instrument is broken?
Lan Shan maintained an absolute calm state.
Although he was shocked, he did not lose his composure and quickly analyzed.
Such a significant reduction in pollution levels indicates that players in the dungeon have completed at least one main mission and completed an important plot node. If this state is maintained and the level is cleared alive, the dungeon completion rate will not be lower than 75%.
You mean, that new player is going to break the game? Happiness came so suddenly that Lao Gao's brain temporarily shut down.
He couldn't tell which one surprised him more, Wanghai City's ability to turn a corner, or the new player's ability to break a level dungeon that was about to get out of hand.
If nothing else, yes. Lao Gao subconsciously asked, what if there is an accident?
Before Lang Shan could answer, he saw that the pollution level on the instrument, which was approaching the safe range, suddenly increased and rushed towards the out-of-control line. Lei Hua stared at the screen blankly and slapped Lao Gao with his backhand.
I don't know what will happen if the copy has an accident.
I only know that if you don't shut up like a crow, you will soon have an accident. Wu Chang played with the Lyman's eye. After leaving the altar, the appearance of the Lyman's eye changed to the texture of a gemstone, like a piece of jewelry carefully carved by a master, but it still remained as soft as flesh and blood to the touch. With the eyes closed, Lyman's eye no longer releases evil thoughts and malice, but can instead see a bit of peace and compassion. Item name, Eye of the Evil God, sealed, prop type, copy prop item level, unknown item skill, unknown remarks. The left eye of Evil God Lyman contains the huge power and endless curse of Evil God Lyman. Although Lyman's eye is in a sealed state and its level and attributes cannot be displayed, it is at least the eye of an evil god.
It must be in a level prop after all.
Wu Chang bumped his eyeballs in his hands, and then threw them into the backpack space. The secret of the Moonlight Sanatorium has been discovered, and the cursed gold has been obtained.
Next, it's time to clear the dungeon.
Before leaving, he took a book from the underground library to keep as a copy, and read it while walking back to the sanatorium. Most of the content in the book introduces several famous taboo sects, the characteristics of evil gods, and how to deal with and fight evil gods. It can be said to be a manual for newcomers to the arcane knights.
One page is marked as important and given extra emphasis.
When encountering events related to evil gods, they cannot be believed, thought, heard, seen, or made true. Wu Chang closed the book and wrinkled his nose. The existence of the evil god seemed more troublesome than imagined.
Returning to the sanatorium building, he went straight underground and opened the white door of the pharmaceutical room.
As soon as he opened the door, he greeted Wolf, who was pacing back and forth in the room.
Hey, Mr. Wolf, you just finished dinner and are you taking a walk?
When they met again, Wolf was no longer as calm as when they first met. He looked anxious now, his brows were knitted together, his eyes glanced at the ceiling from time to time, his facial muscles twitched slightly, and his expression was a bit ferocious.
It seems that this guy can't pretend anymore.
Wolf jumped up to Wu Chang and asked, you came just in time, what happened up there?
Above?
Wu Chang looked puzzled and said innocently, I was in the dean's office just now.
I don't know what happened. It was probably an earthquake. Wolf just asked casually, not intending to know anything from Wu Chang.
After hearing Wu Chang's response, his attention was instantly diverted.
Dean's office, have you seen Randy?
Wu Chang took out the silver crossbow from behind and said, I have already met Dean Randy and initially gained his trust. Dean Randy's ideas are deeply rooted, and I will not be able to convince him that the evil god really exists for a while.
As long as there is more direct evidence, Randy will believe it? Wolf's tone became weird. I guess so.
As soon as Wu Chang finished speaking, he felt a dark shadow flash in front of his eyes, and Wolf's hand grabbed his shoulder and lifted him off the ground. An unparalleled huge force came from his shoulders, making him unable to even struggle. Wolf narrowed his eyes and said slowly, since you are so trusted by Randy, I have to leave this matter to you. Seeing that Wolf was about to take action, Wu Chang shouted out the last words of Wolf's resentment behind his back.
Wait a minute, priest, don't do anything, we are our own. When Wolf stopped moving, Wu Chang spoke as fast as he could in his life, speaking out his prepared identity. The glory of the Lord not only covers one place, but even more than one plane. I actually come from another world and am also a believer of the Lord. We accepted the oracle and came to this world deliberately in order to regain the power of the Lord. I also have a companion who entered the sanatorium before me, but lost contact with me. If you can find him, he can prove our identity. Hearing the companion mentioned by Wu Chang, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Wolf's face, and the murderous look in his eyes softened, but his tone was still unkind. I need help from you losers? Wu Chang continued, by sacrificing his life, the prophet of our church predicted the Lord's sealed power, which is where the cursed gold is. When the Lord is resurrected, I am willing to share the secret with the priests and divide the Lord's gifts equally. Wolf said dissatisfied, share equally? 46, no, 37, I only want 30%, and you, the priest, will choose first. Wolf let go of his hand, threw Wu Chang to the ground, and said without any doubt, 28. Okay, just 28. Go find Randy. I can give him the evidence he wants right away. Wolf waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the cave inside. Looking at Wolf's back, Wu Chang raised his eyebrows. All the actors were in place and everything was ready. He wanted to see what kind of scene Wolf was going to perform. Relying on the pass, he successfully arrived at the dean's office without Julie's help. In the office, Randy is ready. He was wearing a hunting coat lined with leather armor, holding a thick musket in his right hand, holding a swift sword on his waist with his left hand, and hanging from his back was an ancestral golden crossbow. Wu Chang inadvertently revealed the book he was holding in his hand, and said first with a panic on his face, Dean Randy, I was looking up documents in the backyard just now. Suddenly I felt the whole earth shaking. When I returned, I vaguely saw a few mysterious people in black robes entering the nursing home. It seems that the Church of Tranquility is about to take action. Randy said solemnly, don't worry, I know that studying medicine can't save Beishizen, so I also studied shooting, swordsmanship, and fighting. Even in the worst case, I have the confidence to take you away from here. With a three-maternal physical version of Lu Sun in front of him, Wu Chang suddenly felt safe. He was about to say something when an explosion and violent vibration came from under his feet. As the floor collapsed, the two fell directly from the fourth floor to the first floor. In the ruins, Wu Chang lifted the debris on his body and stood up cursing. What is Wolf doing? He almost fell to his death. Dean Randy, are you okay? He shouted around. With a bang, Randy lifted the ruins covering his body and got out from behind Wu Chang. He patted the dust on his body, and a large amount of smoke and dust instantly submerged Wu Chang. I'm fine, where are you? Wu Chang, in front of you. Randy looked down and found Wu Chang. Sorry, I didn't see you here. Wu Chang spit out the dirt in his mouth and asked, Dean Randy, the action of the Church of Tranquility seems to have begun. Can you fight now? There is nothing wrong with my equipment, but the explosion came too suddenly, and I didn't have time to take the medicine to suppress paranoia. Speaking of paranoia, Randy's expression was a little hesitant. Wu Chang took out a paper bag from his arms and threw it to Randy. I still have it here. Thank you. Randy took the medicine, glanced at it and swallowed it directly. While Randy was taking the medicine, Wu Chang looked around. They fell into the prayer room in the corner of the first floor. After simply identifying the direction, he took Randy to the lobby on the first floor. If Wolf didn't come to find them, then they would go to Wolf. The explosion caused by Wolf collapsed 80% of the area of the sanatorium. The place where the dean's office was located was the area that was least affected. The closer they got to the hall, the more the building collapsed. According to the explosion point should be in the hall on the first floor. But when the two arrived at the hall, they found that the hall was shrouded by a strange magic circle. The dense runes covered the floor and walls of the hall, making the hall almost intact. As soon as the two stepped into the magic circle, they saw hundreds of figures staggering out of the shadows. Their bodies were twisted and deformed, mostly rotten, and they were still wrapped in straitjackets that they had not taken off in time. If I guessed correctly, they were all patients in the intensive care unit. In addition to the patients in the intensive care unit, people wearing ordinary hospital gowns and even medical staff uniforms can be seen in the zombie group. The paranoia in the entire Moonlight Sanatorium was detonated at this moment. Randy turned his head to look at Wu Chang, wondering, what is this? Wu Chang explained with a stiff face, they are all patients in the critically ill area. The hallucinogenic drugs have eroded their brains, making them dull and losing most of their senses and consciousness. They will only blindly follow the instructions of the person who gave them the drugs. But their bodies, the drugs will reduce their immunity, causing the self-injured wounds to fester and unable to heal. This is normal. Wu Chang answered calmly.
Randy, I mean those deformities and mutations.
Wu Chang looked confused. Mutations? Sorry, I didn't see any mutations. Damn, the drug hasn't taken effect yet. It should be my paranoia. Randy smiled awkwardly. He closed his eyes and slapped his cheeks with both hands, trying to wake himself up. Calm down, stay calm, look carefully, they are all normal people.
As Randy muttered to himself, the exorcism array in the basement of the sanatorium was activated, and transparent flames ignited on the zombies. Amid their screams, all the abnormal organs beyond the scope of humans turned to ashes. He opened his eyes again, and the abnormalities on the zombies disappeared. Randy breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wu Chang, "It is indeed an illusion." Wu Chang was speechless for a while. He turned his back to Randy and gave a thumbs up. He is worthy of being a ruthless person who witnessed all the events in the Moonlight Sanatorium and still firmly believed that the occult does not exist. His ability to convince himself does not need to be questioned.
Mr. Dean, I always believe in your judgment.
Facing the zombies surrounding him from all sides, Randy wanted to hold back at first and only attack with blunt weapons. But after trying several times, he found that they had no pain and no fear, just like the living dead. Even if their limbs were broken, they would crawl over to bite him. Seeing that these seriously ill patients were no longer considered living people, he drew out the swift sword, which was considered a two-handed sword for normal people, and began to kill people everywhere. With the blessing of his talent for mysticism, Randy's sword emitted white sword light and easily cut open the zombies he touched. With his huge body and exquisite skills that were opposite to his body, he seemed to be unparalleled. In less than 10 minutes, he killed hundreds of zombies. Just as Randy was about to sheath his sword, a violent explosion came from below, opening a big hole in the floor of the hall. In the dust, half-man, half-insect wolf crawled out of the hole, and said excitedly like an old friend meeting, "Randy, you finally came out." Randy rubbed his eyes, looked up at the insect man wolf who was half a meter taller than him, and whispered to Wu Chang, "Is this also my illusion?" Wu Chang calmly walked around behind Randy and whispered, "This is a problem of biology. I will explain it to you after I kill him." Faced with the menacing wolf, Randy didn't have time to take a closer look, and immediately brandished his sword and rushed towards Wolf. Wolf's attack was so fast that Wu Chang couldn't see it clearly, but Randy, as an ordinary person, could resist it with ease. In the midst of the battle, he even had time to raise his musket with one hand and make a few holes in Wolf's head. The exorcism formation, coupled with Randy's unconscious spells, and his orc-like physical talent, quickly took the initiative. If nothing else happens, it won't be long before Randy can perform a hand-tearing boss for Wu Chang. Wu Chang sat far away, eating fried beans from the cafeteria and clapping his hands. Wonderful, wonderful. No wonder the Tranquility sect has so many undercover agents, but they don't dare to attack Randy rashly. He is indeed a ruthless person who can gouge the evil god's eyes. As the battle gradually escalated, the scope of the battle expanded to the entire first-floor hall. Wu Chang looked at his level and wisely retreated into the shadows to avoid being accidentally injured by the two. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Wolf a come-on look. Wolf secretly nodded to him, approving his behavior in attracting Randy. He wanted to give Randy a look before leaving, but Randy, whose eyes were red, did not notice his actions. He had reason to suspect that Randy had some kind of berserker blood mixed into his body. After starting the battle, Randy quickly entered a state similar to berserk. Quick reflexes, deadly attacks, and no fear. While on the run, Randy switched between various weapons very smoothly, using swift swords, muskets, and golden crossbows alternately. He seized an opportunity, took advantage of Wolf's middle door being wide open, took out his musket and cut straight into the middle, blasting half of Wolf's human body into pieces with one shot. Then he stepped on the stairs and jumped up high. He raised his sword and cut off Wolf's two mutated insect limbs. The body flying in the air rolled over, hung the musket back on his back, took off the golden bow and crossbow, and two silver crossbow arrows hit Wolf's eyes, nailing Wolf's head to the wall. Wolf's vitality was much higher than that of ordinary soldiers, and he was not killed on the spot even when an arrow from the demon-breaking crossbow was inserted into his head. He used brute force to pull the crossbow arrow out of the wall, with the arrow stuck in his eye socket, and said to Randy in a pleased tone, "Randy, I haven't seen you for so long, but you are still so strong. So strong that I start to wonder who is the monster between you and me." Wolf's words seemed to have some magic power, instantly waking Randy up from his violent state.
After regaining his composure, Randy soon fell into inexplicable memories and said in a dreamy voice, "I heard a lot of people talking. Your voices are very familiar to me. Do we know each other?" "Of course, you and I are close friends." Wolf continued to confuse in a special tone. While Randy was deep in thought, in the shadows that the two of them couldn't see, Wolf's bloated worm body cracked, revealing a bright red new body beating like a heart. The cracked and peeling flesh fibers were as thick as a layer of flesh. A cocoon of flesh and blood. "It's broken, the boss is about to enter the second stage. What should we do if our output is still in a daze? Waiting online, very urgent." There was no off-site assistance function in the dungeon, so he had no choice but to do it himself. Wu Chang, who transformed into the king of urgency, jumped out from the shadows on the second floor and headed straight for Wolf. He was not prepared to let Wolf go through the transition stage of CG and successfully emerge from the cocoon and become a butterfly. Wolf noticed Wu Chang flying towards him, but he did not move. First, the insect limbs of both arms had just been severed by Randy and had not yet regenerated. Second, he did not feel that an insect could bring him much threat. He felt more offended and angry than threatened. He used the same expression as an environmentally friendly girl and yelled ferociously, "How dare you!" The mental pressure of the Blebble dungeon boss when he was furious was enough to kill an ordinary person on the spot, but at this moment Wu Chang only felt that a spirit of never giving up enveloped him, leaving him without any fear, and instead shouted out his skills tit for tat. "Man!" With the skill correction of the Mamba Iron Elbow, when Wu Chang was 2 meters away from Wolf's face, his elbow would automatically attract upwards, and an iron elbow would hit Wolf's face firmly. While smashing 2 more demon-breaking crossbow arrows into the air, Wolf's already distorted face became more abstract. After all, it is the boss of the Blebble dungeon. The Mamba Iron Elbow does not do much damage to Wolf, but the various negative states attached to the elbow are very difficult to deal with, making Wolf unable to continue to confuse Randy. While Randy regained consciousness, Wu Chang activated the demon-breaking crossbow's special skill Demon Breaking, threw the demon-breaking crossbow flashing with golden light, and shouted, "Catch it!" Randy understood it, caught the demon-breaking crossbow in the air, loaded it quickly, and shot towards Wolf. The last crossbow arrow shot out, like a golden lightning bolt, accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion, piercing Wolf's forehead. There seems to be some kind of linkage hidden among the 3 crossbow arrows. The last one fired caused the other 2 crossbow arrows to enter the destroying demon state. Golden light shrouded Wolf, and amid the sharp screams, the huge insect body that was emerging from the cocoon was boiled by the golden light. The insect body exploded along the crack, and the bubbling green blood sprayed all over the ground. Without the support of the insect's body, Wolf's mutilated body fell. He used his last strength to raise his head and said reluctantly, "The sacrifices are about to begin. The gods are destined to come. This is destiny and cannot be stopped. Today is not the end, but the beginning of everything." After saying this, he died. Wu Chang spat at Wolf. "You deserve to be a Riddler when you are about to die." After solving the biggest crisis, Wu Chang and Randy slumped on the ground. They looked up at the sky and saw the dark clouds dissipating in the starry night sky through the broken roof of the sanatorium. Randy took off the ring with the Anderson family emblem and threw it to Wu Chang, saying, "Thanks to you, I can successfully resolve the conspiracy of the Quiet Church. As the controller of Whitestone Town, I still need to do some finishing work. Take it to the town to exchange for a horse, go back and explain everything that happened here to His Majesty, and I will be there soon." The moment Wu Chang caught the ring, a prompt popped up in front of him. The player has completed the main mission 1, leaving the Moonlight Sanatorium. The player can choose whether to end the dungeon and leave the current plane in a non-combat environment. The player has completed the main mission 2, exploring the secrets in the Moonlight Sanatorium. All the main missions are completed. After the countdown ends, the player will be forced to teleport out of the dungeon plane. The maximum remaining stay time in the current dungeon is 1 hour. After completing the mission, Wu Chang did not rush to leave. He took out the golden pocket watch he found under Jinten's bed and checked the time, then asked Randy, "Dean Randy, I have a few questions to discuss with you before I leave." "Randy, you say. Assuming that the records and the myths and legends are true, do you think the evil god is a real god?" Wu Chang asked casually. "If everything is true, then I think he should be." Randy answered calmly. Wu Chang looked at the time and asked, "What do you think is the standard of a god?" Randy smiled and replied, "You need to ask the priest of the church. If you ask me, it is probably the absolute power to destroy everything and the infinite wisdom of omniscience and omnipotence." "So do you think the evil god also has these 2 characteristics?" Wu Chang's tone became a little provocative. Randy shrugged, who knows? Maybe when you and I meet the evil god, we will understand whether he is a god. By the way, you have been looking at the watch since just now. Is there something wrong? With a snap, Wu Chang closed the gold pocket watch and said seriously, I don't think the evil god has these characteristics. Randy smiled and asked, why? Wu Chang took out the king's badge with his left hand and the secret badge with his right hand, showing a bright smile. Because you don't know what I'm going to do next, Mr. Lehman. Randy's smile froze, and he squinted his eyes and looked at Wu Chang. His originally light blue pupils instantly turned into a deep black. With a whoosh, all the oil lamps in the hall went out, and the dark clouds over the sanatorium quickly gathered, and everything fell into darkness. Pop! Accompanied by the explosion of sparks, the oil lamps lit up again, and the red blood flames replaced the yellow light. Under the red light, Wu Chang found that the zombies killed in the hall and Wolf who was killed by the magic-breaking crossbow arrows were now prostrating and kneeling. They were distributed in layers in concentric circles, surrounding Randy and him in the center. The death of everyone in Randy's life formed a painting with sharp contrasts. The believers sacrificed everything just to welcome the Lord's new life. Randy was like a child who found a new toy, curiously asking, how did you find out? Wu Chang rubbed his chin, pondered for 2 seconds as if recalling something, and then answered, from the beginning. Oh? Randy became interested, tell me more about it. The initial discord came from the Tranquility Church in the town. Wu Chang spoke slowly. They have the ability to control Baishur town, the ability to control all the townspeople in the town, the ability to infiltrate the Moonlight Sanatorium, and to place their sights around Dean Randy, but not to attack him personally. Although Randy is powerful, he has not awakened his family bloodline talent, and he suffers from paranoia. There are not many ways to kill him. So, the Tranquility Church deliberately kept Randy, monitored him, controlled him, and even kept him in captivity. Randy said without comment, continue. Wu Chang walked in front of Wolf, pulled out the resentful magic-breaking crossbow from the back of Wolf's head, wiped it with clothes, and stuffed it into his arms, and continued. The Tranquility Church people have been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for someone to come and stimulate Randy to mature completely, and I am exactly the person they are waiting for. Someone reminded me that if you want to select qualified chess pieces, you can't do without an excellent screening mechanism. The eye-catching and high-profile Jean Tun is the most suitable prop for screening. As long as Jean Tun is killed, you can find Wolf under the invisible guidance. Then I heard an abridged version of the story, going to awaken the blood descendant of the legendary hero, Dean Randy. You didn't awaken Randy just because you doubted it? Blakayat Randy said about Randy in the tone of describing other people. Wu Chang, human cognition is one of the origins of the existence of mysticism. This is the first law of mysticism summarized by the Mystic Knights. Old Anderson would rather let his descendants become ordinary people and squander all his property than let them understand mysticism. There must be a special reason. The evil god Lehman is famous for his revenge and bad taste, so I think that maybe letting Randy know everything will help the evil god revive. Randy raised his eyebrows. To be able to summarize this, mortals are smarter than I thought. So I played along with Randy and wanted to make Randy think that everything was an illusion and simply use his talent to get rid of Wolf, but unfortunately I still miscalculated. At this point, Wu Chang sighed. Let me think about what went wrong. It should be when Randy used the golden crossbow. Although old Anderson sealed the talent of his descendants, he must have a backup plan and would not let his descendants surrender when facing danger. The golden crossbow symbolizes the Anderson family, and it is probably sealed with some kind of power. Once Randy uses the golden crossbow, it will inspire him to awaken his talent for mysticism. I guess the opportunity for awakening is Wolf's temptation to Randy when he broke out of his cocoon. Papa. Randy applauded and praised, excellent, worthy of being the special envoy selected by the king, he is really thoughtful. Wu Chang frowned and asked in confusion, do you think I am a special envoy? Aren't you? Randy was stunned by the question. Wu Chang glanced at the hall full of corpses, and his heart skipped a beat. It's bad. Julie's various actions perfectly overlapped with Wolf's, making him think that Julie was also a member of the Tranquility sect, so he deliberately didn't call her before taking action. But now it seems that Julie and Lehman are not in the same group, and he seems to have betrayed his teammates. I hope everyone is okay. After a brief 2 seconds of guilt, he quickly adjusted his mentality. It's all Lehman's fault. Wait, I will avenge Julie. Lehman felt Wu Chang's increased hostility and slowly typed a question mark. Wu Chang opened the gold pocket watch again, glanced at the time, and whispered, it's almost time. What's almost time?
It's time for exorcism. Wu Chang pinned the secret badge on his chest and rubbed his thumb on the badge. The gray emblem that had been buried underground for hundreds of years and corroded by rust exuded a dazzling brilliance. An invisible force rose from the ground, covering the entire Moonlight Sanatorium. He activated the purification power in the exorcism formation. Unlike the formation power that Randy activated unconsciously, the exorcism formation that was fully activated was more than 10 times stronger in terms of pressure and ability. Randy, who was possessed by Lehman, groaned, and a pure white flame ignited on his head. The flames burned Randy's soul, and also burned Lehman in Randy's body. The fire burned more and more fiercely, and in a blink of an eye it spread to half of his body. Randy's spirit was burned by the flames, making his expression painful and distorted, but Lehman in the same body acted leisurely and contented. He sighed like he had just entered the hot spring water, and said lazily, "You think you can kill me with this little gadget made by a human wizard? You can only accelerate the death of the original soul in this body and help me take over this body quickly." Wu Chang was not flustered by Lehman's calmness. He said slowly, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. When one of you and Randy is burned out by the flame, the purifying flame will expand dozens of times, and the power will exceed the limit of the spiritual body and burn the reality. So what? As long as you burn the original soul and make me completely reborn, I can extinguish the small flame in a moment and won't let it destroy my new body. I don't mean to burn your body. I mean that when Randy's soul is shaky, the purifying flame will become very painful." Wu Chang corrected. A question mark appeared on Lehman's head again. Is there something wrong with the brain of this human in front of him? Lehman didn't understand what Wu Chang meant, but he soon felt it himself. The white flame quickly spread to Randy's body, indicating that Randy's soul was almost gone, with only a few embers left. The flames suddenly surged, and the outer flames were 4 stories high, drilling out of the top of the sanatorium through the hole. As long as the embers of Randy's soul were extinguished, the white flames would burn his body. But this last ember was like a bloodlock, and it could not be extinguished. Feeling the burning pain, Lehman lost his previous composure and said angrily, "What did you do?" Wu Chang looked at the gold pocket watch and said, "Didn't you ask me why I kept looking at the time? Now I can tell you that I was waiting for the drug to take effect, and you kept chatting with me. What are you waiting for?" Lehman, wait, time is limited, I'll add some fire first, and we'll talk while cremating." Wu Chang stretched out his hand to interrupt Lehman's words, put the king's badge on the other side of his chest, and activated the special skills of the King's Badge and the Mystic Badge. Special skill, Final Purification. Unlocked by the King's Badge, skill description, by burning the entire formation, a force beyond the formation's limit is released. With a bang, the white flames turned into a sea of fire, setting the entire Moonlight Sanatorium on fire. Sir Lehman, do you feel it burning? Item name, Whisper of the Nameless One. Type, Consumables. Item grade, see, prop description. After using the prop, you will obtain the Forced Understanding state. In the Forced Understanding state, no matter what happens, the user's will not return to 0, and the user will not be harmed due to low will. Duration, 1 minute. Note, inexplicable whispers filled my ears. It was great. I gradually understood everything. The reason why Randy's whole body has been covered by the purifying flames, but his soul has not dissipated, is because when Wu Chang gave Randy the medicine before, he replaced the medicine in the capsule with Whispers of the Nameless One. This is considered an insurance policy. If his plan fails, Randy believes in the existence of magic and makes Lyman reborn. With this layer of insurance, Randy may be able to awaken his consciousness and make a comeback. If his plan succeeds, Randy still believes in science devoutly, and Lyman is not resurrected, it will only be a loss of a clever consumable. It turns out he got his insurance right. The Tranquility sect was indeed fully prepared. Even if he knew the other party's conspiracy in advance, he still fell into their trap. Wolf didn't need his help to convince Randy, he just needed him to get Randy out of the office and exposed to the Serenity Church. In other words, as long as players enter the dungeon and want to use Randy's power to deal with the Serenity sect, they have fallen into a trap, which will inevitably lead to the arrival of the evil god. It's a pity that the Tranquility sect met Wu Chang. Wu Chang is not fighting alone. At this moment, he inherited the legacy of players such as wizards, gamblers, doctors, and even old Anderson and members of the first generation of the Mystical Knights, and also inherited their relics. That's why he laid the plan for Layman. When wearing the King's Badge, the hidden note of the demon-breaking crossbow shows, only by striking directly at the source can the evil god be truly harmed. There are 2 ways to directly attack the source.
One is to sacrifice the demon-breaking crossbow, and the other is to purify the formation. They were both ruthless tasks prepared by the Arcane Knights for Lyman back then. He didn't enjoy it back then, but now Wu Chang has made up for it. First, the purification formation was simmered on low fire to paralyze Lyman, and at the same time, the fire was controlled, so that Randy's soul was on the verge of death and entered the killing line of the purification formation. After entering the kill line, immediately resonate the King's emblem and the Arcane emblem, use the trump card of the Arcane Knights, and finally purify and start to collect juice. The final purification can be said to be the highest masterpiece of human mysticism. Even the evil god cannot resist it, let alone the final purification that continues to enter the killing state. After just a few breaths, Lyman couldn't hold it anymore. I saw the darkness in Randy's eyes fading rapidly. According to this momentum, it would take more than 10 seconds for him to regain his clarity. However, just when Wu Chang stared into Randy's eyes, Randy's body covered by the purifying flame suddenly stopped twitching, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Wu Chang. The next moment, Wu Chang saw the darkness in Randy's eyes continue to expand, swallowing everything up in an instant. What the hell? Wu Chang felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea, his body struggling violently subconsciously, and then he heard a bang in his ears, and then an indescribable severe pain came from his little toe. The pain woke him up, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed in the dormitory. There are no sanatoriums around, no zombies on the ground, and no resurrected evil gods. Everything is just a dream. And just because of this dream, he kicked the guardrail beside the bed. When I looked down, I saw that the nails on my little toes were purple and blue, and they almost turned over. Hiss. Just looking at it makes me feel heartbroken. Boom, boom, boom. He frowned. Who was so unlucky enough to come to visit him at this time? Who? He limped out of bed, and before he could walk over to open the door, he saw that the dormitory door was violently knocked open. An unspeakable monster appeared at the door, like the seawater that poured into the cabin when the Titanic ran aground, violently rushing into the dormitory. The existence of the monster is indescribable. It is unlike anything Wu Chang has ever seen before. It is like an aggregation of countless wriggling things, and its shape is constantly changing as it writhes. But if it is said to have no appearance, the shadow of anything can be seen from its countless tiny crawling animals. The closer you look, the stranger it seems. The existence of the monster seemed to transcend space. Wu Chang looked at it face to face, but his perspective kept switching between looking straight up, looking down, and looking up. Sometimes, there would be even more strange perspectives from the inside to the outside. After a certain perspective flashed by at a certain moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and understood that the existence of the thing in front of him was not an entity, but an emotion, or a spiritual body. At this moment, he really saw it. At the same time, the little worm he was staring at broke open, and overwhelming fear overwhelmed him. The impact of fear and despair is enough to turn ordinary people into idiots in an instant. Black blood flowed from Wu Chang's 7 orifices, and he began to tremble. He felt that every cell in his body was trembling, as if the next moment they would collapse due to excessive fear and run away. At this moment, an inexplicable whisper sounded in his ears. The content of the whisper could not be heard clearly, but it made him feel extremely at ease. He stabilized his will that was about to be broken, and gradually regained his composure. It almost tipped over. Unexpectedly, Lyman could still resist when he was dying and pulled him into a dream. What made him even more unexpected was that Lyman revealed his true identity in the dream, and he was almost frightened to death just by taking a look at it. Fortunately, when he launched the final purification, he also took a whisper of the Nameless for safety. As Lyman, who controls the power of dreams and reality, although he can control the length of time in dreams, the duration of Whisper of the Nameless is the absolute time of the outside world and will not be affected by the length of dreams. This means that before Lyman is burned clean by the purifying flame, no matter how long the time in the dream is, his spirit will not collapse. Lyman's final counterattack, on the contrary, is self-defeating. Recalling the fear that hit his soul directly, Wu Chang was furious and prepared to give Lyman, the evil god, a little human shock. He took off the towel hanging by the bed, wiped the blood off his face, and smiled a little weirdly. He is the master of the dream. After being attacked by Lyman, the dream became a lucid dream, and he gained partial control over the dream. You showed me something good, so I'll show you something good, too. After saying that, he opened Lao Si's computer, found a hidden folder called Sexual Fetish, and started playing the restricted videos inside. Under his control, hundreds of GB of curious videos were played quickly in a few seconds. After watching the collection of Lao Si, Lehman, as if he had seen something dirty, his whole body was wriggling violently. A strong emotion will filled the entire dormitory. 2A. Pervert. Disgusting. Hell will close its doors after seeing you. Lehman's physiological discomfort greatly reduced his control over Wu Chang's dream, and at the same time, the purifying flame also burned into the dream along the origin. White flames spewed out from the cracks in Lehman's body, burning every wriggling body that made up his body. As the wriggling body turned into ashes, the dream was shattered. Inside the Red Temple, the surroundings were unusually quiet. With Lao Gao's previous experience, no one dared to waste a word, and all held their breath and watched the changes on the altar. The situation was not optimistic. The pollution value of the copy quickly recovered and reached the limit of out of control. The pollution value displayed was only the limit of the copy monitoring system, not the limit of the Moonlight Sanatorium. Now Lao Gao, Lei Hua, and others prayed that the rookie players in the copy would not be able to pass the level, but that the copy would not be directly out of control when it was turned on and invade the real world. Once it reaches that step, this situation may be named Moonlight Sanatorium type copy out of control. At that time, no one knew what would happen. As the person in charge of Wanghai City, Lao Gao felt that his blood pressure was a little out of control, and his heart rate went straight to 200. He turned his head to the side, not daring to look at the screen monitoring the copy status, gasping for breath, trying to calm himself down. As a senior player and the person in charge of a city, Lao Gao has received strict training. No matter how critical the situation is, he will not panic. Unless he can't help it. He took a pill of forced calmness medicine, closed his eyes, and adjusted his state in just half a minute, and his heart rate dropped back to less than 100. He turned his head and looked back at the copy monitoring screen, and he was stunned. The information on the screen disappeared. He seemed to have missed a century in the half minute he turned his head. He looked around, and everyone's expression was the same as his, with a confused face. What happened just now? He couldn't help asking. Lei Hua shook his head blankly, pointed at the screen and said, "I don't know, the data on it was suddenly cleared." "Mr. Lingshan, do you have any clues?" Lingshan hesitated to speak, confirmed back and forth several times, and then said uncertainly, "He should have passed the level." Ah? Lao Gao couldn't accept it. Is the theme of the Moonlight Sanatorium copy stock speculation? It dropped from about to pass the level to the out-of-control value, and then it passed the level without any buffer from the out-of-control value. He made a brief contact with the outside world and confirmed that there was no energy abnormality in Wanghai City, and then he dared to be sure that the copy was not out of control. Looking at the lost light portal on the altar, he wondered, then what is the current status of the dungeon? Lingshan, obviously, he has broken through. Everyone present had this guess in their hearts, but when they heard Lingshan say it, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped by several degrees. Breaking through the dungeon means at least reaching 70% completion and getting in a level evaluation. A rookie who had not completed the trial mission broke through the Moonlight Sanatorium, which was comparable to the A-level difficulty in the first dungeon. The mood of the crowd can no longer be described with one word, at least a string of words. Lao Gao suddenly realized something. Wait, how long did it take him to clear the level? Lei Hua glanced at the record, 2 hours and 35 minutes. Lao Gao, what was the fastest breakthrough in the level dungeon before? Do you remember? Lingshan said slowly, the fastest breakthrough record for the level is 4 hours and 52 minutes, and the fastest breakthrough record for the level is 10 hours and 3 minutes. That is to say, our new player, the new big guy, not only broke the record for the lowest level breakthrough, but also broke the record for the fastest breakthrough. Everyone was silent for a moment. They knew that the new player who broke through the Moonlight Sanatorium was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was a monster carefully cultivated by an organization or someone. He definitely gained powerful strength before entering the Abyss game, and even entered the dungeon with a set of powerful equipment. Lei Hua scratched his head and said, the fact that the trial copy can be spawned here means that his real location is likely to be in our territory. If we can get this monster to join, wouldn't this world copy be stable? Lingshan's expression was moved. You are right, we must tell the higher-ups to speed up the search for people. As long as we can find him, no matter what price we offer, we must let him join. If the other party is someone trained by the organization, he will never enter the trial copy at this juncture, and he will not have heard any news. It should be a private small organization that picked up a treasure. With this kind of luck, the ancestral tomb must be built at least in the crater of the volcano, and it will not emit such a big smoke anywhere else. Lao Gao's reaction was different from the two. While sending the message to lift the alarm, he murmured, "The world is not going to be peaceful. After today, not only them, but also other countries and other large organizations will definitely be crazy looking for the person who broke the situation in the Moonlight Sanatorium. As long as this monster can be obtained, not only the world copy that is about to come to the wilderness, but also the ruling power of the entire wilderness in recent years can be included in the bag." 2. Put it in a broader sense, as long as the breaker of Moonlight Sanatorium does not die, the whole pattern of the Abyss game may change because of him. This is enough to make all forces crazy about it, and they will send people to Xia country to snatch people at the cost of breaking any agreement. Lang Shan did not care about Lao Gao's worries, and said coldly, "Which hand dares to cross the line, just chop it off." Looking at Lang Shan, who left in a hurry, Lao Gao was also ready to leave and go to see the situation in Wanhai City. As soon as he stood up, Lei Hua suddenly nudged him with his elbow. "What's the matter?" Lei Hua cleared his throat and whispered, "Do you remember the bet you made before?" Lao Gao's heart skipped a beat, and sweat oozed from his forehead. He smiled stiffly. "What bet?" "The situation was too tense just now, I forgot." Lei Hua took out his mobile phone and played a video. "I want to see Haisher well, but if a newcomer can pass the Moonlight Sanatorium, I will run naked around Baishui Bay." Lao Gao's face changed. "Name a price, how can I delete the video?" Lei Hua shrugged. "I didn't record it. Someone posted it anonymously to the organization's group. The number of people waiting to watch your live broadcast has reached 3 digits. Lao Gao. In the Moonlight Sanatorium copy, Wu Chang didn't know that his performance tonight had attracted the attention of the whole world. At this moment, he had just woken up from a dream and observed his surroundings. The flames on Randy's body on the ground had gone out, but his body was still there, indicating that Lehman's soul and his body had disappeared. This time he really passed the level. Escaped from the dream woven by Lehman and returned to reality, he found that his perception of the world was clearer, and many details that he had not noticed before were now prominently presented in front of him. Player nickname, Don't Eat Beef. Player level, 1, 0 out of 100, life, 9 strength, 9 agility, 9 stamina, 8 energy, 0 inspiration, 94, 84 plus 10, will, 60, 622, skills, Mamba elbow, gun use, proficient. Items, Silver Dawn, Favor of the Goddess of Luck, Echo of the Whisperer X1, King Badge, Mystic Badge, Eye of the Evil God. Talent, Transmigration. The experience of seeing Lehman's true body in a dream and being almost defeated by despair and fear was not without reward. Seeing and understanding Lehman's existence actually increased his inspiration and will by 30 points. Calculated in this way, the consumption of the Echo of the Whisperer is simply worth it. If there is such a huge increase every time, the next time I meet other evil gods, I must find a way to remove his makeup and see his face. A rising red mist floated in front of him, turning his attention back to the present. The dissipated red mist came from the bloody resentment on the magic-breaking crossbow. He rubbed his hands excitedly, wondering what good things old Anderson's resentment spanning hundreds of years could bring him. As the bloody resentment of old Anderson dissipated, the top of the magic-breaking crossbow made a jingling sound, and a pendant appeared out of thin air, hanging on the tip of the crossbow. The chain of the pendant was plain and unadorned, and the whole was iron gray. A round plate with a groove was hung in the middle of the chain. Upon closer inspection, it was found that the layout of the round plate was a miniature version of the magic-breaking array. Not only were the magic slabs in the magic-breaking array placed in the same orientation, but the spells on them were also engraved in a one-tune microscale. In the center of the groove surrounded by the small magic slabs, there was a golden spike. Wu Chang felt that the size of the groove was very familiar. He took out the Eye of the Evil God and placed it on top of the groove. The Eye of the Evil God slid in at a uniform speed, fitting perfectly, as if the two were originally one. Item name, Mortal Poison. Item level? Item skill? Skill description? Remarks, the highest masterpiece of the Mystic Knights, it is only a semi-finished product because the technique is too complicated. After hundreds of years of research, the residual soul of old Anderson has made up for the defects of the technique. It only needs to find a master-level mystic craftsman to repair it and load enough energy sources to make it complete. Mortal Poison, whether it can be used in combination with the Eye of the Evil God, or the item name and notes, is a high-end product. Unfortunately, since it is a semi-finished product, the item level and item skills are not displayed. But one thing is worth noting, that is, the copy item type originally marked on the Eye of the Evil God has disappeared. This means that he can successfully bring Mortal Poison out of the copy. But if you want to make it work, you still need to work hard. According to his previous game experience, you can guess without thinking that finding a master-level mystic craftsman will never be easy, and it may involve a series of troublesome tasks later. For example, in some rubbish games that are forced to do nothing, in order to make up the plot time, a set of pre-tasks are indispensable before repairing. Find X fuels and X raw materials for the craftsman. If the time is not enough, you may have to repair the furnace first and then go to the forest to find the lost tools. In the rubbishier game plots, you even have to settle things for the craftsman, either get rid of the pursuers or fight against a large organization. In short, the mortal poison should not constitute a combat force in a short time. As the resentment of old Anderson dissipated, the mortal poison appeared, and the air wall that was looming outside the sanatorium was broken like glass. The collapsed air wall condensed into a grape-sized black ball in the air, slowly landing in Wu Chang's hands. The black ball feels strange, and you can't feel the weight and temperature. The outside is a transparent shell, and the inside is a deep black vortex, which looks similar to the black hole in science fiction movies. Item name, Erosion Core. Item description, Source of Power. Looking at the brief item description, Wu Chang was at a loss. Source of Power, what the hell is this? Riddler is really damned. However, just by looking at this appearance, it can be determined that the erosion core is not ordinary, so put it away first. There is less than half an hour left before being forced to teleport out of the copy, and it is obviously too late to explore Baishur town. He raised his head and looked at the bright full moon after the clouds dissipated. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, he opened the attribute panel and chose to leave the plane. Before leaving, he scratched his head and whispered, "Did I forget something?" At the same time, in the basement of the Moonlight Sanatorium, in the altar of the secret door of the pharmacy. Seeing that Wu Chang was about to leave, the eye pattern enshrined on the altar broke, and an eye completely condensed by energy floated out of it. It possessed a dead zombie, quickly got up from the ground, and said viciously, "Damn ant, you have successfully angered a god. Even if I have to sacrifice my origin to force the projection, I will let you know what the wrath of God is." Lehman raised his finger and pointed at Wu Chang above his head. Just as he was about to take action, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Stop it!" "Who?" Puff. A hatchet pierced Lehman, and the tip of the knife extended from Lehman's chest. The hatchet was raised and split Lehman in half. As a god, failure is ugly enough, please don't do more things that damage the majesty of God. Julie, holding a hatchet, walked out of the shadows and said expressionlessly. At this moment, Julie had taken off her uniform and changed into a white nun's uniform with gold edges. The front and side of the nun's uniform were embroidered with an exquisite golden horn. Her face was cold, her eyes were indifferent, and she exuded a sacred feeling that could not be looked at directly. The body was cut open, and the energy eye projected by Lehman flew out of the wound, with panic in his eyes, trying to get back into the sacrificial symbol that had been broken before. Julie took out a white mask and put it on her face. The hatchet in her hand turned into a horn, and she swung it forward and put Lehman into the horn. "Since you are here, you will become the nutrients for my lord's awakening." After getting rid of Lehman, Julie walked out from the underground, looked at the empty hall, and said to herself, "Sean, we will meet again." Julie. Wu Chang slapped his forehead and remembered what he had forgotten. He forgot about Julie. The two were superficial teammates after all. He had already pitted Julie once by not warning her in advance. It was a bit unreasonable that he did not confirm her life or death after the battle. But it didn't matter. Anyway, they would not meet again. He shrugged and turned his attention back to the present. After leaving the dungeon, he was teleported to a white room. In front of the room stood a TV wall, which was playing his performance in the dungeon. According to the prompt that appeared in front of him, this place is called the Dungeon Settlement Space. Player number 444444 successfully completed the trial dungeon. According to the player's performance in the dungeon, the settlement begins. The player has completed the main task 1, leaving the Moonlight Sanatorium. The player has completed the main task 2, exploring the secrets in the Moonlight Sanatorium. The player discovered the secret of the Moonlight Sanatorium, stopped the conspiracy of the Quiet Church, and successfully left the Moonlight Sanatorium. The player helped the Mystic Knights get rid of the curse of the evil god and protected the lives of Randy and Julie, descendants of the Mystic Knights. The player killed the projection of the evil god Lehman and helped the kingdom completely get rid of the threat of the evil god Lehman. Dungeon completion, 100%. Dungeon rating, perfect. The player gained experience, 6,000. The player gained decayed silver coins, 15,000. How much? Wu Chang was a little confused when he saw the experience and decayed silver coins in the copy settlement. He had expected the high copy rewards. After all, he was a novice who passed the level copy 15 levels higher. If he didn't have much experience in game coins, he would have reported the numerical planner. But this is too much. You know, he only needs 100 experience points to level up now. How many levels can he level up with 6,000 experience points? The rewards of experience and decayed silver coins are enough to explode, but the copy settlement is not over. Players who have reached this level copy score can specify an item from the current copy world as a special drop reward. The selected item must be a prop that has been authorized to use. Please choose it. In the Moonlight Sanatorium copy, the list of props that Wu Chang had obtained was unfolded in front of him. Special medicine, Walker amulet, magic breaking crossbow, king badge, evil god's eye and other items are all on the list, but the treasures he touched in Randy's office and the books he read in the underground library did not appear in it. It seems that only items with item information can be counted as obtaining usage rights. Looking at the eye of the evil god in the item list, Wu Chang was very curious. If he chose this, would the game system give Lehman another eye? Undoubtedly, the value of the eye of the evil god far exceeds other items. Even if Lehman's eye is not picked, it is also very good to randomly select a lucky evil god and give him an eye. Choose the eye of the evil god. There is an abnormality in the item drop. It is detected that the eye of the evil god has been fused with an unknown item and turned into the poison of the mortal. It cannot be dropped alone. After estimation, a compensation plan with a value similar to that of the eye of the evil god is proposed. Please choose. Compensation Plan 1, consume 150,000 experience points and 500,000 decayed silver coins to improve and repair the poison of the mortal. Compensation Plan 2, consume the erosion core and repair the poison of the mortal. Compensation Plan 3, reselect an item as a special drop reward. Please choose the player. It seems like there are 3 choices, but in fact there is only one option. Wu Chang couldn't come up with 150,000 experience points and 500,000 rotten silver coins. The game system thoughtfully provided an installment payment plan, but the interest rate was worse than a mortgage. The payment was divided into 24 installments. In the end, a total of 400,000 experience points and 1.33 million corrupted silver coins had to be paid. Even the house slaves were not under so much pressure. Lyman failed to defeat him in the dungeon, but when the dungeon came out, he used one eye to make him a slave. What a joke! Compensation Plan 1 is eliminated first. Among the remaining props that can be selected and dropped in the Moonlight Sanatorium, none are even as valuable as the demon breaking bolt, let alone the eye of the evil god. Failure to take advantage of it means suffering a loss. For Wu Chang, Compensation Plan 3 was even more unacceptable to him than Compensation Plan 1. The only option left is Compensation Plan 2. He took out the erosion core from his portable space and chose Compensation Option 2. Under the influence of an invisible force, the mortal poison penetrated the shell of the eroding core and entered the deep darkness like a black hole in the core. The optimization process lasted 5 minutes. As the erosion core disappeared, the mortal poison returned to Wu Chang's hands again. The evil eye on the pendant is still closed, but if you look closely, you can see that its eyelids are twitching slightly, as if it will open its eyes at any time. Item name, Mortal Poison. Item level, S. Prop description, the highest masterpiece of the Arcane Knights, which combines black and white magic, and is the pinnacle of the field of magic props. The designer, Old Anderson, wanted to use this object to plunder the origin of the evil god Lyman and use the power of the god to cultivate the Arcane Knights, so that the kingdom will no longer be threatened by any evil gods. Item description, the repaired mortal poison needs to be loaded with a sufficient energy source before it can be activated. Energy can be accumulated by clearing the dungeon or absorbing erosion cores. The amount of accumulated energy will fluctuate depending on the difficulty of the dungeon. Current accumulated energy, 0/10. Remarks, in the eyes of gods, mortals are like ants, but the stings of ants can also make gods bleed. After reading the introduction of mortal poison, Wu Chang didn't know what to say. The Arcane Knights were indeed a group of ruthless people. They didn't stop gouging out Lyman's eyeballs, and they also wanted to drain Lyman dry along with the eyeballs. No wonder Lyman wanted to put a curse on them and keep an eye on their descendants. Someone else is not impatient. In addition to the generosity of the Arcane Knights, what surprised him even more was the item rating of mortal poison. You must know that there are many senior players who died in the Moonlight Sanatorium, including masters such as Doctor and Stalker. Even for them, the most valuable items they have are only around sea level. The Dlevel Silver Dawn and the Clevel Whisper of the Nameless One were powerful enough in the dungeon. He didn't even dare to think about how powerful the Slevel props were. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. The more precious it is, the more careful he must be. If this prop is discovered, it will definitely cause disaster. The harvest of Slevel items has satisfied him enough, but the settlement of the dungeon is not over yet. Although mortal poison is of high value, it only drops as an Slevel score reward. If the player's dungeon score reaches the perfect level, he can select a rare prop from the current dungeon plane as a reward. After the beep, 3 props appeared in front of Wu Chang out of thin air. They are, Detailed Explanation of Exorcism Formation. Wolf's Pharmaceutical Notes. Rules for Newcomers of the Arcane Knights. None of the 3 items are combat props, and it is impossible to tell their specific effects just by looking at their names. But as a reward for a perfect rating, there will be absolutely no junk. Wu Chang asked, "Can you show the description of their props?" It seems not possible. Judging from the names alone, the 3 items correspond to knowledge in 3 fields. Magic Circle Construction, Potion Refining and Combat. The Magic Circle in the Moonlight Sanatorium is powerful, but too bulky and cumbersome to prepare, making it impractical. He still vividly remembered Wolf's pharmaceutical process. That pharmaceutical method was too advanced for humans, and he was not prepared to learn it. I choose the rules for newbies of the Arcane Knights. The other 2 props disappeared, and a booklet with the emblem of the Arcane Knights printed on it fell into his hands. Item name, Rules for Newcomers of the Arcane Knights. Prop effect, after the player's attributes reach strength, 30, agility, 20, stamina, 20, energy, 30, inspiration, 20, willpower, 20, the job transfer task can be unlocked. After the task is completed, the player can be transferred to the hidden profession, Arcane Knight. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows, with a look of excitement on his face. As a player, no one can refuse the hidden prefix before the profession. Although he didn't have many expectations for this knightly group that was trying to kill him, at least he had killed the evil god's clone with his mortal strength, and he was a hidden profession, so he shouldn't be too weak. Just when he thought the settlement was over, the electronic sound sounded again. Players who achieve perfect clearance in an out-of-control dungeon that is greater than or equal to their character level, dungeon pollution value greater than 85, will receive a random title treasure chest. Players will only draw titles that meet the title requirements or have no acquisition requirements. A circular turntable appeared in front of Wu Chang. The turntable was divided into dozens of small areas. Each area flashed a color, and the colors were divided into 4 types: blue, green, red, and gold. As Wu Chang clicked to draw, the roulette wheel rotated rapidly and slowly stopped after 10 turns. A treasure chest fell in front of Wu Chang, shook slightly and then suddenly bounced open, with dazzling light gushing out. Wow! Golden Legend! After the light stopped, he found a colorful title on his head. Title, Perfectionism, Title Acquisition Requirements. The player achieves a perfect breakthrough the first time he completes the dungeon. Title effect, wearing this title, you can get an additional hidden side quest in the dungeon, and the dungeon completion rate increases by 5% when you settle the account. Remarks, colored titles can be superimposed with other titles. This time, the dungeon settlement is really over. With the familiar transition effect, Wu Chang's eyes flashed and he appeared in front of Wanghai University. He glanced at his phone. It was less than 3 hours since he entered the dungeon. Everything seemed like a dream. Only the attribute panel that still appeared in front of him proved that everything that happened in the Abyss game was true. Player nickname, Don't Eat Beef. Player level, 8, 500/1900, 6000/100, 5900/300, 5600/500, 5100/700, 4400/1000, 3400/1300, 2100/1600, 500/1900. Title, Perfectionism. Life, 9 strength, 9 agility, 9 endurance, 8 energy, 0 inspiration, 84 will, 62 free attribute points, 35 decay silver coins, 15,000 skills, Mamba Iron Elbow, firearms, proficient. Items, Silver Dawn, Favor of the Goddess of Luck, Echo of the Whisperer X1, Poison of the Mortal, Rules for Rookies of the Mystic Knights. Talent, Transcendence. A large amount of experience allowed him to level up 7 levels in a row and gain 35 free attribute points. How to allocate the extra points will be discussed later. During the time in the Moonlight Sanatorium, his spirit was extremely tense and he couldn't even sleep well. The most urgent thing now was to go back to the dormitory and have a good sleep. Walking on the campus, he soon noticed something unusual. The campus was too empty. He didn't see a single student on the road, and even the basketball court that was usually crowded was very deserted at this moment. What happened? Did he get involved in a new copy just after leaving the Moonlight Sanatorium? Back in the dormitory building, the building was also empty, and many dormitory doors were wide open, as if students had left in a hurry. He took out his mobile phone and saw a missed call from the second roommate in the dormitory, which rang for 10 seconds. He called back and got the response that the user was temporarily unavailable. He called the other 2 rooms in the dormitory one by one and got the same result. He entered the campus public account and saw a reprint of the news that Wanghai City had issued an earthquake warning and the official urged citizens to evacuate nearby. He had killed the evil god, so what was there to fear about the earthquake? He shook his head and did not go to the evacuation site mentioned in the news. He went straight back to his dormitory 426, drew the curtains, and lay down to sleep. Half asleep and half awake, he vaguely heard a noise outside. Not long after, the dormitory door was pushed open, and several ghosts and wolves howled at the same time. "Boss, you're back. Boss, wake up. You can't die, boss." Wu Chang, who was shaken awake, sat up and said unhappily, "Why are you barking? If you keep making trouble, you guys won't be able to sleep tonight." The one who shook the bed the most was He Wei, the youngest, the 4th in the dormitory, nicknamed the Seed Emperor, a spiritual mentor for ignorant teenagers, and a human-shaped picture recognition machine. He has a square face, a straight crew cut, a capable temperament, and a standard mature and steady class leader style, but only after getting to know each other. Can you understand what it means to be a person by appearance? The treasures in this kid's computer can make the evil god's curse, and Wu Chang relied on his hidden folders to avoid losing in the confrontation with Lehman. "Boss, you can sleep well, it's a mess outside," and when you were away, the second brother was almost beaten to death. A 1.88-meter-tall man with chest muscles like steel plates and arms as strong as thighs said. Gao Shuazhong, the muscular man with glasses, is the 3rd in the dormitory and the top student in the grade. Having just passed the preliminary examination of Yanda University for the postgraduate entrance examination, he is good at both literature and martial arts, aka Newton in physics. During the period when Wu Chang fulfilled his resentment as a sports student and his body was undergoing transformation, he followed Gao Shuazhong to lift weights. Wu Chang frowned and looked towards the door of the dormitory. He saw Feng Hui, the 2nd in the dormitory, with a bandage on his forehead and his left arm hanging around his neck, waving at him with his teeth bared. "What's the matter?" Feng Hui sighed. "Oh, I met a psychopath." After listening to everyone's brief narration, Wu Chang knew what had happened during this period. Not long after he entered the Moonlight Sanatorium, Wanghai City issued an earthquake warning, and several colleges and universities were evacuated. The evacuation management was extremely strict. As soon as the responsible department arrived, the mobile phone signal was blocked. Unable to make calls or access the internet, Feng Hui just called Wu Chang and the signal was cut off. Following the relevant departments, several university students and some corporate employees were sent to an underground shelter. Before today, many locals didn't know that there was such a thing built underground in Wanhai City. When we first entered the shelter, everything was still very calm, but the situation soon changed. Some people in the crowd began to whisper, saying that a super large earthquake was coming, and then someone said it was a precursor to the end of the world. Those who stayed were abandoned cannon fodder, and the rich had already run away. This absurd rumor was usually just a joke, but in the atmosphere at that time, many people believed it unconsciously. Half an hour after the rumor appeared, some people wanted to go out emotionally, but were stopped by the guards several times. Some people had a mental breakdown and began to attack everyone around them indiscriminately. The unlucky Feng Hui won the prize when he went to the toilet. He was dragged into a small cubicle by a madman and beaten. If a female police officer hadn't heard the screams when she passed by and rushed in to subdue the madman, I'm afraid Feng Hui would have been beaten to death. In the past, Wu Chang wouldn't think too much, but now that he knew about the Abyss game, he had to think more. Although there is no evidence, he has a hunch that the abnormal heavy snow in Wanhai City and the strange evacuation behavior are inseparable from the Abyss game. Judging from the player numbers, the number of players of the Abyss game is definitely not small, and there is no reason for the higher-ups not to know the existence of the Abyss game. So what are the relevant departments that appeared during the emergency evacuation? What is their attitude towards the players of the Abyss game? Just as Wu Chang was thinking, Feng Hui said, "To celebrate my survival, I will treat you to the North Gate barbecue later." Feng Hui's family is in business, and he is considered a second generation. Now it is the end of the month, and several people are living in a tight situation. Seeing that the big family took the initiative to open the door, it is natural for several people to eat at the big family. Wu Chang, all consumption tonight will be paid by Mr. Fong. Gao Shuozhong shouted, Mr. Fong is generous. He Wei, father, please accept my child's greetings. Fong Hui stretched out his hands, my dear ministers, please stand up. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the North Gate barbecue, everyone ate a lot, and did not disperse until 2 o'clock in the morning. Several people drank a little. He Wei had the worst alcohol tolerance and was the first to raise the white flag. He was being carried on Gao Shuozhong's back. Fong Hui could drink more but only to a limited extent, so Wu Chang was responsible for supporting him. Fong Hui, who was drunk, talked a lot. He looked at the sky and said with a big tongue, boss, to be honest, when I was blocked in the toilet by that idiot, I saw a revolving lantern. At that time, I was struggling not to be pushed into the toilet, while thinking about the meaning of life. In a trance, I saw a person. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows, are you interested in that female police officer? There are many hidden talents in the 426 dormitory. Besides being rich, Fong Hui is also famous for his luck in love, but all of them are bad luck. During his 4 years in college, Fong Hui dated more than a dozen girlfriends, all of whom were talented. Being a stalker and a yandere was commonplace. In the second half of his junior year, he found a foreign Chinese woman and planned to go abroad to get married, but she suddenly disappeared. Afterwards, the relevant departments came to find her and found out that she was an international wanted criminal. Every time Fong Hui found a new girlfriend, Wu Chang and others would exclaim, there are still experts. After going through so much, Fong Hui still did not lose hope in love. Anyone who saw him would call him a love saint. Fong Hui, we only exchanged contact information, and we haven't even started dating yet. I'm talking about my dead uncle. He said something to me that made me suddenly realize. Life is short, and it might end at any time. I want to do what I really want to do while I'm young, so that I won't wait until I'm old and lying in a hospital ward, regretting wasting my youth. What did your uncle say to you? Wu Chang asked curiously. He told me that what you love is your life. Wu Chang, is your uncle serious? Several people took advantage of the alcohol and walked along the street. When they passed Baishui Bay near the school, He Wei, who was lying on Gao Shuozhong's back, suddenly stood up and pointed to the distance and said, look, is there a jerk running naked over there? Wu Chang and others looked over and saw a bald strong man wearing only underwear on the beach of Baishui Bay, jogging in the low temperature of -14 degrees Celsius. It seems so. This guy is more excited than wheezy. Did he just survive a disaster? Maybe he is a winter swimming enthusiast. Where's my phone? I'll take a short video and post it. It might become popular. The bald man heard the discussion of several people. He quickened his pace and disappeared from everyone's sight at a speed comparable to Bolt before they took out their phones. The next morning, Wu Chang was awakened by a ringing phone. He squinted at his phone. The screen showed, Saturday 9:15 a.m., and the contact column was HR Mr. Wu, something happened yesterday, which led to the cancellation of the interview. I'm very sorry. You see, today, he hung up the phone without waiting for the HR to finish. We just experienced a citywide evacuation yesterday, and today the interview was resumed. People are so careless now, aren't they afraid at all? But this is not the point. The point is that it was agreed to be a 2-day weekend. Why are there still people working on Saturday? Evacuation is also considered a rest day, right? Climb. Fong Hui had experienced an attack and could gain some insights into life, not to mention that he had just experienced a near-death dungeon. The Abyss game was related to the future of mankind and even the entire Blue Star. As long as he could become a senior player, he would have everything. Why would he bother to be a nuclear-powered cow and horse for others? He got up from the bed, washed up, left the dormitory, and found a quiet corner on campus. After a night of rest, he had walked out of the tension of the Moonlight Sanatorium dungeon. Now, as an official player, he should go and see the real Abyss game. He looked at the official player pass in the attribute panel and chose to enter the Crimson Courtyard. The Crimson Courtyard is a huge inverted pyramid-shaped building that is blood red. It is the center of the Abyss game and a bridge connecting various dungeon planes. The Crimson Courtyard is divided into 4 areas, corresponding to 4 different layers of the Abyss. All new players will start exploring the Abyss from the first layer of the Wasteland. The area corresponding to the Wasteland is called the Misty Square. Wu Chang stood in a dilapidated square, and information about the Crimson Courtyard automatically emerged in his mind. There was a faint mist all around, and the sky above was covered by gray and black clouds. It didn't look like a good place. Congratulations to player number 444444 for entering the Crimson Courtyard and becoming a formal player. All your player permissions have been unlocked and you can start exploring the Crimson Courtyard. Along with the electronic sound prompt in his ear, his attribute panel showed familiar icons such as Friends, Mall, Forum, Commission, and Map. Ding! At the same time, an unread message appeared in his message bar, and the sender was Siat Country Abnormal Phenomenon Management Bureau. The mode of the message is automatic distribution, and the content is a document called Introduction to the Abyss Game. He didn't care about the surrounding environment and read the document immediately. The introductory guide is full of dry goods, and popularizes the Abyss Game to newcomers in the most direct way. The Abyss Game is divided into 4 levels. The first level is the Wasteland, and players of levels 130 will play in this level. Each official player must enter the dungeon at least once a month. Without using special props, the fastest dungeon can be entered every half a month, and the dungeon matching is completely random. The improvement of the physical body in reality will be reflected in the attribute panel synchronously. New players can obtain attribute points from reality by exercising their physique in the early stage. The dungeons are divided into 2 categories, ordinary dungeons and real dungeons. Ordinary dungeons are projections created by the Crimson Courtyard. These projections can be repeatedly attacked by different players to collect intelligence. Repeatable ordinary dungeons will have a corresponding unique real dungeon. The real copy is a real plane. Every player who enters will have an irreversible impact on the real copy. If the player fails to pass the level, it will pollute the real copy. If the pollution index exceeds the safe value, the copy will be out of control and connected to the real world of Blue Star. If the player finds any heavily polluted copy, he will inform the Abnormal Phenomenon Management Bureau as soon as possible and get a corresponding reward. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, the state of the Moonlight Shelter was on the verge of being out of control. In this way, the Moonlight Shelter is the so-called real copy. If he fails to pass the level and gets a bad score when passing the level, it seems that there will be bad luck somewhere. In addition to the introduction of the copy, the Getting Started Guide also briefly introduces the functions of the Crimson Courtyard and the attribute panel. The information recorded in it is very basic, so basic that if it is an ordinary electronic game, the player will directly skip it with his eyes closed. But these most basic information are what Wu Chang needs most at the moment. Closing the Getting Started Guide to the Abyss Game, he followed the instructions in it and silently went to the public area. As soon as he had this thought, the mist in front of him parted to both sides, revealing a path. Walking along the path, a gate appeared in front of him. Crossing the gate, a line of prompts flashed in front of him. Now entering the public area. The public area was completely different from the dilapidated square before. There were no more weeds growing in the cracks of the stone floor, and there was no strange mist around. Even the sky full of clouds above his head turned into a sunny day. Countless players walked back and forth on the square paved with white stones. Take a look, the newly made Flevel Adventurer's breastplate, 50 decayed silver coins each, first come first served. Flevel Life Recovery Potion, 20 decayed silver coins per bottle, buy 3 bottles and get 10% off, 5 bottles and 20% off, large quantities are preferred. The level popular copy Dead Rainforest Safe Point information is hotly auctioned. There are only 3 hours left before the auction ends. The current price, 850 decayed silver coins. The public area is like a huge vegetable market, with players shouting and advertising their goods. The players are dressed differently, with knights wearing medieval plate armor and future warriors wearing high-tech combat suits walking side by side, superheroes in capes and tights squatting in front of a street stall set up by a chivalrous knight, arguing over the purchase of a magic wand. The whole square has a kind of beauty of broken painting style. In the center of the square, there stands a clock tower, and the original dial has been replaced by a screen with a time written on it. 100 days, 5 hours, 34 minutes, and 52 seconds. The time is decreasing, and it can be seen that it is a countdown. The last time Wu Chang looked at the countdown like this, when I was taking the college entrance examination, I didn't know what the countdown in the Abyss game was for. Below the clock tower area is the most core list area in the public area. The area is like a music app, with the top 10 popular dungeons in the Wasteland, the dungeon potential surge list, the strongest player rankings, the most valuable bounty list, and other lists. It was mentioned in the Getting Started Guide that both newcomers and veterans can understand the overall trend of the Abyss game by collecting information on the list. The most watched list is the most valuable bounty list. For most players, other lists are too far away, but the content on the bounty list may not be impossible to try your luck. The first on the most valuable bounty list is a bounty for information about a dungeon. Purchase any information about the A-level dungeon, Sacred Song Company or the Plain Huang 51642, and reward will be given according to the importance of the information. 3 core confidential information about Sacred Song Company, each worth 80,000 decayed silver coins. Contact Iron Armor Group. The person who posted the bounty did not forget to leave a thread at the end. This dungeon is related to the job transfer items. The Iron Armor Group will take the initiative to withdraw from other dungeon competition in the next 3 months in exchange for the priority right to attack this dungeon. If other organizations attack this dungeon within 3 months, it will be regarded as a declaration of war against the Iron Armor Group. Wu Chang sighed, secretly saying what a domineering statement. The Ironclad's attitude was unpleasant, but the price they offered was indeed high. You have to know that he only got 15,000 decayed silver coins after he perfectly cleared a level copy with a 300% reward settlement. One piece of information from the Anthem Company is worth 80,000 decayed silver coins. According to the exchange rate he just learned, 1 decayed silver coin is equivalent to about 1,000 yuan in reality, which is equivalent to a piece of information worth 80 million. He spat on the ground. 2A. He hates Krypton gold players the most. Just as he was about to look down the list, the most valuable bounty list suddenly rolled, and the Ironclad's bounty fell to second place. The first bounty turned into a missing person notice. Looking for the player who cleared the level out-of-control copy Moonlight Sanatorium yesterday. The player is a novice and will log into the Misty Square in the near future. Please pay attention to the majority of players. We are now collecting any information about this player, 100,000 decayed silver coins for the player's whereabouts and characteristics. 200,000 decayed silver coins for the player's ID. 300,000 decayed silver coins for completing the matchmaking. 500,000 decayed silver coins for the player's real-life information. If this player is willing to join us, he can directly receive 1 million decayed silver coins, and the rest of the treatment will be preferential. Contact Mr. Johnson. As soon as this bounty was posted, the entire list area instantly became quiet. All players held their breath and carefully studied the information revealed by this bounty. Before everyone could recover, the list scrolled again, and the bounty of the Iron Armor Group was squeezed to the third place. The content of the new bounty is similar. The reward of decayed silver coins is slightly lower than the previous one, but in the 2 levels of completing the matchmaking and providing real intelligence, an additional A-level prop suitable for the informant was added. Then, the third bounty was posted, and the Iron Armor Group was squeezed to the back again. As if it had been agreed, the major organizations offered bounties to those who passed the Moonlight Sanatorium one after another. Within 5 minutes, the Iron Armor Group fell out of the top 10 of the value list. Relying on the successive price increases of the major forces, the mysterious new player was only a code name, and it was not known whether he was a man or a woman, but he was airborne to the most popular player list and strongly occupied the first place. And the highest bounty price for those who passed the Moonlight Sanatorium also became a franchise fee of 2 million decayed silver coins. 2 million rotten silver coins, that's 2 billion. Wu Chang came to a window and pointed at himself in the glass. I didn't realize you were so valuable. He is now worth hundreds of millions. The only problem now is which company to find to withdraw these hundreds of millions of assets. A Taoist pointed at the ranking list and asked, if I remember correctly, Moonlight Sanatorium is the 4th in the difficulty list, and it suddenly became the most popular dungeon yesterday. The person next to him said, yes, it's a death dungeon with a 0% survival rate. The management bureau blocked that dungeon a week ago. 4 people who tried to break the game failed in a row. I heard that a newcomer accidentally broke into the trial channel yesterday. The whole world was waiting to see our jokes, but I didn't expect that the newcomer really passed the level. Your intelligence is not good enough. A martial artist with his upper body naked shook his finger and said mysteriously, more than passing the level, I heard that he broke the game. Break the game? The news shocked the entire ranking area. The Taoist stroked the whisk in his hand and said hesitantly, my god, Wuliang Tianzuan, a level dungeon that broke the game and lost control, how much experience does that have to be, enough for him to rise to level 5 or 6 at once? The martial artist laughed at himself. Comparing yourself to others will kill you. I had to go through 6 dungeons to reach level 5. At that time, I broke the record in the organization, so everyone called me an experience harvester. The passing Halford patted the martial artist on the shoulder and comforted him. Think positively, the gap between you will only get bigger and bigger. The martial artist spat on the ground and said dissatisfiedly, "The gap with me? The gap with the whole world. Wait and see, tomorrow at the latest, the top of the lowest level and the fastest breakthrough of the level dungeon will be refreshed. You can keep this sentence and tell others on the list." Ah. No, if you can clear the level dungeon at level 1, can the big guys play the Abyss game without injury? I understand, the major organizations are looking for that guy to buy cheats. As the protagonist of the topic, Wu Chang in the crowd was no less shocked than other players. What does it mean? He has become a big shot in the speed ranking. In his original consciousness, if he cleared the level dungeon in the novice trial, it might be discussed by people, but the heat would not be too high. After all, in the games he had played before, he wore a set of top-level equipment and took several hours or even more than 10 hours to clear the final boss. Many people on the internet could easily clear it without damage in naked clothes at level 1. In comparison, clearing only a level dungeon at level 1 is not good enough. With a population of nearly 10 billion on Blue Star, any rational person would not easily think that he is the most special one. But he overlooked one point, that is, the Abyss game is not an electronic game, and there is no restart. If a genius who grows up and then shows off dies early, there will be no future of blindly killing boss. The huge bounties on the bounty list and the overwhelming discussions around him made Wu Chang a little flattered. Happiness comes too suddenly. It was like walking on the road and suddenly there were 10 digits in your pocket. Who wouldn't be confused? Fortunately, his will attribute was high enough to make him sober up quickly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The forces that can offer such a large reward are not fools. The more you get, the more you have to bear. At present, he is just a newcomer who has just entered the Abyss game. In front of those old foxes, he can be said to be a rookie among rookies. If he rashly delivers himself to the door under the greed of greed, he might be sold out and have to count money for them. He just passed the novice trial, and these forces threw so many chips without hesitation. They may have such thoughts. Must listen to what the old players say. Now the entire list area is discussing his problem, so there is no need to worry about obtaining intelligence. Not far from him, for combat teams wearing red, yellow, blue and white tights and pumpkin head masks were discussing which side to join. Xiao Bai was the first to throw out the choice. This is a free point question. If I were that person, I would definitely choose the White Tower. White Tower is the world leader in the exploration and research of the Abyss, and is definitely a better platform. Not really. Xiao Huang shook his head and said, for a genius of this level, any organization will devote enough resources to cultivate them, and the difference between platforms will not be too big. If it were me, I would go to Sakurajima. Xiaobai said disdainfully, Sakurajima can't even break a level team dungeon that can't enter the top 100 of the danger list, so why go to help the poor with technology? Xiao Huang smiled intriguingly, the platform is not important, the environment is important. In order to attract talents, Sakurajima used Sakurajima's specialties to create a paradise called Takamagara. Compared with that, the wine pool and meat forest are all considered underage programs. If you ask me, it's better to go to Western Union. Xiao Lan on the side took over the conversation. Go to Western Union to get a God's Envoy, legally superior, and play more than Sakurajima. Moreover, Western Union's exploration of the Abyss is second only to White Tower and us. There are fewer people, more resources, and less dungeon pressure. In order to compete with other large organizations, the price is higher, which is definitely the preferred choice for the unpopular. Xiao Hong, who had been silent, spoke slowly. If it were me, I wouldn't go anywhere, the administration would be fine. What's the reason? Wu Chang couldn't help but asked at the same time as the white, yellow and blue trio. Xiao Hong shrugged and said, the reason is that after the establishment of the administration, the introductory guide, which was originally worth 100 decaying silver coins, was distributed free of charge to all official players in the Xia country area. 90% of the players can't earn 100 decaying silver coins after the trial copy. In a vicious cycle, they need a third or even a fourth copy to buy the most basic introductory guide. This 100 decaying silver coin startup capital increases the survival rate of players by at least 30%. Xiaobai said nonchalantly, the boss is not short of this little favor. But the boss also needs stable order. Xiao Hong asserted. With the increase in the number of Abyss game players, Blue Star's old order will collapse sooner or later and turn into a social Darwinian model of survival of the fittest. This trend may be inevitable, but I believe that our place must be the place where it finally collapses. Living in a collapsing world, human beings will be attacked by power sooner or later. The boss in the dungeon has been shown more than once. Wu Chang later listened to the discussions of several groups of adventurers. The views put forward by these senior people gave him a lot of inspiration and gave him a rough plan for his future. But he was in no hurry to make a decision. After all, other people's perceptions belong to others. He needs to witness and confirm with his own eyes before he can draw his own conclusions. He is the one being robbed and has plenty of room to spare. That night, as the list of the earliest and fastest broken level dungeons was refreshed, the Wilderness world and even the entire Abyss gaming world were shocked. Level 1 is broken and Level B is out of control. The time to break is 2 hours and 35 minutes. The more senior you are, the more you understand the value of these two data. Some people say that this is a long-planned hype by Xiaogua, who selected a special dungeon to build momentum for a certain younger generation. Some people say that the novice player actually died in the dungeon. Although the dungeon was broken, what came out was actually the dungeon boss. Others say that passers-by are messengers of God, carrying supreme power and descending to Earth to help humans control the abyss. The top 10 bounties on the most valuable bounty list in the public area began to flood the screen again, and all the major forces were vying for the unknown genius. However, Wu Chang, who was at the center of the whirlpool of public opinion, did not continue to pay attention to this. Following the ideas given in the introductory guide, he searched for paid information articles full of useful information on the forum, and frantically learned everything about the Abyss game. Half a month passed by in a flash. Wu Chang came to the esports hotel that had been opened in advance and put up a Do Not Disturb sign. When the countdown for entering the dungeon cooldown on the attribute panel reached 0, his eyes flashed and he entered the Abyss game again. A new copy has started, please read it. Good brothers, try not to keep books. Newbies really need this. After half a month, Wu Chang entered the Misty Square again. He had gone from a newcomer who couldn't even tell the direction to someone who was as familiar as going home. As he got to know the Abyss game more and more these days, the more he knew about it, the more terrified he felt about it. According to many people in the forum, the Abyss game first attracted a large number of players 20 years ago. The information before that was blocked by major forces. I'm afraid only a few people know how long the Abyss game has existed. Facing the Abyss game, it's not too cautious. He had no choice before. Before entering the dungeon this time, he must be fully prepared. He first came to the official trading storage area and took out a set of customized full-body soft leather armor. Item name, Earth Lizard Leather Armor. Item level, D, item skill, thick leather. Skill description, after equipping, it increases some defense power and can effectively defend against attacks from sharp weapons. When the wearer stands on the ground, it can gain some elemental resistance. Earth Lizard Leather Armor is one of the most cost-effective protective gear in the novice period. Players can make this item. The raw materials are easy to obtain. A full set of leather armor only requires 6,000 decayed silver coins. After the leather armor, there are 3 bottles of inhalation potions. Item name, Healing Type 1. Item type, Consumable. Item level, E. Item description, after use, it restores 30% of health points, and the maximum value will not exceed 15. If used continuously within half an hour, the effect will be halved. Healing Type 1 is also a player-made item. Just as Wu Chang guessed before, life-saving items in the Abyss game are extremely expensive. 3 bottles of E-level blood medicine, which are available in large quantities in the trading house and have usage restrictions, actually cost him 2,400 decayed silver coins. In this way, the Whisper of the Nameless he obtained from the doctor's resentment was more precious than he thought. That was a high-end product that could not be seen in the trading house. He spent another 5,000 decayed silver coins to upgrade the space backpack to 1 cubic meter. In the past, he always opened up the backpack slots as soon as possible in the game. If there are enough backpack slots, not only can you carry enough supplies, but if used properly, the effect is comparable to space magic. 15,000 decayed silver coins are definitely a huge sum of money for a rookie who has just entered the Abyss game, but it is not worth spending when it is really used. A set of Earth Lizard skin armor, 3 bottles of Healing Type I, plus 10 paid articles full of dry goods, and 100 bullets that can be brought into the dungeon, emptied his account. Looking at the decay silver coins, 0 in the attribute column, Wu Chang took a deep breath and secretly thought that he must make a big profit this time. Everything was ready, and he chose to enter the dungeon. Matching the player, the current player level, 8, the difficulty matching probability of the dungeon is, F level, 10%, E level, 50%, D level, 40%, C level, 0.1%. Matching completed. Wu Chang's eyes flashed, and he appeared in an unfamiliar forest. Successfully entered the desolate 76271 playing nut. Dungeon name, peaceful every year. Dungeon type, single-player survival dungeon.
Dungeon difficulty, see, officially recommended minimum dungeon exploration level, 10, players please respond with caution.
Dungeon status, on the verge of losing control. Mainline Mission 1, go to Huaigu Village and participate in the New Year's Eve festival. Mainline Mission 2, protect Huaigu Village and complete the New Year's Eve ceremony. Wu Chang sighed, he knew that this dog game would not let him relax. The paid article he bought mentioned that the recommended level of level dungeons is 05, level dungeons are 010, level dungeons are 515, and level dungeons are 1020. Generally speaking, level 8 players rarely match level copies. Even if they randomly match level copies, they are just ordinary projection copies that are not affected by pollution. But the system directly matched him with a real copy, and it was a level copy that was on the verge of losing control. This was definitely the favor of the Abyss game to him. Taking advantage of the invincible time just after entering the plane, he quickly checked the surrounding situation. He was wearing ancient Zaya-style clothing, with a waist and sleeves, a jade-inlaid silver crown on his head, thick soled leather boots on his feet, a soft and warm fur coat on his coat, and a long sword slung across his waist, looking like a young hero of a big sect. Player nickname, Don't Eat Beef. Player level, 8, 500/1900, title, Perfectionist Life, 20 Strength, 20 Agility, 15 Stamina, 15 Energy, 0 Inspiration, 84 Will, 62 Free Attribute Points, 0 Decayed Silver Coins, 0 Skills, Mamba Iron Elbow, Firearms Use, Proficient, Items, Silver Dawn, Favor of the Goddess of Luck, Echo of the Whisperer X1, Poison of the Mortal, Rules for Rookies of the Mystic Knights, Earth Lizard Leather Armor, Healing Type 1x3. Talent, Transcendence. Just like only the money you spend is called money, and only the attribute points you add are called attribute points. After a few days of research, Wu Chang distributed all 35 free attribute points. Completing grudges can increase inspiration and will, and since he currently has no skills that require energy, he distributed all the attribute points to life, strength, and agility. Equivalent to 4 times the vitality of an ordinary person, as long as he is not fatally injured, he can take a breath of healing type 1 in time to save his life. His high strength and agility allow him to swing his Mamba elbow with great force. It's hard to say how he performed in the dungeon. At least on the court, he stood in the middle of the court and kept away from strangers within 2 meters of him. This kind of physical fitness should be worthy of his status as a young hero. He shook his head, getting rid of distracting thoughts from his mind, and focused on the present. In the surrounding barren mountains and ridges, there were no traces of human beings except him. It was obviously still some distance from Huaigu Village in the main mission. The sky is getting dark, and sleeping in the wilderness in the dungeon plane is not a wise move. The top priority is to find a place to stay, spend tonight, and explore the location of Huaigu Village tomorrow. As the surrounding fog dissipated, the copy officially began. Following the footprints on the ground, Wu Chang returned to the mountain road from the woods. As soon as he came out, he saw a horse tied to a tree not far away. Walking forward, the horse rubbed his hand affectionately. That's right. He was a young knight from a well-known family. He appeared alone in the wilderness. How could he not be worthy of a horse? It was the new year at this time, and there was still snow in the forest, so it was easy to distinguish the footprints. He mounted his horse and continued to move forward along the tracks. It was not until 7 minutes after dark that he saw a 2-story inn on the side of the road. As soon as he got close, a waiter took the initiative to come over. Although the inn is small, it is well equipped. There are special stables in the courtyard and the rooms are divided into 3 classes. Wu Chang stood in the lobby of the inn. The store was dark and silent, except for the sound of banging and chopping bones from the kitchen. The waiter tied up the horse and came out holding an oil lamp. He said with a smile on his face, "My guest must be exhausted after traveling all the way. Do you want to try our special dishes?" Wu Chang raised his eyebrows and asked, "What special dish?" "The homemade bacon is stored on the beam. Please wait a moment, sir." The waiter said, took a bamboo pole and pointed it towards the beam. A figure with a hemp rope tied around his neck fell from the beam and dangled in the air along the hemp rope. "Human?" Wu Chang frowned and immediately drew his sword out of its sheath. "Wait a minute. Sir, please look carefully, this is a wild boar." The waiter's face turned red with fright. He took a few steps back and hid behind the table, holding up the lamp to shine into the dark shadow. Through the light of the lamp, I could clearly see that the human-like thing was a lean pig with all its hair burned off. The pork had been dried and waxed, and the skin shone like amber. Wu Chang returned the sword to its sheath and asked in a slightly relaxed tone, "Are you serious?" "Serious, of course. They are all collected from hunters in the mountains. Mountain products are different from domestic pigs. They taste absolutely delicious. I bet you, my guest, have never tasted them. Then take a look." "Okay, sir, wait a moment." While the kitchen was busy, Wu Chang waved to the waiter and asked, "Let me ask you, in this desolate and uninhabited countryside, can you get your money back by building an inn here? Or do you have other plans?" There are also 4 words for "there is a plan" in one sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of chopping bones in the kitchen doubled in volume. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with this statement. The waiter quickly explained, "Your Majesty, I don't know. This Bailey Huaishan mountain was very busy 2 or 3 years ago. There are 5 villages in the mountain, and each village has different specialties. The traders who collect mountain products are constantly working all year round. Otherwise, how could we afford to support them? Such a big inn. It looks deserted now because there was a bandit attack 4 or 5 years ago. The bandits were so powerful that businessmen did not dare to enter the mountain, so it gradually became desolate." The waiter was afraid that Wu Chang wouldn't believe it, so he pointed at the wall of the store. "I saw a row of wanted notices hanging on the wall. The prisoners pictured on them were the leaders of the Black Mountain Bandits." The official seal of Gingyuan County was stamped on the back of the wanted notice. Wu Chang tapped his fingers on the table and asked, "Businessmen are afraid of bandits, but you are not afraid?" The waiter smiled apologetically and said, "There are only 2 people in the store, me and the boss. It won't be profitable to kill us. Those merchants who paid for the money also need us, so they kept us. Besides, the bandits also need to eat, right? Come down the mountain. Shopping is inconvenient and you always need help." While they were talking, a muffled voice from the kitchen shouted, "You talk too much. Get to work." The waiter shrunk his neck, trotted back to the kitchen, brought out a tray of hot buns and placed them in front of Wu Chang. "Try them while they're hot." Looking at the waiter's hopeful eyes, Wu Chang was about to use his chopsticks when an unknown gust of wind blew from the second floor, making the corners of his eyes twitch slightly and a chill rising over his body. There is a problem. He used chopsticks to open the bun's skin and saw that it was filled with bacon, juicy and oily. He took a deep breath, squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Under the influence of 84 points of inspiration, the oily shine receded and the juice dried up. The tender and plump wild boar turned into shriveled and moldy dried meat. Among the dried meat, you could vaguely see the hair that was bunched together, and the human knuckles chopped into small sections. He raised his head and saw that the wild boar hanging on the beam was still shaking. When it was placed in the shadow where the light could not shine, it became clear that he looked like a human being. The waiter still had a smile on his face and was waiting at the table, his eyes unblinking and staring at Wu Chang. "Sir, the buns are getting cold. Try them quickly." Wu Chang grabbed the bun, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it twice with an expressionless face, and swallowed it like swallowing a pill. He repeated this process, and in the blink of an eye, he emptied a tray of buns. Then he said, as if reading a book, "It's really delicious." Ah! This time, the waiter couldn't do it. How can he eat a bun the size of an adult man's fist in his mouth? "Wu Chang, what?" The waiter said regretfully, "Sir, you should eat it in small bites and taste it carefully." Wu Chang looked unhappy, put his right hand on the scabbard, and looked at the waiter with a frown. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" I dare not. I'm afraid that the guest has not tasted it. How about another tray?" the waiter asked tentatively. "I'm tired, and I have to travel early tomorrow morning. Go and prepare the guest room for me, don't delay my rest." Wu Chang slapped the silver coins on the table, interrupting the waiter's subsequent sales pitch. The waiter quickly kept silent and went upstairs to prepare the guest room. A few minutes later, Wu Chang entered the guest room with a sword in hand, locked the door, and took out a bun from his personal space. Of course, he didn't eat the bun just now. He threw all the buns in the tray into his personal space while covering his face with his palm. At this moment, without the interference of the waiter, he could smell the unspeakable stench as soon as the bun was taken out. He broke open the stuffing, and it was full of rotten meat with maggots. It was indeed a black shop. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sound of steady breathing soon came from the room. In the second half of the night, there was a rustling sound in the hotel, as if someone was tiptoeing forward. In front of the guest room on the second floor, 2 voices talked in a breath. "Are you asleep?" "I think so." "Go and have a look. If you stay awake, you'll be terrified and your body will become sour." I just like sour food to relieve the greasiness. Whatever you want, but be clean. If you don't clean up, no one will come. The voices disappeared and the hotel fell into silence again. After a while, the wind blew outside, making a whistling sound that made Wu Chang in the room turn over. Seeing that he didn't wake up, the wind outside became even louder. A gust of wind blew in from the window gap, pushing the window open from the inside out. A monster with a head of cow bones, a body of human bones, ribs spread out like wings, and a back covered with black long-haired animal skin, like a huge kite, floated into the house with the wind. It was lifted by the wind, like a black quilt, slowly covering Wu Chang on the bed. The bull skull opened its mouth and called out in a waiter's voice, "Young man, wake up, there's a monster." According to the Minotaur's previous experience, the guest should wake up in a trance, look around, and ask it blankly where the monster is. At this time, it suddenly covered the guest from above the bed, wrapped the guest to death with its body, and put its big bull head on the guest's face, saying, "Are you looking for me?" Then, amid the guest's horror, it poked its ribs into the guest's body, sucking the guest's blood without damaging the internal organs and flesh. After that, it used a bone-chopping knife and a meat hook to deal with this freshly baked ingredient. But this time something went wrong. The other party stole its lines. "Young man, wake up." Wu Chang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at it with burning eyes. "Are you looking for me?" The next moment, a dazzling light spurted out from under the quilt, piercing the Minotaur's body. The flames at the wound were like a thorn in the flesh, and no matter how the Minotaur rolled, it could not be extinguished. The Minotaur was weak to fire due to its hair, and as a monster, it would receive double damage when shot by silver bullets. It can be said that the Minotaur was perfectly restrained by the skills of Silver Dawn. The Minotaur howled in the flames and said in disbelief, "Didn't you eat the buns?" Wu Chang casually threw a bun on the ground and crushed it with his feet, revealing the special stuffing inside. "This stuff is not even eaten by dogs. You deserve to die." It was unknown what the Minotaur was offended by, but its eyes lit up red, the flames on its body suddenly extinguished, and two human bone arms stretched out from its fur. Wu Chang was not panicked at all. He moved 3 steps to the left, and saw that the bedboard he was lying on before was broken, and a nearly 2-meter-long bone-chopping knife flew out of it, cutting half of the furniture in the room in half. The 3 steps he took were just outside the range of the cutting. Before the Minotaur could hold the bone-chopping knife, he fired a silver bullet and broke the Minotaur's right hand. The Minotaur howled miserably, and a bloody iron hook hung from the ceiling, slashing down vertically like a scorpion's tail. Wu Chang was prepared 1 step ahead and kicked over the wooden table in the room as a shield. The iron hook penetrated the wooden table and had no power to go further. The Minotaur tried to grab the iron hook with his left hand, but Wu Chang shot his left hand again. "You came late today. I almost fell asleep waiting." Wu Chang yawned and looked at the 5 resentments on the Minotaur. As a monster in the Clevel copy, the Minotaur does not have many means of attack. The scenes in the 5 resentments are enough to test out all its 3 axes. If he was not afraid that they would have a combination skill when fighting 2 against 1, he could only form a unknown situation in the guest room. He turned against them in the lobby. He pointed the muzzle of his gun at the Minotaur's forehead and asked, "Any last words?" The Minotaur stared at the crushed buns on the ground. "You shouldn't waste food." Wu Chang was stunned for a moment, then pulled the trigger and smashed the bull's skull. "I'm sorry, I apologize." Along with the death of the Minotaur, dozens of phantoms flashed before Wu Chang's eyes. Most of those phantoms were herb collectors or passing traders, and they all stumbled and fell down the mountain for various reasons. Falling from the mountain left them with multiple fractures all over their bodies, making it difficult to move. There were few people in the deep mountains, and the sky and the earth were not responding to calls. They could only drag their bodies and eat everything they could find. They eat bugs, weeds, tree bark and even soil, and finally starve to death in despair. After death, the residual body with resentment is eaten by wild beasts. The beast that has eaten the resentment of the starving dead will feel extremely hungry and prey on it until it encounters another beast that is also affected by resentment. The wild beasts devour each other, causing resentments to continue to gather. If they get together too much, their resentment will turn into monsters in front of them. The monsters will crazily look for food in the mountains, trying to eliminate their hunger that can never be satisfied. Wu Chang shook his head. No wonder this guy was so obsessed with food. The inn is a mom-and-pop shop, and they have solved one problem and there is another one. Just when he opened the door and was about to find the remaining troublemaker, he saw the door at the other end of the corridor was broken, and a horse-head monster jumped out of the middle room, smashed the window at the end of the corridor and escaped. The monster escaped so decisively that Wu Chang had no time to shoot. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man wearing a blue Taoist robe chased out of the room. The Taoist held a wooden magic sword, glanced around, and turned to look at Wu Chang. Has this young hero ever seen a monster escape? Wu Chang pointed to the window. If you point to the horse-faced monster, it broke through the window and escaped. The Taoist sighed. I was careless and allowed the monster to escape. The mountain road is dangerous at night, so I have to wait until dawn before looking for it. Wu Chang cupped his hands and said, Wu Chang, I have met the Taoist priest. At dinner before, it was the Taoist priest who reminded me that there was something strange in the meal. When the waiter presented the buns, an unknown gust of wind blew, which inspired Wu Chang and allowed him to see through the illusion of the buns. Although there was no reminder, just based on the resentment on the waiter's body, he would not eat the restaurant's signature dishes, but he still had a good impression of the Taoist. The Taoist bowed his head and said, I just heard the spiritual power in Wu Xiaoxiao's residence roaring like thunder. The monster that attacked the young man should have been killed. The young man saw that he came from a famous family and was responsible for the magic of subduing monsters, but he was poor and troubled. No, thanks to the Taoist priest's advice, I knew there were fellow Taoists in the store, so I didn't attack rashly. As Wu Chang spoke, he took out the silver dawn and said, I come from the Tang sect and am good at using hidden weapons. I am as powerful as lightning from 7 steps away and as fast as a flying star. A powerful crossbow cannot reach it. The disadvantage is that it takes time to refill. It takes 5 breaths to shoot a shot here. Before experiencing the impact of modern firearms, for a long time, the longer the range of the weapon, the lower the attack frequency and the longer it took to reload. The range of the Silver Dawn is more than twice that of ordinary bows and arrows, and it takes 5 breaths to refill one shot, which sounds very reasonable. As expected, the Taoist had no doubts. Instead, he praised Master Wu Chang's skills. The reason why he took the initiative to announce his family status was so that the Taoist would not be able to deal with him when he was asked in turn. As the Taoist chatted for a few words about Tang sect, he seized the opportunity and asked, before this trip, I have never seen a monster. If I face 2 monsters at the same time, I may not be able to get a good deal. I see that the Taoist priest is familiar with monsters, but I don't know which sect they come from. The Taoist said, Shi Yuan, a poor Taoist, is a loose cultivator in the mountains. In his early years, he was spotted by a wandering family teacher. He joined the family after hearing that the person who presided over the white affairs in the city could have meat to eat. Don't tell me that Wu Xiaoxia has never seen monsters. I have been studying skills for 20 years. It was not until the sky was angry and the earth shook 5 years ago that I realized that there are real monsters in the world. What I learned was not a trick to trick people. After saying that, Shi Yuan took out an ancient book from his arms and opened one page. The 2 monsters we just attacked are named mountain ghosts. Their appearance and abilities are consistent with the records in the ancient scrolls. Pindao guessed that after the wrath of the sky and the earthquake, the aura between heaven and earth was awakened, causing the monsters from ancient times to reappear. It also brings many magical powers to light. Wu Chang nodded and asked, I heard before that there is a Huaigu village in the mountains. The New Year's Eve festival held in the village every year is extremely efficacious. It can communicate with the gods and drive away monsters. Have you ever heard of the Taoist priest? Hearing Wu Chang mention Huaigu village, Shi Yuan was happy and said hurriedly, Wu Xiaoxia is going to Huaigu village. Pindao happens to have something he wants to go to Huaigu village to solve. I wonder if Wu Xiaoxia can help. Title perfectionism activates and gets a hidden side mission. Wu Chang immediately said, Master, please feel free to speak. As long as I can do it, I dare not refuse. Shi Yuan slowly said, It's a coincidence that I am also going to Huaigu village. Master, are you going to participate in the festival? No. I passed by Huaigu village a few days ago and saw that the evil spirit in the village was soaring. It seemed that some incredible monster was about to be born. At that time, I didn't have the magic weapon I usually use with me, so I left first and waited until I was fully prepared before returning to subdue the monster. Who knew that on the way to subdue the monster, I met these 2 mountain ghosts. Now one of them has escaped. I am afraid that it will hurt innocent people in its ferocious state. It must be eliminated as soon as possible. I can only ask for your help in subduing the monster in Huaigu village. After entering Huaigu village, can you help me explore and find the source of the evil spirit? Hidden branch task, find the source of the evil spirit in Huaigu village. There is no penalty for failure. Do you accept the task? Is there any need to think about this? Accept. Wu Chang said, Master, rest assured. We are all traveling in the martial arts world, and it is our duty to exorcise demons and monsters. There is nothing wrong with that. Qi Yuan bowed his hands, took out a white flag from his sleeve, and said, "Young Master Wu, if you can find the source of the evil spirit, insert this flag into it, maybe you can suppress the evil spirit and prevent the demons from reviving." Item name, Soul Cleansing Flag. Item type, Dungeon item. Dungeon items cannot be taken out of the dungeon plane. Item level, C. Item description, it has been handed down since ancient times, and the flag records the Taoist law. Item skill, Soul Cleansing. Skill description, activate the soul cleansing flag to enter the perspective of wandering, see nearby souls and spirits, and appease and purify spirit monsters, suppress evil spirits, eliminate obsessions and resentment, and bring souls to peace. It turned out to be a serious product? Confirming that there was no mine buried in the soul cleansing flag made Wu Chang confused. Although Qi Yuan was not stained with resentment, his magic sword, copper bell and iron mirror were stained with 7 or 8 resentments, including resentment of players. The death scenes recorded in these resentments had nothing to do with Qi Yuan, and most of them were scenes of fighting with monsters, but he was still on guard with so many resentments. But the things Qi Yuan gave were fine, so was the resentment on the magic weapon a misunderstanding? He asked Qi Yuan, "There is one thing I want to ask you, Taoist priest, how to distinguish between demonic energy and resentment? For example, is the resentment on your magic weapon demonic energy? Monsters are born from the resentment of heaven and earth, and have the same origin as resentment. Wu Shaoxia is worthy of being from a famous sect. His innate spiritual awareness is beyond ordinary people. He can see the resentment on the poor Taoist's magic weapon." Qi Yuan looked normal and answered without hesitation. "To be honest, my master is a casual cultivator in the wilderness. The orthodox method of refining instruments is incomplete. We lack the most critical part of consecration in the ritual of refining instruments. We can only use the killed monsters as a primer to consecrate the instruments. This method is a trick, not a right way. The cause and effect and resentment of the killed monsters will be inherited to the instruments, and over time, the instruments will become murderous weapons." Wu Chang suddenly realized, so that's it. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the two got along better. After the attack of the mountain ghost, the two were no longer sleepy. Wu Chang took the opportunity to learn about the world of the copy plane from Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan was originally from the Taoist sect, with a solid theoretical foundation. In the past few years of the resurrection of monsters, he has been a pioneer in eliminating monsters and has a lot of practice. Combining theory with practice, Wu Chang has a self-contained system for the cognition of monsters, which has benefited him a lot. As the sky brightened, Qi Yuan packed his luggage, rode the black donkey in the stable, and chased in the direction where the horse-faced man escaped. Wu Chang also led the horse and rushed to Huaigu village pointed by Qi Yuan. Bailey Huaishan is indeed a place that even Qi Yuan is afraid of. The road is not peaceful. After walking for half a day, he saw at least 30 or 40 players' grudges. Poisonous miasma that can melt bones and flesh, snow pits that swallow pedestrians alive, venomous snakes and insects that easily bite through leather and cotton clothes. There are also strange monsters like the mountain ghost, and there are countless deadly threats in the forest. No wonder the main task of the dungeon is to go to Huaigu village. The dungeon can be fed to the verge of losing control by players, and this mountain road accounts for the majority. There are players who died accidentally, but there are also those who deliberately died. For example, the grudge that Wu Chang was checking was located in front of a red forest, which was only 3 or 4 miles away from Huaigu village. The Taoist said not to enter the red forest, "Let me see what's going on." The player in the grudge held his own force, and after saying this last word, he died in the red forest, and he didn't even see what the monster that attacked him looked like. Thanks to these unbelieving pathfinders, most of the dangers on the road were cleared for Wu Chang. Players' resentment is undoubtedly the best signpost. But with the guidance of many signposts, he not only stepped on the safe point every step of the way, but also took many shortcuts. Even the oldest hunter in the mountain did not dare to rush like him. Normally, it takes 2 days and 2 nights to get to Huaigu village, but he walked down in 1 day, successfully avoiding the high-incidence death event of sleeping in the wild, and arrived at Huaigu village before dark. Near the mouth of the valley, Wu Chang dismounted and led the horse to observe Huaigu village. Huaigu village, as the name suggests, is built in a valley. The valley is flat and surrounded by mountains. A clear spring on the top of the mountain flows down and turns into a small river through the valley. Farmland is cultivated on both sides of the river, and groups of small houses are distributed around the farmland, making perfect use of the space in the valley,
with a sense of communication and the sound of chickens and dogs. The superior terrain makes Huaigu village the only one among the 5 villages in Bailey Huaishan that can support itself by farming alone without hunting or trading. It's a pity that the pastoral scenery that should be leisurely and relaxing now looks depressing and gloomy, as if a BBC-exclusive netherworld filter has been added. Before entering the valley, I felt damp and cold, as if I was wearing clothes that were not fully dry. The strong yin energy echoes in the valley, making all living people feel uncomfortable. The villagers who were on duty at the mouth of the valley quickly discovered him and went back to inform the village chief. Not long after, I saw several young men walking out of the village surrounding an old man. The old man has a lean figure. Due to overwork, his back is slightly bent and his figure is rickety. He looks almost 70 years old, but he speaks with great vigor and is not senile. Lu Shan, the old head of Huaigu village, young hero came here late at night, and I don't know why. Wu Chang cupped his hands and said to Lu Shan, I am Wu Chang, a disciple of the Tang sect. I am traveling down the mountain in the name of my sect. I heard that the New Year's Eve festival in Huaigu village is quite lively, so I wanted to visit the village. After hearing this, Lu Shan shook his head. In previous years, it would have been okay for the knights to observe the ceremony, but the village is currently in trouble and has too much time to take care of itself, let alone the young knight. I asked the young knight to forgive me and come back next year. Wu Chang unloaded a cloth bag from the horse's back, untied the rope buckle, and shook the cloth bag forward to reveal the contents. As the villagers screamed, the body of the bull-headed mountain ghost appeared in front of everyone. Young hero, what is this? Wu Chang said loudly, this monster is called Mountain Blocker Ghost. It is the gathering of the souls of those who fell off the cliff. I passed by yesterday and got rid of it. Maybe I can be of some use to the troubles in the village. A villager approached the mountain ghost carefully and took out a yellow talisman from his arms. When the talisman came 1 meter closer to the mountain ghost, the paper talisman ignited flames. Village chief, you are really a monster. The identity of the mountain ghost was verified, and the atmosphere in the scene changed instantly. Lu Shan, who had been rejected thousands of miles away just now felt the wind at his feet. He walked to Wu Chang in a few steps and grabbed his sleeve like an elder he had not seen for many years. Lao Deng was so strong that he almost made Wu Chang stagger. Wu Daxia is so capable. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This old man almost neglected the hero. Tai Zhu, what are you doing standing still? Quickly ask someone to prepare food and wine and clean the guest room. My hero, please come here. Although Huaigu village is located in a remote area, the essence of Bailey Huaishan mountain is gathered here, especially all kinds of mountain products. They taste so delicious that you may not be able to eat them even if you have money outside. Because of the mountain ghost, Wu Chang was a little nervous when he heard the mountain goods. However, the mountain goods in Huaigu village should be from a serious background, so he endured it and followed Lu Shan into the village. Being able to enter Huaigu village so smoothly is indispensable to Qi Yuan's contribution. When he was in the hotel, Qi Yuan told him that the mountain people seemed simple, but in fact they were the most realistic. If you are blocked from entering the village, you can either use real money to clear the way, or put the body of the mountain ghost on the ground. Wealth and power are more convincing than any words. Thanks to Qi Yuan's methods, Lu Shan was extremely enthusiastic about him. Not only did he let him enter the village smoothly, but he was also treated as a special guest when attending the ceremony, which was difficult to do before. Main Mission 1 has been completed. Lu Shan treated Wu Chang to the highest standard in the village, and the mountain goods he brought to the table were more attractive than those that the mountain ghost could conjure up with his magic. Wu Chang's mouth was filled with oil. During this period, Lu Shan was trying to find out Wu Chang's route, half trying to establish a relationship and half using clichés. Wu Changza brought out the many fantasy novels he had read, and combined them with the information he got from Qi Yuan. During the dinner, he talked eloquently, describing the Tang sect as an ancient hidden sect, which stunned the villagers. Wu Chang's words quickly spread throughout the village. The words were spread 3 times and became real. With layers of artistic processing, Wu Chang's words were spread to the end. He had changed from a disciple of the hidden sect to a descendant of the Star Lord. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Just as Lu Shan was about to take Wu Chang to rest, a young man ran in anxiously and said with a panic on his face, "Village chief, it's bad, Xiaoning is possessed by an evil spirit." The bad news brought by the young man disrupted the tranquility of Huaigu village at night. Lu Shan complained to Wu Chang, not caring that he was already half drunk, and staggered towards the other end of the village with his men. Naturally, Wu Chang would not let such an unexpected incident go by and followed the others to act together.
On the way, he pulled over the villagers who were using talismans to verify the mountain ghosts and asked what happened. The man who was pulled was named Lu Jinfu. He briefly explained to Wu Chang. Since the evil started, every time before the New Year's Eve, the children and women in the village will be arranged to live on the top of the mountain next to the village. The yang energy on the top of the mountain is strong, making it difficult for evil spirits to approach. The children and female relatives will not be taken back to the village until the New Year festival is over and the evil spirits are suppressed. This year's evil spirits are particularly serious. Starting from the past 2 days, even people hiding on the top of the mountain will be attacked by evil spirits. Xiao Ning, whom I just mentioned, is the granddaughter of the village chief Lu Shan. She has just turned 16 this year. She is tall and graceful, gentle and charming, and is the object of admiration among the young people in the village. Lu Ning was born with intelligence and was not only favored by Lu Shan, but also the apple of everyone's eye in the village. If anyone in the village was attacked by evil spirits the most unacceptable, it was Lu Ning besides Lu Shan. For the village boy, the order is even reversed. The group of people left the valley and headed up the mountain road. Not long after they left the village, a thin black figure caught up with them. He was a young man whose facial features looked like he was 14 or 15 years old, but due to lack of nutrition, his body was only at the development level of an 11 or 12-year-old. He was wearing a shabby singlet with straw scrawly stuffed inside to keep out the cold. He was wearing leaky straw sandals on his feet. As he ran, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Fire, fire dragon is up the mountain again. The immortal is coming. Run! Run! Lively!" Lu Shan and others were worried about Lu Ning and went up the mountain without looking back. However, Lu Jinfu couldn't stand the young man's noise, so he picked up a stone and threw it over, shouting coldly, "Shut up!" The boy was hit in the head by a stone, his feet were unsteady, and he sat down on the ground. The boy shed tears in pain, but his face was still full of silly joy, and he kept repeating "Fire, fire, fire." Wu Chang glanced at the young man and asked doubtfully, "Who is he?" Lu Jinfu spat, "This unlucky thing is a fool. The village chief is kind-hearted and wanted to take him in as a village guard to protect him from disasters, but his life is so tough that he can survive even if he gets lost in the mountains, eating grass roots and drinking dew. On the contrary, it made the village feel restless. You can still cause trouble at this time. I'm afraid it's not an evil undercover agent. If Xiao Ning has any shortcomings, I will have to cut his tongue." When the two arrived at the residence on the top of the mountain, the atmosphere around them was very depressing. They knew without asking that something was wrong. Passing through the silent crowd, a bearded man dressed as an Orion was confronting Lu Shan in the room. "Uncle Shan, can't you recognize the reality yet? Everyone can't stand it any longer. In order to avoid Xiao Ning appearing next, we must start the New Year's Eve celebration in advance. If you can't make this decision, then give up the position of village chief to me, and I'll make the decision." Lu Shan was so angry that his lips trembled. He pointed at the strong man and yelled, "You bastard, how dare you say that? Are you hoping that something will happen to Xiao Ning so that you can force me to agree to an early New Year's Eve celebration?" "Strong man, I didn't." Seeing that the conflict was developing in a more intense direction, Wu Chang coughed dryly and interrupted the quarrel between the two. "Are you here to save people or to quarrel? Let me see where they are." Lu Shan shook off the hand pointing at the strong man, snorted coldly, turned around and forced a smile, and said to Wu Chang, "My hero, please follow me to the back room." Entering the back room, Wu Chang saw Lu Ning, whom everyone said. His first impression of Lu Ning was not as good as Lu Jinfu's description. It wasn't because of Lu Ning's appearance, but because she didn't leave peacefully. The girl was possessed by the evil spirit in her sleep, and traces of her struggle could be seen on the messy bed. The girl's face was pale and frightened, and she struggled all the way from the bed to the ground. During the struggle, she tore her hair frantically, turning her black hair into bloody bald spots. Her slender neck was covered with 10 blue-black fingerprints. Judging from her posture and fingerprints, she pinched them out herself. If someone is possessed by an evil spirit, the power of the evil spirit will remain in the body. Those who touch it will soon attract the evil spirit. The deceased must be exposed to the sun for a whole day before burying the body. Therefore, Lu Ning still lay down in the position of struggling for the last time. On the ground. Lu Shan couldn't bear to look at his granddaughter on the ground and turned his head to the side. Even though this tough guy who was once the toughest in the village suddenly became extremely sad and angry, he could not maintain the composure that a village chief should have. Wu Changgang wanted to say a condolence, but suddenly he was inspired and stepped forward to inspect Lu Ning's body. This move immediately caused the villagers behind him to explode. "Hero, you can't do it. Xiaoning still has evil spirits in her body, don't touch her easily." The person who spoke out was Lu Shan. "Stop, what are you going to do to Xiaoning's body?" This was the strong man who had argued with Lu Shan before. "Hurry and stay away. This outsider will go crazy later. Don't hurt everyone." This was a villager watching the excitement. Wu Chang ignored the movement behind him. After briefly confirming Lu Ning's condition, he slowly turned back and said, "She was just temporarily stunned. She can still be saved." "Really?" Lu Shan's eyes showed joy. Wu Chang nodded. If Lu Ning can be rescued, he can maintain his previous character and gain the support of Huaigu village. By the time of the New Year festival, the entire village will be his home court. He pretended to recite a mantra, and then shouted flag. The soul purification flag in his portable space appeared in his hand. This move of exploring the air to take treasure really shocked the villagers present. The scene fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Wu Chang. Wu Chang held the flag and walked around Lu Ning with special steps, muttering something. Under normal circumstances, Wu Chang, who had obtained the right to use the soul purification flag, could use his own energy to drive the flag without making too much preparation. But in order to maximize the use of attributes, he did not allocate the attributes to energy, resulting in the need to use the method taught by Qi Yuan to drive the flag with special steps and mantras. But because of the cumbersome steps, the villagers felt that he had real skills, and their eyes became more awed. The flag waved 3 times, accompanied by a faint white light, and the world in front of Wu Chang turned into black and white. The living are white, and the dead are black. Lu Ning, lying on the ground, appeared to be gray between life and death. Part of her body had turned black, and a white line was flowing out of her body and drifting out of the window. This white line was Lu Ning's soul. The evil spirit possessed her, causing her soul to leave her body. If she could send her soul back to her body in time, she could still be saved. Wu Chang held the soul purification banner and stood still. With a thought, his vision extended along the white line in Lu Ning's body. His eyes passed through the window, through the safety zone on the top of the mountain, down the mountain, and came to the foot of the mountain. It was not until the intersection of the road that was about to leave the valley that he saw Lu Ning's white soul. Lu Ning's soul looked confused and was moving with a crimson light spot. Wu Chang was very familiar with the crimson light spot. It was the resentment with bloody last words. He first waved the soul purification banner to cut off the connection between Lu Ning's soul and the crimson light spot, and guided Lu Ning's soul back to the body. Then his eyes locked on the crimson light spot, his eyes full of curiosity. This was the first time he had seen a resentment that was not attached to others and could act on its own. "Let me see what you are." Lu Ning's soul escaped, and the crimson light spot froze in place, as if in a daze because the prey was lost. Wu Chang took advantage of the crimson light spot to be in a daze, and with the help of the vision brought by the soul purifying flag, he activated his ability on the crimson light spot. The light spot that was originally the size of a fist began to expand in his field of vision. From the size of a fist, to the size of a human head, then to the size of a person. Finally, a 10-meter-high red meatball appeared in the black and white world. The meatball beats like a heart, and every time it beats, gray cracks appear around it. The black and white space created by the soul-purifying flag seems to be broken at any time. The bloody flesh ball sensed his gaze, and its body rotated slightly, as if it was looking at him. Boom! In the heavy heartbeat, the huge meatball filled the world, and it seemed that only the huge meatball and the ant-like Wu Chang were left in the world. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows and murmured, "He will still resist." He waved the soul-purifying command flag, and with the help of the command flag and his will, he forcibly broke the illusion of removing the flesh ball. The illusion that filled the world was shattered, and the meatball returned to the size of 10 meters. After shattering the illusion, he originally thought that Meatball would honestly show the images of his life like other resentments, but Meatball showed no reaction afterwards. "What the hell is this?" Wu Chang frowned and looked at the weird blood-red flesh ball. Could it be that he had misjudged it? Isn't this thing resentment? Just when he was confused, countless faces appeared on the surface of the bloody flesh ball. They looked at Wu Chang with empty eyes and murmured in unison, "Help, free me, transcend me." This time he saw clearly that every face in the flesh ball was a light red resentment, but countless light red resentments condensed together and turned into this weird appearance. The mixed resentments made it impossible for him to identify a single resentment among them. In the dungeon plane where everyone is safe and sound, the resentment after death can give birth to monsters. I wonder if it is the special world rules of the dungeon plane that caused the resentment to change in such a weird way. Surprised, a question arose in his mind. How to calculate the salvation of such an aggregated resentment? Are there any bloody last words? Are there any rewards? Seeing that Wu Chang didn't give any response, the bloody flesh ball went crazy. Countless faces screamed at him, "Give it back!" Along with the screams of resentment, all the lights in Huaigu village were extinguished, and the world completely plunged into black. The black and white world created by the purifying soul order flag collapsed, and Wu Chang withdrew from the special field of vision. When his consciousness returned to the room on the top of the mountain, he immediately came to the window and looked towards the entrance of the village. I found that there was nothing there, and there was no trace of resentment in the bloody flesh ball. Is that bloody flesh ball the evil spirit that the villagers call evil? Did Xie Sui's final "give it back to me" mean that someone in the village had stolen something from it? While Wu Chang was thinking, Lu Shan and others had already lit the oil lamps again. Just as people were about to ask Wu Chang what happened, they heard a slight cough coming from the ground. The villagers looked to the ground and saw that the panic on Lu Ning's face gradually eased. His purple lips opened slightly and he exhaled a burst of black air. Life appeared on his dead white face again. It's alive. Xiaoning is really alive. Did you see that when the hero was rescuing people just now, all the lights in the village went out? Could it be that they snatched the souls out of the underworld? I just went to the underworld to grab a soul. I heard that on the way into the mountains, the hero killed the head of a cow that seduced the soul in the underworld. I just said that once the hero takes action, it will definitely work. My hero, are you still accepting disciples? As Qi Yuan said, the villagers are the most honest and realistic. Seeing that Wu Chang could really bring back souls and resurrect the dead, his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, and he looked like a die-hard supporter. For ordinary people, life and death and wealth are always the two most tempting things. The quick-thinking villagers, seeing that Wu Chang was still young, were already thinking about the competitiveness of the female relatives in the family, and wondering how to establish a relationship with this Wu Daxia. The most beautiful girl in the village, Lu Ning, had already been beaten into bald spots by herself. Without her biggest competitor, they might not have a chance. Wu Chang's back was stared at by dozens of pairs of eyes, which made him shiver. The longing gazes of the villagers wanted to eat him alive. The pressure from their sight was no less than the illusion of the bloody flesh ball resenting the heavens and the earth. If Lu Shan hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid there would have been a blind date meeting tonight. Lu Shan drove away the villagers on the grounds that Wu Chang was tired from traveling all the way and did the exorcism without having time to rest when he first entered the village. He was tired and needed rest, so he drove away the villagers. It was already getting late, so Lu Shan arranged a place for Wu Chang to stay in the mountains. He took Wu Chang to the room. Seeing that there was no one else around, he couldn't help but ask, "Master Wu, what happened just now?" Wu Chang was not prepared to tell Lu Shan about the evil thoughts of the red meatball. Before the situation became clear, what he had to do was to see more, listen more, and speak less. Although it is not advisable to assume that the victim is guilty, the dungeon incident occurred in Huaigu village, and he was targeted by such a weird monster. If he said that the village was really pure and clean, with no problems at all, he would be the first to not believe it. He said calmly, "As I said before, Miss Ning was attacked by evil spirits just now, which caused the living soul to leave the body. The living soul left the body, and the body was naturally temporarily dead. If you can bring the soul back to the body before the living soul goes far away, you will naturally wake up. Come over." Lu Shan hesitated for a moment and asked, "In the past, when the evil spirit possessed someone, it would only lead to a serious illness at most, but rarely to the extent it is today. Is it because the evil spirit is specifically targeting Xiaoning, or is it that the evil spirit is really about to get rid of its suppression? I know too little about evil spirits and it's difficult to judge. I just have time right now. Can the village chief tell me what the origin of this evil spirit is?" Lu Shan sighed, took a jar of wine, poured a bowl each for himself and Wu Chang, and said quietly, "The evil spirit first appeared 5 years ago. With Lu Shan's description, the past of Huaigu village slowly unfolds. The beginning of everything is peaceful and beautiful. Huaigu village relies on its favorable location to become the wealthiest village in Bailey Huaishan Mountain. The village is self-sufficient and can sell mountain goods to merchants from time to time, so it can be said that it has no worries about food and clothing. But since 5 years ago, Bailey Huaishan has changed. Hunters and herb collectors who enter the mountains frequently disappear, either alive or dead, or their bodies appear in strange ways far away from the place of disappearance. Not only the locals, but also the rumors of mountain monsters began to appear among the travelers and traders passing by. At first people thought they encountered wild beasts or bandits,
But as time went by, people discovered that there were really monsters in the mountains. Many monsters that only existed in stories to scare children began to really appear in the mountains and forests. Huaigu village is surrounded by mountains and uses the mountains as a barrier to block most monsters, but the strong aura of living people has attracted a more difficult monster. It is invisible and cannot be seen like other monsters. It will only turn into a black shadow in the dead of night and come to the beds of children and elderly people in the village, absorbing their vitality and injecting evil energy. Those who are possessed by evil spirits will become weak and sickly in a short period of time, and in severe cases, they will become stupid. Older children will get over it after a while, but if newborns are possessed by evil spirits, most of them will not escape the fate of dying young. The more people who are possessed by evil spirits, the stronger the evil spirits become, and they gradually become uncontrollable. At this moment, a warlock happened to pass by. The warlock's abilities were limited, and although he could not subdue the evil spirits, he used his master's secret techniques to design a method for everyone to suppress the evil spirits. This method requires the help of the right time, place, and people, and is performed once a year. It is called the method of eliminating evil spirits. In order to sound auspicious, the evil spirits are turned into New Year's, which is called the New Year's Eve festival. After hearing this, Wu Chang probably had some understanding of the dungeon's worldview. In the real world he was in, there was also a way of turning evil spirits into years, so it was not difficult to understand. So the effect of the New Year's Eve formation arranged by the alchemist has weakened, making it impossible to suppress the evil spirits? Lu Shan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "It's not the problem of the New Year's Day festival, it's our lack of people's hearts and our attempt to get rid of it once and for all, so we brought disaster." Wu Chang asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Shan looked into the distance and recalled, 2.5 years ago, a monk passed by the village. The monk's skin was as black as carbon, his nose was as flat as garlic, his lips were as thick as sheep intestines, and his hair was congenitally twisted into a ball, like the Buddha in the statue with a bun on his head. He was in the village after staying for 3 days. He promised that there was a way to eradicate the evil spirits. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows. "Oh, this dungeon is still an international server, and a foreign monk is here." Sure enough, a foreign monk can recite sutras. If he says he wants to try it, why don't you let him try it? It is said that visions in life must have supernatural powers. That black monk had visions all over his body, and with his extraordinary skills, we thought he must be extraordinary, so we let him give it a try. Lu Shan regretted, there have been many people who came here before and wanted to surrender the evil spirits, but if they could not exorcise the evil spirits, they would not succeed and would not cause disaster. Who knew that the black monk was holding a cross wooden stick with a small figure nailed on it and stepped on it alone? Entering the mountain, there was a violent earthquake in the mountain that night. Not only was the evil spirit not driven away, it also attracted a crazy mandrill, which chased the black monk all the way to this point. In front of everyone outside the village, he broke the black monk's cross weapon and beat him alive. Wu Chang curled his lips and said, "This is how fishing crosses the border." The cause of the dungeon pollution was found. In order to complete the task, Lao He wanted to get rid of the evil spirit of the boss and the seal. As a result, he moved too much and attracted other monsters in the mountain. Not only did the seal of the evil boss loosen, but also because of his death, Bailey Huaishan was contaminated by players, and the dungeon gradually got out of control, gradually leading to the current situation. Lu Shan continued, "Since then, the evil spirits have been out of control. Many strangers have come to exterminate the evil spirits, but they have failed. Several people have even been affected by the evil spirits, going crazy and killing many people." Villagers. It wasn't until a year ago that a scholar passed by and helped us improve the New Year's Eve festival, and we regained control of the evil spirits. The scholar said that it is most effective to perform the New Year's Eve festival at the end of every year, when the old and the new change. But with the frequent occurrence of monsters in the mountains, it is difficult to maintain the improved New Year's Eve festival. There is still 1 month left before the date, the scholar said, but evil spirits are already frequent. Attack the villagers. Wu Chang felt that this was very normal. In Huaigu village, the pollution level of the dungeon had increased a lot in the past year, and the difficulty of the dungeon naturally increased, heading straight to B level. Is it possible to use a level difficulty seal to seal a level boss? The reason is very simple, but in order for Lu Shan to understand, Wu Chang must translate it into something that the natives of this plane can understand. Nowadays, spiritual energy is reappearing, and the world is undergoing great changes. Monsters are getting stronger and stronger with the nourishment of spiritual energy.
It is naturally difficult to maintain the current monsters bound by the methods of the past. Lu Shan suddenly said, "So that's it. I was worried about repeating the same mistake as the Black Monk, so I didn't dare to disobey the scholar's instructions in the slightest." But Lu Wei, the hero who had just met, thought that it could not be delayed any longer and kept asking me to perform the removal in advance. New Year's Eve. Listen to what the hero said. It's not impossible to cancel the New Year's festival in advance? Wu Chang said slowly, to conquer demons and eliminate demons, we need to be adaptable. I think it is feasible to hold the New Year's Eve ceremony in advance. After hearing Wu Chang's words, Lu Shan's heart dropped, and he immediately said, in that case, I will inform everyone tomorrow to discuss advancing the New Year's Eve festival. Before Lu Shan left, Wu Chang suddenly remembered something and asked, there are many ghosts and monsters that are formed the day after tomorrow. Does the village chief know what caused the evil spirits in the mountains in the first place? Lu Shan frowned and shook his head, I have never heard of it. Lu Wei is the most powerful hunter in the village. He knows the things in the mountains best. Maybe he will know something. After Lu Shan left, Wu Chang lay on the bed, thinking about the next step. Moonlight Sanatorium was the only dungeon he had ever experienced, and it had a great impact on him, especially the hidden time limit for clearance in the dungeon, which still frightened him to this day. His mission is only to participate in the New Year's Eve festival. What will happen to the village after the New Year's Eve festival is not within his scope of consideration. Things should not be delayed, otherwise things will change. The villagers are not ready, and the dungeon boss is definitely not ready either. Another important reason for supporting the early New Year's Eve festival also comes from the Moonlight Sanatorium, and that is the first law of occultism. The more people believe in its existence, the more powerful it becomes. It is not difficult to tell from Lu Shan's description that the evil spirit was not very powerful at first. When it was not trapped by the New Year's Eve festival, it could only make children and the elderly sick, and most of its targets were this type of people. But now, even if the evil spirit is suppressed by the New Year festival, it can still make adult villagers lose their souls. The huge gap between before and after is definitely caused by the contamination of the copy. The villagers' long-standing fear of evil spirits will also make the evil spirits more powerful. 1 month before the New Year's Eve festival, the villagers' fear is strongest due to the loosening of the seal. 1 more day of delay will increase the power of the evil spirits. No matter from any angle, the New Year festival should be held in advance. Wu Chang exhaled a breath and closed his eyes. Since he had no energy, driving the purifying soul flag consumed a lot of energy, and he had to recover through sleep or the meditation method Qi Yuan taught him. He followed the method Aka Yuan taught him, closed his eyes, let his mind go, tried to separate his spirit from his body, feel the aura floating in the air, and used the aura to nourish his spirit and replenish his losses. With the blessing of a high amount of inspiration, his understanding was extremely high and he soon entered a meditative state. In a daze, his spirit left his body and rose higher and higher, feeling a bit like an out-of-body soul. However, due to the lack of the Taoist Dharma, he could not control his soul, and could only be in a state of half awake and half asleep, letting his soul act according to the guidance of inspiration. The soul floated aimlessly, and when passing by a forest, he heard a conversation from below. Brother, this kid is different from those trash who came to the village before. He has real skills. Should we do something? Don't worry, keep him until after the New Year's Eve. I'm worried that he will run away halfway, you are too impatient. He is so proud of his master and ability that he will not run away even if he fights with the evil spirits and both sides are injured. You are too impatient, especially what happened today. Don't do it again in the future. Understood. It seems that someone wants to deal with him. The voice is familiar, but Wu Chang is in a state of half awake and half asleep, so he doesn't hear it clearly. He wanted to concentrate on looking down, but he concentrated too much, and the wool attribute directly woke him up from meditation. When he entered the out-of-body state again, the 2 people who conspired had disappeared and could no longer be found. Who is the one who is talking? Who is the one who is talking? Wu, what are you talking about? Is the problem with my stone serious? A middle-aged female villager asked anxiously. Wu Chang shook his head and said, I was thinking about something else just now, don't worry about it. Your child's soul is just a little unstable, and he has caught a cold. I helped him to stabilize his soul, and he can go back to the doctor for normal treatment. It's no wonder that many people in the village agree to hold the New Year's Eve ceremony in advance. There are many villagers who have been possessed by evil spirits these days. Knowing that Wu Chang has real skills, they all come to him. In just one morning, he saw 7 patients, and the longest one was possessed for 2 months.
But none of them was as serious as Lu Ning, and he never saw the red meatball resentment during the treatment. But what he cares more about now is not whether the evil spirit has escaped, but who the voice he heard when his soul left his body before going to bed last night was. In a half-awake state, he didn't hear it clearly, and the unreal words were still blurring with time. If he hadn't been thinking about it, he would have completely forgotten the two voices. Forget it, let those two go this time. He was on guard and there would be plenty of opportunities to catch them in the future. After sending the villagers away, before he could catch his breath, the village chief Lu Shan came to the door. Wu Daxia, are you free now? Lu Wei and others will be here soon. They want to discuss with you about the early New Year's Eve celebration. No problem. As he spoke, Lu Wei came over with a few prestigious villagers in the village and greeted them. Wu Daxia, did you get used to the rest yesterday? Hearing Lu Wei's words, Wu Chang clapped his hands and said happily, it turned out to be you. Lu Wei looked at Wu Chang in confusion and asked, Hero Wu, have you seen me? Wu Chang smiled and said, no, I didn't. I just saw you yesterday and I thought you looked kind, but I couldn't remember who you were. I just heard you talking and remembered which old friend of mine you look like. Lu Wei muttered that all the capable guys were abnormal, and suddenly said, so that's it. In order to avoid Lu Wei's continued entanglement, Wu Chang asked first, I heard from the village chief that you all came here to discuss the matter of advancing the New Year's Eve sacrifice? Lu Wei nodded and said, yes, Uncle Shan said that Hero Wu also agrees to advance the New Year's Eve sacrifice. At this moment, the seal of the evil spirit is still there. If it is delayed for another month, the evil spirit will be completely free, and it will be difficult to subdue it again. Wu Chang said. Hero Wu has extraordinary knowledge and is worthy of being a young hero. Lu Wei said with a bow. Thank you. Wu Chang responded with a smile. Lu Wei changed the subject and said very naturally, I have something else to trouble you, but I don't know if I should tell you. The corners of Wu Chang's fake smile twitched slightly, and he knew that Lu Wei was holding back something. You can say it anyway. Lu Wei and Lu Shan exchanged glances. After confirming each other's meaning, Lu Wei said, Uncle Shan should have told the hero that a scholar passed by a year ago and improved the New Year's Eve festival. Indeed. When the scholar left, he left a palace lantern. The palace lantern is the core of the improved New Year's Eve festival. Without the palace lantern, the festival cannot begin. Wu Chang heard what Lu Wei meant, the palace lantern is not in the village? Lu Wei's face showed worry, and he said, we lent it to the neighboring Qinjia village. According to the agreement, the people of Qinjia village should have returned the palace lantern the day before yesterday, but there is no news until now. We would like to ask the hero Wu to go to Qinjia village to see if they are in danger. If everything is normal, please bring the palace lantern back. Wu Chang asked, is it possible that the people of Qinjia village escaped with the palace lantern? Absolutely impossible. Lu Wei denied. The four-sided palace lantern is integrated with the Chusui formation in the village. The Chusui formation can replenish the lamp oil for the palace lantern. Without the formation, the palace lantern will become ineffective after half a month. If it was Lu Shan who requested it, he might not think too much, but it was Lu Wei who issued the task to him, so he had to ask clearly, lest Lu Wei had evil thoughts and wanted to attack him in advance. Since they don't have the Chusui formation, why do they need to borrow the lantern? The four-sided palace lantern can control the flames and has the ability to drive away monsters. Qinjia village uses it to escort women and children in the village to a safe place for refuge. Like us, only the young and strong are left to guard the village. Wu Chang was silent for a moment, and after several considerations in his mind, he finally decided to agree to Lu Wei's request. At this moment, he suddenly understood the protagonists in various RPG games. In the past, when he played games, he always couldn't figure out why he was a great hero in the game, but he was driven by various NPCs like a grandson, going up the mountain to fetch water, chopping wood, and running errands. He wanted to ask before, don't those NPCs have hands? Now he understood that when the protagonist must rely on NPCs to achieve a certain goal, he would not dare to let these NPCs do the chores themselves, even if they wanted to do it themselves. For example, at the moment, even if Lu Wei wanted to bring the young and strong people in the village with him, he was still worried that these ordinary people would attract monsters for him halfway. In order to have fewer variables when passing the level, even if it was running errands, the hero had to do it himself. After asking Lu Wei for the map, Wu Chang said, in this case, there is no time to lose, I will set off now. Wu Chang took back his horse and just came down from the mountain. Before he started to hurry, he heard a noise coming from the woods at the foot of the mountain. Following the sound, he found a group of teenagers from Huaigu village. Most of the teenagers were 11 or 12 years old. They formed a circle and threw a rabbit back and forth. The one surrounded in the circle was the village guard boy I saw last night. The boy had a silly smile on his face and kept running in the circle as the rabbit was thrown. Every time the village guard was about to grab the rabbit, the tallest and strongest boy would kick him back to the center of the circle and continue playing. Bang! A huge gunshot exploded in the forest, and the cotton hat on the boy's head exploded on the spot. The bullet grazed the boy's scalp, leaving a burnt bald mark on his head. What game is so fun? Add me. Wu Chang took a step and caught the rabbit thrown by the frightened boy, saying with a smile, "It's bad, it's the hero, run." Someone said, and the boys in the village instantly turned into birds and beasts, leaving only the boy with a middle-parted head and a kicking posture. Wu Chang glanced at him, still not leaving. "Are you going to continue playing?" The boy shook his head hurriedly, crying and running towards the village, leaving a yellow water stain on the road he stepped on. Wu Chang shook his head, learning something else but bullying, thinking that there is also a minor protection law in the copy plane, right? The village guard boy didn't realize that he was being bullied. He smiled foolishly and shouted to the leader of the children, "Why don't you play anymore? Don't leave." Wu Chang handed the rabbit in his hand to the village guard and said, "They have something urgent to do. Let's play another day." "Oh." The village guard responded in a low voice and stroked the rabbit in his arms. While stroking, the boy whispered, "Don't be afraid, they are just playing with you." The rabbit shrank into a ball in fear, but recovered in a blink of an eye with the comfort of the village guard. Wu Chang's eyes flashed with surprise. "Is this boy a druid?" Looking at the boy with ragged clothes, frostbite on his hands and feet, who could only rely on straw to keep warm, Wu Chang untied the package on the horse's back and put the thick cotton coat prepared by Lu Shan on the boy. "It's not safe recently, find a place to hide." The village guard stared at Wu Chang. "Can you play with me?" "Not today, I have to go out for business," Wu Chang said perfunctorily. The village guard pointed to the mountain at the edge of Huaigu village. "I live there, you can go there to play with me. Next time for sure." After a brief episode, Wu Chang left Huaigu village and went straight to Qinjia village on the map. Huaigu village is 20 miles away from Qinjia village, but this 20 miles is a mountain road, and there are several dangerous mountainous areas in between, so you have to take a detour. According to the normal walking speed of the villagers in Huaigu village, it takes 3 days to reach Qinjia village, and it takes nearly a week to go back and forth. The roads in Beili Huaishan are complicated, and it is easy for outsiders to get lost in the mountains. If there is no detailed route map, it is easy to get lost in the mountains. Once you get lost, you don't know where you will go. The resentment of players almost evenly scattered at various dangerous points in Beili Huaishan shows the cost of getting lost in Beili Huaishan. However, it is precisely because of these resentments that Wu Chang has resentment to guide him wherever he goes. Through resentment, he can see that the predecessors have obtained information through trial and error with their bodies. With this information, he can understand the rules of monsters in advance and don't have to waste time to avoid dangerous areas. After running all the way, at 5 p.m., when the sun just set in the west, he came to the area where Qinjia village is located. Qinjia village is built on the mountain, near the intersection of 2 mountain roads in the mountain. Although it is not like Huaigu village, which has a valley and a large area of arable land in the valley, it is a trade hub of Beili Huaishan with convenient transportation, and the conditions in the village are no less than Huaigu village. The 2 villages have complementary advantages in terrain and are of similar size, so they have always had a close relationship, so close that they can lend the magic lantern. Despite such a close relationship, Qinjia village has been slow to return the lantern, which makes everyone in Huaigu village worried that something has happened to Qinjia village. Wu Chang stood on a high place and checked the route map Lu Wei gave him. The area where Qinjia village was supposed to be located was now covered by gray-white smoke, and even the outline of the village could not be seen clearly. Lu Wei and others guessed correctly that Qinjia village was indeed in trouble, big trouble. Wu Chang tied his horse outside and stepped into the mist alone. The visibility in the mist was very low, and a damp smell came to my face, mixed with a faint smell of burning and a slight smell of blood. There was deathly silence all around, and he could only hear his own breathing, as if the fog had turned into a dead place. He held the silver dawn in one hand and the soul-cleansing flag in the other, guarding against the surrounding fog. According to common sense, when the temperature is low enough, water vapor in the air will condense, causing the ambient humidity to drop. The temperature near Qinjia village is bone-chillingly cold. The temperature should be below -20 degrees. At this temperature, thick fog can condense in the air. There must be something strange in the fog.
As he went deeper into the mist, subtle sounds began to appear in his ears. There was a dull creaking sound, like the sound of feet sinking into the snow. The sound was right next to him, but when he followed the sound and walked over, he found that there was nothing there. Only a series of scattered footprints appeared out of thin air and disappeared out of thin air. Quite shy, Wu Chang did not get entangled with the pursuers behind him and continued to move forward into the fog. It didn't take long before he saw the shadow of Chenjiakan. Chenjia village is built on the mountain, and the overall architectural pattern is distributed in a gradient. In order to facilitate trade, the villagers built a small town at the foot of the mountain. At the busiest time, the popularity here is no less than that of a normal town outside the mountains. However, with the bandits raging, Chenjia village has also become deserted. Only at the end of spring and autumn every year can the previous prosperity be restored. The situation in the town was tragic, as if it had experienced a war. The town gate was violently broken open, and the 4-meter-high solid wood door panel was broken into 3 parts. Judging from the fracture, it appeared that it was smashed by a blunt instrument with great force. Nearly half of the houses were burned to charcoal, and every time the mountain wind blew through, it would bring up a cloud of black smoke. Chenjiakan was a martial artist, and when they were suddenly attacked, they resisted fiercely. Sprays of blood and scars caused by swords can be seen everywhere on the streets and on the walls of houses. But what is abnormal is that compared to the messy fighting situation in the town is too clean and there is not a single body in sight. Who can be so public-spirited as to stay and clean after the war? He walked along the street, checking from house to house. When he searched the 7th house, he saw a patch of red resentment in the backyard. Below the resentment is a hidden vegetable cellar, the door of which has been completely frozen from the outside. After breaking open the ice shell, as soon as he opened the door, he found a corpse dressed as a businessman lying behind the door. The merchant did not starve to death, nor did he freeze to death. Instead, he lay on the ground with blood on his face, as if he had knocked himself to death. Let me see what happens. The scene unfolded in his resentment, allowing him to see a corner of what happened to Chenjiakan. The battle took place at midnight. That night, as soon as Xing Shang lay down on his bed, he heard shouts of death coming from outside. He put on his clothes and opened the door in a hurry. There was already a fire outside. From a distance, he saw a dozen young people from Chenjiakan surrounding a 4-meter-tall ghost-faced ape in the center. The ghost-faced ape looked similar to the mandrill Lu Shan mentioned. The mandrill was covered in yellow light and invulnerable. In just a few rounds, it slaughtered all the young men surrounding Chenjiakan. Seeing the monster so terrifying, he dared not go out, so he hurriedly hid in the vegetable cellar, praying to escape. Not long after, the shouts of killing outside faded away, and everything seemed to have passed. But suddenly there was fog in the village, and the fog poured into the vegetable cellar along the gaps. In the mist, the merchant's spirit became particularly sensitive, and he began to be afraid of his surroundings. He only dared to sit in front of the vegetable cellar holding a firefold. He didn't dare to look back, as if the darkness behind him hid the most terrifying thing in the world. As time went by, his body began to tremble, and his expression changed from nervousness to anxiety, anxiety to fear, and fear finally turned to collapse and madness. He had to escape at all costs, even if he was discovered and killed by monsters outside. He wanted to open the door to escape, but found that the door was frozen shut. He banged the door hard, but it didn't move at all. When the hammer broke, he hit the door instead. When he was too tired to hit it anymore, he lay down behind the door and kept hitting it with his head, biting it with his teeth, and rubbing his face. Hong Shang didn't know whether he died of exhaustion or fright and panic until he exhausted his last bit of energy. As soon as the screen went dark, Wu Chang retreated from the scene of resentment. The fog that shrouded Chenjiakan was indeed abnormal. The merchant just suffered from mental breakdown and died after being exposed to it for a long time. It's just that because of his willpower, which is more than 10 times stronger than that of ordinary people, and the soul-purifying flag in his hand, he didn't realize the strangeness of the mist. During the follow-up inspection of the house, he found 7 or 8 more corpses. Their death methods were similar to those of Hong Shang. They all died of self-mutilation due to the influence of the fog. It's a pity that these people didn't feel resentful and couldn't get more information. Guessing that it was getting dark soon, he gave up on the carpet search, let go of his perception, and entered an almost meditative state, trying to find clues with inspiration stronger than his will. In a daze, he felt the soul-purifying flag fluttering slightly, as if he was attracted by something. Following the guidance of the purifying soul flag, he came to the side of the town close to the mountain. This was originally the warehouse and trading ground of Chenjiakan. Villages in the mountains would transport their accumulated mountain goods here and sell them to merchants entering the mountains. But at this moment, the trading ground has turned into a slaughterhouse. The place originally used to store mountain goods was filled with dead villagers from Chenjiakan. Thousands of young people were neatly displayed in it. Biting ice fog filled the surroundings, turning the place into a huge cold storage. Oops, the monsters are here too. While lamenting the monsters' generosity, Wu Chang quickly discovered a problem. When I watched the resentment of the merchants before, I didn't find any problems with Chenjia village. Now, thousands of Chenjia village villagers are lined up together. Why do they look less and less like good people? All the dead in the village are young and strong men, which can be explained by the fact that Chenjia village has sent away the women and children. The young and strong men are all strong and have strong bones, which can be explained by frequent mountain walks and sufficient exercise. 70% of them have scars or other scars on their bodies, which can be explained by the ferocious beasts in the mountains. But how to explain the piles of swords, spears, swords and halberds on the ground? Even if it is a copy plane, privately hoarding thousands of weapons is also a rebellion. Moreover, combined with the physical fitness of the villagers of Chenjia village, this level of force has far exceeded the explanation of self-defense. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a private soldier raised by a certain force. Combining the above points, a bold idea came to Wu Chang's mind. Could the so-called Chenjia village be the Black Mountain bandits who fled into Bailey Hui Mountain? If Chenjia village was really the Black Mountain bandits on the wanted list, then as a mountain bandit, being slaughtered by monsters in the village was a testament to the saying that evil will be punished by evil. The villagers of Chenjia village were all strong and vigorous, and the probability of resentment after death was extremely high. Through the resentment of the villagers, Wu Chang completely understood the drastic changes that Chenjia village had suffered. 5 days ago, the day of returning the palace lanterns of Huaigu village. The villagers and merchants in the town were arm in arm, eating meat and drinking wine, discussing whether the government had recently relaxed its control over Bailey Huaishan, and whether to increase the annual transactions from twice to 4 times. When everyone was drinking, the formation to expel monsters in the village suddenly broke, and the lights of the surrounding towers went out at the same time. In the chaos, the mandrill that had sneaked to the vicinity of the village at some point broke in, and together with 5 or 6 monsters, bloodbathed the entire Chenjia village. 2 of the monsters Wu Chang had seen before, and they were the couple of mountain ghosts that he met in the black shop when he first entered the dungeon. No wonder this place looks like a cold storage for meat. It seems that the occupational disease of the 2 mountain ghosts has come on. Thinking back to the 5 or 6 monsters that appeared in the resentment, Wu Chang felt a headache. From killing one evil spirit to killing a whole team of monsters, is this also the difficulty fluctuation caused by the pollution of the copy? However, he has not been attacked since he stepped into Chenjia village, which means that these monsters should have left. He should act as soon as possible before they come back. After collecting enough information through resentment, he left the trading field. As soon as he went out, he saw the fog covering the village turned into a vortex, and a body condensed in the open space in the center of the town. The biting cold and murderous intent rushed to his face. Wu Chang shrugged. It seems that the monsters have left one to watch the house. As the fog gathered, the monster left in Chenjia village revealed its true form. It was a piece of human skin spread out, or a ball of fog holding human skin. The human skin in the fog was light blue, and the whole was fully stretched out, with a translucent texture, like a piece of soft ice, with a strange beauty. There was a neat cut on the chest of the human skin, and there was a touch of red resentment on the edges of the cuts on both sides. Wu Chang originally thought it was the resentment of the killed villagers, but when he began to observe, he found that the owner of this resentment was the fog monster himself. In the scene of resentment, the fog monster was still a human. On the night of the attack, the village chief of Chenjia village made a decision to hold 4 trade fairs every year, and the whole village was immersed in the joy of celebration. The fog monster in human form climbed up the tower with 2 jars of wine with ingredients, and filled them for the villagers in charge of vigilance one by one. After all the villagers on the tower were killed, he took out a brass dagger, stabbed it into his chest, and cut his skin vertically. The flesh and blood in his body turned into mist, gushing out from the wound on his chest, and turned into mist covering Chenjia village. The peeled human skin stood on the tower, watching the massacre in Chenjia village. Finally, the part of his human will slowly dissipated and turned into a big red resentment. Although the great revenge has been avenged, I only regret that the bandit leader escaped. I can't behead him and eat his flesh alive. It's really hard to rest in peace. Find the bandit leader Chin Pang and cut off his head to comfort countless dead souls. After reading The Resentment of the Fog Monster, Wu Chang roughly guessed what happened. As a human, the Fog Monster had a blood feud with the bandits in Qinjia village. In order to take revenge, he sneaked into Qinjia village, even if he joined forces with monsters, and even sacrificed himself to become a monster. He is a ruthless person. Unfortunately, resentment has emerged on the human skin, which means that the human part of the Fog Monster is completely dead. Otherwise, the fight should have been avoided through negotiation. The Fog Monster, which only had basic instincts left, had completely lost control and could not communicate. The fog supported the human skin, and by changing its shape, the skin on the face twisted to express its emotions. The shaking skin expressed the emotion called anger. The whistling wind blew out the voice of the Fog Monster. Those who step in will die. After that, the cold wind rushed out from behind the human skin, rolling up the surrounding snow, making the fog covering the village even thicker. By reading The Resentment of the Dead in Qinjia village, Wu Chang had basically understood the ability of the Fog Monster. Just as the scene recorded in The Resentment of the Merchants, the thick fog that obscured the vision and the cold wind that paralyzed the senses were just to weaken people's perception and make people fall into an uneasy state. Illusion is the killer move of the Fog Monster. Among the monsters that attacked Qinjia village, the Fog Monster's performance was not the strongest, but nearly one-third of the villagers died from the Fog Monster's illusion. Once dragged into the illusion by the ice fog, you will see the most terrifying scene in your life. The villagers who were tortured and driven crazy by the illusion either committed suicide like the merchants, or went completely crazy and vented their fears through indiscriminate attacks. As the target of the Fog Monster, Wu Chang began to have vague illusions in front of his eyes even though he had a very high will and the soul purification banner to protect him. In just a few minutes, the scene he saw had evolved from being ridden on the face by a hanged ghost on a tree when he was 3 years old to being chased by a wild dog's tail when he was 4 years old. These were all psychological shadows that he had originally forgotten. The few childhood fragments he recalled were not enough to hurt him for the time being, but they also showed that the ability of the Fog Monster was enough to affect him. If it dragged on for too long, it would inevitably overturn, and he could not sit and wait for death. According to the information he collected from his resentment, there are 2 ways to avoid being affected by the illusion. One is self-mutilation, using pain to stimulate the senses to prevent being dragged into the illusion. The second is flames, which can dispel ice fog. Without ice fog as a medium, the ability of the Fog Monster will be greatly reduced. However, there was more than one monster attacking Qinjia village. Whether they self-harmed or gathered people to protect the fire, they would become targets of other monsters. Or they would be violently run over by the mandrill, or they would be hooked by the mountain ghost, and their blood would be drained and hung on the iron hook. However, Wu Chang was now unknown with the Fog Monster, so these 2 methods could be considered. He thought about it and decided to forget about the self-harm method. The main line of the dungeon was still there, and the evil spirit as the dungeon boss had not yet appeared. Lu Wei and others from Huaigu village were eyeing him covetously. It was not a wise move to fall into a weak state rashly. So what he had to do now was to find a fire source. Qinjia village happened to have a suitable fire source. The villagers mentioned its location in their grievances, the ancestral hall on the top of the mountain. Wu Chang raised the silver dawn, pulled the trigger, and the silver bullet carrying the flame flew to the top of the mountain. The fog instantly dissipated along the path of the bullet, revealing a passage. The residual heat in the air made the fog close very slowly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu Chang ran to the top of the mountain. While running, he felt extremely fortunate for his previous decision to add points evenly. With his strength, agility and endurance fully developed, he could climb a mountain in one breath without any effort. He ran all the way into the ancestral hall on the top of the mountain and used the key he had taken from the corpse to open the clan treasure house of Qinjia village. As soon as he opened the door, a chill hit him in the face. When he entered the treasure house, he saw Chen Pang, the village chief of Qinjia village, kneeling on the ground. Chen Pang stretched his arms forward, his elbows on the ground, his palms together, his 10 fingers spread out in a lotus shape, holding a red palace lantern. The lantern is square and red. There are no complicated patterns on the surface of the lantern, but only fire vortex patterns embroidered with gold thread. Wu Chang picked up the palace lantern, and the corresponding information appeared in front of him. Item name, Four-sided Sui Huo Lantern. Item type, Dungeon item. Item level, C. Item skill, Jiaosu. Skill description, when the four-sided Sui Huo Lantern is lit, it can drive the fire of the mortal world, illuminate evil and drive away plague, and keep demons away. Item skill, Sui Hua.
Skill description: when the Huaigu village elimination formation is activated, the wick can be lit to ignite the Suihua that protects the human world. The Suihua will not go out, and life will continue. During the burning of Suihua, the user's life loss can be slowed down, and most conventional deaths are immune. Note: the four-sided Suihua lantern can convert the energy or monster body injected into it into lamp oil. The burning speed of the lamp oil varies depending on the intensity of use. The current lamp oil can burn for 0 seconds. Wu Chang looked at it twice before he was sure that he was not dazzled. Wow, immunity to death during the burning of the Sui fire, this is simply a god-level auxiliary skill. If it can remove the two restrictions that it must be used in conjunction with the Sui festival and can only be immune to most conventional deaths, even S-level props cannot compare to it. It's a pity that I can't go. At this moment, the lights in the palace lanterns have gone out, and they have completely lost their temperature. Chen Pang also lost his temperature. Wu Chang turned Chen Pang's body over and found that his face was pale, his eyes were almost popping out of his eye sockets, and black blood was oozing from his 7 orifices. He had no breath. Although the fog monster didn't see Chen Pang die with his own eyes, Chen Pang still died under the fog monster's ability. After sighing, Wu Chang looked at the extinguished palace lantern and frowned slightly. Now that the lamp is there, where can I find the lamp oil? Wu Chang held the square fire lamp and scanned the clan treasury for several times, but he didn't find anything that could be used as lamp oil. The ice fog had drifted into the clan treasury, and it couldn't be delayed any longer. His eyes finally fell on a corner of the treasury, where a sheathed sword was placed. He drew off the sword, and the sword body was cold and sharp. He pulled out a hair and gently put it up, and the hair was silky and divided into 2 parts. Blowing hair and breaking hair. This sword must be the best sword in Xinjia village. Holding the village good sword, he slowly came to Chen Pang and bowed. Brother Chen, the situation is urgent now, and I need to borrow your head. If you don't refuse, I will take it as your consent. After 3 breaths, Chen Pang did not turn into a corpse, and it seemed that he had no objection. Thank you. Wu Chang raised his knife and cut off Chen Pang's head. He found a piece of cloth, wrapped the head, and strode out of the treasury. Before leaving, he took down the incense burner used for sacrifice in the ancestral hall and moved it to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Then he opened the cloth bag and placed it next to the incense burner. After doing all this, he returned to the ancestral hall and waited quietly. Not long after, the wind blew on the top of the mountain, and the thick fog turned into a vortex, condensing the true form of the fog monster again. The human skin carried by the fog appeared in the open space on the top of the mountain. It screamed and rushed to the side of the human head, and the whole human skin wrapped around the human head. The next moment, on the silent mountaintop, there was a creepy chewing sound, mixed with the crisp sound of broken bones. Wu Chang watched all this expressionlessly, without any fear in his heart. What a joke, he has seen the true form of the evil god, and he has fought back and forth with the other party with his treasure. Can a mere little demon chewing on the ice skull scare him? When he chewed on the rabbit skull, it was even more delicious than this. I just hope that the copy plane also has what you eat to replenish what you need, so that the fog monster can become smarter after eating the tribute he offered. A few minutes later, the human skin stood up, and it imitated the posture of humans and bowed to Wu Chang. Then the whole human skin and the big red resentment on it disappeared. Without the human skin, the remaining fog body of the fog monster was like a puppet with its strings cut, standing still in place without any movement. After the salvation was completed, Wu Chang's endurance and energy increased by 1 point each, and inspiration increased by 2 points. The increase in energy attributes is different from the improvement of other attributes. When he first gained energy, he felt that his internal organs were trembling violently, as if someone was working in his body to create a partition for the new resident. Fortunately, the increased energy was not much, and the pain in his body did not last long. When his body returned to normal, he felt that there was an extra breath in his body. This breath stayed quietly in the dantian, and could travel around in his body as he wished, like using his arms and fingers. He tried to release the air from his body, but the air was too weak, not even as strong as the flame of a disposable lighter. Before he could see the appearance clearly, the mountain wind blew and it disappeared without a trace. With the energy exhausted, the organs in his body began to wriggle regularly, spontaneously converting physical strength into energy. Feeling the changes in his body, Wu Chang took a deep breath and punched hard. From now on, he was also considered a superhuman. In addition to the attribute improvement, the big red resentment also brought him a piece of crystal clear colored glass. The colored glass was soft and felt like human skin.
Item name, Mist Guide. Item description, the remains of a monster with special powers. The props made with Mist Guide as raw material have a 60% chance of controlling fog and a 10% chance of hallucinogenic ability. Wait. Wu Chang frowned. The mist monster would not cut off part of his human skin as a reward. Although he was in the Abyss game, he shouldn't have so many details, but he was still very resistant to using human bodies to make props. He thought for a moment, and put the fog into the four-sided fire lamp. The fog was introduced and soon turned into lamp oil. The current lamp oil can burn for 1800 seconds. The essence of the fog monster is only enough for the four-sided fire lamp to burn for half an hour. The appetite is really big. After filling the lamp oil with great difficulty, how can I not try the effect? He lit the four-sided fire lamp, and saw a flame in the red lantern. Where the light shone, it gave people a beautiful feeling full of vitality. He shone the light at the fog monster. Under the peaceful light, the fog monster's fog body melted rapidly, and disappeared like the human skin and resentment that were transcended. Reincarnate into a good family in the next life. As if responding to Wu Chang's blessing, there was a clang from where the fog monster disappeared, and something fell to the ground. It was a brass dagger that had lost its luster. There were many resentments attached to the dagger, which quickly dissipated as the dagger fell. Item name, Transformation. Item status, Broken. Item description, it is made with a special method. It has a demon core and can be transformed into a demon. However, due to the immature skills, the effect is extremely unstable. Transformation. Wu Chang played with the dagger, looking thoughtful. He had felt strange before. Nearly half of the people in Xinjia village died at the hands of the fog monster. Why did the fog monster only have his own resentment? It turned out that all the resentment was absorbed by this transformation. The fog monster disappeared, and the fog covering Xinjia village slowly dissipated, revealing the slowly rising moon. During the time when we entered Xinjia village to explore, it was completely dark. It was dangerous to travel after dark, but it was not safe to stay in Xinjia village. Let's not talk about the fact that there is a cold storage in the town at the foot of the mountain. This is a dungeon plane where monsters exist. If you stay with them for a night, you may get entangled by some dirty things. Even if he relies on the four-sided fire lantern and the soul-cleansing banner and is not afraid of the frozen goods, he still has to be afraid of the teammates of the fog monster. Judging from the placement of the cold storage, the monsters that captured Xinjia village are preparing to use this place as a long-term nest. After noticing the death of the fog monster, it is very likely that other monsters will come to check the situation. It is quite risky to stay in the village, so it is better to leave overnight. Before leaving, Wu Chang went to the clan treasury and the cold storage. Other people have to bring some souvenirs when they go to work or go on business trips. He helped Xinjia village get rid of such a powerful monster, so it is not too much to take some local specialties. As soon as he left Xinjia village, he rode his horse back at full speed without any delay on the road. In the resentment, there was not much information about the nighttime road conditions. To be safe, he took some detours in places that were too dangerous, which doubled the time. He did not return to Huaigu village until the afternoon of the next day. On the way, he kept thinking, if Xinjia village was the rampant mountain bandits in recent years, then what was the identity of Lu Wei, who advocated lending palace lanterns to Xinjia village and often attacked players? Recalling the previous few meetings, although Lu Wei called Lu Shan uncle, there was a lack of respect in his words. He even mentioned many times that Lu Shan was old and did not dare to take risks, and the position of village chief should be handed over to him. As the head of the hunters in Huaigu village, Lu Wei has many supporters, and they are all young and strong in the village. They are very loud, and every time they are proposed, many people agree. When he asked about the reason why the evil spirit was formed in the first place, Lu Shan also asked him to ask Lu Wei, saying that Lu Wei knew the things in the mountain best. There was a big thing in the mountain, but Lu Wei did not discuss it with Lu Shan at all, which shows that the two have been at odds for a long time. Looking at the posture, it would not be surprising if there was a yellow robe one day. Could it be that Lu Wei wanted to become the village chief and follow the example of Xinjia village, turning the whole village into mountain bandits? Or, Lu Wei has always been a mountain bandit and wants to drag Huaigu village into the water, expand the organization of mountain bandits, and increase his voice. Looking at the outline of Huaigu village in the distance, Wu Chang had a flash of inspiration. According to the villagers of Huaigu village, it takes at least 6 days to go back and forth to Xinjia village, and no one would have thought that he had returned. Then, isn't this the best time for him to investigate Lu Wei? He must find someone who is familiar with the situation in the village and will not betray him. Who should he choose? Many good brothers were dissatisfied with the plot of spending experience and corrupt silver coins to unlock the poison of the mortals, so the settlement content of the first copy was modified, the unlocking of the poison of the mortals was postponed, the deduction of experience and corrupt silver coins was cancelled, the current level and attributes of the protagonist were changed, and the copy of Sui Sui Ping was changed to a clever copy. Only the values were changed, and the specific plot did not change. Good brothers who have already seen it can re-download the chapter to see the revised content. Chunlai Mountain is located outside Huaigu village. When the spring breeze comes, the wind blows into the valley from here, so it is called Chunlai. There is a small temple built on the mountainside, more than 10 square meters in size. The interior of the temple is simple, with only one altar table, 2 futons, and a painted clay sculpture. The clay sculpture is called Old Man Chuanhui. In the past, people from Huaigu village would come to worship him every beginning of spring. As bandits became rampant, the atmosphere in Bailey Huaishan became tense, and Chuanhui Temple fell into ruin. Nowadays, there is a hole in the roof of the temple, and no one has repaired it. The hole is directly opposite the face of the Old Man Chuanhui. Under the wind and rain, most of the paintings on the clay sculptures have peeled off. The old man with a fairy-like appearance has now turned into an ugly monster with an unclear face, and is even more despised by others. Only one person is still worshipping him every day. A thin figure ran into the temple, followed by 2 rabbits and 3 squirrels. One person and 5 animals put the collected food on the ground and gathered a handful of berries and a dozen nuts. He took out a small pile and placed it on the altar table, and shared the rest with several animals. To resist the cold in winter, the body needs more calories. Even if you are used to starving, such a small amount of food is not enough. He glanced secretly at the clay sculpture, and then at the tribute he had just placed on the table. If you eat a little more, Grandpa Huai probably won't blame you. Just when he hesitated, a voice came from behind. Young people are growing up, so you eat this? Wu Chang waved to the village guard who turned back and took out a chicken from behind. Would you like to eat something together? The village guard's head nodded with an afterimage. Where is the running water nearby? Wu Chang asked. This way. The village guard trotted to guide Wu Chang. On the edge of the river, Wu often lit up the fire with a square-year-old fire lamp to boil water. After scalding the chicken feathers, he used the sword found in Chen's treasure house to disembowel the chicken and clean out the internal organs. The chicken was also brought from Chenjiokan. It is a wild species in the mountains with colorful hair. Based on its appearance, it would definitely look like a chicken sitting in jail. While handling the ingredients, he talked to the village guard. What's your name? Weed. No other name? I think there is, but I can't remember. Wu often sharpened the branches, skewered the whole chicken, and then applied wild spices from the mountains. These spices grow on the most dangerous mountain cliffs, and you risk your life every time you pick them. They are worth more than gold. They are one of the most precious specialties of Bailey Huaishan. The entire Bailey Sephora mountain produces only a small box in a year, and even dignitaries rarely have the opportunity to enjoy it. But in Wu Chang's hands, it was like using it for free. Well, it really doesn't cost any money. Do you usually eat with those little guys? He had seen the mountain keeper's ability to comfort rabbits before when he helped the mountain keeper get rid of bullies. Now it seemed that the mountain keeper could do more than comfort. Well, sometimes when I can't find food, they will share the hidden food with me. The village guard drooled over the roast chicken and stroked the squirrel beside him. Wu Chang asked curiously, can you communicate with them? Is it just them, or all animals? They are the only ones. The big dogs in the village are very fierce and don't want me to come near the village every time. The village guard shuddered. Wu Chang nodded. It seemed that he could communicate with all animals. The chicken was grilled over a fire, and the chicken was cooked quickly. Wu Chang tore off a chicken leg and handed it to the village guard, who devoured it. When Wu Changgang wanted him to eat slowly, he saw a little bird landing on the village guard's shoulder and calling twice. The village guard quickly stood up from the ground, ignoring the chicken legs in his hands, and ran towards the top of the mountain. Wu Chang followed curiously and saw the village guard squatting on the top of the mountain, secretly looking into the woods in the distance. What are you doing? Wu Chang asked. The village guard lowered his voice and said, This is a secret, I can't tell you. Wu Chang asked, What do you think of me? You are a good man. The village guard replied immediately. Wu Chang was almost given the good guy card for no apparent reason. He resisted the desire to complain and said,
I am a good person, so I will keep it a secret so no one will know that you told me. This sentence challenged the village guard's cognition. His brain shut down for a few seconds and he said, then I will only tell you one person. The bearded uncle told me to keep an eye on the mangrove forest. Anyone who enters without his permission must tell him secretly. Mangrove? Wu Chang looked in the direction of the village guard's finger, and saw a faint hint of red at the end of his eyes. Judging from the distance, the mangrove forest was exactly the one that the player broke into seeking death. Can you see that far? He. The village guard giggled. Who went in? Wu Chang asked. Village guard, it's the tall and lanky uncle who has been following Uncle Bearded. They are brothers. He told me that if he entered the woods alone, he didn't need to tell Uncle Bearded. Wu Chang curled his lips, and the village guard's usage seemed to make them understand. The tall and thin man who had been following Lu Wei carefully recalled that he had indeed seen such a person before leaving Huaigu village, and his name seemed to be Lu Wu. As the person who follows Lu Wei the most, could Lu Wu be the one who called Lu Wei his big brother that night and was the first to attack him? Wu Chang said, how is your tall and lanky uncle? A bit mean, but not that bad. I want to make friends with this tall and thin uncle. Tell me some information about him. The village guard took a look at the chicken leg in his hand and said, okay. The young village guard spoke haltingly, and the topic jumped around a lot, talking about whatever he thought of. Most people would get a headache just by listening to a few sentences, but Wu Chang listened very carefully. Left hand's knife, the leg is a little lame. The knife skills are very fast, and he likes to attack the limbs, not bad. He likes to hide hidden weapons in the cuffs of his right hand, good, what else? 10 minutes later, Wu Chang remembered almost all of Lu Wu's information and said to the village guard, the roast chicken will not taste good if it gets cold. You take the roast chicken back to the temple to eat, and I will check what happened over there for you. Don't look over there for a while, and don't tell the bearded uncle what happened today, otherwise it will expose our secrets. But, the village guard struggled a little. I'm a good person and won't let you get into trouble. The village guard thought of the roast chicken at the foot of the mountain and finally nodded and agreed. The ghost-crying forest, named after the mountain wind that blows through the forest like the cries of ghosts, is a forbidden area in Bailey Huaishan. Long before the monsters appeared, the ghost-crying forest was a well-known ominous place. After the monsters appeared, it became even more evil. Not to mention entering the forest, even passing by the edge of the forest, it is possible to be entangled by dirty things even if it is not noon. When scaring disobedient children in Huaigu village, they all say, if you don't listen, I will throw you into the ghost-crying forest. The ghost-crying forest, which has always been shunned by people, not only did someone take the initiative to step into it today, but also came out safely. And this person is Lu Wu, who is usually silent and taciturn. If he is seen by the villagers, they will definitely drop their jaws. Lu Wu carried his narrow knife, wore a martial arts outfit that no one had seen before, a bamboo hat on his head, and a half-black mask on his face, and walked out of the ghost-crying forest slowly. If it were a merchant who often went in and out of Bailey Huaishan, he would be able to tell at a glance that this was a standard bandit outfit. He carries an invisible murderous aura, and small animals will take the initiative to retreat when they sense it. There is no need for any expression. Just looking at his temperament, you can tell that he is a master. He wants to disobey the order of his elder brother and do something big. His elder brother is still too soft-hearted. Now that troubled times are coming, the most urgent task is to improve himself. There is only one chance, so there is no time to care about others. If the man surnamed Wu runs away or dies, that great opportunity will be wasted. Lu Wu walked for 5 minutes and came to the place where the horse was tied before entering the forest. Looking at the empty tree trunk, he was stunned. Where is my horse? Bang! A huge roar resounded through the mountains and forests. Before Lu Wu could see what happened, he felt a pain in his left hand, and his entire palm was pierced by an unknown weapon. Then there were 3 more gunshots, which pierced his right hand and 2 knees respectively. Wu Chang blew the muzzle of the gun and walked out of the shadows. Don't look for it, your horse is gone. Wu Chang originally did it unintentionally, wanting to find Lu Wu's handle to blackmail him and get some information. Unexpectedly, this was not a big deal, but he actually caught a big fish. Lu Wu, who was clean when he went in, just like an ordinary villager, changed his clothes and came out with 17 or 18 reddish resentments on his back. The owners of these resentments were all players. The last scene they encountered before their death was that they were dragged into the ghost-crying forest by Lu Wei and Lu Wu, and tortured in various cruel ways until they died. Such an experience should have bound their resentment to Lu Wei and Lu Wu,
But when they were in the village, Wu Chang never saw a trace of resentment on them. The reason for being able to escape the resentment should be related to Lu Wu's clothes. What he didn't expect was that the red meatball resentment he encountered when he was looking for Lu Ning's soul was not the protagonist of the New Year's Eve festival, but something in the ghost-crying forest. No wonder the villagers he treated the next day had symptoms of being possessed that were very different from Lu Ning. There are two evil spirits, one of which is an imitator, so it makes sense. Wu Chang's eyes became particularly eager. Lu Wu, you have brought me a big surprise. Why are you here? Lu Wu was shocked to see Wu Chang, who was supposed to go to Qinjia village, suddenly appear in front of him. Wu Chang pointed the muzzle of the gun at Lu Wu's forehead and kindly reminded him, Brother Lu Wu, hidden weapons have no eyes, don't act rashly, and give your life in vain. The Silver Dawn condensed silver bullets too slowly, which was very wasteful when dealing with non-spiritual bodies and monsters. In order to achieve the freedom of shooting, he bought 100 armor-piercing bullets before entering the dungeon. Each bullet cost 10 decayed silver coins, and buying 100 bullets at a time was 15% off, and one bullet was equivalent to 8,500 yuan in reality. The price is expensive, but the advantage is that it can be brought into the dungeon regardless of the world view. The power of the bullet is only slightly stronger than the armor-piercing bullet of a pistol in reality, but it is more than enough for Lu Wu, who penetrates the Klevel dungeon. Lu Wu didn't know what kind of hidden weapon Wu Chang's short stick was, but the death threat from the short stick was so clear that he dared not act rashly. Abandoning a knife is for the people, holding a knife is for the thieves. The cunningness of the bandits made Lu Wu change his face immediately and asked righteously, Wu, our village treats you as a guest of honor and treats you well without any neglect. Why did you attack me? Wu Chang put the muzzle of the gun against Lu Wu's forehead and asked while searching him, treating means that before dinner is over, you dragged me to save people and tossed me until late at night. The next morning, you woke me up early and treated me as a free doctor who lined up to see a doctor. Afterwards, you didn't wait for me to rest or even have lunch, and drove me out to run errands? Lu Wu's momentum, which he had finally accumulated, was lost, and his forehead began to sweat. No, everyone was just talking about politeness. Why are you the only one who is so serious? Where is your chivalrous demeanor? At least we are sincere. Lu Wu said stubbornly. Wu Chang asked with a half-smile, you mean I just saved the village chief's granddaughter, and you and Lu Wei are discussing how to deal with me? Hearing this, Lu Wu's whole body was shocked, and the anger in his eyes surged. He was about to stand up and fight desperately. Wu Chang pulled the trigger, and the bullet grazed Lu Wu's cheekbone, giving Lu Wu a pair of the same earrings as the president. Lu Wu's eyes instantly cleared and he lay back on the ground. How did you know? Wu Chang ignored Lu Wu. According to the introduction of the village guard, he took away all the weapons hidden on Lu Wu's body. He still felt that it was not safe enough, so he tied Lu Wu up with a thick rope. He looked up and down at Lu Wu, who was tied up like a dumpling, and whispered, it's so troublesome, why not just kill him and search his soul directly? Seeing the panic on Lu Wu's face, he smiled and said, don't worry, I'm just joking to ease the atmosphere. Lu Wu laughed with him. Wu Chang, I'll take it seriously when you don't cooperate. Lu Wu's smiling face froze instantly. Seeing Lu Wu's increasingly uncomfortable expression, Wu Chang knew that his goal had been achieved. Bandits are a business of putting their heads on the waist of their pants. Those who can make a name for themselves are all ruthless and fearless. Threatening with life and death is not painful for them. If you want to really ask something, you still have to attack their hearts. Only when they are afraid will they cooperate and tell the truth. Wu Chang nodded behind Lu Wu, then turned back expressionlessly and said, I ask, you answer, don't think about lying to me, there are people who can help me distinguish the truth from the false. Lu Wu turned his head back and looked at the empty woods, his back felt a little cold. Don't look at it, you can't see it. There are ghosts in the forest standing behind you, waiting to testify for me. The first question is, why did you attack so many passing players, passing knights, and bring them to this forest for interrogation? Let me count, 18 ghosts raised their hands and said that you killed them. As soon as this sentence came out, Lu Wu's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw a ghost in broad daylight. After a brief shock, he seemed to think of something, pretending to be calm. What else can it be for? Of course, it is to interrogate the method of cultivation and gain an opportunity. It's just that the number of crazy people is less. I killed more than 18, but 32. In response to Lu Wu's test, Wu Chang snorted and continued to ask, they said that you took something from their bodies and shouted that you should give it back to them. What did you take? Impossible. Can you really see the dead? Lu Wu was really panicked. The previous problem may have been that the little fool on the mountain guard leaked the secrets and told Wu Chang the secrets he had secretly seen in the past few years. But the little fool would never know Wu Chang's second question. It was their biggest secret. Wu Chang said naturally, even if Lu Wei didn't tell you, you should have heard the rumors in the village. I dragged Lu Ning's soul back from the underworld the night before yesterday. Lu Wu showed a fierce look in his eyes and shouted, "Kill him." As soon as these words were spoken, the weeping ghost forest around the two people began to wail loudly, and the pale red resentment on Lu Wu's mask was about to move. Wu Chang took out the soul-purifying flag, pointed it at Lu Wu's mask, and suppressed his resentment. He sneered, "Do you think you can still drive away the ghosts of injustice in front of me?" Lu Wu knew that things would get out of control if he continued to ask questions, so he closed his eyes and stiffened his neck. "I don't know anything. You can kill or chop him as you please. If Grandpa screams that it hurts, then..." Wu Chang reached out and pinched Lu Wu's lips together, then pulled them upwards, forcibly interrupting the spell and preventing Lu Wu from saying the most powerful part. "Don't rush to talk about death. I'm just a passerby. I have no deep grudge against you, and I don't care about what you have done. I'm just curious about your actions and want to corroborate my practice, so I came to ask you. 2. If you understand, just blink and let's continue talking." Seeing Lu Wu blinking, Wu Chang loosened his fingers and let Lu Wu's mouth snap back. Lu Wu looked at the wounds all over his body and said sarcastically, "The secret attack destroyed my hands and feet first. This is not malicious." "I'm really curious what you mean by maliciousness in the eyes of you famous young heroes." Wu Chang shrugged and said lightly, "If I remember correctly, Lu Wei's wife and children are all in Huaigu village. The third son was just born half a month ago, right?" Lu Wu sneered disdainfully, "Is this the only way to threaten your family? No, I'm just reminding you to think more about their position. For example, I told the villagers that the evil spirit that attacked Lu Ning that night was actually a ghost raised by your brothers. It was Lu Wei who attacked Lu Ning in order to usurp the position of village chief. What will Lu Wei's family do then? At home?" Lu Wu retorted, "What happened that day was my own decision and had nothing to do with my eldest brother. You care so much about Lu Wei, you really have a deep brotherly love." The young village guard said that Lu Wei and Lu Wu had a very good relationship. Last year, the hunters went into the mountains to hunt and encountered monsters. It was Lu Wu who used himself as a shield and sacrificed his life to block the monster's attack, thus saving Lu Wei's life. Lu Wu's lame leg was the root of the disease left after the severed limb was reattached. Wu Chang continued, "In this case, then I say that you are actually innocent and are all controlled by Lu Wei. Not only are the evil spirits caused by Lu Wei, but the 2 failures before and after the New Year festival were also caused by Lu Wei." "Cause?" Lu Wu said angrily, "Brother is loyal to the village. Will Uncle Shan believe this nonsense? Why don't you believe it?" Wu Chang stood up, patted the dirt on his body, and said slowly, "I happen to be passing by a noble hero who is brave and courageous, and does not hesitate to take risks himself. You brothers are evil spirits who hide in the dark and raise monsters. As long as you bring the villagers here, I will have a way to prove that you are raising monsters." "Will the villagers believe me or Lu Wei?" Lu Wu was so anxious that his eyes were about to burst. Wu Chang, let's make a deal. As long as you tell me everything honestly, I will pretend that I don't know anything. Not only will I let you go, I won't tell the villagers about the ghost-crying forest. I will leave directly after the New Year's Eve festival. How about it?" Lu Wu was silent for a moment and asked, "How can I trust you?" Wu Chang had already considered Lu Wu's difficulties, showed an understanding smile, and replied, "You have no choice." Believing that Wu Changjin could communicate with the dead, Lu Wu made a decision and told everything that happened. The incident dates back to 2.5 years ago, when the black-skinned foreign monk let the evil spirit escape. They had sparred with the black-skinned monk. The black-skinned monk's muscles were like iron, invulnerable to swords and guns, and extremely strong. He easily suppressed the 2 men alone. However, such a powerful black-skinned monk was easily killed by the monster in front of them. Since then, the 2 brothers have understood one thing, that human power has limits. To defeat monsters, you must become a being beyond mortals. Although the 2 brothers did not pick up a certain gargoyle mask, they picked up a martial arts book when they were hunting a tiger with hanging eyes in the mountains more than a year ago. Ghost Control Technique. This technique can sacrifice living people to become ghosts for the caster to drive. The stronger the dead, the stronger the ghost. So the 2 attacked outsiders like Wu Chang, tied them up and took them to the ghost-crying forest, interrogating them about their cultivation methods. If they could not tell the methods, or if the methods were not as effective as the ghost-controlling techniques, they would be brutally killed and buried under a tree in the forest. Before burying them, they would take a drop of the victim's heartblood and blend it into a magic weapon, so that they could control the ghosts transformed by the victim. The magic weapon was a mask that was divided into two halves vertically like Tai Chi, with Lu Wei and Lu Wu each holding half. As long as they wore the mask, they could freely enter and exit the ghost-crying forest and command the ghosts in the forest. "Where is the method book you picked up?" Wu Chang asked. So much had already been explained, and this little bit was not a big deal now, so Lu Wu answered honestly, "My brother and I each have half of the book, and it's in my arms now." Wu Chang took out half of the book from Lu Wu's arms, and just glanced at it, revealing the expression of an old man on the subway phone. He pointed at the spells that looked like ghost paintings and said in disbelief, "Can you understand this thing?" He felt that his IQ was insulted. If there were a few more pictures on it, he would trust Lu Wu a little. Lu Wu said, "We couldn't understand it at first, but after soaking the tiger's heart in wine, my brother and I could understand it." Good man, is the tiger's heart the little tiger's decryption card? Even if Lu Wu wanted to deceive him, he wouldn't make up such an outrageous lie, so he took it seriously for the time being. But even so, there are still a few questions that cannot be explained. He continued to ask, "Then why did you send the ghosts to attack Lu Ning?" Lu Wu, according to the book, the two halves of the mask are combined into one, which is considered a great skill. To merge the two halves of the mask, a powerful main ghost who can carry a complete magic weapon is needed. Our initial target is the evil spirit in the village. Now is the time when the evil spirit is the weakest. If we hold the New Year's Eve ceremony in advance, we can take the opportunity to devour the evil spirit. But if we delay it for another month, the evil spirit will fully recover and it will be difficult for the ghosts to win. Uncle Sean has been blocking the New Year's Eve ceremony in advance. We must find a way to make him give up his position. Wu Chang asked curiously, "If we can get rid of the evil spirit once and for all, Lu Shan may not disagree. Have you ever thought about discussing it with him?" Lu Wu shook his head. "The law is not passed on to Lu Er. The mask made by the skill has only two halves." What a convincing reason. Wu Chan looked Lu Wu up and down. "You look like you are going out. What are you going to do?" Lu Wu's face showed a little embarrassment. "The great skill requires a powerful main ghost. It can be evil spirits or you. Brother is soft-hearted, thinking about the village, and wants to wait until after the New Year's Eve festival to take action. I am worried that there are too many variables, so I am going to do it secretly myself." Wu Chang looked at the sky, and seeing that it was getting late, he quickened his questioning. "What exactly is the evil spirit?" "I can't say. When you see the core of the New Year's Eve festival with your own eyes, you will naturally understand." Lu Wu did not hide his biggest secret, but when it came to the evil spirits, his words were a little evasive. "I have said everything I should say. You should fulfill your promise." Wu Chang took off Lu Wu's mask, patted Lu Wu on the shoulder, and whispered, "I promise to let you go, and I will naturally keep my promise, but how to convince them to let you go is up to you to figure out." After that, he held the mask and walked out of the forest. Without the protection of the mask, Lu Wu felt the temperature around him drop suddenly. He thought of something and panicked instantly, shouting, "Wait, you!" Before he finished speaking, his tongue suddenly exploded, and the words he wanted to say turned into miserable sobs. The whole forest was filled with wind, and the whistling sound was like crying and laughing, which was extremely creepy. Half an hour later, the half-mask in Wu Chang's hand moved slightly, and it showed the attribute panel as an ownerless object. Item name, Transformation Human Face, Black. Item type, Dungeon Item. Item level, D. Item skill, Control Ghosts. Sacrifice your own vitality and blood to control the ghosts refined in the mask. Item description, combined with Transformation Human Face, White, you can unlock the item combination skill. Transformation? Wu Chang looked at the prefix of the mask's name, and his expression gradually became weird. He remembered that the magic weapon in Qinjia village that made people transform into fog monsters was also called transformation. The magic weapon that Lu Wei and Lu Wu have been using is a demon transforming weapon, but when Lu Wu mentioned the power of the magic weapon, he only knew that the two halves of the mask could be combined into one, which would allow the user to gain the power of the magic weapon, but he didn't know that it would transform into a demon. Was it intentional concealment, or did he really have no idea? Maybe Lu Wei would tell him the answer. He put on the mask and found the light red bloodstains scattered in the forest, which turned into bloody ghosts. The ghosts gathered around with eager faces, murmuring like the first time they met, "Help me, free me, save me." After discovering the true body of the resentment group, he saw their bloody last words clearly this time. The content was the same as he guessed, which was the last roar of the blood-red meatball. Give it back to me. They wanted to take back the heart blood that was taken away, get rid of the ghost body, and regain freedom. He took off the mask and whispered, "Wait a little longer, it's not the time yet." At the moment, he only had half of the mask, and the other half was still in Lu Wei's hands. God knows whether throwing this half of the mask to the ghosts will make them half free or collectively out of control. What's more, keeping this half of the mask in hand will be of great use in the future. After burying Lu Wu, who was physically mosaicked, in the ghost-crying forest, he dealt with the crime scene and made sure that there were no traces left, and then he returned to Chunlai Mountain. The mountain keeper was sitting on a futon, smiling foolishly at the old man Xuanhui. Seeing Wu Chang coming back, the mountain keeper immediately stood up and took out half a roasted chicken served with tree bark from under the altar. Wu Chang touched the mountain keeper's head and said, "I'll give it all to you. It will be a bit chaotic in the next 2 days, so hide yourself and don't go to the village again. If there is any trouble, let your friends come to me." Seeing the mountain keeper nod as if he understood, he put down some food and turned to leave. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened, and torches and lanterns were lit in Huaigu village. Lu Shan called together several people in charge of the village and was about to discuss how to prepare for the New Year's Eve festival when Lu Jinfu came quickly and said hurriedly, "Uncle Shan, Wu Daxia is back." The faces of everyone present were gloomy. Xinjia village really had an accident, and even Wu Chang could not reach it with his ability. Lu Shan asked first, "What happened? Did Wu Daxia encounter danger on the road? Don't rush to open the village gate. Be sure to look carefully to see if there are any monsters chasing him." Lu Jinfu shook his head. "No, Wu Daxia took the palace lantern back." "What?" 5 minutes later, everyone followed Lu Jinfu to the sentry tower at the entrance of the village. Standing on a high place and looking into the distance, I saw a bright and brilliant red fire moving quickly in the dark mountain road. Wherever the fire reached, the darkness and monsters retreated together, not daring to get close. Everyone present cheered, their expressions full of excitement, as if it was really the star god in the sky who came to crush the night. Among the crowd, only Lu Wei had a gloomy expression and a forced smile. Hero Wu came back so quickly that Brother Wu probably didn't have time to run into him. The gate of Huaigu village was wide open. Led by Lu Shan, almost all the villagers were waiting at the entrance to welcome Wu Chang. Wu Chang turned over and dismounted, and the palace lantern in his hand went out the moment he landed. He put the remaining lamp oil into his pocket without leaving a trace, and held the lamp in front of Lu Shan. "Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life." Lu Shan took the palace lantern and exclaimed, "Wu Daxia is really a god. A week's journey can be completed in less than 2 days." Lu Jinfu placed the palace lantern on the altar in the center of the valley. It was nourished by the New Year's Eve formation in the valley. No need for lamp oil, the 4-year-old fire lanterns lit up with red flames. As the suehua ignited, the dampness and coldness brought by the evil spirits in the valley suddenly weakened a bit. Due to Wu Chang's early return, the original discussion about the New Year festival turned into a celebration banquet. At the banquet, everyone was curious about why Wu Chang could come and go so quickly, and whether he met the lantern deliverer from Chenjiakan along the way. When they learned that Wu Chang had not encountered people from Chenjia village, but had crossed through several dangerous mountainous areas, the villagers repeatedly exclaimed, praising the bravery of the skilled man. Some people with delicate minds turn around and advise their children not to imitate dangerous moves, and good children must not imitate Wu Chang. If we walk on the mountain road like this, we won't lose 10 lives. Since Wu Chang was walking through the mountain road normally, it naturally aroused everyone's next question. Lu Wei couldn't hold back and asked first, "My hero, what kind of difficulties did Chenjia village encounter? Why did it take so long to turn on the lights?" Wu Chang sighed and told what he saw in Chenjiakan with lingering fear. Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard that the monsters had united to attack the village, killing everyone in Chenjia village, and storing the dead as food for the winter. Some were timid and were even frightened to tears by this description. Although Chenjiakan has been turned into a bandit village, the two villages are family friends after all, and the villagers have many contacts with each other and can even become distant relatives. Chenjia village just disappeared, causing the originally festive atmosphere in Huaigu village to instantly cool down. The villagers dared to believe this fact after repeated confirmations. However, the villagers have no time to mourn for Chenjiakan, because they are the ones who will face the threat of monsters next. As soon as the meal was finished, the villagers didn't even bother to sleep and called the whole village to prepare for the New Year's Eve festival. The sound of work was heard all night long. Early the next morning, when Wu Chang opened his eyes, a giant bonfire and a wooden altar had been built in the center of the village. He asked the villagers guarding the door for a basin of hot water to wash up, and Lu Shan rushed over, inviting him to take a look around the village and explaining the New Year's Eve ceremony to him. The New Year's Eve festival is the core of many problems in this series of copy planes. Only by clarifying the process of the New Year's Eve festival can the next step be facilitated. He had recited the New Year's Eve prayer countless times, but he didn't understand how to actually perform it. I only know that there are many names that overlap with the Chinese New Year in real life, but the steps are more complicated and I don't know the details. Seeing Lu Shan take the initiative to deliver the information to his door, how could he not follow it up? Lu Wu once said before that when he sees the core of the New Year's Eve festival with his own eyes, he will know what evil spirits are. Originally, he was worried about how to deceive Lu Shan so that he could see the core of the New Year's Eve festival, but who knew that Lu Shan had no intention of hiding it at all? The first stop when visiting the New Year festival is the forbidden area of Huaigu village, which is also the core of the New Year festival. The formation for the New Year's Eve festival is arranged in the Hollow Mountain at the deepest part of Huaigu village. The name Hollow Mountain comes from a natural cave in the mountain, which occupies nearly 30% of the mountain. It seems that when the mountain grew, someone hollowed out the heart of the mountain. There is only a narrow mountain path in and out of the cave, just big enough for 3 people to walk side by side. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and it is difficult for monsters to enter. It is perfect for being used as a forbidden area. In the center of the Hollow Mountain cave, there is a huge stone. The stone is round and smooth, in the shape of a slender trapezoid, with a full belly in the middle. It has not been carved in any way, but it has a somewhat humanistic feel. Like Maitreya with a big belly, and like a woman expecting to give birth. This is it? Wu Chang asked doubtfully. Lu Shan said, this is Shifo Gong. When Huaigu village was first established, when looking for the spring, someone found this Shifo Gong underground. When the Shifo Gong was removed, the spring water gushed out from the hole. Now it has passed through the hole. A small river passing through the valley. Shifo Gong is born with a certain ability, which is very effective. The warlock who originally arranged the formation used it as the cornerstone to suppress evil spirits and maintain the core of the New Year's Eve ritual formation. Wu Chang walked around Shifo Gong twice and looked at it very carefully. It's not that he believed Lu Shan's story, but there was something strange about this stone Buddha. When he approached the stone Buddha, the mortal poison in the space he carried around him stirred. It means that the erosion core produced after the copy is contaminated is nearby. But it was not the Shifo Gong mentioned by Lu Shan that caused the mortal poison to be induced, but came from beneath the Shifo Gong. Exactly how deep it was, he couldn't feel for the time being, but the distance wouldn't be too shallow. He stepped on the ground under his feet and said, this mountain is hollowed out by stepping on it, but what else is there underground? There is a bottomless cave at the bottom of the mountain. It was sealed when the New Year's Eve formation was arranged. Don't worry, heroes, as long as the New Year's Eve formation is not broken, there is no need to worry about the ground collapsing. Lu Shan said. Wu Chang nodded quietly, but secretly felt troubled. The side mission he accepted required him to find the source of the evil spirit in Huaigu village. The erosion core of the dungeon was formed in the crypt. It doesn't take much to know that the source of the demonic energy in Huaigu village must be inseparable from the crypt. To enter the cave, the New Year's Eve formation must be destroyed, which conflicts with the main task. At present, it seems that we can only find a way to complete the main task first, and then find a way to complete the side task after the dungeon stays for the time after the task is completed. Lu Shan didn't know what Wu Chang was thinking, and took him to the small cave next to the stone Buddha. As soon as he entered the door, Wu Chang was shocked by the scene in front of him. There was a group of strange beasts in the cave. There were 2 big and 5 small strange beasts, a total of 7. The big beast was about 1.6 or 1.7 meters long, with a slender body, like a tiger or a leopard, but covered with scales, and was extraordinary. The small beast was only 70 to 80 centimeters long, still in its infancy, and very shy. As soon as it saw someone coming, the small beast quickly hid behind the big beast, and the big beast's eyes showed sadness and anger. Wu Chang had never seen a beast with such complex emotions and such human nature. Seeing Wu Chang's surprised expression, Lu Shan was slightly proud and proudly introduced it. This beast is called the Mountain Guardian Beast. It is rumored to be a dragon species. It only lives in the deepest part of Bailey Huaishan Mountain and is very rare. What a coincidence! The child who was taken in by the village by accident before was born with the ability to communicate with wild beasts. Lu Wei took the child into the mountain and caught this nest of mountain guarding beasts. It must be said that the villagers of Huaigu village really know how to use the young mountain guard. But what Wu Chang couldn't understand was that in the face of such a useful toolman, why did the wealthy Huaigu village be so stingy with even a cotton coat and a hot meal? Even the toughest cattle and horses would die if they were beaten like this. Why do you catch these mountain guarding beasts? At this point, Lu Shan got to the point of today's tour with Wu Chang. Wu Daxia, the New Year's Eve festival is divided into 4 steps, and the first step, welcoming the new year, requires this mountain guarding beast. Lu Shan paused and continued. The so-called welcoming the new year is actually to strip away and seal the power in the evil spirit's body. After the New Year's Eve festival of the previous year, preparations have to begin. Through formations, the original power is extracted from the evil spirits suppressed by Lord Shifo and sealed in the body of Jinshan beast. Only a dragon species born with supernatural powers can withstand such a large amount of evil energy without losing control. Wu Chang glanced at the captive Jinshan beast and asked, the Jinshan beast has absorbed enough evil energy, what happens next? After that comes the second step, New Year's Eve. Lu Shan said. Speaking of New Year's Eve, Wu Chang's brows twitched and he unconsciously thought of red envelopes. However, judging from Lu Shan's solemn tone when he mentioned the New Year's Eve, it seems that there is no red envelope involved in the New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve? Lu Shan said, the New Year's Eve is to select 3 small-town mountain beasts that have absorbed the most evil spirits, cut open their stomachs and have their hearts removed, and then select 3 young villagers with strong bodies and strong blood to eat raw the town mountain beasts that are full of evil spirits. The heart of the beast. Using one's own blood to suppress evil spirits is the New Year's Eve. Wu Chang, the New Year's Eve celebration in Huaigu village is a bit too hardcore. It's such a lucky year, no wonder the mountain beasts reacted like that when they saw Lu Shan. After the New Year's Eve, there is the third step, keeping up the New Year's Eve. This step requires the use of the Sifan Palace lantern that Wu Daxia just retrieved. During the New Year's Eve, a huge bonfire needs to be lit with the New Year's fire in the palace lanterns. 3 New Year's Eve people sit around the fire for a day and night, using the New Year's fire as an aid to refine evil spirits. After that, it's New Year's Eve. 15 villagers will be selected from the village to act as evildoers, holding locust tree branches and beating the New Year's Eve people until the New Year's Eve spits out black ash and the evil spirits are completely dissipated. After listening to the entire ceremony of the New Year's Eve ceremony, Wu Chang thought about where the New Year's Eve ceremony might have failed. First of all, exclude the New Year greetings and New Year blessings. Although the mountain-suppressing beast looks extraordinary, it is still an ordinary beast after all, not a divine beast. Being kept captive by the villagers of Huaigu village and undergoing many New Year's Eve ceremonies, he should be unable to resist. In the part of keeping the year-old, the Suewa and the New Year's Eve formation cooperate to protect the keepers around the Suewa from dying, and it is not a problem to survive the day and night. What may go wrong is the last New Year's Eve. What should we do if the people watching the New Year's Eve don't spit out black ash when the New Year's Eve comes, and the evil spirits are not refined? Lu Shan was silent for a moment and finally said, when fighting monsters, someone may die at any time. Those who volunteer to become New Year's Eve are all the best young men in the village. If the evil spirit cannot be refined, they will throw themselves into the fire of the year, and use the fire of the year to directly refine the evil spirits. Wu Chang took advantage of the situation and asked, is there anything I can do to help? Lu Shan complimented, we are just rural people and do not understand those magic arts. You are the best help by sitting in charge of the festival. Wu Chang sorted out the current intelligence and had 2 ideas to complete the second main task, protect the village and complete the New Year's Eve ceremony. One is to achieve the goal and get rid of evil spirits. As long as the thoughts lead to evil spirits and are removed with the soul cleansing flag, the New Year's Eve will be automatically considered completed. But whether getting rid of evil spirits and completing the New Year's Eve ceremony can be considered the same, he was a little unsure about this. Another method is to make the 4 steps of welcoming the new year, New Year's Eve, keeping the New Year's Eve, and removing the New Year's Eve perfect. The actions in this mode are relatively rigid, but the judgment of task completion is relatively loose. If the word mission is used, the main mission is to let him complete the New Year's Eve ceremony, but not to actually kill the evil spirits. The ritual can be completed in form, but it does not pose a threat to the evil spirit at all. But as a copy that is on the verge of getting out of control, whether it is method 1 or 2, can everything really go according to plan? The whole village of Huaigu village was working at full speed, and it took only 1 day to prepare for the New Year's Eve festival. In the evening of that day, 3 animals were prepared in the village, and Lu Shan and 2 elders accompanied each other to recite blessings and sacrifice to their ancestors. After the sacrifice, the 3 young people who were chosen as the lucky ones walked out of the crowd. They were naked to the waist, wearing only light shorts, and their foreheads were covered with animal skin forehead protectors. The villagers formed 3 circles, which were like 3 simple arenas, in which the New Year's Eve and the selected young mountain beasts fought. This step is not necessary, but the villagers believe that hunters have innate suppression of the prey they catch with their own hands. This relationship between hunting and being hunted helps to refine evil spirits more easily. With their dexterous movements and superb martial arts, the 3 of them quickly killed the 3 young mountain-suppressing beasts. Lu Shan and 2 other old men took charge of the operation, and amid the cheers of the villagers, they divided the 3 young mountain beasts. After drinking the wine dripping with the blood of the Jinshan beast, the eyes of the 3 New Year's Eve guests turned faintly red, and heat steamed from the surface of their skin. Then they took over the heart of the mountain-suppressing beast, tearing and biting it like wild beasts. In a few mouthfuls, they swallowed the black heart that was the size of a bowl and was filled with evil aura. This concludes the New Year's greetings and New Year's greetings. After swallowing the evil aura, the expressions of the 3 New Year's Eve guests changed drastically, and there was black energy flowing between their brows. Seeing that something was wrong, Lu Shan shouted, "Fire!" Lu Wei held the 4-sided fire lantern and quickly came to the giant bonfire prepared in advance. Without any control, the fire in the palace lantern poked out like a snake and ignited the huge bonfire. The 3 New Year's Eve guests formed a Chinese character and sat cross-legged around the bonfire. Bathed in the fire of the year, the blackness on the faces of the 3 people eased somewhat, and their brows gradually relaxed. Seeing that everything was on track, the whole village breathed a sigh of relief. Except Lu Wei. As the most supportive person in the village to hold the New Year's Eve ceremony in advance, and the one who lit the bonfire with a palace lantern, Lu Wei looked the most embarrassed at the moment. As the eldest brother, he could guess what Lu Wu was going to do after leaving the village. But he didn't expect that Wu Chang would return with the 4-sided New Year's Eve lanterns right after Lu Wu left the village. The experience of Qinjia village accelerated the progress of the New Year's Eve ceremony to this extent. Even if Lu Wu could return safely from Qinjia village, he might not be able to catch up with the big day of the New Year's Eve ceremony. As the most radical early party, he had no time to change his position and ask for the New Year's Eve ceremony to be postponed. All he could do now was to pray for something to go wrong with the ceremony and postpone it for 2 or 3 days until Lu Wu came back. The huge bonfire burned from sunrise to sunset, and it would burn for 12 hours in a blink of an eye. The New Year's Eve ceremony went very smoothly, and the accident that Lu Wei hoped for did not occur. 15 burly villagers have taken their positions. They hold 3-meter-long locust tree branches and paint their faces with black, white and red paint, looking like ferocious ghost messengers. Seeing that the time is coming, Lu Wei has completely given up and no longer expects anything to happen. However, just as the 15 ghost messengers raised their locust whips and waited for Lu Shan's order to start whipping, the 3 people who had closed their eyes opened their eyes in advance. Their eyes were no longer clear and were covered by a layer of dark mist. The black air overflowed from their eyes, covering their bodies and turning into a hard scale armor. With the wailing of the 3 people, their limbs turned into claws and sharp teeth grew in their mouths. Before the villagers could react to what happened, the 3 beast-like New Year's Eve people had already flashed to the side of the ghost messengers. With the sharp claws waving, they cut the 15 ghost messengers into 40 or 50 pieces in a few breaths. Lu Wei, who was praying on the side, widened his eyes and slapped himself hard. Pain, not a dream. His prayer worked, surprisingly. Looking at the chaotic scene, Wu Chang asked Lu Shan uncertainly, "Village chief, is this also part of the New Year's Eve festival?" Lu Shan stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his lips trembling, and shouted to the villagers, "Scatter quickly. The evil spirit is out of control." Wu Chang, it seems that the change of the New Year's Eve people is not in the program list of the New Year's Eve festival. The villagers of Huaigu reacted quickly, as if they had received relevant training. When they saw the ghost messenger being killed, the onlookers immediately fled. The villagers who were in front of the crowd and responsible for guarding against the monsters immediately gathered around with special rattan shields and wooden spears. The villagers in charge of the guard work were mostly hunters in the village. They all had kung fu and were familiar with the characteristics of wild beasts. They formed groups of 5 or 6, and quickly separated the 3 New Year's Eve people who were hugging each other with special shouts and potions. The most eye-catching person on the scene was Lu Wei, the leader of the hunters. Lu Wei held a broad-bladed hunting knife in his hand. The knife was 4 feet long and covered with irregular saw teeth on the blade. He swung it vigorously. The scales on the body of the New Year's Eve man after the mutation were hard,
and it was difficult for a hatchet or a wooden spear to break through the defense, but as long as it was touched by the broad-bladed hunting knife, the scales would be broken and the flesh would burst. Relying on his high martial arts, Lu Wei actually held a New Year's Eve man unknown, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Wu Chang referred to his own attributes and judged that Lu Wei's strength might reach 30, his agility was nearly 20, and his life would not be less than 20. As a hunter who was going into the mountains, his endurance would naturally not be bad. Maybe the actual attributes would be lower, but through the blessing of martial arts, the performance would even exceed it. No wonder Lu Wei and Lu Wu could succeed in sneak attacks on players repeatedly. Although they had no means to resist the magic of monsters, they were not ambiguous when dealing with living people or beasts. The 3 New Year's Eve men seemed to have been possessed by the mountain beasts. Looking at the villagers who surrounded them, they were reminded of the days when they were kept in the hollow mountain. They opened their mouths and roared like tigers. Anxiety, uneasiness, fear and other negative emotions turned into solid black ripples, sweeping across the valley. In an instant, the villagers' eyes were covered with a shadow, and they felt dizzy and their hands and feet became heavier. Not only that, a desire for destruction hidden deep in their souls filled their hearts. Lu Lin owed me 3 pots of wine, and he has not paid it back for 3 months. I have long wanted to teach him a lesson. Now is the perfect time, smash Shunzi's 1. This year's farming has occupied more of my family's land. Why not, sure too, this kid relied on his close relationship with brother Lu Wei and dared to step on my head several times when hunting. You are called Sure Tai too, right? I want to see if your head is really as hard as a stone. The villagers affected by the ripples stared at the backs of their teammates with sinister eyes. It was unknown who started the fight first, but when the first cry of "You bastard, how dare you sneak attack me" sounded, the huge barrel of explosives in Huaigu village exploded. Even in the direction where ordinary villagers were hiding, shouts of killing could be heard faintly. The valley was in chaos, and only Wu Chang and Lu Shan, who was standing by the four-sided New Year's Eve lamp, were not affected. Lu Shan looked at the chaotic valley and said helplessly, "Wu, the evil spirit may have spread to the village. Please go and check the situation over there." Wu Chang nodded in agreement and left along the edge of the chaotic battle. He came all the way to where the villagers lived and found that although the evil spirit had spread here, the harm caused was limited. Most of the people who stayed away from the New Year's Eve festival at the first time were the elderly, weak, women and children. Even if they were tempted by the evil spirit, they would only pull each other's hair, or at most wrestle on the ground, which was far less dangerous than the real swords and guns on the other side. Since the villagers were safe, he did not show up, but turned back into the darkness. If he showed up now, he would definitely be regarded as a savior by the villagers and surrounded. He is a player, and he came to clear the dungeon, not to be a babysitter. He has more important things to do now. In a sense, the New Year's Eve festival is over. The New Year's Eve and New Year's Eve celebrations were all completed safely. Although there was a problem in the final New Year's Eve, as long as the 3 demonized New Year's Eve people were killed, it could still be regarded as getting rid of the evil spirit. The 3 demonized New Year's Eve people were powerful, but under the influence of the evil spirit, they had lost their reason and could only act on instinct. In the case of fighting on their own, as long as Lu Wei did not have any problems, it would only take time and cost to solve the 3 demonized New Year's Eve people. But no one expected that Lu Wei, the main fighting force in the village, would actually run away. With his strong suppression power, Lu Wei kept forcing a New Year's Eve person to the edge of the village, and shouted that he was enough here, and let others solve the other 2 New Year's Eve people. When most of the people around him had left, he put on a white half-face mask and summoned the ghosts. Several ghosts emerged from the mask and hugged the limbs of the New Year's Eve man. While the New Year's Eve man was distracted and struggling, Lu Wei rushed forward and stabbed the New Year's Eve man in the heart. The blade was halfway into the flesh. Lu Wei twisted his wrist and the blade tore at the New Year's Eve man's chest, crushing the organs in the New Year's Eve man's body, including the heart of the mountain beast he swallowed. Before the evil spirit could escape from the New Year's Eve man's body, the ghosts swarmed up and swallowed the evil spirit clean. Great tonic! Feeling the surge of spiritual power in the mask, Lu Wei burped for the mask. Just as Lu Wei was about to take off the mask, he found a villager in the distance staring at him blankly. "Jinfu, didn't I ask you all to go back? I can do it by myself," Lu Wei said softly. Lu Jinfu trembled and said, "I'm worried that something will happen to you. I want to ask if you need help." "Brother Wei, you just..." Lu Wei shook his head and slowly raised the knife. "We are all brothers. Why do you have to make it difficult for me?" Lu Jinfu wanted to escape, but his limbs were extremely heavy.
Several ghosts dragged his body, making it impossible for him to move. Lu Wei approached quickly and cut with his knife. He threw Lu Jinfu's body on the New Year's Eve. This time there was really no one around him. He did not return to the New Year's Eve ceremony, but turned around and left the village along the path. Unlike Wu Chang, he was a native of the copy plane. He did not want to complete the New Year's Eve ceremony to be successful, but to weaken the power of the evil spirits through the New Year's Eve ceremony, and then find an opportunity to devour the evil spirits. In his opinion, the New Year's Eve ceremony could be said to be a complete failure. The evil spirit can ignore the elimination of the year formation and the year fire, and use the evil spirit's energy to control the New Year's man, which means it is only a matter of time before it breaks free from the seal. Even if they can solve the New Year's man, what's the point? As the head of the hunters in Huaigu village, Lu Wei has a long-term vision. When others are still thinking about how to deal with the New Year's man, he has already begun to study the opponent after the seal is broken. If Lu Wu is still there, the two of them will control the ghost together, and the situation will not be too embarrassing. Now he is the only one, and it will take some effort to drive the ghost to devour the evil spirit. The more this is the case, the more he has to preserve his strength. At this point, he can only hope that Wu Daxia is a fool, and he will fight with the evil spirit and both sides will be injured, so that he can be a yellow bird. As for what will happen to the villagers? This has never been a problem he worries about. He usually acts righteous, but in fact he is indifferent to feelings. Whoever stands in his way, he will get rid of him without blinking an eye. Even to his wife and children, under the surface of closeness, there is always a distance between them. The only person in this world who can really make him feel at ease is his brother Lu Wu. After leaving the village, he went straight to the ghost-crying forest. For this opportunity, he wanted to take as many ghosts as possible with him. Halfway through the journey, he found a group of dark shadows standing in the forest by the roadside. Looking carefully, it was a horse tied to the roadside, and the red reins on the horse were very familiar. The amulet hanging on the reins was personally consecrated by the abbot of Longqi Temple, the largest temple in Jingyuan County. At first, the abbot was unwilling. Even if he hijacked the monks of the entire temple, he would not give in, and he had to kill a quarter of them before he would cooperate. He definitely recognized that special amulet. It was Woody's horse. Not only that, the half mask on his face was also trembling slightly, and it was obvious that the other half of the mask was around. Could it be that Woody calmed down and did not act rashly, but had been hiding around the village, waiting for a good opportunity? Lu Wei was a little excited. They had been fighting together since they were young. They had a tacit understanding and worked well together. If they joined forces, they might be able to fight against the evil spirits. He approached Lu Wu's horse and whispered, "You always come up with something new for me." "New? Let me show you something new." "Who?" Bang! The only response he got was the sound of gunfire that shattered the silence of the night. Lu Wei stood upright. He did not check the blood hole on his chest, but stared at the attacker. To be precise, he was staring at the mask on the attacker's face. "Who are you and where is Lu Wu?" They are brothers who depend on each other and pay more attention to each other than themselves. Wu Chang took off his mask and said, "Brother Lu Wei didn't stay in the village to deal with evil spirits, but why did he leave the village late at night?" He asked questions while changing bullets. The replacement was done slowly, as if to let someone see clearly. "Wu Daxia?" Lu Wei looked at Wu Chang in astonishment. He didn't expect Wu Daxia, a handsome gentleman with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be able to do such a dirty trick as a sneak attack. Isn't that the specialty of their bandits? Wu Chang's character design in Huaigu village is originally a master of Taoism and can bring souls back to life. When the mask fell into his hands, how much of the secret was revealed? Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat when he thought about why Brother Wu left. "What did you do to Lu Wu?" Wu Chang shrugged, "Same as you." Bang! Lu Wei spat out the blood from his mouth and cursed, "Despicable. Fortunately, you are from a famous family. If you have the ability, let's fight openly and openly. What kind of hero is a sneak attack?" Wu Chang curled his lips and said, "No, buddy, we in the Tang sector playing with hidden weapons. If we have a heathen duel with you swordsmen, you may be thinking too hard." "You." Lu Wei's face flushed with anxiety and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Look, you're in a hurry if the moral kidnapping doesn't work. Okay, I finished loading the concealed weapon, and your brother is still waiting for you down there. Do you have any last words?" "Rat. Give back my brother's life." Lu Wei launched a near-death counterattack and drove the demon to attack Wu Chang. However, Wu Chang was wearing the other half of the mask, so the ghost could not attack at all and could only pounce from him. Wu Chang pulled the trigger, and symmetrical blood holes opened on the other side of Lu Wei's chest. Times have changed, my lord. Seeing Lu Wei falling to the ground suddenly, with air coming in but not coming out, Wu Chang complained dissatisfiedly, "You are a bandit, why do you call me a rat?" Lu Wei turned his head, his eyes widened. "You know everything? If you have been to Chenjiakan, you can guess it." Wu Chang said. "Oh, that's it. He didn't die unjustly." Lu Wei laughed miserably, opened his eyes and breathed his last. "Nervous, do you want to be cool even to death?" Wu Chang clicked his tongue and reached out to pull off the mask on Lu Wei's face. Item name, Demon Transformation Human Face, White. Prop type, Copy Prop. Item grade, D. Item skill, Controlling Ghosts. Sacrificing one's own vitality, essence and blood can control the ghost refined in the mask. Item description, combine it with the Demon Ternetaman Face, Black, to unlock prop combination skills. The description of the mask on Lu Wei's face is indeed the same as that of Lu Wu. He put the two masks together, but found that there was a crack between the masks and they could not be aligned no matter what. Lu Wu once mentioned that it is necessary to refine a strong enough main ghost and have enough endurance to make the two halves of the mask merge into one. Looking at the two halves of the mask in his hands, he inexplicably thought of the mist demon. Both are demons. When a human is transformed into a demon, the resulting demon has no intelligence at all and only retains instinct. Is this kind of demon transformation really what the user expects? Or is it that the reason why the spiritual intelligence is dispersed by the demonic energy is that there is a lack of a master ghost that Lu Wu said is strong enough to withstand it? Never mind. Wu Chang shook his head and did not continue to think about it. Although the two halves of the mask have secrets, they are class props after all, and they are still dungeon props that cannot be brought out of the dungeon. Instead of worrying about its function, it is better to return it to the ghosts in exchange for the reward of the bloody last words. What you can get your hands on is yours. The moment he entered the haunted forest with the two halves of the mask in hand, the silent resentment in the entire forest came alive. Some have turned into ghosts, and some are just plain resentful. They all looked at Wu Chang, and emotions of expectation, anxiety, and excitement emerged on their faces that could not be called faces. Since seeing Lyman's true form, Wu Chang has been able to read the emotions contained in resentment. He didn't know whether this was due to the increase in inspiration or a side effect of seeing the evil god's true form. He didn't know whether this ability was good or bad. But one thing is certain. At this moment, through this ability, he resonates with the remaining resentment of other players. Give it back to me. This time, the voice coming from the resentful people was no longer shrill and crazy, but a voice that had regained its sanity and was filled with prayer. Wu Chang placed the two halves of the mask on the ground and extended his hands in a gesture of invitation. The resentful people swarmed forward, and they passed through the mask one by one to retrieve their plundered heart and blood. For a moment, there was a loud wind in the ghost-crying forest, and the sound sounded like crying and laughing. The movement was more terrifying than before, but it didn't sound as spooky as before. A few minutes later, the ghosts and resentful thoughts all took back their precious blood and slowly dissipated. The disappearance of the crimson resentment caused Wu Chang's attribute panel to also change. The player's resentment aggregate in the ghost-crying forest is saved, giving him +2 energy attribute, +2 inspiration attribute, and +1 will attribute. It is the same as the crimson resentment completed in Moonlight Sanatorium, with 5 more attributes added. In addition, the 2 remaining masks on the ground have also changed. Prop name, Photo Face. Item grade, C. Item skill, Photography. Skill description, Human Face, Black, and Human Face, White, can respectively record the figure of a target and summon that figure to assist in the battle. The shadow target level is less than or equal to 12, which can perfectly reproduce the target's combat power. The shadow target level greater than 12, the combat power will fluctuate according to the user's level and energy attribute. If the figure is destroyed, it can be summoned again after 24 hours. Item combination skill, Freedom. Skill description, when you wear the black and white masks at the same time, you will be perfectly disguised. What you do during the disguise will not cause and affect the real body. Regular abilities cannot infer the wearer's real body from the information left during the disguise. Note, the mask is too lifelike and will make the wearer really think he has 2 souls. As expected of Crimson Resentment, the human face transformed by the bloody last words is much easier to use than the demon Ternetaman face used by Lu Wei and Lu Wu to control ghosts. Although there is enough power accumulated in the demonic mask, it cannot be truly used as long as it cannot be combined into one. The separate mask of the demon can only be used to simply drive the demon and be used as a control skill like Lu Wei. It's okay to deal with ordinary people who don't know magic, but if you encounter opponents with special abilities, or possess props like the Soul Purifier flag that can defeat ghosts, the Mask of Ghosts will be difficult to use. The purified human face is equivalent to 2 more stable level 12 thugs, and it also comes with a perfect vest to hide its identity. It's simply not that easy to use. After putting away the photo-taking mask, he mounted his horse and hurried back to Huaigu village. The ambush of Lu Wei took too long, and I hope that not much has changed in the village during this time. Wu Chang returned to Huaigu village, pretending that nothing happened, and continued to squat outside the villagers' residential area. The shouts of killing coming from the direction of the New Year's Eve ceremony are gradually fading, and the results should be coming soon. After the New Year's Eve festival, how to convince Lu Shan to let him complete the side mission? Before he could think of a suitable explanation, he saw a villager running quickly towards the residential area, shouting, "Master Wu." The villager was shouting and was immersed in it, but unexpectedly a voice suddenly came from behind him, which made him tremble. "What's up?" The villagers turned around and said anxiously, "Master Wu, the village chief invites you to come over." Wu Chang followed the villagers to the ceremony site, and immediately saw Lu Shan standing on the altar, holding a square fire lamp. When Lu Shan saw Wu Chang, he seemed to have seen a savior. He hurriedly greeted him and introduced the current situation. As the fighting continued and casualties increased, the villagers' fear of evil spirits increased. The aggravated fear makes the evil spirit break out of the seal to a greater extent. The light black evil spirit overflowed from the hollow mountain and penetrated into the bodies of the 2 New Year's Eve people who were controlled by the evil spirit. The evil spirits in the New Year's Eve people's bodies soared, causing them to not only arouse evil thoughts in the villagers' hearts, but also bring diseases and plagues. The villagers who fought against the New Year's Eve began to show obvious physical symptoms. Fever, cold, tinnitus, dizziness, and weakness in the limbs were just the basics. Villagers injured by New Year's Eve people will become seriously ill and collapse to the ground, their foreheads will be as hot as red coals, and they will cough up blood 5 times after saying 3 sentences. Under the medical conditions of ancient times, let alone continuing to fight, ordinary doctors would always say can't cure, wait to die and goodbye to Bien K when they meet him. The villagers not only have to allocate manpower to take care of the wounded, but they must also always be vigilant to see if the people taking care of the wounded are controlled by evil thoughts and kill the wounded. As a result, even when Lu Wei killed a lucky man, the villagers were still at a big disadvantage. Lu Shan asked anxiously, "Master Wu, what should we do?" Wu Chang's mind changed rapidly. The seal in the hollow mountain was loosened. Isn't now the best opportunity to see the source of the evil spirit? He lowered his eyes to prevent Lu Shan from seeing what he was thinking, and said in a solemn tone, "The situation is complicated right now. I want to take a look at the New Year's Eve formation in Hollow Mountain. Maybe there is a way to break the situation there." Lu Shan hesitated briefly and agreed to Wu Chang's request. Lu Shan held the 4-sided Suehua lantern, and the light of the Suehua allowed the 2 of them to easily walk through the permeated evil atmosphere. They soon came to Hollow Mountain. Due to the loose seal, the cave was filled with evil spirits. The bodies of the 2 villagers standing guard in front of the cave were already freezing. They stood up straight, each pulled out the machete at his waist, and waved it at each other decisively. The force of the swing of the knife was so great that the blunt knife, which lacked maintenance, could tear open the flesh and become embedded in the opponent's neck. They watched quietly as blood spurted from each other's necks, with joyful smiles on their faces. The 2 villagers who died together turned into an arch in front of the cave in this weird posture, welcoming Wu Chang and Lu Shan to enter. Lu Shan illuminated the 2 people with a square-year-old fire lamp to purify the evil spirits from them. Then the 2 villagers collapsed and got out of the way. It was even worse inside the cave. All the villagers who stayed in the cave to maintain the formation had been killed. They died in the same way as the 2 guards, killing each other with a smile on their faces. The animal pen where the mountain-suppressing beasts were kept was also destroyed in the chaos, and all the mountain-suppressing beasts inside disappeared. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Lu Shan looked at the mess in front of him. He didn't know if the stimulation was too great, and he fell into a strange state of numbness. He turned around and looked at Wu Chang and asked, "Master Wu, where should we start the investigation?" Wu Chang pretended to look around, not forgetting to count with his hands. He walked around the spot twice, then suddenly stopped and looked at Lord Shurfo. "According to my observation, the evil spirit comes from underground. I wonder if there is still a passage leading to the cave in the village. Maybe something will be found there." Lu Shan frowned, shook his head and said, Master Wu, the underground is dangerous. Several knights have entered before, but none of them have returned. When you go, Wu Chang stretched out his hand to stop Lu Shan's words. It doesn't matter. Tragedies are happening in the village right now. How can we, as cultivators, just sit by and watch? Village chief, please don't dissuade me. I'm ready to fight to the death against evil spirits. Lu Shan sighed and asked, Wu Daxia is really going? Wu Chang nodded. Okay, hero, follow me. Lu Shan led Wu Chang to the Buddha, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the Buddha, and a secret door opened in the Buddha's belly. Wu Chang came to the secret door holding a torch and looked down. As Lu Shan said, there is a bottomless cave underneath the mountain, which is pitch black and bottomless. He was about to turn around and ask Lu Shan how to get down, when he suddenly heard a strong wind blowing from behind. From the corner of his eye, he saw the slender and old Lu Shan, who was like a vulture at the moment, flying as fast as Lo. He was 5 meters away from him just now, and he was behind him in an instant. The thin, well-jointed hands were bent into claws, one claw gripping the back of his heart. Under the tremendous force, he flew into the secret door uncontrollably and fell into the bottomless crypt. Fortunately, the cave seems to be bottomless, but in fact there is a pool formed by underground rivers 30 or 40 meters down. Thanks to this underground river, he didn't fall into a box. Relying on his strong physique, Wu Chang used a dog paddle to get out of the pool. He spit out the water in his mouth, his eyes full of surprise. Lu Shan, the old man, usually looks old and frail. When the lucky charm changed, he hid behind everyone, looking terrified. Unexpectedly, he is the strongest fighter in Huaigu village, and his real strength is even better than Lu Wei. Sure enough, a dog that bites doesn't bark. What an old dog. He looked up and saw Lu Shan holding a square fire lamp and looking down at him from the secret door. Village Chief Lu Shan, what do you mean? Wu Chang shouted at the top of his voice. Wu, the hero, can you still speak? I am really old. When I was roaming the world, my peers called me Fianying. At that time, I should be able to break half of your bones with one claw. I haven't done it for a long time, and my kung fu is rusty. Lu Shan, who took off his disguise, stood straight at this moment, with his shoulders stretched and his body relaxed. His hunched body looked a bit burly at the moment. The evil spirits concern the lives of the whole village, young and old, but we trust the talents from the outside world who come into the mountains and dare to let them do what they want. Do you know why, Wu Xia? Why? Lu Shan said leisurely, because the evil spirits are no different from livestock, they are stupid creatures with only instincts. As long as they are fed, they will calm down and fall into deep sleep again. Hero, send the Buddha to the west. Since you said you have made up your mind to die, please help Huaigu village for the last journey. After speaking, Lu Shan laughed wildly, his laughter was hoarse and harsh, like an old crow. Village Chief Lu Shan, wait a minute. Wu Chang shouted, stopping Lu Shan who was about to leave. If Wu Xia has any last words, please keep them short. The village is still waiting for me to return. Lu Shan said coldly. It's nothing serious, I just have a suggestion. What? Wu Chang cleared his throat and said, as a villain, you don't have to laugh so loudly, it doesn't sound right. Go back and practice it, I'll test you next time we meet. After climbing out of the pool, Wu Chang did not act rashly, but checked his own condition. Lu Shan's claws were deadly, tearing off a large piece of his winter coat, and even leaving 4 obvious white dents on the earth lizard leather armor he bought for 6,000 decayed silver coins. If this claw grabbed him, he had no doubt that Lu Shan could tear off some parts from him. He kissed the leather armor on his body and admired the greatness of Krypton gold. The New Year's Eve festival was coming to an end. He originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the New Year's Eve people losing control to find the evil spirit legitimately and directly solve the evil spirit body, killing the main task and the side task at one stroke. Who knew that he would be pecked in the eye by the geese after hunting all day? As a 6th-year-old who loved sneak attacks, he was tricked by the older 6th-year-old. Recalling the way Lu Shan launched the attack just now, and how Lu Shan usually hides his incompetence. He couldn't tell whether Lu Shan attacked him because he was influenced by the evil spirit, or whether it was just a routine to quell the evil spirit as he said. But the problem followed. If Lu Shan was ready to attack him from the beginning, Lu Shan would have had many opportunities these days. Especially when Lu Wu was still there, if the two of them joined forces, he might really be defeated if attacked by surprise. What made Lu Shan suddenly decide to attack him? He closed his eyes, sorted out the conversation with Lu Shan in his mind, and then opened his eyes suddenly. Was it because he wanted to check the crypt? After a simple inspection, he took out a spare torch from his backpack and walked towards the source of the evil spirit. No matter how much you guess, it's better to actually go and see it. Because of the mistake of the New Year's Eve festival, the evil spirit became particularly active, and the overflowing evil spirit was not concealed. Chasing the evil spirit, he went down along the underground river and soon came to the source of the evil spirit. It was a huge circular open space, with a huge long burning lamp lit above the open space, illuminating the underground space as if it were daytime. 14 locust trees were lined up and surrounded the outside of the open space, isolating the inside and outside. In the center of the open space, there were piles of human bones piled up like a mountain. Countless resentments floated on the bone mountain, releasing evil spirits. Although the resentments were independent individuals, each of which was only light red, they were a whole, and the resentment gathered into a deep red cloud. It was the body of the evil spirit. The existence of the evil spirit was similar to the ghosts in the ghost-crying forest. They were all resentments, but Wu Chang could not directly see the scenes in their resentments. The only difference was that Lu Wei and Lu Wu got the demon transformation skills and could control the ghosts with the help of masks. The evil spirits in the crypt were not restrained by anything, and they would attack everyone indiscriminately. Sensing the arrival of strangers, the evil red cloud surged and surrounded Wu Chang. The evil energy in the red cloud turned into rain, dripping onto the ground, making a corrosive hissing sound. Wu Chang's inspiration told it that it must not be dripped by that thing. He took out the soul purification banner, stepped on the gang step, chanted the spell, and a white gas came out from the banner. Wherever the white gas passed, the blood cloud rolled and broke, and the blood rain evaporated and dissipated. The soul purification banner is the natural enemy of the existence of ghosts and evil spirits. Under the magical power, the evil spirits have no power to fight back. Moreover, after transcending the ghosts, Wu Chang gained 2 more energy points. With his own energy combined with the footwork and the spell, the power of the soul purification banner is even more amazing. It only took 3 minutes for the condensed red cloud to be shaky, revealing the resentment inside the red cloud to Wu Chang. Wu Chang put away the banner and sighed that Taoist Qi Yuan was really powerful, had seen through the details of the evil spirits, and lent him such a professional and corresponding magic weapon. Without this precious banner, it would take a lot of effort to deal with the ghosts and evil spirits. He looked at the crack of the red cloud, wanting to see where the evil spirit came from. He chose a darker resentment, and as the scene inside the resentment unfolded, a picture he had never thought of came into his eyes. The first thing that appeared in the picture was Huaigu village. The weather was just right that day, and a group of unfamiliar villagers were working in the valley, and the atmosphere was relaxed. However, in a moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and dark clouds invaded, and thousands of fierce mountain bandits came together in the shadow of the dark clouds. The 2 leaders looked very familiar. One was Qin Pang, the village chief of Qinjia village, and the other was Lu Shan, the current village chief of Huaigu village. On weekdays, it didn't seem unusual, but when Wu Chang saw the 2 people in the resentment at this time, he felt that he had seen their faces before. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that when he entered the mountain, he saw a batch of wanted posters with official seals in the black shop opened by the mountain ghost. The wanted people were the Black Mountain bandits who had fled into Bailey Huaishan. The wanted portraits of the first and second leaders were very consistent with the 2. And Lu Shan was actually the leader of the Black Mountain bandits. The 2 men entered the valley with their men. Lu Shan pointed to the crops that were growing well in the valley and said, "This is indeed a treasure land. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It can not only accommodate the families of the brothers, but also serve as a stable granary." Chen Peng nodded, "It's good, but there are too many people." The men behind the 2 men understood and waved long knives at the villagers in the valley. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of the wind waving the long knife, the scene in Wu Chang's eyes darkened. Fuck! Wu Chang recalled the scene he had just seen, showing the expression of the old man on the subway phone. He always thought that Qinjia village and Lu Wei were bandits, and the villagers of Huaigu village had to cooperate with Lu Wei under their tyranny. I didn't expect that Huaigu village was full of villains. No, to be precise, Huaigu village was not Huaigu village, but the Black Mountain bandits. He then looked through several grudges, and the scenes recorded in them were roughly the same. On the day when the Black Mountain bandits targeted Huaigu village suffered a devastating disaster. All the young and old in the village were slaughtered, and the dead and breathless were moved to the mountains and buried. There was a grudge with a strong life. When he was dying, he heard Lu Shan arrange the formation and said that he would use their corpses as nutrients to supply this valley and make the valley prosperous.
This also explains why the fog monster can only stab itself when it gets the same demon transformation, which is a rough demon transformation.
However, the two brothers Lu Wei and Lu Wu can arrange the ghost-crying forest to transform the ghosts.
He was curious before, how could the two brothers understand such a complicated method of ghosts with only the ghost painting talisman without pictures? Now it seems that this is a secret technique belonging to the Black Mountain Bandits. No wonder Lu Wu said that as long as he saw the core of the New Year's Eve sacrifice, he would understand what the evil spirit was when he learned that he could communicate with the wronged souls.
No wonder Lu Wei smiled and said that he did not die unjustly after he exposed his identity as a mountain bandit. In addition to the evil spirit, or the scene of the villagers' resentment in Zenawega village, there is also a scene in the Bloody Will. Not long after they were buried, the earth dragon of Balihwai Mountain turned over, and several mountains collapsed.
This shock not only shook out the monsters that had not appeared for a long time, but also shook out the bottomless cave under the hollow mountain. The corpses of the villagers fell into the cave, and under some inexplicable power, the resentment condensed into one, turning into the earliest evil spirit. After reading the experience of the villagers of Zenawegu village, and then looking at the short Bloody Will in Hongyun, everything became reasonable.
There are only two words in the Bloody Will. Revenge. Wu Chang held the soul-cleansing flag, hesitant in his heart. Can the side quests and Bloody Testament be completed at the same time? Wu Chang looked at the attribute column and repeatedly confirmed the side tasks.
Hidden side mission, find the source of the evil spirit in Huaigu village. Although when the hidden mission was triggered, Shi Yuan handed him the soul-purifying order flag to let him find and eliminate the source of the demonic energy.
But it's not written in the side missions.
Just like the third senior high school student in the dormitory said when he secretly ate fried chicken when he was trying to lose weight, it was 0 calories if he didn't say it. If the conditions for completing the task are not written down, they are not there. In other words, main missions and hidden side missions should be able to coexist.
Main Mission 2, protect Huaigu village and complete the New Year's Eve ceremony. The requirements of the main mission are to protect Huaigu village and complete the New Year's Eve ceremony. To protect Sephora Valley village, this requirement can be interpreted in many directions. Do you want to protect the continuation of the village, protect the safety of the villagers, or just protect this piece of land? It would be easy to just protect the land and buildings. The evil spirit's abilities only affect people, and have little impact on buildings and terrain. The only thing that needs to be guarded against is causing a fire during the battle, causing the Huaigu village to be burned down. However, the Sifang Suehua lantern has the ability to control fire, so there is no need to worry too much. If what he wanted to protect was the villagers or the continuation of the village, he had an idea. After a brief hesitation, he did not further attack Xie Sui, but raised his gun and pointed it at the huge ever-burning light above the clearing. Gunshots rang out, the ever-burning lamp shattered, and the crypt fell into darkness.
Without the light, the 14 locust trees that surrounded and sealed the evil spirit made a creaking sound like rotten wood bending. Wu Chang raised the torch and saw the locust trees quickly withering, decaying, and finally turning into ashes. He whispered to the evil spirits who had lost the control of the New Year's Eve formation and got rid of their suppression, "Go ahead, it's time to retaliate. Remember to cut the grass to get rid of the roots." There was a rumble of thunder in the red cloud, as if in response to Wu Chang, and then rushed to the surface. In the darkness, Wu Chang waved the torch and asked behind him, "What are you going to do if I continue to transcend it just now?" "I will fight tooth and nail to stop you." A thin figure walked out of the darkness. It was the village guard of Huaigu village. To be precise, he is the only villager from Huaigu village in the valley at this moment. The villagers were surrounded by several black shadows, which were the mountain beasts that escaped in the chaos. Wu Chang shook his head and said, "It's not your turn to do this. If I were you, I would run away quickly without looking back. I heard you say to Lu Wu that you can communicate with the souls of wronged people. I believe you are a good person and will stand on our side." The young village guard said seriously. "Wu Chang, I remember we agreed not to peek at what I was doing in the ghost-crying forest. A good boy won't lie to others." The boy who was guarding the village showed a sly smile. "I have been lying to people since I was a child, and I have never been a good boy." Wu Chang walked up to the village guard, touched his head, and said in a faint voice, "Don't worry, everything will be over after tonight." The village guard was stunned. He seemed to understand something, and tears could not stop falling from the corners of his eyes. Feeling the tears, his body trembled subconsciously, and he forced a silly smile while wiping his face with his hands. Wu Chang grabbed the village guard's hands, shook his head, and said, "It's no longer needed.
After a brief moment of silence, heart-wrenching cries echoed through the crypt. The long-suppressed emotions are suddenly released, and they must be erupting like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. After a long time, the young village guard regained control of his emotions. When Wu saw that the young village guard was in a stable mood, he asked, "You can enter the cave because you know other ways to the surface?" The young village guard nodded and took out a pangolin from his pocket. "It can take us out. Let's go, it's time for us to go up. There's still a debt waiting for us to settle." The bottomless crypt in Hollow Mountain was formed because the dragon turned over in that place 5 years ago. The underground cave is intricate, like a natural maze, making it difficult for ordinary people to find the exit. However, due to the complexity of the underground route, as long as you can identify the underground route, you can go directly to the underground cave from any mountain around Huaigu village. Wu Chang followed the young mountain guard. The two of them emerged from a cave, peeled off the weeds surrounding the entrance of the cave, and discovered that outside was Chunlai Mountain. He took out a small package of things from his space backpack and gave it to the mountain guard, and said, "The village is too dangerous. No matter what the outcome is today, you should not stay here anymore. I have parked Lu Wei and Lu Wu's horses outside the village. You can see them if you walk eastward for a while. This is the remaining spice I used that day. If you find someone who knows the goods, you can exchange it for gold of equal weight. Take it and use it later." The mountain guard boy held the package and didn't know what to say for a moment. Wu Chang said with a smile, "Among the people I know, those who can pretend to be crazy and act stupid for revenge for many years and bear the burden of humiliation will all become world-renowned big shots in the future. I believe you will not be worse than them. Go ahead." The mountain guard boy wanted to say a lot, but he didn't know how to express it, so he knelt down on the ground and knocked hard. "Master Wu, please take care of yourself." After sending away the young mountain guard, Wu Chang extinguished the torch and quietly sneaked back to Huaigu village. He found a high ground and spied on the current situation of Huaigu village. Soon he found Lu Shan. After knocking him down into the cave with a sneak attack, Lao Deng stopped pretending at all. At this moment, Lu Shan seemed to be 20 years younger. He was wearing black leather armor and silver claws on his hands. He moved like the wind, cracking monuments and cracking stones with his palms. The former big boss made another move, which made the blood of the mountain bandits boil. One of the two people who were controlled by the evil spirit was already dead, and his head was twisted off alive by Lu Shan. The other one was also dying, and the scales on his body that could resist ordinary swords and knives were like nothing under Lu Shan's eagle claws. The chest and lower abdomen of the people who were lucky enough to be scratched had 7 or 8 fist-sized blood holes, and the bones and internal organs were clearly visible. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Lu Shan only used one hand to fight the two people who were lucky enough to be killed. His other hand was in a state of holding up the sky, holding up the four-sided fire lamp. Under the illumination of the blazing fire, the evil Hong Yun who had escaped from the predicament was firmly suppressed. Lu Shan put his fingers together like a knife, pierced the chest of the last person who was lucky enough to be killed, took out his heart and filled it into the four-sided fire lamp, turning it into lamp oil. The lucky charmers were removed. Lu Shan looked at the red cloud above his head and said with a ferocious face, "I want to worship you as mountain gods, but you refuse and turn into evil spirits to bite you to death. In this case, I will turn you into lamp oil today, so that your souls will be destroyed and you will never be reincarnated." The evil spirit divided part of its power into the bodies of the 3 lucky charmers, and was severely injured by Wu Chang's soul-cleansing banner. It was in a weak state at this moment. Lu Shan turned the evil spirits of the 2 lucky charmers into lamp oil, and the 4-sided lucky charms were burning vigorously. As one grew stronger, the other weakened. The sky-high lucky charm swept the blood cloud, and it had a tendency to refine the evil spirit. Just when the evil spirit was about to be unable to withstand the burning of the lucky charms, the gate of Huaigu village was knocked open by a huge force, and 3 monsters roared into the village. The 3 monsters were all old acquaintances. They had all appeared in the resentment of the dead in Xinjia village. One was a monkey with a yellow glow and a ghost face, one was a tree demon with roots like feet and branches like swords, one was a snake demon with a body made of fine iron and scales that made metallic friction sounds when swimming. The 3 demons rushed into Huaigu village and started killing people just like they attacked Xinjia village that day. The most powerful mandrill targeted Lu Shan right away. 1 man and 1 demon fought together. Lu Shan's claws were sharp enough to easily penetrate scales and leather armor, and had great lethality to humans and humanoid demons. But the disadvantage of claw skills is that the killing distance is short and the range is small. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. The claw skills that are dangerous and unpredictable against humans seem a bit humorous when facing a formidable high mandrill. Not to mention that his claws could not break the armor of the mandrill, even if he inserted his entire palm into the mandrill's body. How much damage could it cause to the huge body of the mandrill? Lu Shan's iron claws were just scraping the mandrill, but the mandrill's fists were deadly to Lu Shan, and injured him if he touched him. After a few rounds, Lu Shan realized that he had no chance of winning, so he turned around and ran away. The title of Fianing was not in vain. When he used his body skills, even the mandrill could not catch up. He got rid of the mandrill with a few jumps and fled into the mountains. Seeing that it was difficult to catch up, the mandrill could only give up the chase unwillingly, roared helplessly at Lu Shan's back twice, and turned around to kill back to Huaigu village. In the mountain, the figure of the mandrill could no longer be seen. Lu Shan got rid of the mandrill and was about to stop to take a breath, when suddenly a loud noise came from his side. Bang! Lu Shan's body trembled, he lowered his head and saw a bloody hole in his abdomen. He felt that all his strength was rapidly draining away along the hole, and no matter how he covered the wound, it was irreversible. Just as he took out the golden wound medicine from his pocket and wanted to stop the bleeding of the wound first, he heard a voice that he shouldn't have heard. Please listen to the question. As a villain, how can you laugh in a way that fits your character? Looking at Wu Chang walking out of the shadows, Lu Shan's face was ashen. Wu Chang shrugged and said, I said this is a knowledge point. I will test you when we meet again. Let me ask you again, how should the villain laugh? Lu Shan laughed stiffly, ha ha ha. Wrong. It's GGG. How old are you this year, uncle? 64. Lu Shan answered subconsciously. Live and learn, not to mention that at your age, we haven't retired yet. You lie down at such a young age, give up learning and progress, and learn to be a villain. Wu Chang shook his head in disappointment, and then said, it's getting late, you should get on the road quickly, maybe you can catch up with your second in command. But before I leave, I have one last question for you. You said you are obviously bandits, why do you act like villagers so naturally, without a trace of guilt? Even I was fooled by you. When this question was mentioned, Lu Shan's dull expression was touched. He looked at Wu Chang and said unwillingly, because we want to forget everything and start over. The government is corrupt, treacherous officials are in power, local aristocratic families control everything, and they wantonly annex land without caring about our lives. We became bandits just to have a bite to eat. We had no choice before, but now we just want to hide in the mountains and be ordinary villagers again. Why can't you let us go? Wu Chang lowered his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, okay, you tell the villagers of Huaigu village buried in the cave to see if they will let you be ordinary villagers again. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Lu Shan broke his defense. They are evil spirits. They are monsters. You come from a famous sect, and as a hero, you don't speak to us humans, but to monsters. Are you worthy of your sect and the people of the world? Wu Chang pursed his lips, his face solemn, as if he was being tortured by his soul and condemned by morality. With a puff, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Actually, I lied to you. I am neither from a famous sect nor a great hero. After saying that, he took advantage of Lu Shan's most shocked and angry moment and shot Lu Shan in the head. Ha! Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. As the sixth brother, he finally got his place back. He picked up the square fire lamp beside Lu Shan, and a prompt popped up on the lamp. The current burning time of the lamp oil, 7,200 seconds. He poured the lamp oil left by the fog monster into it, making up 8,000 seconds. That much time should be enough. He turned and looked at Huaigu village from afar, and could hear screams and cries coming from the wind. Wu Chang was kind-hearted and could not bear to see monsters slaughtering humans, even if these people were bandits with blood on their hands. So he left Huaigu village far away and hid in a place where he could not hear screams. He found a sheltered place on the mountain road, lit a bonfire, and then took out a leg of lamb. Taking advantage of the chaos, he took away the 3 animals prepared by Lu Shan and others for the New Year's Eve festival, and now they were just right for barbecue. As the lamb legs were colored, the skin became golden with a slight burnt brown, and the aroma of the lamb legs was fully stimulated by the sauce he made himself. Just as he was about to eat, his eyes flashed, and he saw the scene in the evil bloody resentment again in a trance. At the beginning of the scene, the villagers of Huaigu village were still working in the valley, and the atmosphere was relaxed. But this time it was no longer the Black Mountain bandits who entered the valley, but him. He rode through the valley on horseback, whether it was the villagers who were sowing, the villagers who were rushing home with buckets, or the children who were playing and fighting.
everyone he met would stop what they were doing and bow to him.
Thank you, Hero Wu. Thank you, Hero Wu. Thank you, Hero Wu.
As all the villagers of Huaigu village thanked him one by one, the scene in his eyes shattered, and when he came to his senses, something was in his head. He looked towards Huaigu village and found that there was no movement there. The blood cloud that was originally hanging in the sky had disappeared. Everything was completely over. The evil spirit's resentment dissipated, and the reward for transcending the resentment was received. Transcending the evil spirit brought him a little life, a little energy, 2 points of inspiration, and a little will.
In addition to the inherent link of attribute rewards, transcending also brought him a talent skill. Skill name, Disaster. Skill level, B. Skill description, when activating the skill, you will enter the disaster state.
In the disaster state, the user will become a spirit and directly attack the target soul. If the sum of the target's inspiration and will attributes is less than 80% of the sum of the user's 2 attributes, it will randomly trigger one of spreading plague, inviting disaster, and subduing evil spirits. If it is less than 50%, it will randomly trigger 2. If it is less than 20%, it will trigger all and trigger an additional special state. Plague, when the target is affected by the plague effect, it will randomly acquire 15 major diseases. The lower the current health value, the more serious the disease, the more the target's inspiration attribute differs from the user, the more types of diseases there are. Cause trouble, when the target is affected by the cause trouble effect, it will constantly suffer accidents, and everything will go wrong.
Accidents will occur frequently. The effect depends on the difference between the target and the user's inspiration attributes.
Demon sweeping, when the target is affected by the demon sweeping effect, it will have hallucinations and suffer mental shock.
The effect depends on the difference between the target and the user's inspiration attributes.
Wu Chang did not expect that completing the Bloody Testament in a Clevel copy would actually reveal a Blevel skill. And it is such a powerful Blevel skill. It is not difficult to see from the skill description that the skill of the evil spirit is equivalent to his transformation into an evil spirit, and he has all the abilities of the evil spirit.
After seeing the lucky person controlled by the evil spirit, you can know the strong effects of spreading plague, attracting disasters, and subduing evil spirits. In a duel between masters of the same level, the state can determine the outcome, let alone such a big impact?
Imagine that 2 people are dueling, and one of them has a sudden illness in the literal sense, even if it is a minor illness such as appendicitis or diarrhea. Not only that, the most powerful part of the evil spirit skill is that the judgment of the skill is related to the inspiration and will attributes. He has just entered the Abyss game not long ago, and he lacks all attributes, but he does not lack inspiration and will. 90 points of inspiration and 64 points of will can guarantee that as long as he does evil, he will hit the target every time. Just when he wanted to further study the evil spirit, a sound of horse hooves came from a distance. To be precise, it should be the sound of donkey hooves. I saw Taoist Qi Yuan riding a small black donkey and rushing over.
Wu Chang tore off a piece of lamb leg and asked, Master Qi Yuan, would you like a piece?
Qi Yuan was surprised to see Wu Chang grilling on the roadside. Young Master Wu, you are so elegant. Wu Chang smiled and asked, Master, you are willing to take risks and travel overnight.
Where are you going?
I just dealt with the escaped mountain ghost and was about to come to Huaigu village. On the way here, I noticed that the evil spirit was rising and the evil spirit was everywhere, so I hurried over to see what happened in the village. Wu Chang raised the lamb leg and sighed. Alas, during the New Year's Eve festival, several wild monsters attacked Huaigu village. The villagers fought hard, but the monsters were so powerful that the whole village was slaughtered.
Qi Yuan's face was pale, and he murmured like a lost soul, how could such a tragic thing happen?
Wu Chang took a bite of the lamb leg and asked, is it tragic?
Why do you say that, young Master Wu?
The whole village was slaughtered by monsters.
How can it not be tragic? Qi Yuan shouted angrily.
Wu Chang blinked and showed an embarrassed expression. I thought this was a happy event, and was just about to congratulate the Taoist for getting his revenge.
Wu Shaoxia, could it be that a monster has affected your mind?
Qi Yuan's voice became stern. Or, there is a monster pretending to be Wu Shaoxia.
Wu Chang continued to chew on the leg of lamb leisurely, showing a sense of relaxation that some groups say represents confidence.
He didn't care at all about the tension in Qi Yuan's voice, and said with a smile, does the Taoist master know how to transform into a demon? As soon as the word transform into a demon came out, Qi Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and he looked suspicious. Even if Wu Chang guessed the color of his underwear in person, he would not be so shocked.
Wu often saw Qi Yuan silent, so he started talking to himself.
Demon transformation is a very special evil method that can smelt the essence of a monster into a magic weapon, and then fuse the magic weapon with the human body to turn a person into a monster. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked solemn. This kind of evil method has never been heard of by poor people.
I haven't heard anyone else say it, but I've done it a lot, right? Wu Chang teased.
Qi Yuan snorted coldly, young Master Wu, some jokes are not allowed. Seeing Qi Yuan becoming more and more impatient, Wu Chang became more certain of his inference. He wanted to say the last sentence, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. But he was worried that Qi Yuan would not understand, so he regretfully gave up.
Taoist priest Qi Yuan, do you still remember that when we first met, I said that the magic weapon on your body was filled with resentment? Do you still remember how you responded to me at that time?
Qi Yuan rolled up his sleeves and said coldly, of course I remember.
Pindo's magic weapon needs to be guided by a monster.
After the magic weapon is made, it will inherit the resentment and cause and effect of the monster. Wu Chang said slowly, but I once saw a person in Chenjiakan who inserted a magic weapon into his chest and transformed into a fog demon, killing nearly 30% of the population of Chenjiakan. When he transformed into a fog demon, he didn't have a trace of resentment on his body, but I killed the fog demon.
I cut out the magic weapon, only to find that all the resentment was gathered on it. What do you want to say? Qi Yuan asked. Wu Chang took out the damaged demon-turning dagger. The weapon does not kill people. The murderer is the person holding the weapon.
The resentment of the deceased will not fall on the knife, but on the murderer. If the magic weapon turns into a monster and can bear the karma and resentment of being a murderer, then will the person who truly controls the magic weapon remain pure and spotless no matter how many evil things he does?
Qi Yuan was silent for a moment and said non-committally, I don't know much about evil laws, so I can't judge.
Seeing that Qi Yuan was not ready to admit it, Wu Chang continued, the person who transformed into the mist demon is just an ordinary bandit and does not know magic.
The demon-transforming dagger must have come from someone else.
That person must be a practitioner and proficient in weapon refining.
Taoist Qi Yuan, you happen to meet the above 2 points.
Qi Yuan smiled mockingly to himself, the world is so big that there are countless capable people and strangers, but a poor man would not dare to claim to be proficient in weapon refining.
Wu Chang insisted, it's only once, of course it's a coincidence. Coincidentally, brothers Lu Wei and Lu Wu in Huaigu village picked up an incomplete book of exercises while hunting. The two of them inexplicably realized the Tao and also took the path of refining weapons to transform into monsters. This makes people wonder whether someone set up a trap in Bailey Huaishan.
The planners have been working hard for many years and know the situation inside the mountain very well. Taoist master, you claim that you don't know the source of the evil spirits in Huaigu village, so you asked me to come and investigate.
But you can borrow my soul cleansing flag, which is the most powerful weapon to restrain evil spirits and ghosts. Is one coincidence a coincidence? Are coincidences one after another still coincidence? Qi Yuan said calmly, what does this mean?
I lent you the soul purifying flag because of the magic weapon I have on me, which is most suitable for preventing monsters from being born. As for what you said about the villagers picking up incomplete exercises and learning to refine weapons, it's still the same. I don't dare to claim to be proficient in weapon refining, and I can't afford to be the target of Wu Xiaoxiao's suspicion. Wu Chang had almost finished eating at this time. He put the remaining leg of lamb back on the fire, took out a piece of silk brought from the clan treasure house in Chenjiakan, used it as a handkerchief to wipe the oil stains on his hands, and continued his analysis slowly. I was thinking before that the people behind driving monsters to attack Xinjia village, refining magic weapons to transform monsters, and inducing Lu Wei and Lu Wu to create ghosts, what is the purpose of making so many arrangements in pieces? So I put his targets, Xinjia village and Huaigu village, together, and it was easy to think of the Black Mountain bandits who fled into Bailey Huaishan Mountain 5 years ago. After killing the Xinjia village disguised by the Black Mountain bandits to the death, and then setting their sights on Huaigu village, the other party is likely to be a survivor of Huaigu village like that little guy. If I were him, the evil spirit is about to fail. When the time comes, I will definitely take action. At this point, Wu Chang and Qi Yuan looked at each other, both of them checking each other's every move.
Taoist priest, are the several magical weapons you carried before still with you?
Qi Yuan's eyes did not flinch, and he showed the magic sword, copper bell and iron mirror that Wu Chang had seen before.
They're all here.
That's good. Wu Chang, the person behind the scenes will definitely send the monster to attack Xinjia village again, so I saw the mandrill reappearing, and while it was fighting with Lu Shan, I made some small marks on it.
Taoist master, you might as well check your magic weapon. If nothing else, there will be a red line at the bottom of the magic weapon. Qi Yuan picked up the copper rattle and took a look at it, then showed it to Wu Chang. Pindao told you before that this matter has nothing to do with me. When Qi Yuan said this, he realized something was wrong and froze in place. Wu Chang pursed his lips, raised his index finger and tapped Qi Yuan, as if he had caught you. Master, I don't think I told you which magic weapon to check. You're lying to me? Wu Chang shrugged, you found out too late. We all come from the underworld, and being thick-skinned is a basic skill. In the early years, when Qi Yuan was in the city to help people with weddings and funerals, he did a lot of shameless things. Relying on his strong professional qualities, he was embarrassed for a moment and then recovered as usual, and questioned the host. Young Master Wu, why do you have to do this? Is the truth so important to you? Wu Chang wanted to say, it's about the completion of the copy, of course it's important. But in order to make it easier for Qi Yuan to understand, he still said the official statement. Master Qi Yuan, don't you think that the ending of any story can only be called complete if all the holes are filled? Qi Yuan sighed, but knowing too much is not good for you. Killing the Black Mountain bandits can be called revenge, but the method of refining people into monsters is a real evil way. Especially, the people he refined were all knights from the outside world who came to help. If outsiders knew about it, they would not be tolerated by the world. Only the dead can keep secrets best. Moreover, from the beginning, he had taken a fancy to Wu Chang as the blank of the new magic weapon. If such a talented young man did not become a link in his attainment of the great Tao, wouldn't it be a waste? To this day, he can't turn back, and he won't turn back. He shook the copper bell, and the copper bell turned into a burst of yellow light, and turned into a 4-meter high mandrill. The mandrill blew the earth and roared. He inserted the wooden sword into the ground, and the wooden sword grew in the wind and turned into a huge tree demon. The tree demon shook its branches, and the sword energy was layered, cutting the passing night wind into pieces. He shook the iron mirror, and the 8 trigrams on the iron mirror flowed, and the patterns behind the mirror swam out, turning into a black iron snake as thick as a water tank more than 10 meters long, with metal scales layered, not afraid of swords and weapons. Young man, why can't you learn from those practitioners, uphold the principle that humans and demons cannot coexist, and directly free the evil spirits, or learn from those famous and upright sects, speak of high-sounding principles, and criticize my actions, so that I have a reason to kill you? You will make me feel guilty if you do this. Wu Chang shook his head and said, on the contrary, you gave me a reason to kill you. As the mastermind behind all the arrangements, Qi Yuan is obviously a hidden boss, and whether or not the strategy is successful is related to the clearance score. After all, everything Qi Yuan did was out of revenge for his relatives and friends. If Qi Yuan's revenge was avenged, he would put down his butcher knife, become a Buddha on the spot, and be willing to bear everything. That would undoubtedly be a perfect ending. The exploration of the dungeon belonging to Qi Yuan will not be affected, and he will not force himself to take action for the equipment that may be exploded, but will choose to complete the dungeon. But if Qi Yuan is stubborn and wants to kill him to hide the secret, then he is happy to fight with Qi Yuan to see what good stuff this hidden boss can explode. Qi Yuan pinched the magic formula with his hand, causing the 3 monsters to lock Wu Chang, and then said loudly, in this case, you and I will rely on our own abilities. Wu Chang, who lacks offensive means, has no chance of winning against 4 alone. If you want to deal with Qi Yuan, you must pull out enough space and defeat them one by one. He took out the square fire lamp, and the wick flashed. The bonfire of the roasted lamb leg exploded and turned into a fire snake rushing towards Qi Yuan and his 3 demons. Qi Yuan controlled the mandrill to block the fire, and the fire that restrained the demons could not move forward when it encountered the yellow light on the mandrill's body. However, Wu Chang did not think of gaining any advantage by this sneak attack. When the flames dissipated, he had already opened a distance of 30 or 40 meters from Qi Yuan. For against one is not a skill, Wu will go first. Chase. Seeing Wu Chang was about to escape, Qi Yuan immediately drove the demon beast to chase him. Wu Chang came to the pre-prepared horse hiding place, and rode the horse towards Huaigu village. At the same time, he observed the situation behind him. Seeing that the 3 demon beasts had separated from Qi Yuan, he shot back. Qi Yuan had seen the power of the Silver Dawn. When he saw Wu Chang raise his hand, he immediately fell backwards and fell off the black donkey. At the same time, he took advantage of the momentum to pull the reins, causing the black donkey to stand up and turn into a shield in front of him. Bang! The bullet shot through the black donkey's body, and blood sprayed all over Qi Yuan's face. Wu Chang secretly said it was a pity, and then said loudly, Master, if you chase Wu again, you may not be so lucky next time. Looking at the excised penetrating wound on the black donkey, Qi Yuan was still frightened. Although he was a cultivator, he was also a mortal, and it would be difficult to survive if he was shot. Young Master Wu's hidden weapon is indeed extraordinary, but the hidden weapon can hurt people. I don't know if it can hurt monsters. After that, Qi Yuan left the snake demon covered with iron armor to guard him, and let the mandrill and tree demon continue to chase Wu Chang. This is exactly what Wu Chang wanted, to force Qi Yuan and the three monsters to separate first, and then gradually break them. He first circled the mountains several times to distance the baboon and tree demon from Qi Yuan. After making sure that Qi Yuan would not be able to provide support in a short time, he followed the mountain road and returned to Huaigu village. As the core of the dungeon, everything started from Huaigu village, and everything should also start from Huaigu village. Huaigu village, which had been ravaged by monsters, was in a mess. Looking around, mosaics were everywhere. A gentleman cannot bear to see the death of a living being. The villagers who were still alive yesterday were lying on the ground in twisted bodies today. Even though Wu Chang knew that they were the Black Mountain Bandits, he still felt a little bit sorry. But that was all. Everyone should be responsible for their own actions and bear the corresponding price. When the villagers of Huaigu village were massacred, and even their bodies were not spared, and they were piled into the hollow mountain as consumables for evil magic, and when they turned their resentment into spiritual energy to pray for good weather and good harvests, every one of them participated. When they caught the young village guard in the forest, raised him as livestock, bullied and abused him, and used him to protect the village from disasters, everyone participated. Then when Qi Yuan came to seek revenge, if one of them was missing, wouldn't it be unfair? Wu Chang stood by the huge bonfire of the New Year's Eve festival, looking at the mandrill and tree demon chasing him, and covered his face with two halves of the mask. Who doesn't know how to summon a little brother these days? Item skill shadow, activated. The space in front of Wu Chang was distorted, and two figures appeared in front of him. One was Lu Shan, and the other was the fog demon. Lu Shan relied on his lifelong body skills and claw skills, and his strength was extremely strong, but his strength came from the hard training of the skills over the years, and aging reduced his physical attributes, so his actual level did not exceed the upper limit of the shadow mask by much. The fog demon was able to kill people in Shenjia village because of his strange and unpredictable abilities. In terms of attributes, his true strength was only level 11. The figure summoned by the Mask of Reflection was amplified by the skills and was even stronger than the original body. Lu Shan and the fog monster were not bad, but they were still a little worse than the mandrill and the tree monster. If you are not strong enough, you can make up for it with equipment. Wu Chang threw the iron claw taken from Lu Shan to Lu Shan Zhaoying, who caught it and skillfully put it on his hands. With his usual weapon, Lu Shan became stronger. He threw the broken short knife of transformation to the fog monster. After the short knife was integrated into the fog monster's body, it became more solid and its aura became more powerful. Although there was still a gap compared with the two monsters summoned by Qi Yuan, it was not completely powerless to fight back. Without Qi Yuan's control, the two monsters chasing him acted on instinct. When the mandrill saw Lu Shan appear again, he roared and rushed towards Lu Shan. But before it got close, it blurred its eyes and the surrounding world turned into a foggy area. The mandrill has thick skin and tough flesh, and is positioned as a tank, which can completely restrain Lu Shan, who is positioned as an assassin. None of the shadows Wu Chang could summon could fight the mandrill. It was difficult to defeat the mandrill, but it was not difficult to hold it back. Just as tanks are naturally good against assassins, control mages are also good against tanks. The fog demon summoned ice fog to cover the mandrill. The coldness slowed down the mandrill's movements. Although the ability to evoke fear could not defeat the instrumentalized mandrill, it could overload its CPU and slow down its reaction. On the other hand, the fog demon, whose body could turn into mist at any time, was not afraid of the mandrill's fist. Relying on the fog demon to hold the mandrill back, Lu Shan took the initiative to attack the tree demon. Compared with mandrills and snake demons, the tree demon is better at group battles. The hundreds of branches hanging from its head are like sharp swords. When it is in the crowd, it only needs to shake its body to be like a sword storm. Anyone who is scratched or rubbed by the branches will have skin and flesh torn at the lightest, and limbs separated at the worst. The tree demon is not afraid of the human wave tactics. When it is alone against many, even if many people sacrifice their lives, they may not be able to get close to the tree demon. But when it faces a flexible single target, its attack seems a little weak. The sword array it throws out by shaking its body is full of loopholes in front of Lu Shan, who is good at body movement and nicknamed Fianing. Surrounded by thousands of branches, Lu Shan is like strolling in the garden, easily dodging the attacks. At the same time, the attack in his hands does not stop. While the branches are swinging, they will grab them steadily and accurately, and easily break and tear off the branches that can resist the chopping of knives and axes. Lu Shan turned into Teacher Tony on the spot and trimmed the tree demon's hair. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he broke all the branches on the top of the tree demon, leaving no one. Wu Chang, who was waiting next to him, raised the silver dawn and joined the battlefield. The tree trunk without the ability to attack turned into a mobile sandbag and was quickly killed by the 2 people. After Wu Chang shot the core of the tree demon's body disintegrated and turned back into a wooden magic sword that was broken into 2 pieces. After getting rid of the tree demon, Wu Chang and Lu Shan turned to besiege the mandrill. Wu Chang took out the soul purification banner and activated the banner's ability to suppress monsters, making the mandrill, which was already slowed down by the fog demon, move even slower. The mandrill was indeed thick-skinned, but it couldn't withstand the beating of 1 person and 2 projections. Especially Wu Chang and Lu Shan, who fully learned the fighting methods of the second brother of the grassland, a hyena, and they were as mean as they could be. It would be fine if they poked eyes and plugged ears, but their attacks were focused on the lower 3 roads. It has always been the monkey who steals peaches, but the mandrill, a big ape, was stared at by 2 people holding sharp weapons to steal peaches. Who can bear this? Under the siege, the mandrill's body-protecting spiritual energy was quickly exhausted, and the lower 3 roads were lost. As Lu Shan stabbed a big peach with his claws, delivering a fatal blow, the mandrill wailed and turned into a copper magic bell, falling to the ground. The broken bell core broke and fell out, indicating that the bell would be difficult to ring again. After dealing with the 2 monsters, 3 or 4 minutes later, the slow-moving snake monster carried Qi Yuan to the scene. Before Qi Yuan could open his mouth, he saw Wu Chang holding up the 4-sided New Year's Eve lamp. During the time Qi Yuan came, Wu Chang buried the broken branches and broken sword of the tree monster that Lu Shan had twisted off into the bonfire. Wood produces fire, and with the help of the wood power of the tree monster, the New Year's Eve bonfire soared into the sky, like a pillar of fire that reached the sky. Using the 4-sided New Year's Eve lamp as a guide, the New Year's Eve formation was connected, and the pillar of fire that reached the sky turned into a fire dragon and rushed straight to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan flew away, but the armored snake monster under his feet had no time to escape. Fire overcomes metal. Under the burning of the huge sway fire, the iron armor on the snake demon's body suddenly turned into molten iron. Without the iron armor, the snake demon was in the sway fire and struggled like a leech smeared with salt. The snake demon didn't last for a few breaths, and turned back into an iron mirror, turning into molten iron in the sea of fire, leaving no remains, and died cleanly. Lu Shan stood on Wu Chang's left hand, and the fog demon floated on his right hand, and he pointed at Qi Yuan with the silver dawn. After surviving the evil of the villains, it was now the protagonist's turn to carry out a righteous beating. Facing the double teaming of Wu Chang, Lu Shan and Wu Yao, Qi Yuan did not panic or try to escape. Instead, he looked at the 2 halves of the shadow mask in surprise. Wu Xiaoxia knows the art of refining weapons? Wu Chang replied casually, I understand a little bit. Qi Yuan shook his head and said seriously, you don't know a little bit about it. You can bypass the flaws of the demon transformation method and make the semi-finished product almost complete. You even figured out part of my intention and made that part ability is revealed in advance. And these are all done casually in the wilderness. When it comes to weapon refining alone, I'm not as good as you. But that's right. The Tang sect, where Wu Xiaoxia was born, can refine such exquisite hidden weapons. It's not unusual for him to be good at weapon refining. Wu Chang shrugged, at this point, even if you flatter me, I won't stop and let you go. Qi Yuan laughed, that's not necessary, I'm just happy to see Xiaoxian, sighing that if you and I had known each other a few years earlier, we would have become good friends. Wu Chang, 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it was the day when the Black Mountain bandits massacred Huaigu village. Qi Yuan's face showed a slight daze, as if he was recalling something. After a moment, he came back to his senses and said, yeah, if I had known you back then, maybe everything would have been different. Unfortunately, once something starts, it's hard to go back. Although Pindao has studied the method of transforming demons and refining weapons, he still comes from the Taoist orthodoxy. It does not mean that he will not be able to fight without the magic weapon. Wu Xiaoxia, be careful. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he saw the magic formula in his hand, the lightning flashed in his palm, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his palm. Wu Chang felt his eyes flicker, and when he looked to his side, he saw that the mist demon had evaporated and dissipated. There is an additional reminder on the face of the photographer. Shadow, the mist demon has been dispersed. It will take 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds to regroup. Thunder method is the most effective way to restrain monsters, and Qi Yuan has a numerical advantage over the fog demon. As a result, before Wu Chang could see what was happening, the fog demon was instantly killed by a thunderbolt from his palm. Wu Xiaoxia, can you still see the poor Lei Fa? Qi Yuan shook his Taoist robe, shaking out thousands of thunder energy, and strands of electric light came out from under his Taoist robe, spiraling around his body, and finally returned to the Taoist crown on his head. Wu Chang squinted his eyes and looked at Qi Yuan, tutang in his mouth. Not to mention whether he could see it, it was dazzling him now. The pressure he felt from Qi Yuan was no less than that of Dr. Charles at Moonlight Sanatorium. You must know that Dr. Charles is a small elite monster in the Bloodle dungeon, with at least a value of 17 to 19. And this is still the oppressive feeling of Qi Yuan's body. Combined with the 3 magic weapons that can turn into monsters, placed in a clever copy, even as a hidden boss, it is too supermodel. He took 2 steps back to put some distance between himself and Qi Yuan, and then directed Lu Shan to attack Qi Yuan. Lu Shan has agile movements and vicious attacks. He is better at fighting with people than pruning the tree demon's branches, so he can test the quality of Qi Yuan. While sending Lu Shan to attack, in order to prevent Qi Yuan from killing Lu Shan instantly with his palm thunder again, he raised his hand and fired at Qi Yuan, using firepower to cover Lu Shan's approach to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan did not dare to attack Wu Chang's hidden weapon, so he had to hide behind a big rock and did not bother to attack Lu Shan. Lu Shan took the opportunity to use his skills, rushed into the boulder, and prepared to fight Qi Yuan. Unexpectedly, a thunder suddenly exploded from behind the boulder. The thunder was so shocking that it almost pierced the eardrums. When the buzzing in Wu Chang's ears subsided, he saw that Lu Shan had returned to the mask to accompany the fog demon. Photography, Lu Shan has been scattered. It will take time to regroup, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds not good. He shook his head and used his will to suppress the dizziness caused by the tinnitus. Qi Yuan would never make such a big noise just to deal with Lu Shan. If he were Qi Yuan, he would definitely launch a sneak attack while his opponent was frightened by the thunder. He quickly came to the altar, leaning against the wooden altar, and being careful around him. Facing Qi Yuan lurking in the dark, only the insulated wooden altar could allow him to hand over his back with confidence. After about 3 or 4 breaths, he had a flash of inspiration and his head suddenly turned to his side. I saw that Qi Yuan had reached within 15 meters of him at some point, with lightning flashing in the palm of his hand, and was about to launch a sneak attack on him. Wu Chang quickly changed his position and came to the other side of the wooden altar, so that the palm thunder could not be aimed directly. At this moment, he transformed into King Qin, used the altar as a pillar, and began to walk around the pillar. Qi Yuan's sneak attack was broken, so he stopped pretending and changed from sneak attack to charge. Qi Yuan, who was surrounded by lightning, flashed after images as he ran, and his speed was not inferior to Lu Shan. While he was running, the afterimage dragged out by the lightning behind him actually accelerated, ran side by side to him, and turned into 2 other Qi Yuan. The 3 Qi Yuan charged towards Wu Chang side by side, their movements so uniform that at first glance it was impossible to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Qi Yuan's intention was very obvious, he was telling Wu Chang to choose one of the 3 to see if he could hit the main body. If faced with a Tang sect disciple holding a traditional concealed weapon, although the concealed weapon is powerful but only takes 5 breaths to fire 1 shot, then this move is very threatening. After all, once the shot is missed, Qi Yuan will get close to him and be eliminated before the hidden weapon is fully loaded. It's a pity that Wu Chang is not a disciple of the Tang sect, and the weapon he uses is not a traditional concealed weapon. When Akamoto came within 7 steps of him, he transformed into a Western cowboy and pulled the trigger 10 times in a row, instantly emptying the 6 silver bullets he had saved and his 4 points of energy. Qi Yuan, who was charging, was shot 3 times just 2 meters in front of him, and fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Qi Yuan covered his chest wound and said with a wry smile, "It turns out that your hidden weapon can fire continuously like a crossbow, of course, who would tell the guy who just met?" Wu Chang said as a matter of course. It was purely coincidental that he could lay this hidden chess move. The 2 met for the first time in the hotel of Lanshan Gue. Before the hidden side quest was triggered, Wu Chang saw that Qi Yuan's magic weapon was entangled with resentment and felt that this Taoist priest was not a good person, so he wanted to keep a hand. He deliberately revealed that his weapon took a long time to reload, so that the other party would relax his vigilance and attack unexpectedly when he took action. The side quest can be triggered. After Qi Yuan explained the source of the resentment on the magic weapon, he temporarily believed Qi Yuan's identity as a good person, and no battle occurred. But he believed it, but he did not correct the previous lie. Instead, this incident inspired him greatly. During the dungeon clearance, he could always feel the vague sight. He thought it was the evil spirit spying on him at first, so he continued the lie to ensure that he had the trump card in his hand. After that, whether he was fighting the fog monster in Xinjia village, attacking the brothers Lu Wei and Lu Wu, or fighting with Lu Shan, whether there were people watching or not, he intentionally or unintentionally revealed the characteristics of the weapon with low firing rate and slow reloading. It was obvious that his performance during this period had an effect. Qi Yuan, who had been observing him in secret for a long time, determined the characteristics of his hidden weapon, which led to the charge of the clone today. And Wu Chang's subsequent emptying of the magazine. Qi Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, he gasped, and said weakly, "It seems that I lost." Wu Chang politely replied, "What a pity. Qi Yuan, but I want to try again." Wu Chang. An ominous premonition rose from his heart. He quickly threw away the magazine, loaded the bullets into it, and was about to shoot Qi Yuan. But Wu Chang was really slow to reload this time. Qi Yuan uttered 4 words, "Thousand Thunders Summon." The next moment, lightning struck down from above the two people's heads. The dazzling lightning turned the sky and the earth into a blinding white. Boom! Qi Yuan's Taoism was linked to the dark clouds that had been accumulating for a long time over Huaigu village. Under the blessing of the time, countless lightning flashes instantly filled Huaigu village, and the thunder was so powerful that it seemed endless. It seemed to be a magnificent and irresistible power, but in fact most of the lightning belonged to the atmosphere group, just passing through the air and not falling to the ground. After all, if Qi Yuan could really drive so many lightning, he would not stay in the clever copy. It was said that thousands of thunders were summoned, but in fact, they were just thunders lined up one by one. But even so, it made Wu Chang understand what the power of heaven and earth was. Before Qi Yuan used the thousands of thunders, Wu Chang did not have much fear of Qi Yuan's thunder method. He was wearing a soil lizard leather armor worth 6,000 decayed silver coins. As the name suggests, the soil lizard has the attribute of earth and is naturally highly resistant to thunder attributes. In addition, he was standing on the ground and activated the item skill Thick Skin, which further increased the elemental resistance. The palm lightning that could kill the fog monster instantly struck him, but it was still unclear whether it could break his defense. He was ready to say proudly after winning, "Attribute Restraint, kid." But the first thunderbolt almost electrocuted his soul. Although lightning is invisible, it felt like someone hit him with a dump truck. With a bang, he fell into numbness, and his body and soul seemed to be separated, making him temporarily lose control of his body. After a short period of numbness, there was an unspeakable intense burning pain and unbearable stinging pain. He remembered the roasted lamb leg before. It's not that he tasted similar to that time, but he was like a roasted lamb leg now. The part struck by lightning seemed to be roasted by fire, and the stinging pain caused by the electric current was like someone piercing his body with a huge iron skewer. The pain Wu Chang was enduring at this moment was enough to make an ordinary person faint directly, but for him with 64 points of will, the pain made his head clearer. He quickly checked his physical condition. The first lightning not only directly cut off half of the durability of the Earth Lizard leather armor, but also penetrated the Earth Lizard leather armor and knocked off 30% of his health. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he believed in the strategy and spent all the rotten silver coins to buy the Earth Lizard leather armor known as the Protector of Newcomers before entering the dungeon. If there was no Earth Lizard leather armor, the damage of the lightning just now would be enough to kill him instantly. The pain stimulated the secretion of adrenaline, making him extremely excited and violent. If it were Lao Lu's usual style, he would definitely escape from the attack of lightning first, find a way to survive, and make plans after safety. But under the pressure of the crisis of life and death, he had no idea of escaping in his heart, only the word desperate. Only when your own destiny is in your own hands can you be most assured. He didn't know how many more thunderbolts would fall. Instead of hoping that Qi Yuan's energy would be exhausted, it would be better to kill Qi Yuan directly and forcibly terminate Qi Yuan's skills. Even if he died, he had to let Qi Yuan go first. Before the second thunderbolt fell, he took out a bottle of Healing Type 1, put it in his mouth and took a deep sip. Healing Type 1 took effect quickly and instantly replenished his depleted health. He sat on the ground, not caring to stand up first, and rushed towards Qi Yuan with his hands and feet. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, his teeth were clenched, and his face was hideous, like a dying beast. The second thunderbolt fell. The second thunderbolt was a bit thicker than the first one. The thunderbolt instantly penetrated the earth lizard leather armor and hit Wu Chang directly. The huge force threw his body to the ground, and then made him bounce up in convulsions. There was one bad news and two good news. The bad news was that the durability of his earth lizard leather armor was completely exhausted and turned into a damaged state that could not be repaired. 6,000 decayed silver coins evaporated directly. In addition, his health value plummeted by 80%, and half of his body was roasted to medium rare. In his current state, let alone Lu Shan and Lu Wei, any powerful hunter can easily kill him. The good news is that the pain brought by the first thunder was too stimulating, which made him resistant to pain and reduced the pain of the second thunder. The second good news is that he bounced up from the ground and did not fall again, but flew out. Before being struck by the second thunder, he was close enough to Qi Yuan, and the Mamba Iron Elbow skill was lit. The Great Spirit ran through his whole body, and even if lightning struck, it could not stop this elbow strike. Do you understand what is unstoppable? Mamba! Wu Chang, pulled by his elbow, flew sideways towards Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's feet flashed with lightning, and he flew back 3 or 4 meters, trying to avoid Wu Chang's self-sacrificing blow. But this elbow seemed to be absorbed by him. No matter how he escaped or dodged, he was locked tightly. He could only watch the electric light from the elbow pass through his body and hit him hard in the face. Blindness, dizziness, bleeding, weakness, poisoning and other effects followed one after another, making his brain go blank in an instant. Wu Chang took the opportunity to change his position, locked Qi Yuan by a throat, and shrunk his body behind Qi Yuan as much as possible. The next moment, the third thunder fell. This time, in addition to Wu Chang, Qi Yuan was also struck by the thunder, who was locked by Wu Chang's elbow. The third thunder was 1 point stronger than the second one. Boom! Facts have proved that the user of thunder magic does not mean that he is insulated when casting. If you are struck by the thunder you have attracted, you will also be injured. Qi Yuan, who was hit by the Silver Dawn, was already seriously injured. He was struck by the third lightning and instantly lost consciousness and passed out. Qi Yuan suffered huge damage, and Wu Chang was not doing well either. He was hit by 2 lightning bolts in a row, which made his whole body burnt black. Part of his skin was carbonized, and there were tiny sparks on it. With only 20% of his health left, he was hit by another lightning bolt, which almost reduced his health to 0. But he refused to die and stubbornly locked on the last bit of blood. This time was different. He was not open or closed, but because there was a lit red palace lantern standing next to him. Item skill, Sui Hua. Skill description: when the Chu Sui formation in Huaigu village is activated, light the wick to ignite the Sui Hua that protects the human world. If the Sui Hua does not extinguish, life will continue. During the burning of Sui Hua, the user's life loss can be slowed down, and most conventional deaths can be immune. The consumption of immunity to death is huge. After converting the trunks of the mandrill and the tree demon into lamp oil, the burning time of the four-sided Sui Hua lamp has reached more than 15,000 seconds. Immunity to death once directly reduces the burning time to more than 100 seconds. But it is worth spending the lamp oil to survive. At this moment, Wu Chang wanted to summon Lu Shan with the shadow and give him a hug. Although this old man is not a human, if it weren't for the Chu Sui formation he took the lead in creating in this four-sided Sui Hua lamp, he would have really overturned. In addition to Lu Shan, he also wanted to thank the copy plane for its loose judgment system. Anyway, on Blue Star, being struck by lightning is difficult to be classified as a conventional death. Wu Chang used all his strength to move Qi Yuan, who was pressing on him, away, and took out 2 bottles of healing type 1 and inhaled them. As a low-level recovery medicine, the effect of using it in a short period of time is seriously reduced. If used continuously within half an hour, the healing effect will only be half of the previous bottle. After 2 bottles, the life restored is not as much as the first bottle. It is a loss, but it also allows Wu Chang to restore basic mobility. He looked at Qi Yuan, who was only 1 breath left, and slowly filled the Silver Dawn with bullets. As long as Qi Yuan was eliminated, the copy would be completely over. Not many people can bear the pain of being struck by lightning. Qi Yuan was stunned by the pain 3 times before he gradually adapted to the feeling and barely regained his energy. His memory lingered on being elbowed and choked, and then struck by the thunder he summoned. If nothing else, he should be dead. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wu Chang, who was just as embarrassed as him, sitting not far from him, grilling meat. This guy, with his enviable sense of relaxation, doesn't want to be a starving ghost. Oh, did we die together in the end? Hearing Qi Yuan's voice, Wu Chang turned around and rolled his eyes at him. I'm still alive and well, but you won't live long. Qi Yuan endured the pain and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. If I didn't die, I would still be in pain. Why don't you kill me just to let me experience this? Wu Chang said dissatisfied, I was hit 3 times without saying anything to you. You got 1, so what's the point of complaining? The meat is roasted. Do you want a piece? If you do, you can't just be a starving ghost. Needless to say, it goes without saying that the source of the meat on the grill is the 3 animals sacrificed during the New Year festival. What they sacrificed and appeased was evil spirits, and Wu Chang was kind to evil spirits, so it was not excessive to eat some of their offerings. While the two were eating, Wu Chang said, I have a few questions that I can't figure out. Qi Yuan said very politely, you ask. Since you are a survivor of Huaigu village and support Xie Sui's revenge against the Black Mountain bandits, why did you lend me the Soul Purifying Order flag and let me suppress the monsters? The Soul Purifying flag can be said to be the nemesis of ghosts and evil spirits. Without the Purifying Soul flag, even if Wu Chang could find a way to pass the level, it would not be so easy. Qi Yuan was silent for a moment and said, maybe it was a whim. For years ago, I discovered that Huaigu village was occupied by Black Mountain bandits. All my relatives, friends and neighbors were slaughtered, and they were transformed into evil spirits under evil spells. At that time, it was only a year before the spiritual energy reappeared. My cultivation level was low and I was unable to resist the bandits. In order to quickly gain strength, you can only follow evil paths. Wu Chang asked, transform into a demon? Qi Yuan nodded, transform into a demon. At first, I wanted to transform myself into a demon and use my demon power to take revenge. I hid in the mountains and observed the monsters in the mountains, but I found that hidden practitioners were springing up like mushrooms after a rain, and their targets were all Huaigu village. These practitioners have varying strengths, but they are all dull-witted and don't know as much about monsters as I do. They could easily die in the mountains. So I changed my target, deceived and sneak-attacked these practitioners, and turned them into monsters. Wu Chang, you look down on players, don't you? Today I'm going to let you see what a black hand is. Qi Yuan seemed to sense something and a nosebleed flowed out. He wiped it away and asked, what kind of skill is that elbow of yours that makes people unable to avoid it? Wu Chang shrugged, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. Qi Yuan shook his head and said, it's a pity that I don't have time. The evil path is a path of no return. Even if you paralyze yourself in the name of being forced to do so, you will still feel uneasy inside. The meeting that day was an accident. The mountain ghosts are monsters under my control that have not yet been refined into weapons. They were hunting freely, and they happened to meet you. I saw that you have extraordinary bearing, so I wanted to use them to test your quality. If you pass, I will refine you into a yin-yang jade pendant. You killed a mountain-blocking ghost so easily, which made me change my plan and want to refine you into a stronger magic weapon. Wu Chang shrugged, I'm really flattered to be so favorably thought of by you. Your state at that time reminded me of me before I entered the evil path. If what happened in Huaigu village had never happened, I could be like you and declare my sect openly and be proud of it. At that time, I was thinking, maybe letting the evil spirits take revenge doesn't free them, but makes their souls become heavy and distorted in revenge like mine. So I chose you and wanted you to free them for me. Wu Chang nodded noncommittally, and Qi Yuan asked him to go for salvation. In addition to whim, there should be another reason for the effect of his title. Second question, if you want the evil spirits to take revenge, why do you need to help the villagers complete the New Year's Eve formation and place the 4-way New Year's fire lanterns? Qi Yuan's answer was somewhat beyond his expectation. I didn't put the palace lantern there, it was a foreign monk who arranged it while I was out looking for materials for refining the weapon. Foreign monk? Is it a native of the dungeon plane, or another player? Sui Pinyin is a Klevel dungeon. If he hadn't explored the plot so thoroughly like him and just cleared the level normally, the value of the reward might not be higher than that of the Sifang Suehua lantern. But if the opponent is a native of the plane, how can he not be able to completely suppress the evil spirits if he can bring out the 4 directions fire lamp? Can't figure it out. Qi Yuan coughed twice, interrupting Wu Chang's thinking. Xiao Wu, I don't have much time. While I can still move, give me the 2 halves of the mask you got from the ghost crying forest. Qi Yuan's request made Wu Chang hesitate. At the moment, Qi Yuan's energy, and spiritual power are leaking out like a dam bursting, and he cannot stop it. When the essence and spiritual power are gone, he will die. It stands to reason that when a person is about to die, his words are good, but Wu Chang is a little afraid to gamble. After all, the shadow mask once belonged to Qi Yuan. It would be great fun if this guy got the shadow mask and killed him through unknown means. When the time comes to meet other players, Chi Yuan will probably mention him emphatically when talking about the dullness of outside practitioners. There is a fool who has already defeated me, but he stupidly handed the magic weapon to me and stretched out his neck for me to chop. I am embarrassed by his stupidity. If the player at that time said, he is stupid to begin with, and you still lie to him, that would be a sure kill. But what if Chi Yuan has no ill intentions and makes him miss a certain opportunity? Master Chi Yuan, please wait for me for a moment. Please, but be quick, I can't hold on any longer. Chi Yuan yawned, and his gradually cold body and numb perception and pain made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain consciousness. Wu Changli moved away a little, took out the favor of the goddess of luck, and activated the lead-filled dice. After throwing 3 ones to activate the strong luck, he took out a copper coin and flicked it upwards. Give the written side, not the plain side. The coin fell into his hand, and it was the side with the words, "Ha! Believe in the guidance of the goddess of luck." He took out the 2 halves of the mask and handed them to Chi Yuan. Master, do you want to give me some pointers on the refining techniques? Chi Yuan took out a curved golden thread from his arms and embedded it in the 2 halves of the mask, which unexpectedly made the 2 halves of the mask merge into one. The black and white areas began to rotate and turned into a flowing Tai Chi. Young Master Wu, the way you re-refined it is exactly what I imagined at the time. Did you guess my arrangement in the forest? Wu Chang shook his head. It just happened to be right, I didn't think too much about it. Chi Yuan smiled, and didn't distinguish between true and false, and talked to himself. My physique and talent are very poor, far inferior to those of you cultivators from the hidden sects. My body is weak, and I can't even withstand the lightning of my own practice. I fell into the evil way, and my heart of Taoism was damaged. The deeper I practice, the heavier my inner demons are. I have no chance to be with the Tao in this life. If I want to change my fate, young Wu, how should I do it? Wu Chang said, add points to Deep Blue. Chi Yuan? Wu Chang coughed dryly and changed his words. What I mean is, to prove the Tao with strength, all fears come from insufficient spiritual power. Chi Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, that is your famous disciple's way of thinking. How dare we, casual cultivators, fight against the heaven and earth? I was fortunate to obtain the art of transformation, so I thought of a way. With the method of transformation as a guide, I can transform from a human to a demon and practice freely. I can use the Black Mountain bandits who can forget myself as souls, forget the inner demons, and cultivate the heart of Tao. I can use the minions of the outside cultivators as bones, flesh, skin and blood to reshape my body, bones and physique. Since I can't be saved, I will plunder the people and create a true self again. Young Master Wu, this opportunity, I will give it to you. After that, Chi Yuan waved his hand and threw the mask that was combined into one to Wu Chang. Plunder the common people and recreate the true self. Good fellow, your approach is not much worse than proving the truth with force. Chi Yuan was talking excitedly, and Wu Chang was terrified listening to him. He was afraid that Chi Yuan would not be able to stop and put the mask on his face, and then kill him to cheer him up. Fortunately, the goddess of luck made an accurate judgment, so he did not do anything stupid. He took the mask and found that the skill description on it had changed. Item name, Shadow Human Face. Item level, B, Growthable. Item skill, Shadow. Skill description, Human Face, Black, and Human Face, White, can respectively record the figure of a certain target and summon the figure to help in battle. If the shadow target level is less than or equal to 15, the target's combat power can be perfectly reproduced. If the shadow target level is greater than 15, the combat power will fluctuate according to the user's level and energy attribute. If the figure is destroyed, it can be summoned again after 24 hours. Item skill, recreate the true self. Skill description, a new body will be condensed in the shadow human face. This body shares the level and attributes with the user, has all the rights enjoyed by the player, and can choose a profession independently. The user can freely transfer skills and items between the main body and the true self body. When controlling the true self body, the main body will not be involved in cause and effect. Item skill, immortality. Skill status, not activated. Item description? Looking at the newly upgraded shadow human face, Wu Chang was a little speechless. As the item level of the shadow face changed from C to B, growthable, the upper limit of the copy level of the shadow skill was increased from 12 to 15. The improvement is not small, but compared with other changes, it seems insignificant. The skill of Zizai, which originally required wearing 2 halves of the mask at the same time, became the rebuilding the true self mentioned by Chi Yuan. This skill is equivalent to giving him a spare body, a perfect vest. With the spare body, he doesn't have to worry about being discovered that he has cleared the Moonlight Sanatorium. Moreover, the spare body can choose a profession independently, and the skills can be freely transformed with the main body. If he understands correctly, it is equivalent to having two professions. This effect is extremely explosive even in online games, not to mention in the Abyss game. If the effect of rebuilding the true self is enough to make people suspect that Qi Yuan has turned on the modifier, then the skill of transforming into a mortal makes Wu Chang's state become the same as the skill description, with a head full of question marks. What does it mean? There are still masters. He originally thought that rebuilding the true self was invincible in the world, but he didn't expect that there was a skill that was more powerful than it. Although he didn't know the specific effect of the immortal transformation, the name alone was not bad. He slowly put away the shadow mask and turned to look at Qi Yuan. No, buddy, you are a clever dungeon boss, and you can not only create a level item, but also a level item that can grow. Do you think what you did is appropriate? Wu Chang was sure that if he hadn't appeared and Qi Yuan continued to grow in Beihui Mountain, Qi Yuan would really be able to complete his plundering the people and recreating the true self and make a big deal. Qi Yuan took in Wu Chang's reaction, smiled, and asked, "Young Master Wu, are you satisfied?" Satisfied. Absolutely satisfied. Wu Chang nodded vigorously. If possible, he would like to give Qi Yuan a 5-star praise. From the current stage, the effect of the shadow mask is more powerful than the level mortal poison, so what else can be unsatisfactory? Qi Yuan nodded and said, "Then you owe me a favor." "What do you want?" "Just tell me. Let alone one favor, even if it's 10 favors, or even if Qi Yuan wants him to help him make the copy of Sui Sui Pinyin out of control and descend on Blue Star, as long as the erosion site is not in Xia country, he will agree 100%. Qi Yuan's breath became weaker, and he coughed and said, "If possible, help me take good care of Enrong." Who is Enrong? Wu Chang was confused, wondering which plot he had skipped. It's the little guy you let go, the last flame of Huaigu village. Wu Chang hesitated and said, "I really want to agree to you, but I'm traveling outside and don't stay in one place for long. I'm afraid I can't take him with me." Qi Yuan showed regret on his face, and struggled to take out a jade pendant from his arms. The broken jade pendant means he is in danger. "You have to help me save him at least once." After saying that, Qi Yuan didn't have time to hear Wu Chang's response, and he had no breath. Although he was dead, his eyes were still looking at Wu Chang, as if waiting for Wu Chang's response. Wu Chang leaned over and took the jade pendant from Qi Yuan's hand, and said solemnly, "I promise you." Perhaps it was because he heard Wu Chang's reply, Qi Yuan's eyes slowly closed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With Qi Yuan's power, if there was a grudge, it would start with a big red grudge. But the dead Qi Yuan did not even leave a light red regret, let alone a bloody last word. The obsession is over, and the grudges are gone. Perhaps he is completely free. Wu Chang stood quietly in front of Qi Yuan for a while, then turned and entered the village, carrying a hoe. He carried Qi Yuan on his back, holding the hoe, and climbed all the way to Chunlai Mountain. In the first place in Huaigu village where spring can be seen, he dug a pit next to the Chuanhui temple and buried Qi Yuan in it. He took the half-burned magic sword and inserted it into the grave as a tombstone. After doing all this, the morning sun rose from afar, and the bonfire in Huaigu village burned out. The prompt sound of passing the level appeared in front of Wu Chang. The player has completed the main task 1, go to Huaigu village and participate in the New Year's Eve ceremony. The player has completed the main task 2, protect Huaigu village and complete the New Year's Eve ceremony. The player has completed the hidden side task, find the source of the evil spirit in Huaigu village. All main tasks are completed. After the countdown ends, you will be forced to teleport out of the dungeon plane. The maximum remaining stay time of the current dungeon is 1 hour. As the dungeon was completed, the cold feelings surrounding Huaigu village disappeared. A small black ball rose from the bottomless cave under the hollow mountain and slowly flew into Wu Chang's hands. Item name, Erosion Core. Item description, Source of Power. It is the same as the black ball obtained in the Moonlight Sanatorium. They are all erosion cores condensed when the dungeon is on the verge of losing control. But the erosion core produced by the Clevel dungeon in front of him is obviously more than a little smaller than the erosion core of the Moonlight Sanatorium. He took out the poison of the mortal, and the erosion core seemed to be pulled and directly merged into Lehman's eyes. Absorb small erosion cores, accumulate energy points, 1, clear Clevel dungeon, accumulate energy points, 0.5. Current accumulated energy, January 5, 10. The energy accumulated by the mortal poison is affected by the dungeon level.
The erosion core in the Sui Sui Pinyin dungeon is obviously much smaller than that in the Moonlight Sanatorium, and the dungeon rating is also one level lower.
Clearing the Clevel out-of-control dungeon can get 1.5 energy points.
If he clears the Moonlight Sanatorium again now, he should be able to get at least 2.5 energy points. Being targeted by the game, entering the out-of-control dungeon every time is dangerous, but at this rate, it won't take more than a few dungeons for him to accumulate enough energy for the Eye of the Evil God. He put the Eye of the Evil God back into his personal space, took a last look at Chi Yuan's tomb and Huaigu village, and chose to leave the dungeon plane. The appetizer is over, and it's time to serve the main course of the dungeon settlement. Like last time, after leaving the instance, Wu Chang was teleported to a white room.
The TV wall in front of the room played his various performances in the copy.
Player number 444-4444 has successfully completed the dungeon and the dungeon will be settled safely.
The settlement will begin based on the player's performance in the dungeon.
The player has completed the main mission 1, go to Huaigu village to participate in the New Year's Eve festival.
The player has completed the main mission 2, protecting Huaigu village and completing the New Year's Eve ceremony.
The player discovered the secrets of the Black Mountain Bandits and saw through the disguises of Huaigu village and Xinjia village.
The player discovered the true identity of Xie Sui, helped Xie Sui end his obsession, and completed his revenge. The player has completed the hidden side mission, finding the source of the evil spirit in Huaigu village.
The players discovered the existence of the evil method of transforming demons, and relieved the resentment of the players who were turned into ghosts in the Devil's Crying Forest.
The player discovered and stopped Chi Yuan's conspiracy. Dungeon completion, 100%.
Title perfectionism is activated, dungeon completion rate plus 5%, final dungeon completion rate, 100%.
Copy rating, perfect. Experience and decayed silver coin settlement correction, 300%. The player gains experience, 3600.
The player receives corrupted silver coins, 6000. The player completes the hidden side mission and receives the reward, Soul Purification Flag.
The process of dungeon settlement is similar to that of Moonlight Sanatorium.
It is worth mentioning that his basic copy completion rate is 100%. After perfectionism is activated, the completion rate is still 100%.
This shows that 100% is only the upper limit of settlement, not his upper limit.
With his exploration of the plot, it is likely that he has already exceeded the standard of perfection for Sui Sui Pinyin.
After a brief pause, settlement continues.
If the player's dungeon score reaches S level, he or she can designate an item from the current dungeon world as a special drop reward.
The selected item must be a prop that has been authorized to be used. Please make your choice. Wu Chang only glanced at the item list and made his choice. The player has chosen the Clevel item Sifang Suehua lamp.
After leaving the dungeon plane, the skills of the Sifang Suehua lamp will change.
Do you want to maintain your choice?
Sure. The player gets a prop, the 4 Directions Fire Lantern. The skill of Suehua has changed.
Item skill, Suehua.
Skill description: when the wick is lit, it can ignite the eternal fire that protects the world. While the eternal fire is burning, it can slow down the user's life. Although he was prepared for the disappearance of Sifang Suehua Lantern's immunity to death, he still felt very regretful when he actually saw it.
But then I thought about it, if the Sifang Suehua lamp left the special rules of the copy plane and had the ability to be immune to death, then its level would be at least A, can grow.
If the player's dungeon score reaches the perfect level, he can select a rare prop from the current dungeon plane as a reward. This time was different from the time at the Moonlight Sanatorium. Perhaps the copy was one level lower and there were no job-changing items. What appeared in front of him were 3 skills. The Remains of Thunder Method.
Remnants of Living Weapon Refining. Remnants of the Demon Transformation. After thinking briefly, he chose the Remains of Thunder Method.
Although living weapon refining is powerful, refining living people into weapons is not his style. Although he is not taboo about killing, he is not interested in using living people to make weapons. Such behavior is too far from the underworld and will be punished by God sooner or later. As for the remaining chapter of Demon Transformation, if you are a player who has redeemed orc blood in the public area, you will definitely choose this. But as he has the human face of the shadow, he will directly transform into an immortal in the future, and transforming into a demon will become a minor path. Choosing the Remnants of the Thunder method can not only make up for his lack of attack methods, but also the Thunder method occupies a very important share in the realm of immortal cultivation, and can be smoothly transformed into a more powerful Thunder method in the future.
Item name, Remains of Thunder Method. Prop effect: after the player's attributes reach energy 10, inspiration 20, willpower 25, the prop can be activated and the remaining parts of the Thunder method can be learned. Compared with the requirements for job transfer in the Arcane Knights, the threshold for the Remains of Thunder law is much lower. Kung Fu, Remains of Thunder technique. Exercise level F. The fragments of the Thunder technique can be upgraded to level B by paying decayed silver coins or absorbing Thunder attributed spiritual objects. This technique can be upgraded to level B at most. Upgrading the skill to level E requires 1000 decayed silver coins. After the copy was settled, he had just upgraded 2 levels and added 10 free attribute points to his energy. After clicking on Learn, he saw that the remaining part of Thunder method included 4 skills. Movement technique, Lightning, Thunder, and Shadow. Royal Law, Radiant Spell. Thunder technique, Palm Thunder. Thunder technique, 1000 Thunder summons, not activated, activated after the skill reaches level C. Upgrading the skill consumes a lot of rotten silver coins, but the good thing is that as the skill improves, the 4 skills under the skill will be improved simultaneously, which is within the acceptable range. After the perfect evaluation reward, it's time for the highlight of the settlement. Players who achieve perfect clearance in an out-of-control dungeon that is greater than or equal to their character level, dungeon pollution value greater than 85, will receive a random title treasure chest. Players will only draw titles that meet the prerequisites. Looking at the title treasure chest carousel in front of him, Wu Chang felt a pity. If props could be used in the settlement space, and he took out the dice of Lady Luck at this time, what would he get instead? He closed his eyes and slammed the extraction button. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and after 10 turns, it slowly stopped. A treasure chest fell in front of Wu Chang, and dazzling light gushed out. Wow! Another golden legend. He looked up and found that he had another colorful title on his head. Title: Master of Breaking the Game. Title acquisition requirements: all real copies encountered by the player have achieved perfect breakthroughs. Title description: in order to deal with polluted copies, the Master of Breaking the Game has strengthened his adaptability and can draw energy from pollution to strengthen himself. Title effect: wearing this title, the attributes other than inspiration and will in the real copy will increase with the increase of the copy pollution, and the increases, copy pollution value /2%. Remarks: colored titles can be superimposed with other titles. In the copy of Peaceful Years, while Wu Chang was settling, a light gate appeared outside Huaigu village. A young man dressed as a scholar walked out of it. He was elegant, and he was obviously a rich man. He shook his fan, took a square step, and slowly walked into the valley. After walking a few steps, he felt something was wrong. How come after not seeing each other for a year, the villagers of Huaigu village became so indifferent that they didn't even come out to greet their great benefactor? He frowned and came to the valley. Looking at the corpses and the messy Huaigu village, he was immediately confused. No, what happened? My Huaigu village, the game I worked hard to set up for the Lord, who destroyed it? Those damn Black Mountain bandits, I told them so many times not to hold the New Year's Eve festival in advance, a bunch of idiots who don't understand human words. He didn't care about his image, lifted the hem of his robe, and ran quickly towards the hollow mountain. A moment later, the roar of the groundhog sounded in the hollow mountain. Ah! I'm such a big erosion core. The scholar walked out of the hollow mountain with a sullen face, biting his back teeth and looking around. After making sure that the guy who committed all this had left, he reluctantly accepted his fate and pinched the magic formula with his hands to summon something. The spell was used 3 times in a row without any results, and the scholar was completely defeated. You bastard! Give me back my lantern! They carefully selected a dungeon in the overlapping area of several major forces, and spent a lot of money to cover up the pollution value of the dungeon so that the major forces did not find it. After working hard for a long time, they finally waited for the seeds to germinate, bloom and bear fruit. Seeing that the fruits were about to ripen, they were picked first. Who can tolerate this? Not only did they pick the fruits, but they also pulled up his tree and even stole his farm tools. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He took out a golden toad teapot from his pocket. He put the teapot in the palm of his hand and touched the teapot's forehead with his index finger, and the teapot came to life. The golden toad took a breath suddenly, as if to drain the air in Huaigu village. The breath lasted for half a minute before it stopped. It closed its mouth, and its 2 bulging eyes kept spinning. When the eyes stopped spinning, it closed its eyes and fell asleep, turning into a teapot again. The scholar put away his teapot with a grim look on his face. He had already recorded the breath of the players who had passed the dungeon. Don't let that bastard catch him in the dungeon, or he will pay the price. They, the Tranquility Sect, have always been vengeful, no matter who the enemy is. Wait. The copy was settled, and Wu Chang was about to leave when a line of prompts popped up in front of him. It took the player 45 minutes to clear the Clevel copy, breaking the fastest record of clearing the Clevel copy in the wasteland. The record will be recorded in the list. Does the player want to disclose the game nickname? Reject. He checked the fastest record of the original Clevel copy, and the record time was 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 45 seconds. It was less than 3 hours slower than him. Looking back, he did take a lot of shortcuts when he cleared the level. Relying on the resentment in the mountains as a signpost, the main task 1, go to Huaigu village, was at least 1.5 days faster than others. Later, he went to Chinjia village, and the round trip was nearly 4 days faster. This is not to mention that he pushed the New Year's Eve festival to start a month earlier. As expected, after taking the fastest record of the Clevel copy, he also took the record of the lowest level of the Clevel copy. The previous level 10 record was advanced to level 8. After refusing to show his identity information, he left the Scarlet Courtyard and returned to the real world. Player nickname, Don't Eat Beef. Player level, 10, 0/2600, 4100/1900, 2200/2200, 0/2600, title, Perfectionism, Master of Breaking. Life, 21 Strength, 20 Agility, 15 Stamina, 16 Energy, 14 Inspiration, 90 Will, 64 Free Attribute Points, 0 Decayed Silver Coins, 5,000. Skills, Mamba Iron Elbow, Firearms Use, Proficient. Skills, Thunder Fragments, E. Items, Silver Dawn, Favor of the Goddess of Luck, Echo of the Whisperer X1, Poison of the Mortal, Rules for Rookies of the Mystic Knights, Soul Purification Banner, 4-Direction Fire Lamp, Reflecting the Face. Talents, Transcendence, Evil Spirit. Wu Chang glanced at the attribute panel and stretched hard. The first thing to do after leaving the dungeon is to have a good rest for a day. It was still early before the expiration of the esports hotel room, so he tore open a bag of potato chips, unscrewed a bottle of Fat House Happy Water, and turned on the computer screen. Happy time is about to begin. In the evening, when he was about to check out, Wu Chang's phone rang. He glanced at the contact, answered the call and asked, "Wheezy, what's the matter?" "Boss, I can't even see a shadow of you all day, why are you so busy?" Wu Chang, interview, "I'm not like you, I can only go home and inherit the family business if I can't find a job." "What kind of work?" "Funeral industry." Wu Chang didn't lie. He had just sent away a village of people and dug a pit to bury Qi Yuan. It shouldn't be a problem to say that he was in the funeral industry. Fang Wei felt that he was being fooled, and said unhappily, "As a salesperson, the second box is half price, right?" "Okay, stop talking nonsense, are you free tonight?" "That depends on what's going on." "Golden Fishing Village at 7 p.m., seafood, king crab, free to eat." "Then you must be free." After hanging up the phone and checking out of the esports hotel, Wu Chang walked towards Golden Fishing Village while taking a walk. Golden Fishing Village is a landmark restaurant near Wanhai University. Its characteristic is just one word, expensive. The advantage is that it does not cheat the poor. The average consumption per person is hundreds or thousands. If Wu Chang does not exchange the decaying silver coins for money, he will have to rely on small loans to afford it. Only by getting close to a big customer like Fang Wei can he get in. He looked at the luxurious signboard of Golden Fishing Village and unconsciously clenched his fists. If his life runs according to the normal trajectory, ordinary interviews, work, and working as a slave, I am afraid he will never take the initiative to come here to consume in his life. But now, the gift of salvation and the Abyss game gave him this opportunity, so that he could reach a higher place than here in the future. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. If you can't gain a foothold in the Abyss game, you might as well die in the dungeon. Just as he looked solemn and frowned, as if he was making some kind of determination, a sly voice sounded behind him. "Boss, are you constipated or have a stomachache?" Wu Chang rolled his eyes and looked at the 426 crouching dragons and phoenixes behind him. The good atmosphere was ruined by these guys. Forget it, he is not a battle maniac player, and being a coward is his style. After getting out of the inexplicable battle mania state, he tasted something wrong. The Abyss game seemed to be subtly influencing his thoughts, making him more submissive to his desires, more aggressive, and tempting him to devote himself more thoroughly to the Abyss game. Just now, for a moment, he even thought that he could do anything to explore the Abyss game. He would get rid of anyone who dared to stand in his way. With his 64-point will, he would still be affected by the Abyss game. He dared not think about what would happen to those ordinary players who stayed in the Abyss game for a long time. He shuddered, and suddenly the words of Xiaohong in the public square rang in his ears. Living in a collapsed world, humans will sooner or later be backfired by power, and the boss in the dungeon has shown it more than once. This sentence, combined with his previous experience, seemed like the horn of revelation before the end of the world. An unspeakable feeling of suffocation came over him, just like in the Moonlight Sanatorium. He looked directly at Lehman's true body, his eyes could see through Lehman's true body, and saw that Lehman's body was actually countless intertwined emotions. At this moment, he was the opposite of Lehman that time. Through the inexplicable emotions in his heart, he saw some pictures in a trance. He couldn't understand what he saw, but he was sure that it was a corner of the future. He could only see a corner, not the whole picture. The sky was full of red. He couldn't tell whether it was the red of resentment, the red of the crimson courtyard, or other deeper red. All the scenery he saw was eroded by that red. He didn't know what that red represented, he only knew that the things he saw must not happen. For this, he had to do something. Before he became more and more addicted to the hallucination, he relied on his will to force himself to get rid of the illusion. Damn, the inspiration was a little high, and he saw some strange things. He took a deep breath, turned his head and said, "Wheezy, I want to eat fish." Fong Hui waved his hand, "Arrange it." Everyone came to the reserved private room, and soon they knew the purpose of Fong Hui's dinner today. He brought the policewoman who saved him during the emergency shelter before. Fong Hui's girlfriend is Meng Yan, with neat short hair, capable manners, and heroic appearance. If AI is asked to generate a female policewoman look, and AI does not use Meng Yan as a template, it means that AI still needs to be trained. According to convention, those who can be in love with Fong Hui are not ordinary people. Meng Yan works in the general administration of Wanhai City. She has been a soldier and a special forces soldier. After retiring, she returned to Wanhai City and joined the general administration of Wanhai. Fong Hui introduced her lightly, but as long as you think about it, you will know that this girl has a deep background. During the meal, Fong Hui talked about what he wanted to do after graduation. Under the guidance of his uncle, he wanted to be an adventure-up host, specializing in photographing special natural landscapes that have just been discovered recently. In the past 6 months, many wonderful natural landscapes have begun to appear all over the world. These landscapes are bizarre and different from other beautiful scenery on Blue Star, as if they came from another world. Abyss game players like Wu Chang know that these landscapes are the product of the out-of-control erosion of reality by the copies, and the erosion crisis is resolved. But the official statement calls it a special area that has not been explored by humans before. As such special areas continue to increase, whether it is Douyin, Slowhand or Pala Pala, there are a group of video creators who use this as material to shoot videos. Wu Chang was a little worried after hearing this. After all, those places were copies. Even if the apparent erosion crisis is resolved, who knows if there will be any hidden dangers? Wheezy, I always feel that those places are weird. What if there is radiation or toxins? Your Yan is an official person and must know more than me. You should listen to her opinions. He tried to get Meng Yan to persuade Fong Hui with him, but Meng Yan didn't care. Instead, she said, "It doesn't matter. Let Fong Hui do what he likes to do. It happens that I also like adventure. When he goes, I will accompany him, so there is no need to worry about accidents." Fong Hui was very moved after hearing this and held Meng Yan's hand. "Yan, no matter where we go, I will go with you." Looking at the two of them being affectionate, the box was filled with sourness in an instant. The sour smell of jealousy. Wu Chang couldn't persuade them, so he had to give up. After dinner, Fong Hui and Meng Yan disappeared, leaving only 3 single dogs to return to the dormitory. He Wei murmured, "A love saint is a love saint. In just half a month, he can be with his ideal target." Wu Chang patted He Wei on the shoulder and comforted him, "Look at it lightly. Fong Hui only has 1 Meng Yan, and your computer and mobile hard drive have thousands of teachers waiting for you. You have already won too much." He Wei, fuck. In the days that followed, Wu Chang took 2 days to recover from the scene he saw when his inspiration burst that day. What he saw that day, if an ordinary person took a look at it, his SAN value would instantly return to 0. That is, he not only did not collapse after seeing it, but his will attribute also increased by 30 points. Wu Chang, who cheered up and turned back into a sunny and cheerful big boy, took a look at the attribute panel and his mood became unhappy. A very urgent and very realistic problem was in front of him. He had no money. Before entering the Sui Sui Ping dungeon, Wu Chang spent all his decayed silver coins,
preparing to use it as a startup capital to make a fortune. As it turned out, he did make a profit. 1 level growth item, 2 level powerful auxiliary items, and a set of offensive skills. If other players were to evaluate, this was more than just making a profit, it was simply making a lot of money. Even if ordinary players cleared the A-level dungeon, they might not be able to get such a high output. However, there were no decayed silver coins. To clear the Sui Sui Ping'an dungeon, he paid a set of Earth Lizard skin armor and 3 bottles of healing type I, a total of 9,000 decayed silver coins. The return was only 6,000. The items obtained were indeed very good and powerful, but because of this, Wu Chang could not exchange them for decayed silver coins. But the reality was that after upgrading the Thunder Method fragment to E, he only had 5,000 decayed silver coins left, not even enough to buy another set of Earth Lizard skin armor. For those novices who have only cleared 2 dungeons, 5,000 decaying silver coins is an astronomical figure. But for Wu Chang, this amount of decaying silver coins is not enough. Even if he adds another 0, he can spend it easily. Buying more practical Abyss game strategies, upgrading skills, and upgrading space backpacks all require a large amount of decaying coins. Let's put aside these distant things. Before entering the dungeon next time, he has to find a way to purchase new protective gear and medicine. Wu Chang sighed, and his eyes were wide open, filled with 2 words. Make money. The rewards for clearing the dungeon alone can no longer meet his strong material needs. He must go to the public area to see if there is any way to make money. As soon as he entered the public area, the deafening hawking sound came from all directions. Like other games, being a life player is the most solid and stable additional source of income. Players with special skills such as forging, sewing, and alchemy can collect raw materials, process them into finished products, and sell them to other players for profit. It only takes 5,000 decayed silver coins in 30 days to make a set of Earth Lizard leather armor, and you can earn 1,000 decayed silver coins. But solid and safe means low efficiency and slow speed. Not to mention that it takes a lot of effort to obtain special skills. Even if you make a set of Earth Lizard leather armor, you can earn 1,000 decayed silver coins in 30 days, which is not enough. He needs a way to get rich. There are many ways to get rich, but few are suitable for him. The bounty list in the public area, the collection of high-difficulty dungeon information, and the lucky draw and scarlet card game in the entertainment area are all ways to make people rich overnight. But he has only been to 2 dungeons, and he has broken through them. Breaking through means that the real dungeon and the derived projection dungeon will disappear completely, and the information in the dungeon will have no value. As for the lucky draw and the scarlet card game, if the dice of the Goddess of Luck can be used in the Scarlet Courtyard, he can try it. Unfortunately, it can't. He wandered around the public area for a whole morning, but still couldn't find a suitable way to make money. Thinking that this trip would not be in vain, Wu Chang walked into the public area bar, hoping to hear some interesting information from the bragging of the surrounding players. The public area bar is equivalent to a collection of all the functions of the entire public area. There is a wide bar hall for ordinary players to chat and exchange information. There are luxury boxes on the upper floor of the bar for senior players to conduct business negotiations. Any hotspot in the Abyss game, as long as it is announced, will definitely be heard about it in the public area bar within half an hour. The hottest topic at the moment is undoubtedly the refreshed speed pass record of the Clevel copy. 80% of the players in the bar are discussing this record. Not only ordinary players care about it, but all parties are also very concerned about it. For example, on the TV wall of the bar, Hotspots every issue is being broadcast, and this live broadcast uses the speed pass record of the Clevel copy as the cover. This is an information review program. The program was originally founded by several celebrity players. The content is to review the latest developments in the wasteland and reveal some harmless or confidential news. The program received a warm response. Relying on advertising and bringing goods, several lone wolf players who founded the program established a company called United Information, which was ranked in the upper third echelon of various forces. Later, because the program was so popular, the 7 major organizations of Blue Star successively invested in it, and the program gradually became a semi-official program. In addition to entertainment and gossip, it also serves as a window for large organizations to express their needs to individual players. After all, not all players will look at the bounty list, but few players do not watch Hot Topics every issue. Today, the hosts of the program are all heavyweights, including God's Tongue, who ranks 8th among the most popular players, and Killing Intention Fluctuation, which ranks 15th. God's Tongue is wearing a white chef's uniform and has a delicate and neat mustache. He doesn't need to speak, just standing there, at least he is an executive chef level.
The killing intention wave is opposite to the tongue of God. He wears a sleeveless fighting suit, has greasy hair and untidy beard, which highlights his decadence. With this look, he will be covered with a small quilt under the bridge hole. The next day, he will definitely see a few steamed buns or 2 buckets of instant noodles around him. As internet celebrities, the two are top tier. As players, they are also the most powerful group in the wasteland, and have reached the upper limit of the wasteland, level 30. The tongue of God took out 2 bottles of beer, showed the logo on them, and said, "Soul-burning beer burns souls and awakens energy." 1 bottle can increase the temporary will limit by 5 points and the temporary endurance limit by 5 points. It is the best choice for conquering difficult dungeons. It has now been added to the little green cart, so hurry up if you want to buy it. After finishing his mouthful and showing off a can, with a satisfied groan, the chef costume on God's tongue exploded into pieces, revealing his strong muscles. After daily carrying goods and revealing clothes, the two started today's program. The two first took stock of several dungeons whose danger levels have soared recently, and reminded players to pay special attention when encountering them. In addition to paying attention to changing strategies and focusing on self-protection, it is also recommended that players collect more relevant intelligence and mark which organizations are purchasing the information and the copy at high prices. After the dungeon inventory, there were gossips about star players, as well as reviews of some dungeons that had passed the confidentiality period. Of course, they only talked about the beginning of the dungeon review and stopped when they got to the real stuff. A line of links appeared at the bottom of the screen. Copy the link and you can jump to the online course they offer. The theme is high difficulty copy desperate comeback. There are only a few details between me and the God level gamebreaker. There were 3 classes in total, and the registration fee was 5,000 rotten silver coins. 700 or 800 copies were sold in the blink of an eye. Sales of 3 to 4 million were easily achieved. Wu Chang was astonished to see this kind of efficiency. Sure enough, it was easy to make money wherever he studied successfully. The show soon came to an end. God's tongue, next. It's the turn that everyone is most looking forward to, and it's also the hottest topic recently. Killing Intent. Did you see the speedrun list update last night? I didn't read it, but at least 30 old friends forwarded the list to me immediately. Killing Intention Wave shrugged and said somewhat helplessly. God's tongue sighed. It took 45 minutes to clear the Clevel dungeon, and it also set a new record for clearing the Clevel dungeon at the lowest level. I really wonder if that guy played on a private server. What were we doing when we were in level 8 or 9? Killing Intention Wave thought about it and said with emotion, I remember that I entered a dungeon with a desert background and got lost in the desert for 5 days. For 45 minutes, I should still be worrying about completing the main mission. God's tongue said, I'm about the same. At the same time, I was still conquering the level dungeon. Every time I entered the dungeon, I was thinking about how to live longer. But for some people, when they enter the dungeon, the boss wants to think about how to live longer. The two picked up their wine glasses and clinked them together, showing their disbelief at the record. In the public area bar in front of the screen, almost all the players took a sip at the same time, and then let out a long sigh. Comparing people with others will lead to death, and comparing goods with goods will lead to throwing away. Just like when playing a game, some people are still stuck at the beginning and suffer, while some people have already finished the game and are thinking about how to speed through it. If it is really a game, then it's okay to say that you have your sense of technique. I have my phone linguang, everyone plays his own way, and everyone has a bright future. But they are playing online games, and they are all on the same Abyss game server, which is very worrying. The only good thing is that the big guys on the screen are all ashamed of themselves, and they, little Karami, don't have to worry about competing with that guy. Near the end, the murderous intention fluctuated and said, the guy who broke the Clevel record, if nothing else, should be the mysterious newcomer with the highest net worth at the moment. As far as I know, no party has contacted the mysterious newcomer yet. God's tongue then said, it seems that he is going to be a lone wolf player. As a former lone wolf, we need to remind him that this road is not easy. The Killing Intent Wave coughed lightly and said seemingly casually, our program has witnessed many talents, but only this time, I have such a strong premonition that he may be able to soar into the sky and break through this abyss. Not only for him, but also for more talented lone wolves who don't want to be tied down, we have a lesson that needs to be shared. In the Abyss game, everyone doesn't know each other, and face is the least valuable thing. Don't have the ridiculous reservation of the protagonist. Look at us, fame is not something to hide, but can be used to cash in. The advertising fees for being at the top of the list are very high. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang was stunned for a moment. He quickly reacted and whispered, wonderful.
10 minutes later, the top nicknames on the Clevel Dungeon Speed List and Blevel Dungeon Speed List were no longer hidden and became visible. The player nickname displayed above is advertising spaces for rent at a price of 20,000 renminbi per phase. Please send the cooperation agreement to temporary mailbox no. X44. Of course, Wu Chang did not change his nickname. He changed the nickname of the clone in the mirror. The clone has all the rights of the player, including independent nicknames. As a part of him, he can freely choose which nickname to display on the list. After being reminded by the tongue of God in the wave of killing intent, he went to the forum to find out that it is not unprecedented for players at the top of the list to use nicknames to advertise. However, those who did this before were all players ranked in the top 10 on small lists, such as the ranking of life skill proficiency. The list that can only be won through hard power, and the top players on the list are all core players of big forces, and they do not need this method to make money. Especially the Speed Pass list, which is the list that best demonstrates personal ability, and no one has used it for advertising. The advertising space in the top 10 of the small list is 10,000 decayed silver coins per issue. In the Abyss game, one issue represents the shortest time for the copy to cool down, which is 15 days. The list Wu Chang was on would definitely be more valuable, but he couldn't estimate how much it was worth for the time being, so he could only fill in 20,000 first. 20,000 for the first place on a list. He underestimated the appeal of the first place on the Speed Pass list, or underestimated his own popularity. Less than a minute after changing his nickname, the message notifications of the temporary mailbox he registered reached 99+. After filtering out the messages of various forces trying to win him over, and then filtering out the messages that were not advertising but preparing to collude with him, he finally selected a contract. 10 minutes later, the first place on the Clevel and Blevel Speed Pass lists was renamed. Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce recycles copies and produces antiques at a high price. Before changing the nickname for his clone, Wu Chang made some special efforts to understand the sponsor. Jinxiu Merchants is a business alliance, belonging to the second-tier forces. They are pure business organizations, and everything they do is purely for money. For example, the advertisement they are going to run now is for their high-end customer service. Although Abyss game is independent of Blue Star, it has not escaped the influence of Blue Star. The emergence of the ratio of 1 decayed silver coin to 1,000 yuan means that many people will use the decayed silver coins they have worked hard to earn to exchange for real-world currency. Even though every player knows that the Abyss game is a platform to change destiny, and also knows that every decayed silver coin is extremely precious. But when faced with the real dilemma, many players have to make a choice. The tradability of decayed silver coins quickly made the wealthy players in reality rich in the game. When they have too many decayed silver coins to spend, they will pursue something different. For example, they can bring back to reality antiques and artworks from other worlds. In order to meet the needs of this class, the Abyss game has also derived a profession, art appraiser. They will appraise the antiques produced in the copy, test how high the inspiration is, and then appreciate the beauty of the antique or artwork, and use this to distinguish the scarcity. Many highly inspired artworks can be auctioned for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of decayed silver coins. It sounds ridiculous to spend tens of thousands of decayed silver coins on antiques or artworks that do not increase combat power, but when converted, it is only tens of millions of Chinese yuan. Compared with those real-life artworks that are auctioned for hundreds of millions but have no extraordinary characteristics, similar items produced by copies are far ahead in both artistry and scarcity. As billionaires, when others take out a sunflower worth 600 million for a private exhibition, you take out a sunflower of the old days produced by a copy. When others take out a scream worth 800 million, you take out a scream of the ancient god produced by a copy. Isn't it a dimensionality reduction attack? After reading it, whether you are crazy or not is put aside first. The cards are definitely arranged clearly. Calculated in this way, the cost-effectiveness of the copy artwork is instantly maximized. Ding dang ding dang. As the sound of metal coins colliding rang in his ears, Wu Chang's account had 40,000 more decayed silver coins. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have another 40,000 decayed silver coins in his account in half a month. Unfortunately, the lowest level clearance list cannot be selectively blocked. If personal information is selected, the level at the time of clearance will be displayed together. He did not want to reveal too much information and let others find out his details. Otherwise, if he sold all 4 lists together, even if he bought 3 and got 1 free, he could make more than 10,000 yuan a month in the Abyss game. He looked at the balance in his account and excitedly punched. This is the way he is looking for to make money. If traffic can be monetized,
Who would still be a life-oriented player and run a physical small vendor? But when he thought about it, he was still using the traffic he had worked so hard to obtain to cash in the decayed silver coins, and the customers behind the sponsor had already started to enjoy the Abyss game, so he was not so happy. He sighed and secretly said that if he had a chance in the future, he must find an antique street lamp from the dungeon and sell it to the Jinsho Chamber of Commerce. After the decayed silver coins were credited, he first spent 8,000 decayed silver coins to upgrade the Thunder Method fragment to D level. Then he began to browse armor and potions. With the care of the Abyss game for him, the next dungeon might not be easy. Although the Level Earth Lizard leather armor is cost-effective, it is no longer strong enough. He must customize a set of armor with stronger effects. After adding more energy to the attributes, in addition to the potion that restores blood volume, he also needs to buy potions that restore energy. After a rough calculation, he found that there were only a few decayed silver coins left from the money he just got. Killing Intention Fluctuation and God's Tongue were right. It is really difficult for lone wolf players. Leaving the Crimson Courtyard, his consciousness returned to reality. Wu Chang was about to pack up and check out when there was a knock on the door. "Is anyone there?" A hearty voice sounded at the door. Wu Chang asked, "Who is it? Is it a takeaway? Please open the door and get the meal." Wu Chang narrowed his eyes, leaned forward slightly, and looked at the door vigilantly. He did order a takeaway, but the takeaway is usually placed directly at the front desk on the first floor of the hotel. And he had a bad feeling about the person outside the door. The guy pretending to be a takeaway boy outside the door was very strong. He should also be a player of the Abyss game, and he came for him. When was his identity exposed? Was it the email sent by the Jinsho Chamber of Commerce? It doesn't make sense. There is a standard contract in it. You only need to sign the contract, change the nickname and receive the decayed silver coins, which will be automatically completed under the control of the Abyss game. Could it be that? He suddenly thought of a possibility, relaxed his tense body, pretended not to notice anything, and shouted, "Wait a minute." He trotted to the door and opened it. Sure enough, it was not the delivery man outside, but two strange men. The one knocking on the door was a young man with a baby face, about the same age as Wu Chang, and he looked like an intern who had just graduated. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man in his 30s. The man was thin, had a short haircut, and stood in a very tricky position, stuck on the key path to escape from the esports hotel. Wu Chang frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The baby-faced man took out his police ID, smiled harmlessly, and said, "We are from the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Wanhai General Administration. Half a month ago, you bravely subdued a gangster on the number 17 bus at Nanchur Station, right?" Wu Chang nodded, "Yes. We would like to ask you to go back with us to make a statement." Wu Chang was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are you really criminal police?" The baby-faced man smiled and said, "You have a strong anti-fraud awareness. This is my police number. You can call on the spot to verify it." "No, what I mean is that you are only asking me to make a statement now for something that happened half a month ago. Isn't your efficiency a little low?" When Wu Chang said this, the baby-faced man and the middle-aged man with a crew cut were silent. The baby-faced man opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain, and looked at the middle-aged man for help. The middle-aged man with a crew cut was thick-skinned enough to say, "The bureau was busy with work some time ago, and we believed that you were not a bad person, so we were delayed for a while." This was the truth. Shuesi had just been escorted to the police station by enthusiastic people, and before he had time to record it, he encountered an earthquake warning and the entire city was evacuated. For a long time afterwards, they were busy finishing up the work of the day. It was not until a few days ago that the hospital determined that Shuesi could not wake up and called the police to go there that they remembered this. Wu Chang shrugged his shoulders and said, "In this case, let's hurry up and leave." The baby-faced man and the middle-aged man looked at each other and followed Wu Chang downstairs. When they arrived in front of the two people's car, Wu Chang consciously opened the door and sat in the back seat, the baby-faced man sat in the driver's seat, and the middle-aged man with a crew cut followed Wu Chang in the back seat. The car drove all the way and soon saw the Wanhai General Administration, but the car did not stop and continued to move forward. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but seeing that Wu Chang looked normal, without any doubt or surprise, he did not speak. The car turned a few corners and finally stopped at the door of a membership-based fighting club. The three got out of the car, and the baby-faced man opened the door by scanning his face. After taking Wu Chang into the club, he turned around and said to Wu Chang, "Welcome to the Abnormal Phenomenon Management Bureau." Wu Chang followed the two of them into the fight club. The decoration inside the store was very professional, with a strength training area, a fighting area and a wrestling area. There were a few people training here and there, and when they saw the two baby-faced people coming back, they took the initiative to wave and say hello. Everything looks very natural, nothing wrong. But there is nothing wrong, it is the biggest wrong. Wu Chang asked Babyface in a low voice, "Is this really the administration bureau? Any questions?" "It's a little different from what I imagined." Wu Chang did not hide his disappointment. "Please, this is the abnormal phenomenon administration, one of the top 3 superpowers in the Abyss game." In his expectation, even if the stronghold of the administration was not as exaggerated as in the movie Men in Black, where creatures in the copy plane could be seen moving around freely, it would still be a fantasy-style secret base. The short-haired middle-aged man saw what Wu Chang was thinking and said, "It doesn't matter what the building of the authority looks like, it's the people inside that matter." Wu Chang whispered, "So this is the reason why you came to me half a month later?" The middle-aged man with the short hair said, "If you chat like this, you'll end up chatting to death." The short-haired middle-aged man took Wu Chang to the rest area and waved to the young man in sunglasses who was punching sandbags not far away, "Hua, come and register." The short-haired middle-aged man turned to Wu Chang and said, "He will be responsible for your records. We have to find the next guy. As someone who has been there, I suggest you cooperate in answering all his questions. It will be good for you." After saying that, he and Babyface left the club. The young man responsible for taking notes for Wu Chang sat across from Wu Chang. He took off his sunglasses and squinted at Wu Chang. "Are you Wu Chang?" Wu Chang skillfully reported out a string of ID numbers. "If this is the person you are looking for, yes, that is me." "What do you call this police officer?" "Zhao Yan, double flames." Wu Chang pursed his lips and suppressed the raised corners of his mouth. It turned out that the buzzcut middle-aged man was calling Erwo just now. He thought this guy was called Erwo, so he almost followed suit. "Officer Zhao, do you need my cooperation regarding your heroic act that day? Since Brother Pingtu can bring you here, he should have confirmed your identity as a player. There is no urgency about the record. Let's do a simple registration first. Every player has his or her own secrets. We can understand that if you are asked something you don't want to say, you have the right to remain silent." Wu Chang was already prepared for Zhao Yan's so-called registration. What happened on the bus was very simple. As long as the surveillance camera was called, the whole story could be figured out in a few minutes. There was no need for him to give a confession after half a month. With the ability of the Bureau, it is extremely easy to investigate the identity of Bleeding Thorn. Being able to knock down a bloody thorn with one elbow means that in the eyes of the administration, he must also be a player. The confession was just an excuse. The real purpose of the Bureau was to register him. Every player in the Abyss game has power beyond ordinary people. They can be said to be little supermen, or they can be said to be time bombs that may detonate at any time. Armed with a sharp weapon, the murderous intention arises. Ordinary people who suddenly gain extraordinary power, especially after experiencing a copy of Life and Death, can easily feel numb and indifferent to life. He even thinks that he has become a celestial dragon and has the ability and power to decide the fate of others. Even more extreme, like Bloodthorn, who believes in an evil god and becomes an antisocial terrorist. As the maintainer of social order, the abnormal phenomenon administration certainly cannot allow wild players to act as they please. Seeing that Wu Chang had no objection, Zhao Yan asked, "What's your current level?" "Level 7. When did you enter the Abyss game? How many copies have you gone through?" "I became a player about 8 months ago and have experienced 13 dungeons." Zhao Yan entered the data into the tablet and praised, "Your upgrade efficiency is very good, it has surpassed the average individual player." "Thanks." Wu Chang used the ability of the incarnation of evil spirit to see that Zhao Yan marked B on his potential score with the help of the spirit perspective. Ever since he learned about the existence of the authority, he knew that such a day would come, so he had already prepared this rhetoric. Before joining the authority as a player who has cleared Moonlight Sanatorium, he needs to infiltrate the authority and understand its true face. Since it is sneaking in, it must be inconspicuous and unobtrusive. In the Abyss game, every 5 levels is a threshold. Level 7 is just out of the novice category, but it is still in the novice category and has not reached the experience level above level 10. It is the most suitable level for experience and gathering intelligence. It's just that in his plan, he is not planning to join the Bureau from the beginning, but is planning to get on the line with the Bureau first and gradually get in touch with it. Only by contacting outsiders can we see the full picture of the authority. Now that it was both registration and assessment, he needed to lower his rating. Officer Zhao continued to ask, "Can you reveal how many skills you have?" Wu Chang said naturally, 2. "How many?" 2, I'm asking about all skills, including passive ones. Zhao Yan emphasized, fearing that Wu Chang might not understand what he meant. Yes, plus passive, there are 2 skills in total. Wu Chang repeated it again. He didn't lie. The remnant of the thunder method was a skill, and the misfortune was included in the talent. There were indeed only 2 skills in the skill bar on his attribute panel. Zhao Yan's smile was a little stiff now, and he moved his fingers to change Wu Chang's potential score to C. The difficulty design of the Abyss game is extremely smooth. In order to facilitate novices to adapt to the dungeon in the early stage and have the ability to protect themselves, there are many opportunities to learn skills in Flevel and E-level dungeons. For this reason, Flevel and E-level dungeons are called rookie hatcheries. According to statistics from various forces, in the rookie hatchery, on average, 1 learnable skill can appear in every 2 dungeons. For some European emperors, it is not uncommon to learn 2 or 3 skills in a dungeon, and some people even learn clever skills in E-level dungeons. With Wu Chang's level, at least 9 to 11 of the 13 dungeons are F or E-level dungeons. Zhao Yan doesn't understand how black his face must be, and how hellish his clearance method must be, to learn only 2 skills in so many dungeons. Do you mind telling me what kind of skills they are? Wu Chang shrugged and said very relaxedly, 1 passive skill for equipment use, and 1 active skill for control. What about damage skills? No, Zhao Yan was silent for a moment, and asked tentatively, your way of clearing the dungeon is not to rely on hiding, right? Wu Chang gave a thumbs up and praised, Officer Zhao really knows his stuff. Zhao Yan slapped his forehead, he seemed to know how Wu Chang cleared the dungeon. Wu Chang's passive skill for equipment use must be survival-oriented. After entering the dungeon, he began to avoid frontal combat and wandered around the edge of the dungeon with survival skills. Occasionally sneak attack a few small fish, collect intelligence, and always stick to 40% completion to complete the dungeon, never taking any risks. There are indeed players of this style, and their survival rate is indeed high in the early stage. But the price is that after leaving the rookie hatchery, it will become very difficult to encounter D and Clevel dungeons with increased difficulty. Unless you get a powerful skill, players who can only hide usually die miserably. Zhao Yan adjusted Wu Chang's score again, changing C to C. He was a little unwilling to give up, as if he had to find an advantage of Wu Chang, and asked, what is your attribute point allocation tendency? I'm taking the balanced route, without any shortcomings. 2A. There are only 30 free attribute points at level 7, and the balanced addition of points is good to say that there is no short board, and it is not good to say that there is nothing. The score dropped from CTOD. Zhao Yan didn't believe it, and had to ask for an advantage. Then what are your personal strengths? Wu Chang said confidently, I play basketball fiercely, especially physical confrontation is very tough. Are you serious? Zhao Yan's mouth twitched, and he resisted the desire to curse. If you don't believe it, you can have a bullfight. Zhao Yan seemed to have completely given up, and his hand clicked on the score, as if he wanted to lower it again, but he didn't do it after all. I have something to do, you wait here for a while, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he hurriedly left and went straight to the lounge. Wu Chang was curious about what Zhao Yan was going to do, so he turned into a spirit and squatted at the door of the lounge. As soon as he got closer, he heard Zhao Yan complaining. Sister, I'm really at a loss. This kid is totally useless. I'll feel guilty if I recruit him into the bureau. Wu Chang looked through the crack in the door and found that the person sitting opposite Zhao Yan was an acquaintance. Fang Hui's girlfriend, Mang Yuan. Mang Yuan ignored Zhao Yan's complaints and said in a formal tone, 13 copies have been upgraded to level 7, and the first level wanted criminal Bloodthorn has been caught. Both the level and the merit meet the requirements for entering the administration. Zhao Yan, but in terms of the score, Mang Yuan stretched out a hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, and the knuckles made a firecracker-like sound. Second fire, conscience or pain everywhere, which one do you want to choose? Zhao Yan shuddered and said immediately, I want to choose Wu Chang. When I first saw this kid, I felt that he was a talent. The future of the administration cannot be without him. Meng Yuan was very satisfied with Zhao Yan's approach. I promised me and one of my relatives that you would take care of Wu Chang when you have a chance. When I'm not around, you can help me keep an eye on him. If anything happens to him, Zhao Yan stood at attention and said, please rest assured, instructor, Zhao Yan will definitely complete the task. Seeing that the conversation in the room was about to end, Wu Chang drove the spirit body back to the flesh. Fang Hui's weirdo attraction physique was steadily increasing.
I didn't expect that this kid's new girlfriend was actually a member of the Abnormal Phenomenon Administration, and it sounded like she had a high position.
He touched his nose. He didn't expect that one day he would become a relative.
Anyway, with his registration file, he wouldn't be conspicuous in the administration.
Why not try to join first? After returning from the lounge, Zhao Yan's attitude changed.
He turned off the scoring system and asked Wu Chang, "This little brother, I see that you have an amazing skeleton.
Are you interested in joining the management bureau?"
Wu Chang originally did not plan to join the bureau immediately, so he chose to answer in an almost prank manner during registration.
He did not expect that Meng Yan's relationship would allow him to join the bureau with such bad data.
He remembered that Zhao Yan wanted to give him a dratting before he couldn't help but leave.
Joining the authority with a dratting should not attract too much attention.
Thinking of this, he responded, "Of course I am interested. Civil service has always been my first career choice." Zhao Yan coughed lightly and explained, "To be precise, you are not considered a civil servant."
Wu Chang frowned. "Our anomaly management bureau is so big, but it's not an administrative unit?"
"That's not true. There are regulations in the bureau. There is an assessment period before new members join the bureau. During the assessment period, you are temporary members, and your official name is facilitator. Only when you pass the assessment period, complete enough contribution points, and intend to become a regular member, you will become a formal member."
Wu Chang, in other words, there is no establishment now, only contract workers? Zhao Yan felt a little headache after being asked.
He rubbed his head and said, "The existence of the administration bureau is special.
You cannot judge it by ordinary civil servants. This system is actually a kind of protection for you. If you don't become a formal member, you will have fewer benefits, but correspondingly, your responsibilities will be much lighter.
Unless there is a major crisis that endangers the entire city, under normal circumstances, the management authority has no right to compulsorily recruit temporary members. But formal members are different. Once you become a formal member, you must grit your teeth and face the task even if you know you will die.
Temporary members can choose to refuse.
Because of this, many temporary members will actively refuse to become regular members."
Wu Chang raised his eyebrows.
The administration was quite user-friendly and provided various cooperation modes for individual players. After asking a few more questions, his understanding of the facilitator model became clearer. With the in-depth exploration of Abyss games by top players, the number of Abyss game players has continued to expand in recent years. Especially in the Xia Kingdom, which has a huge population base, new Abyss players appear almost every moment. The administration did not have time to check them one by one, nor could it accommodate and manage so many players. In addition, individuals who suddenly gain extraordinary power due to the influence of movies, television, and various cultural works will be more or less repelled by national institutions. Forcing all players to join and brutally unified management will drive the players to the opposite side of the administration, making them vulnerable to instigation by other forces and turning themselves into enemies. In order to unite all forces that can be united, the authority provides great freedom to collaborators. On the basis of not violating the law, collaborators will hardly be subject to any restrictions, and will not be required to disclose personal secrets such as current-level attributes and skills.
Zhao Yan was right.
For players like Wu Chang who had some secrets of their own, collaborators were more suitable for them than formal members of the authority. After getting Wu Chang's affirmative reply, Zhao Yan registered him as a member of the Fight Club and asked him to come back in 3 days. The baby-faced and short-haired middle-aged people have recently found several helpers and will hold an induction ceremony together in 3 days. Everyone is a helper in Wanhai City and can be regarded as colleagues, so they just want to say hello to each other. If you mind exposing your identity, you can apply, and the authority also provides special online conferencing services. Seeing that Wu Chang had no other needs, Zhao Yan signaled that he could leave.
By the way, don't we still need to take notes? Wu Chang walked halfway out of the bureau and suddenly remembered the reason why he was called. Zhao Yan waved his hand perfunctorily, signaling him to go home quickly. Bloodthorn is a first-level wanted criminal in the bureau.
He has several brothers in various branches.
It doesn't matter if you just kill that bastard, why are you still writing records?
On the way back to the dormitory, Wu Chang saw that Fang Hui had not gone out today and was calling all the adoptive fathers in the dormitory to help bring food. He immediately accepted the job, chose the most luxurious outfit in the canteen, and swiped his own card. Whether he will be wearing small shoes in the management office in the future depends entirely on Huizi's pillow skills.
He must take good care of his body. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye, and the day of the induction ceremony arrived. A total of 6 collaborators were hired. Including Wu Chang, 4 people participated in the induction ceremony with their true colors without any covering. Among the other 2, one took off his mask in embarrassment when he saw that no one was pretending, while the other remained mysterious and had no intention of taking off his mask. As the recorder of several people's files, Zhao Yan is responsible for presiding over today's induction ceremony. Zhao Yendi looked at the 6 people and said in a loud voice, "Everyone in this period is at a similar level, and they are all at level 79. Before you surpass level 10 and truly grow up, I will serve as your instructor to guide and train you. As a player of the Abyss game, combat power is the basis for us to survive the dungeon. Combat power is not equal to attributes. Having power is equally important as learning how to use power. In the next time, I will teach you how to fight as a player, how to maximize your abilities. When we meet for the first time, there is no more appropriate way to say hello than an end-to-end discussion." Speaking of this, Zhao Yan became excited, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He came to the boxing ring and waved to everyone. Competing with opponents of higher strength can not only make you more intuitively feel your own shortcomings, but others watching from the sidelines can also have a basic understanding of each other's fighting styles, so that you will not be clueless when you want to cooperate in the future. "Don't worry, I will hold back." Looking at Zhao Yan's reaction, Wu Chang secretly curled his lips. Combined with the previous conversation between Zhao Yan and Meng Yuan, when Zhao Yan joined the administration, his instructor should have been Meng Yuan. Judging from Zhao Yan's reaction, I'm afraid Meng Yuan abused him like this at that time, and now that the situation has changed, he is so impatient. The fact is, just as Wu Chang guessed, the competition between instructors and newcomers is a traditional program of the administration. It is not only the reason Zhao Yan said, but also to dampen the spirit of the newcomers and let them know that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heaven. As the registrant and scorer of everyone, Zhao Yan has a basic understanding of everyone's fighting ability. He ranked the players according to their strength, first the strong and then the weak, and called several players to the stage in turn. As a veteran player, Zhao Yan was very skilled in combat techniques and had a good grasp of the opportunities. He did not need to use any skills, just physical skills to easily defeat several people. Including the masked man who came on the stage first, no one could last more than a minute under him. In the short time of sparring, several people did not even succeed in an effective hit, let alone causing trouble to Zhao Yan. As the 5 people were defeated one after another, Wu Chang, who ranked 6th, walked onto the stage. For the other 5 people, Zhao Yan was thinking about how to let the other party show their abilities as much as possible, so as to observe their combat habits and give suggestions. For Wu Chang, who was rated D, had only 2 skills and relied on Gu Lao Lu to pass the level. Zhao Yan was worried about how to let Wu Chang, who only had 1 control skill, last for a minute. If he accidentally killed Wu Chang in 1 second and embarrassed Wu Chang too much, I am afraid Meng Yuan would not let him go. But he soon discovered that Wu Chang, who walked onto the stage, had an even more tangled expression than him. Wu Chang hesitated for a while and said, "Instructor, my skills are not suitable for sparring, so I'll just forget it." Zhao Yan said dissatisfiedly, "Do you think that once you enter the dungeon, the boss will not fight you because your skills are not suitable for fighting? Escape cannot solve the problem. A rookie needs to practice more. It is precisely because it is not suitable that you need to train it to be suitable." Wu Chang explained with a little embarrassment, "I don't want to escape, I just can't control the effect of the skills, and I'm afraid of hurting you." Zhao Yan laughed angrily at Wu Chang. He, a level 18 veteran player specializing in fighting, would be hurt by a level 7 non-combat newcomer with a dratting? He has communicated with Wu Chang, and he can feel that Wu Chang is not the kind of Chinibyu who has a second dimension in his brain. He thinks that after gaining extraordinary abilities, he will automatically be promoted to the protagonist, and the world will revolve around him. On the contrary, although Wu Chang's thinking is a bit out of the ordinary, he is not arrogant, can recognize his own strength, and will not easily mock others. But without ridicule, it is the greatest ridicule. It shows that Wu Chang really thought he could hurt him. Who do you think you are, that mysterious newcomer who makes the whole world rush for you as soon as he debuts? If it weren't for the eldest sister standing behind you, I would have to teach you a lesson today. Zhao Yan showed his expression management ability as an instructor should and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, just hit me. If you get hurt, it's all mine. Not only do you not have to pay for medical expenses, but as long as you hit me, I will buy you a drink if you enter the Abyss game." Wu Chang scratched his head and said, "How embarrassing." Zhao Yan took 2 deep breaths to calm down his desire to run away, and looked at Wu Chang with a salesman-like business smile. You hit me first and then you talk. He has decided that in order for Wu Chang to go further in the Abyss game, he must be serious and let this kid understand that in the face of absolute power, playing tricks will not work. Even if it makes him look embarrassed, as long as it can help him change his abnormal way of clearing the level, the eldest sister will probably be happy. Wu Chang came to the ring and did the warm-up exercises before physical education class, pressing his legs, expanding his chest, turning, and moving his wrists and ankles. It seemed that what he was about to face was not a fight, but a ball game. If certain groups of people saw this, they would definitely exclaim, "Oh! This damn feeling of relaxation." After warming up, Wu Chang turned to look at Zhao Yan. Can we start? Zhao Yan shrugged and said, you can do it at any time. Before he finished speaking, he saw Wu Chang's feet moving and running towards him. From the perspective of action speed, it has an agility of about 15, which is not bad for a balanced player, but not good enough for a player specializing in combat. The feet are floating and the footwork is straightforward. He can only go straight, without any room for movement. Do you want to hurt him with this level of attack? In Zhao Yan's eyes, Wu Chang's movements were full of loopholes, almost like slow motion. If he wanted to, he could even stretch himself first, then go around to Wu Chang and give him a kick. How to win? Before Zhao Yan could think of a suitable way to win, he saw Wu Chang changing his tactics. Wu Chang was still 3 meters away from him when he jumped into the air, raised his elbow high and hit him in the face. Man! Zhao Yan was startled by this shout. Although the kid in front of him had funny movements and a messy fighting style, his voice was really loud. Very energetic. But does this kid look down on people so much that he throws his elbow when he is only 3 meters away from someone, and thinks he is dead? With this kind of attack, if he only takes half a step back, the flying elbow will miss the tip of his nose. At that time, he didn't even need to use his hands. He only had to put his hands in his pockets and lift his shoulders upwards to send the kid flying out of the ring. As a veteran player specializing in fighting, the battle went as Zhao Yan expected. He took half a step back slightly and watched Wu Chang's slashing elbow pass in front of the tip of his nose. He was about to lift it up on his shoulders, but Wu Chang's body unexpectedly moved sideways out of thin air, suddenly appeared in the most suitable place to exert force, and hit him in the face with an elbow. This elbow was not very lethal, but extremely insulting. Zhao Yan felt his vision go dark, and an inexplicable dizziness appeared in his mind. Then his legs went weak, he staggered back 2 steps, and sat down on the ground. A warm current surged out of the nasal cavity, and when I rubbed it with the back of my hand, it was a nosebleed. No, what's going on? What happened? How did he elbow me? How did I sit on the ground? Not only Zhao Yan was stunned by this elbow, but also several of the helpers watching in the audience were stunned. From their perspective, the instructor's half-step back seemed like he was taking the initiative to meet Wu Chang's elbow with his face. What's even more confusing to them is that the instructor could easily eliminate the force of the previous attack that was far more violent than the flying elbow and perfectly resist it. How could he face such an ordinary elbow and get a nosebleed and sit on the ground? Could the instructor be letting off steam? What kind of background does this guy have in the ring that makes the instructor give up his image to help him shine? Zhao Yan grabbed the side rope of the ring and stood up. At this moment, he realized that this flying elbow was what Wu Chang called a control technique. In the surveillance video, Wu Chang was knocked down by a bloody stab like this. At first they were still wondering why the bloodthorn couldn't dodge such an ordinary elbow. He just thought that the bloodthorn was in poor condition and was picked up by Wu Chang. Now that I have faced it myself, I realize that this elbow does have some meaning. In addition to being difficult to dodge, the accompanying control effect is also surprisingly long-lasting. After half a minute, I can still feel a little dizzy, and my eyes will get dark from time to time. Unfortunately, the damage is too low, so this skill is destined to be a control skill. Zhao Yan shook off the blood on his hands and said, I was careless just now and didn't dodge. It doesn't count just now. Let's compete again. Wu Chang said with an unbearable look, Instructor, please forget it. I said my skills are not suitable for competition. It will hurt your kindness. You start, I'm prepared this time, you are. Before Zhao Yan finished speaking, he saw Wu Chang had already jumped up and elbowed him. Hiss, this little bastard, he said he was hurt, but he didn't hesitate to attack him every time before he finished speaking. But this time he was prepared and would not be arrogant again. Since the establishment of Wanhai City administration, no instructor has been killed by a newcomer. He must not be the first. Thinking of going to the province to study in the future,
or going to other branches to support, others would quietly add a sentence behind his back when mentioning him: he is the instructor who was defeated by a level 7 assistant. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Don't do that. His eyes became firm, and he encouraged himself, I will dodge. Man! The powerful shout rang out again. This time Zhao Yan exerted up to 40 points of agility, and the whole person turned into a shadow and circled to Wu Chang's side. To be on the safe side, he crossed his hands in front of him and pushed forward in a defensive posture, trying to push Wu Chang out of the ring. But before he could touch Wu Chang, he saw that Wu Chang's body had surpassed inertia and changed the direction of his forward rush in the air. At the same time, Wu Chang showed his flexibility beyond ordinary people, turned around and used a backhand grab, passing through his crossed defensive arms at an unexpected angle, and hit him in the face with an elbow. And he was unable to resist again, and took a few steps back and sat on the ground. The second elbow strike made his nose bleed, which had just stopped, gush out, and he was temporarily blind for half a minute. When he recovered from the dizziness and blindness, he found that Wu Chang had already left the ring, and did not give him the opportunity to fight again. Lost. Seeing the instructor sitting on the ring in a daze, the assistant who had been unwilling to take off the mask frowned, and was a little confused about whether the instructor was letting him win. The masked man was chosen by Zhao Yan to be the first to compete on stage, which means that he has the best fighting skills among the crowd. He is very confident in his fighting ability and believes that he may not lose even if facing players above level 10. The masked man found Wu Chang and asked tentatively, I'm a little curious about your skills. Can we have a competition? Wu Chang showed his usual hesitant expression, this is not good. It's okay. We are just friendly competitions. No harm, man. Bang! The fast, accurate and ruthless elbow strike hit the masked man's face heavily. The masked man leaned back and fell straight to the ground. The masked man triggered dizziness, weakness and poisoning. Under the triple buff, he lay on the ground unable to move, and his hands and feet twitched slightly uncontrollably. Wu Chang turned his head to look at several other colleagues and said innocently, I told you, my skills are not suitable for competition. Looking at Zhao Yan and the masked man lying on the ground, as well as several helpers who couldn't help but retreat when they saw him approaching, Wu Chang knew that his goal had been achieved. He didn't initially plan to join the bureau, so he handed in a dratting on the survey record. But now that he has joined, Feng Ping must be rescued. Even if the administration is friendly to newcomers, and he has Meng Yaoan's support behind him, making him a semi-connected member, under the Abyss game, the law of the jungle is still the basic tone of the organization. The weak will be severely humiliated by the strong. He handed over a ridiculously weak rating record, which is bound to attract many people to target him. Whether you dislike him or all weaklings, you will inevitably step on him, covertly or covertly. To avoid these troubles, it's too late to change the rating record. Then we can only find another way to stop those who want to step on others. He remembered a joke, ever since I became a piece of shit, no one has dared to step on my head. What he is doing now is turning into a piece of shit. The power of the Mamba Iron Elbow is very weak, but its control ability makes it difficult for even the instructor to avoid it, and the control time is long and the control effect is disgusting. As this information spreads, everyone who wants to cause trouble for him must weigh it in their hearts. After all, even if the bullying is successful, he will not gain much if he bullies a level 7 rookie with a dratting. But if you get elbowed by him, make you look like an adult in public, and become the laughingstock of everyone, that would be a lot of fun. After weighing the pros and cons, in the minds of some people, he will become a piece of xiang who can't stand it but dare not step on it. Wu Chang glanced at Zhao Yan on the ring, with an apology in his eyes. It's just that I want a wrong instructor, Zhao. On the ring, it took Zhao Yan a long time to accept the fact that he lost to the newcomers in the competition. It gives me a headache to think that he will be the talk of the town for a long time. But he soon felt relieved. Now when the bureau mentions Wanghai City, the first thing that comes to mind is the live broadcast of the branch director streaking. No one cares about him, a little Kalami, losing to a newcomer in a competition. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but thank the director and the mysterious newcomer who allowed the director to run naked. TSK, these days, is the word newcomer poisonous? Zhao Yan cheered up, stood up from the ring like a carp, and continued to complete the unfinished part of the registration. He took several people to the server of the administration, entered their information into the system, and then said, now open the properties bar. In the social column, you can see a small program named Authority. Wu Chang couldn't help but ask, the Abyss game is so smart, can it also allow players to write their own small programs? Zhao Yan said with a little pride,
this is different from the mini program in the mobile phone application. It represents the management authority of Huangjie.
Only if you have enough copies of the organization strategy and complete a special team trial, you can obtain temporary administrator permissions and control the Abyss game within your permissions.
There are only 4 organizations in the entire wilderness that have temporary management authority. This is the first time Wu Chang has heard about the information about temporary management authority.
When I was reading a forum discussing Moonlight Sanatorium, someone once said that the administration had blocked the import and export of copies.
He was still wondering how they did it.
Now it seems that it should be the function of temporary administrator rights.
But a question came up and he couldn't help but ask, is there no administrator in the Abyss game? Why should management rights be granted?
In his talent description, the administrator unabashedly suspected that he had opened it, indicating that there should be an administrator in the game.
Since there is an administrator, there is no reason to delegate administrative rights.
Zhao Yan shook his head and said, I don't know the specific situation, but I once heard a big shot in the bureau mention it. He compared the Abyss game to a driverless car.
The autonomous driving system is only responsible for moving forward. For the inside of the car, that is, the Abyss, I don't interfere too much with the specific management of the game.
Off topic, the administrator of Abyss game is too far away from us, so let's do the things in front of us first. Zhao Yan changed the subject and continued, open the administration applet and you will be able to see your position, rank, contribution, task board and benefits within the administration.
The task board interface will frequently update the bounty tasks within the bureau. The bounties released within the bureau have been verified by the administrator.
The reward paid will not be less than 90% of the market price. There is no need to worry about being cheated by accepting public bounties, and it is completed you can also get contribution points later. After briefly browsing through a few bounties with everyone, Zhao Yan exited the task board and let everyone enter the welfare interface.
The first item in the welfare interface is the Dungeon Information Quick View.
Zhao Yan emphasized, a quick overview of the dungeon information, which will update the dungeon information in real time and push relevant information according to your level. Although important information requires additional payment, for newcomers like you, the free part is enough. Wu Chang opened the dungeon information overview, rejected the mini-program's request to synchronize the in-game attribute panel, and filled in level 10 in the custom level column. After loading briefly, real-time information suitable for level 10 players appears in the interface. Player level 10, the probability of copy difficulty matching is F level, 10%, E level, 60%, D level, 25%, C level, 5%, B level, 0.01%. It is recommended that players pay special attention to level copies, open the tactical board, and develop a suitable clearance plan based on current capabilities. It is detected that user data is not synchronized. Enter the player's attributes and skills to generate a virtual player attribute card, which can help users customize exclusive data and develop exclusive clearance plans. Wu Chang ignored the virtual player attribute card, refused to enable the smart push function, and directly looked at the general content pushed to level 10 players. The copy that the player matches has a lot to do with the area in reality. In Xia country, the copy that the player enters is most likely to be a copy covered by the authority of the administration, such as the Moonlight Sanatorium. There is a small probability that the player will enter a public area, such as Sui Sui Pinyin. This kind of area is not under the jurisdiction of the three forces, and no force is responsible, which is the most complicated.
There is a very small probability that you will enter an area managed by other forces.
If you happen to enter a multiplayer copy, facing other players of different skin colors and nationalities, there will be a lot of trouble on the way to clearance. The information pushed in the administration's mini-program is mostly about dungeons in the area under the administration's responsibility. The content format refers to the list in the public area, which is divided into Dungeon Danger List, Special Attention List and Bounty List. For dungeons within the authority of the administration, once the pollution of the dungeon exceeds the safety value, the administration will deal with it as soon as possible, and there are rarely dungeons on the verge of out-of-control levels. For example, the first on the level Dungeon Danger List is called Terror Tunnel, and the dungeon pollution level is only dangerous. The first on the level Dungeon Danger List is called Midnight Bus. Although the dungeon pollution level is close to out of control, the dungeon status shows blocked, being processed. If nothing unexpected happens, the administration has arranged for a suitable person to deal with it. It is worth noting that in the special attention list of level dungeons, there is a dungeon called Quiet Town. The dungeon status is only dangerous, but the title is marked in color.
The note shows that this dungeon is a new dungeon with extremely high difficulty. Recently, many players have failed to attack. Wu Chang only skimmed over the Clevel dungeon. Given the Abyss game's targeting of him, it matched him to the Clevel out-of-control dungeon at level 8. Now that he has reached level 10, how could it let him go easily? For other level 10 players, the probability of entering the Blevel dungeon is 0.01%. For him, a 50% chance is considered a return to the Abyss game. So his focus is mainly on the Blevel dungeon. Unfortunately, there is very little content to be seen in the free part of the Clevel and Blevel dungeons. The game archive is like a filled answer sheet. Only the title can be seen, and the truly meaningful answers are covered by black boxes. Want to see the answers under the black boxes? Pay up. The unlocking fee for each piece of information ranges from 1,000 to 100,000 decayed silver coins, especially the information related to safety points and life-saving, which is ridiculously expensive. And in each dungeon, there are at least 14 or 15 encrypted pieces of information. If all the information is bought, even if a perfect clearance is achieved, the income may not be able to pay back the cost. The highlight of one piece of information is money. Zhao Yan led everyone to familiarize themselves with the use of the applet, then walked towards the inner court of the club and waved to everyone to follow. He led several people into the elevator, lit the button leading to the third underground floor, and said, "Many of you have expressed disappointment with the building of the Administration Bureau, thinking that it is not as special as imagined. The Administration Bureau in reality is just an office space. No matter how special it is in reality, can it be more special than the Abyss game?" Ding! As the elevator stopped, everyone walked out of the elevator and found that they had actually entered the Crimson Courtyard directly. Wu Chang looked around in surprise. His inspiration value told him that the surroundings were not like, but the real Crimson Courtyard. During the elevator ride, he did not use his consciousness to connect to the Abyss game, and the player pass on the attribute panel did not change. This shows that they did not enter the Crimson Courtyard as a player, but the underground of the Administration Bureau in reality, which can directly lead to the Crimson Courtyard. The place where several people appeared was a huge square. Looking around, the surroundings were full of futuristic buildings and research institutes, and a huge steampunk-style factory could be seen in the distance. Wu Chang looked further away, his eyes passing through the light and shadow of the neon lights outside the building, the white steam emitted by the factory, and the various energy ripples emitted from the top of the research institute, and he vaguely saw a huge red temple. Its architectural style is complex, resembling both a Taoist temple, and also mixed with the shadow of the immortal palace in poetry and painting. Countless fiber-like lines hang down from the sky and connect to the top of the red temple, as if the Milky Way composed of data is pouring directly into the world. Within the control of the administration, every time a copy is generated, a line will be hung from the sky, and every time a copy is broken, a line will break. The Red Temple is the embodiment of the administration's temporary management authority over the Abyss game. The administration calls it Hongmeng. Zhao Yan was very satisfied with the shock on everyone's faces. He boasted, "Welcome to the Real Management Bureau. Now, it's time to collect your new employee gift packs. Please collect and read. This is the last round of recommendations. Good brothers, don't keep reading. It's good to read the latest chapter every day. This is really important for newbies." Wu Chang asked, "Instructor, what is the gift package for new employees?" Zhao Yan kept it a secret, "You'll know when you get there." Everyone followed Zhao Yan and walked through the building complex of the administration. Each major power can open up a special space exclusive to its own power after meeting certain conditions. For example, the special space where Wu Chang and others are located, Shilang, is the power space of the Abnormal Phenomenon Administration. Once the special space is built, it will have independent authority from the Crimson Courtyard, and only players of the power and players who have been invited are eligible to enter. In other words, 99% of the players who appear in the Chilang space are from the administration. The Chilang space is very large, and there are also many players in it. As they walked along, Wu Chang and others rarely saw deserted areas, especially several core areas, which were as lively as the public square. A rough estimate is that there are at least tens of thousands of players staying in the Chilang space at this moment. You should know that the members of the administration are not full-time players. They are responsible for handling supernatural events throughout Xiagua. Just like the baby-faced and the middle-aged man with a buzz cut, it is normal to be busy all the time, and only a small part of them stay in the Chilang space. A small part has tens of thousands of people, so how many members of the Management Bureau will there be together? 30,000? 50,000? Or hundreds of thousands?
In the Abyss game, a force composed of 300 or 400 players can dominate one side. A company like United Information with thousands of people is already a big force that can influence the entire wilderness. However, compared with the size of the management bureau, these civilian forces seem too petty. Zhao Yan brought everyone to the Hongmeng Temple. Before entering the Hongmeng Temple, Zhao Yan told everyone the answer to the entry reward. Your entry reward is an extra bonus copy. Wu Chang and several assistants looked at each other and couldn't help asking, extra bonus copy? Is it the kind of bonus level without fighting, only harvest? Zhao Yan, if there is such a good place, can you still get the chance to enter? Zhao Yan wanted to use the existence of the bonus level to show the good welfare of the management bureau and attract a group of assistants. Who knew that Wu Chang would raise the expectations of the bonus level to an infinitely high level right from the start? Now, even if the bonus level is very tempting, the newcomers will not feel the shock, but will only think, that's it? This group of lazy players, they just think about getting something for nothing every day. 2A. Zhao Yan coughed, waking everyone up from their fantasy. The bonus dungeon is not as outrageous as he said, but it is also very rare. The bonus level is a privilege of the faction that has obtained temporary management authority. Through temporary authority, newcomers in the faction can get an extra dungeon opportunity. The rarity of the dungeon rewards will be increased, and it will not occupy the normal cooling time of the dungeon. As soon as this sentence came out, the scene suddenly became cold. That's it? For most players, dungeons are not a good place. Every time you enter a dungeon, it means you will face danger. If the dungeon completion rate is less than 40%, you will be punished for dungeon failure and your will attribute limit will be deducted. Someone has done statistics, and 85% of the players enter the dungeon every 30 days, that is, until they are forcibly dragged into the dungeon by the Abyss game. 14.2% of players will randomly choose the dungeon interval according to their own situation, only less than 1% of players will be stuck in the shortest interval of 15 days, and enter the next dungeon immediately after the cooldown time for entering the dungeon is over. For most players, they only hate that the interval between dungeons is not long enough. What is an extra dungeon that does not occupy the cooldown time? For assistants looked at Zhao Yan with strange eyes, as if asking if he was okay, and whether this thing was definitely not a punishment, but a reward? Zhao Yan also found the problem with his expression and quickly made up for it. The reason why it is called a reward dungeon is that entering the dungeon through the power privilege will adjust the random probability of difficulty downward by 10%. At the same time, the danger of the dungeon will be weakened, and the completion rate will increase by an additional 5% at the time of settlement. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's expression improved. The random probability is adjusted downward by 10%, which is equivalent to the original random probability of 50% E, 40% F, and 10% D dungeons becoming 60% E and 40% F. This gives them a greater chance of matching with a copy below their own level, and adds an additional 5% completion rate, further reducing the pressure of passing the level. It seems that it does have some meaning of a bonus copy. Entering the extra bonus copy is your new member benefit. It is unique and can only be used once by each member. You can use it now or save it first. But, Zhao Yan suddenly changed the subject and said, there is a level limit for activating the bonus copy permission, which cannot exceed level 10. Anyone who plans to use the permission today can follow me in. Those who do not plan to use it today can move freely, but remember to control the level and do not forget the usage limit. As soon as this sentence came out, someone's expression was indeed wrong. The bonus copy is both a reward and a test. The assistants present filled in the level below level 10 when registering. If anyone cannot activate the privilege, it means that he has concealed his strength and has something to hide, and needs to be paid special attention. The man who was ranked second in the previous competition and wore a mask at the beginning but took it off again looked embarrassed and said, first, I'm not in good condition today, let's do it another day. Just looking at the man's expression, it is clear that he concealed his strength and his actual level exceeded level 10. Zhao Yan nodded, and did not expose it, and said to several people, is anyone else feeling uncomfortable today? Seeing that no one else had withdrawn, Zhao Yan said with satisfaction, very good, this batch of newcomers is very clean, come in. Several people followed Zhao Yan and entered the Hongmeng Temple by scanning their faces. The moment they stepped into the temple, a reward copy to be used appeared in their management bureau applet. Wu Chang was completely relieved when he saw that the activation conditions of the reward copy were, player level less than or equal to level 10, and the status was usable. Fortunately, the maximum level includes level 10, otherwise he would suddenly feel uncomfortable like his previous buddy.
Zhao Yan brought several people to the copy waiting hall. The waiting hall is connected to the public area. All preparations before entering the copy, such as purchasing props, checking the list and intelligence, can be completed here. Zhao Yan, although the difficulty of the reward dungeon will be reduced, you can't be careless. I'll be out for a while. You should make some preparations before entering the dungeon. Because he entered the dungeon too hastily this time, Wu Chang didn't have time to customize the armor and only had time to buy a few bottles of potions. As for the other assistants, they didn't even prepare to buy potions. As a low-level individual, it is already very difficult to ensure that they can pass the level. Once they have money, they will immediately convert it into props to improve themselves. They wear all their family assets on their bodies, and many of them are still in debt, so they don't need to make temporary preparations at all. Armor, potions, auxiliary props? That is the treatment of Krypton Gold players and direct talents of large organizations, which they can't use. Just when everyone was ready and waiting for Zhao Yan to come back, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, slightly fat, and dressed like a salesman came over. Are you all new assistants? An assistant replied, Brother, are you too? I'm the instructor of Dongyang City, just call me Cotton. As soon as this sentence came out, the assistant who talked to him couldn't do it. No, buddy, why are you, an instructor, so polite to me? Cotton asked everyone, are you all ready to enter the reward copy? Wu Chang and others nodded. Cotton smiled and said, that's right, there are only 2 of us here. I'm afraid that if we get to the team copy, there will be no one to take care of us. Can we let them queue up with you to enter the copy? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you for nothing. I just happen to have the authority to upgrade the level of the reward copy, and the authority can be shared with you. After speaking, Cotton opened a paper document. The light in the document flashed, and Wu Chang and others looked at the copy again and found that the description of the reward copy had changed. Cotton invites you to enter the intermediate reward copy room. Intermediate reward copy. When matching the copy, the random probability of difficulty is adjusted downward by 15%, the copy danger is significantly reduced, the completion degree is increased by 8% during settlement, and the copy reward increases by 10%. Activation conditions, player level less than or equal to level 20. Do you accept Cotton's invitation? Showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. However, after careful inspection, Wu Chang found nothing unusual. In addition, Mian was indeed from the administration, so he accepted Mian's invitation. While he was accepting it, he saw several other co-contemporaries who also nodded doubtfully. After accepting the invitation, everyone suddenly saw 2 strange players appearing in the waiting hall. The 2 Dongyang City facilitators looked honest and dull, both standard-eye people. After a brief introduction to each other, they put on their hoods and huddled in a corner of the room, wishing to disappear on the spot. Wu Chang had a brief chat with the 2 of them, and found nothing inappropriate in his words. Like them, they were both facilitators who had just joined the management bureau this time. Is it really pie in the sky? Cotton smiled and said, if you are ready, click OK in the status bar. Several people followed Mian's words and changed the waiting status to ready. Unexpectedly, Mian directly activated the reward copy. Have fun everyone. Before a few people had time to react, they disappeared from the waiting hall and came to a room similar to a settlement space. A prompt popped up in front of Wu Chang. The dungeon is being matched for the player. The player's current level is 10. The dungeon difficulty matching probability is F level, 25%, E level, 60%, D level, 15%, C level, 0.1%. Seeing the random probability of the copy, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The probability is really reduced. Although the probability of level dungeons still remains at 0.1%, the probability of level dungeons that appeared in the previous simulation has indeed disappeared. Judging from the delighted expressions of several other facilitators, the effect of their reward copies is also effective. Wu Chang chose to start matching copies, and the loading icon appeared in front of his eyes. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the matchmaking process this time was extremely long, even slower than the first time he matched to the Moonlight Asylum. Matching completed. Wu Chang's eyes flashed and he appeared on the beach at night. Successfully entered the desolate 86951 planet. Dungeon name, Quiet Town. Copy type, multiplayer survival copy. Dungeon mode, cooperation. The damage caused between players is reduced by 80%. Copy difficulty, C. The official recommendation is that the minimum level for dungeon exploration is 10. Players should approach it with caution. Due to the large difference in level between the matching player and the dungeon, other players will be automatically added. Dungeon status, high pollution level.
Main Mission 1, successfully spend 30 days in a small town.
The timer will be interrupted beyond the limits of the town. Main Mission 2, investigate the missing Earl and find the truth. Plevel copy, high degree of contamination. After a brief silence, Wu Chang punched fiercely. Families, the probability reduction of this bonus copy is really effective.
With the Abyss Games targeting of him, at level 8, he was matched with a Clevel dungeon that was on the verge of getting out of control. Now that he has reached level 10, a Blevel dungeon must be arranged for him at least. He had prepared for the worst, but who knew he would suddenly be placed in a Clevel ordinary copy. After getting used to seeing dungeons with a pollution value of over 90 and on the verge of getting out of control, the quiet town with a high pollution level was already considered an ordinary dungeon in his eyes.
Isn't this a collision?
If he hadn't been assigned to this dungeon, he would have thought that the Abyss game was full of out-of-control dungeons.
After a brief excitement, he began to pay attention to other information about the copy. Multiplayer survival copy.
He looked around and found other players lying not far from the beach. They were still unconscious at the moment. He was the first to wake up. When no one was paying attention, he summoned the clone in his reconstructed true self and let the clone lie far away.
In multiplayer dungeons, it is often inconvenient to act alone in order not to attract attention.
Using a clone to pretend to be an aloof lone wolf will make your actions much easier. After placing the clone, he looked at the activated title. With the Breaking Master, the general pollution level in the dungeon introduction has been transformed into a specific numerical value.
Current copy pollution value, 70. Breaking Master's attribute increase, 35%. After the bonus from the Breaking Master, Wu Chang's current attribute panel is, player nickname, Don't Eat Beef.
Player level, 10, 0/2600, title, Perfectionist, Master of Game Breaking. Lives, 28, 21, Strength, 27, 20, Agility, 20, 15, Stamina, 22, 16, Energy, 19, 14, Inspiration, 90 Will, 64, Remarks, the attributes in parentheses are before the game-breaking master increases. Free attribute points, 0 decaying silver coins, 30,000.
Skills, Mamba Elbow, Firearm Use, Proficient. Kung Fu, Remains of Thunder Technique, D. Items, Silver Dawn, Blessing of the Lady Luck, Echo of the Whisperer Restoration Potion X2. Talents, Transcendence, Disaster.
After the bonus from the Breaking Master, his attributes were further improved, and he felt that he was terrifyingly strong now. While he was immersed in the attribute panel and how to explore the dungeon, other players slowly woke up. Similar to Wu Chang, after other players woke up, they first looked at the attribute panel blankly, confirming something in disbelief. After a while, the beach was filled with curses against Nianhua himself and his family.
What a joke! The reward copy is to enter a highly polluted Clevel copy. What is the reward? Reincarnation?
They don't need anything, and it is impossible to match such a difficult copy.
It must be that Nianhua who did it. Outside the copy, waiting hall. Zhao Yan walked in with a tray of cocktails, humming a song. The special cocktails on the tray can increase 3 temporary will and 2 temporary strength after drinking each cup.
There are 5 cups in total, which cost him a lot of corrupt silver coins. He has always kept his word. He said before that as long as Wu Chang can beat him and enter the Abyss game, he will treat him to a drink. While the few people were preparing, he immediately found a familiar bartender and made special cocktails for them.
But when he turned around, why were all the people gone?
The few assistants he was responsible for disappeared, but there was an ugly fat man instead. People are complex, and organizations composed of people are also complex.
Even if they belong to the same administration, not everyone has the same philosophy and goals.
For example, there is the Order faction, to which Meng Yuan and Jia Yan belong, who agree to maintain the existing order and balance the relationship between high-level players, low-level players, and even ordinary people. There are also evolution factions, such as Nianhua, who believe that all resources should be concentrated on potential players to support a group of masters. When there are enough masters, the administration will be above all organizations and be able to make its own rules, and then it will spare its efforts to protect the interests of low-level players and ordinary people. The concepts of the two are very different, and can even be said to be tit for tat. Zhao Yan saw that Nianhua looked unhappy, but Nianhua didn't care and came up with a smile.
"Hey, Brother Hua, you are so generous to treat the newcomers to a drink."
Nianhua said, reaching out to take a glass, took a sip in Zhao Yan's dissatisfied eyes, and nodded. "It's still a special cocktail with amplification properties, Brother Hua is generous."
It is said that you don't hit a smiling person, but facing Nianhua, Zhao Yan didn't want to give a good face at all. As a member of the order school, countless seniors have told him that good boys should never play with the evolution school, because there are few good people in this group.
My Ampion, where are the people I brought with me?
My Ampion finished a glass of cocktail, smacked his lips twice, and grinned. I sent them to the reward dungeon.
You sent them to the dungeon? Zhao Yan's heart skipped a beat.
My Ampion, don't be ungrateful, I came here with friendship, and upgraded them to the intermediate reward dungeon for free.
No need to thank me, it's not too much to drink 2 glasses of wine from you. My Ampion said, and reached out to take another glass of wine. Zhao Yan didn't believe it and said, can you be so kind to help the new collaborators?
While drinking, my Ampion called up the progress of the reward dungeon and said proudly, you still don't believe it, look, what dungeon they entered, puff.
The moment my Ampion glanced at the name of the dungeon, a mouthful of wine sprayed directly on Zhao Yan's face.
Quiet town.
Zhao Yan wiped his face, shook off the wine sprayed by Mianhua, grabbed Mianhua's collar with his backhand, and said viciously, you bastard, what did you do?
Mianhua was sweating profusely at this moment, and he murmured in a low voice, it's impossible, it doesn't make sense.
You are still pretending.
Zhao Yan didn't care that they belonged to the same organization, and he raised his fist to hit. Mianhua was still in a state of unconsciousness, but his body suddenly expanded twice, like a ball of light cotton, removing all the strength from Zhao Yan's attack. After a few punches without results, Zhao Yan did not give up, but a faint flame ignited on his fist, and hit Mianhua's abdomen heavily. With the addition of fire attribute power, he broke Mianhua's body protection ability, and this punch was solid. Mianhua cried out in pain, and the pain made him sober up. The first time he came back to his senses, he grabbed Zhao Yan's fist. Zhao Yan sneered, good boy, you dare to fight back, you. Before he could finish the rest of his words, he saw Mianhua suddenly hugged him tightly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Brother Hua, I'm in big trouble.
You have to help me, otherwise I'm dead.
Mianhua's strength was so great that he almost rubbed Zhao Yan into his swollen body. Zhao Yan barely broke free with all his strength. Realizing the difference in strength between him and Mianhua, he did not continue to attack, but questioned, I knew you guys were not so kind.
What was your plan for upgrading the reward copy for my people? Hearing this question, Mianhua's panicked eyes wandered. He looked aside and whispered, I can't say.
Seeing that Zhao Yan was about to get angry again, he hurriedly said, but I can swear that I didn't tamper with the authority, and I didn't want to cause them to enter the Klebel copy.
Brother Hua, we must find a way to get the people out. I know that you order faction has a way to send people midway join the dungeon, you have to help me.
Zhao Yan was amused by Mianhua joining the dungeon midway. The level of the players who join temporarily cannot exceed the upper limit of the recommended clearance level of the dungeon, and only one person can join temporarily.
Are you going, or am I going? Have you forgotten why the Quiet Town entered the special attention list?
Mianhua said in a panic, I am so panicked because I know that the general Klebel. As long as it is not this dungeon, other dungeons have a chance.
Quiet Town has just appeared not long ago, and its presence is not very high.
It has only appeared in the dungeon danger climbing list, and it is ranked 28th. Because the Quiet Town has only appeared for a short time and little information has been transmitted, the outside world has not discussed it much. But those who know the inside story will never underestimate this newly appeared Klebel dungeon.
Even the Management Bureau has listed the Quiet Town as a special attention dungeon so that all members can pay attention to it.
The reason why it is so valued by people is that 5 days ago, a second-tier organization called Deepwater Society conducted a strategy for Quiet Town. Deepwater Society was determined to break the situation. After locking the coordinates of the real copy of Quiet Town, it sent a whole Blevel exploration team to attack. As the name suggests, the Blevel exploration team is a team that can explore and open up Blevel copies. The minimum level of the team members is above level 18. And they are skilled in cooperation and experienced. For general Klebel copies, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. But the Quiet Town is still intact today, which has already explained the results of the strategy. A team of 10 players, only 3 left the copy alive.
One of them collapsed and is still being rescued.
The 2 were severely stimulated, their will dropped below 3, lost their ability to express in all memories, and were extremely aggressive, attacking all members within their sight. These 2 returned to the real world and caused many indiscriminate attacks.
After being controlled by the administration, they followed the clues to Deepwater Society and learned about the existence of Quiet Town. The official recommended exploration level for Klebel copies is level 1020.
This means that even if the order faction allows people to join in the middle, the joiners cannot exceed level 20. An entire level exploration team was trapped in it, and not even one of them could get out intact. What's the difference between a single level 20 player entering and committing suicide? Not to mention that he had to become a nanny and pull out a group of noobs who were less than level 10. Any player with a normal brain would not take this bad job. Zhao Yan's scalp was numb. This matter was beyond his ability to solve. He had to make a big deal before there would be a turnaround. Privately, Meng Yuan had just asked him to take good care of Wu Chang, and in a blink of an eye, Wu Chang was fooled into a clever dungeon to die, which failed Meng Yuan's trust. Publicly, he was the instructor of everyone, and it was his dereliction of duty to fail to protect the newcomers. If the matter got out, who would still believe in the management bureau's training of newcomers? This was 10 times more embarrassing than losing to Wu Chang in the ring, or the director running naked. He quickly informed Meng Yuan of the matter, and then shouted at Nianhua, "You evolutionists are really good, you have plotted against your own people. If you want to make trouble, we will help you to break the sky, and then we will see who will be the one who can't handle it when the sky falls." The management bureau acted quickly, and a few minutes later, the people who could take charge of the two parties had arrived. Lei Huo and Meng Yuan were present on the Wanghai side. Both of them had hot tempers and would not tolerate any sand in their eyes. Sending them to solve the problem has already shown the attitude of the Wanghai City Management Bureau and even the Order faction. If they can't give an explanation, they will take action on the spot. In contrast to the Order faction, the Evolution faction, which has always been strong, sent out a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and gray hair on his temples. The middle-aged man was of a high generation, and even the director Gao of the Wanghai branch had to bow his head and call him senior when they met. However, Lei Huo and Meng Yuan's families were not free either, and even when they met each other, they did not give him a good face at all, obviously not buying each other's account. The middle-aged man gave Nianhua a look, asked him to step out of the line, and said, "Since you are wrong, you must admit it. If you continue to hide it, it will only completely ruin the relationship between the two sides. Just tell the truth." Standing in the middle of the crowd, Nianhua took a few deep breaths and spoke slowly. "Actually, Quiet Town Dungeon." On the beach, after the initial anger and confusion, everyone gradually accepted their fate and accepted reality. At this point, even if they want to settle accounts with Nianhua, they have to get out alive first. Taking advantage of the safe time before the start of the dungeon, the players who entered the dungeon gathered together. Including Wu Chang's true self, there are a total of 12 players. 5 new assistants from Wanghai City and 2 new assistants from Dongyang City. It was these 7 rookies who were less than level 10 who launched this team dungeon. The remaining 5 people, except Wu Chang's true self, the other 4 were players added by the system because the gap between the original player's strength and the difficulty of the dungeon was too large. This made Wu Chang very dissatisfied. Isn't the system good at doing things for people? Why didn't he enjoy this treatment when he matched the dungeon himself? The 4 players who were added were divided into 2 groups. Among them, a young man wearing a black windbreaker and looking like a melancholy literary male god stood alone in the distance, looking at Wu Chang's true self, as if he wanted to talk to him. The other 3 formed a group. They were well-equipped and fierce, and they were veteran players at first glance. The 3 of them exchanged glances, stood in a triangle, looked unfriendly, and walked towards Wu Chang and others in a semi-encircled manner. Wu Chang controlled his true self, coldly rejected the literary man's conversation, and watched the 3 supplementary players. Oh no, the dungeon hasn't even started yet and they're already starting to fight. The leader of the trio was a man dressed like a ronin with a bun and a samurai sword. The man was lean and had a 2-sword style. He held a knife in his hand and a long samurai sword on his waist. The 2 generals beside him were a bald man with a bare upper body and well-developed muscles. He had boxing bandages wrapped around his hands. He looked like a close combat player. The other wore a wizard's robe and held a tunterlong blue metal wand in his hand. The wand fell on the beach and made a large hole. It was very heavy. He should be a magic and martial arts dual cultivation player. The 3 of them had one thing in common, that is, they all carried resentment, 3 resentments per person, all from players. As the leader of the trio, Ronin said in a veteran tone, "My name is Zhang Gue, and I am the deputy leader of the Clevel Dungeon Strategy Group of the Iron Armor Group. The 2 of them are my deputies. You just need to listen to our command. A mere Clevel dungeon will not pose much threat." After Ronin finished speaking, he showed everyone some of the attribute panels. In the level column, the value displayed is 19, and his 2 deputies are both level 18. When everyone saw the levels of the three people and heard the name of the Iron Armor Group, they couldn't help but show their fear. The Iron Armor Group is also well known in the wilderness. It can't be said to be highly respected, but at least it is hated by everyone. The overall strength of the Iron Armor Group can only be ranked in the middle among the second-rate forces, but even some first-rate forces with weak backgrounds will have a headache when they see them. The reason is very simple. The players of the Iron Armor Group enter the Abyss game not to attack the dungeon, but to target the players. When players from other forces build their own ability systems, their goals are how to survive in the dungeon, how to collect more intelligence, and how to defeat the boss in the dungeon. The Iron Armored Group is different. Most of the skills they choose are special attacks on humanoids, especially players. It is equivalent to mixing a group of PvP players among PvE players. The Iron Armored Group is not good at beating boss, but they are good at assassination, sneak attack, pursuit and siege. Once you provoke them, they will be like a thorn in the flesh, and will endlessly hunt down the members of the target organization until they force the other organization to surrender and pay high compensation. It is precisely because of this cancerous gameplay that the Iron Armored Group dared to speak out on the bounty list in the public area, saying that whoever dares to attack the dungeon they have identified is equivalent to going to war with the Iron Armored Group. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Ronan nodded with satisfaction and said, "You have never entered a high-difficulty dungeon. Let me tell you, there is a world of difference between a level dungeon and a level dungeon. You can't just hide in a hole like a mouse and survive until the end of the dungeon. If you want to survive, you must use everything useful in your body. Skills are only the most basic. You must make full use of your real profession, your own specialties, including your body and the last bit of life." Seeing that several assistants have been aroused by him, Ronan said in a tone of driving his men, "Since you are all newcomers, it is most appropriate for me to command here. In order to get to know everyone better, you can introduce yourselves one by one." The introduction started with the assistants in Wanhai City. The 5 assistants introduced themselves in the order they had sparred with Zhao Yan. The first one was the masked man who experienced the Mamba Iron Elbow. He was very careful to keep a secret in front of newcomers such as Wu Chang, but in front of 3 senior players, he couldn't pretend at all. "My name is Tianyan. My ability is the Golden Bell Cover. I am proficient in fighting skills and good at close combat. I can carry and fight." The bald boxing man sneered, picked up a shell from the ground, flicked it out with his thumb, and the shell hit Tianyan's chest, knocking Tianyan back 2 steps and sitting on the ground. Seeing this, the bald man repeated jokingly, "I can carry and fight." Tianyan got up from the ground. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to get angry. He could only lower his head and step back 2 steps. The second one concealed his level and took the opportunity to slip away. The third one was a girl in her 20s. She had a childish face, pure and cute. You could tell she was a student at a glance. The girl's code name was Hamster. She had 2 life skills, gathering and planting. Her fighting style was defensive. She had 3 skills, Iron Wall, Charged Rebound and Shield Slam. After hearing the girl's skill combination, the bald man's eyes lit up. "Boss, this is the type I like my first love." Hamster shivered when the bald man stared at him, and hid behind Wu Chang beside him. The 4th person in the ring order was a young man in his 20s, codenamed Jifeng, who was the first to talk to Mianhua. Jifeng's skill combination is the assassin route, with concealment, protective color, reconnaissance and assassination skills, and agile and changeable offensive style. The 5th person in the ring order is a white-collar lady, codenamed Linghu. In contrast to the youthful Hamster, Linghu's dressing is extremely complete, with exquisite and fitting workplace clothes, and carefully designed makeup, highlighting her charming temperament and plump figure. Linghu is a pure magic player, with healing ability and several offensive spells, but poor physical skills. Zhao Yan has tried his best to let her go, but he didn't let her last long. Wu Chang, who was at the end of the line, was about to speak when he saw the bald man excitedly say, "Boss, this is also my type, and she looks like my first love." "Wu Chang, you are such a bitch that everyone looks like your first love, right? Is your first love Dido or Mystique?" He wanted to continue introducing himself and interrupt the bald head's trance, but the bald head said directly, "I will not listen to the subsequent introductions of the miscellaneous fish. I will take them to the side to chat about life." After saying that, he walked towards the hamster and the spirit fox with an obscene look on his face. Wu Chang couldn't stand this shit anymore, and was about to control his true self to punish this guy. Controlling the clones to fight 1 against 3, he had no chance of winning, but after the sneak attack and relying on the lightning and shadow movement skills to escape, it was not a big problem. Just when he was thinking about whether to use evil spirits or thunder in his palm, a light flashed in front of his eyes, and a flying sword was placed in front of the bald head's neck. Among the two players brought by Neon Xian, one of them took off his hood, changing the dull look that Wu Tsung had seen before. It was as if he had changed his face. He became bright-eyed and sparse-browed, fresh and handsome, looking like a standard martial artist. The face of the protagonist of the novel. Enough! With the flying sword held under his neck, the bald man did not dare to act rashly and asked the boss for help with his eyes. Ronan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Sword sect? Some insight. Are you from the administration?" "Yes. As a member of the Xia Kingdom, if you have the opportunity to gain extraordinary abilities in the Abyss game, who wouldn't want to become a sword fairy who wields a sword? But being a swordsman is not that easy. In the wilderness, there are only a handful of professions with the ability to control swords. The most famous one is the hidden profession sword sect. Sword master is the prerequisite profession for sword cultivators in the next level of the Abyss. It is extremely difficult to obtain career change items, and only a handful of players have the sword master profession. The most famous of them all. It is the new generation of talented players in the authority, Sword Star. It is rumored that Sword Star has broken the record of the lowest level of the administration for clearing in a level dungeon. It can clear in a level dungeon, and the level will not be lower than 20. Coupled with the hidden professions, even 3 level 20 players may not be able to get a good deal from Jianqing. Seeing the other party's admission, Ronan immediately changed his face. What a misunderstanding. I didn't expect that you are members of the Management Bureau. Our Iron Armored Corps has always cooperated with the work of the Management Bureau and is a solid supporter of the Management Bureau. This is really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. After clarifying the behavior of the 3 people, Ronan changed the topic and tentatively said, "I wonder if you are bringing a group of dishonest people and a group of newcomers to the Clevel Dungeon. Do you have any arrangements? If necessary, we will definitely cooperate." Jianqing's expression was slightly awkward. He was silent for a moment and said stiffly, "We are team building." Ronan was stunned for a moment, but without exposing it, he said flatteringly, "The administration is indeed a top force. The new team building requires Clevel Dungeons. Since you are here, there should be no need for the 3 of us." Jianqing moved his fingers and retracted the flying sword that was placed on the bald neck. "Please. Then we brothers will take our leave first." After finishing speaking, Ronan retreated to the corner of the safe zone with his 2 deputies. After driving away the 3 men from the Iron Armored Group, Jianqing turned to look at Wu Chang and the others, and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, it's because of me that you're in danger this time. It's also because of me that you were matched with the difficult dungeon of Quiet Town. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will take you out intact." They had witnessed the scene where Jianqing fought off 3 fierce men from the armored group with just 1 sword. Listening to Jianqing's words now, everyone immediately felt a strong sense of security. Especially for the hamster and spirit fox who were about to be molested by the bald man a second ago, the appearance of the Sword Star was like a light in a desperate situation. As for why he fell into a desperate situation, let's not worry about that for now. In short, all the helpers except Wu Chang were instantly fans of Jianqing. As for Wu Chang, he was happier than the others with the appearance of Jianqing. Hey, here comes the one who takes the initiative to take the blame. Since Sword Star has said so, then matching this Clevel copy has nothing to do with him. Jianqing looked around, and after a brief silence, he said, "Quiet Town is extremely difficult. If you want to pass it, everyone must work together. I happen to have some information about Quiet Town here. Please listen carefully." As a well-known genius in the administration, Jianqing's position and authority in the administration far surpass those of Zhao Yan and Nianhua. Even Zhao Yan and Nianhua know the inside story of Quiet Town, so how could Jianqing not know? But even if he knew that the chances of passing the level with this group of newcomers were slim, he had to bite the bullet and hold on. While there was still some time before the dungeon started, Jianqing shared the information about Quiet Town with everyone. His voice was loud, and he did not avoid the 3 people in the Iron Armor Group in the distance, and Wu Chang's true self and the melancholy literary man on the other side. The pollution level in Quiet Town is very high. Everyone must be as careful as possible. Once the number of deaths is too high, it is easy for the dungeon to be on the verge of being out of control. Even if it is for yourself, don't fight internally. Believe me, if this dungeon is out of control, even I may not have a chance to leave alive. This sentence was obviously said to the 3 people in the Iron Armor Group. The 3 people in the Iron Armor Group were thoughtful, but did not speak. Jianqing continued, "Quiet Town pays great attention to rules. Every player who enters the dungeon will be assigned a profession. Check your clothes and you should be able to find a label or name tag with your profession written on it. After hearing this, everyone immediately checked their clothes and found something. Wu Chang found a copper name tag on his chest with the word postman written on it. During the time you survive in the town, you must complete the most basic work of your profession. If you fail to complete the work for 3 consecutive days, you will encounter fatal danger. Believe me, don't think that you are strong enough to resist the rules. Wu Chang sighed. What quiet town? It should be renamed Sweatshop. If you fail to meet the KPI in 3 days, you will be laid off directly. Even capitalists are not so ruthless. Seeing that the transparent barrier that maintains the safe zone is crumbling, Jinxing speeded up his speech. I don't know enough about other information. If we want to pass the quiet town, everyone must work together. We will come here every day or every 2 days to exchange information according to our own situation. If anyone collects clues about the missing Earl, or how to enter the Earl's manor, be sure to contact me immediately. My profession is an editor, you can find me at the newspaper office. As soon as Jin Xing finished speaking, the transparent barrier around the few people shattered, and the dungeon officially began. The dungeon has divided the residences and work areas for the players. After simply exchanging their professional information, everyone dispersed on the spot. Entering the dungeon, in addition to the identity cards, each player has a map in his hand, and the map marks the various areas of the town. Wu Chang first controlled his true self to get rid of others, recovered his true self, and then went to the post office where he was according to the map. On the way to the post office, he was also observing the town. The town is located on a huge island. The island is the town and the town is the island. The island and the town share the same name, Brever. The timeline of the copy plane is about the first industrial revolution after the magic change. There are huge steamships in the world, with post offices and newspapers, but there are no electric lights. The emergence of steamships shortened the distance between the worlds and intensified trade around the world. The prevalence of maritime trade has brought vitality to many remote islands and built neat and beautiful towns. Brever is one of them. The town area on the island is not too large, and Wu Chang easily found the post office. It is called a post office, but it is actually only the size of 3 or 4 newsstands. The whole building is bright red, which looks like a large fire hydrant. Even at night, it is very eye-catching. The door of the post office is not locked, and you can enter directly by pushing the door. The post office is divided into 2 areas. The outside is the office area for the postman, and the inside is a lounge with a bed. There is an employment notice on the wall at the entrance, which says that due to the suicide of the previous postman in the town, after work coordination, the new postman is about to arrive in the town. There was a photo of Wu Chang on the notice, but the name column was soaked by water, which seemed to make it easier for him to use a pseudonym. He thought about it and wrote Sean next to the notice. He was called this name when he was in the Moonlight Sanatorium, and he was used to it. It must be said that the post office administrator in the small town really likes red. Not only is the outside of the post office red, but even the inside of the post office can be seen everywhere. However, these reds looked more and more strange, until he walked to the workstation and found that the chairs and tables were splashed with irregular dark red. He took a letter opener, scraped a layer of red powder from the table, crushed it and put it under his nose to smell it. There was a bloody smell. The walls of the house were covered with blood. If nothing unexpected happened, it was the blood of the previous postman. Such a large area of bleeding, but the notice at the door said suicide. He could imagine the deceased in the notice cutting his throat while taking his last breath and trying to spray blood everywhere. It was similar to the suicide by 6 shots in the back. In this building that was comparable to the scene of a Bleville plasma film, ordinary people would not be able to stay there for a moment. But Wu Chang had experienced 2 copies, saw hundreds of paranoid patients rot and deform, and saw thousands of bandits transformed into frozen meat neatly arranged. In comparison, a small scene like a room full of plasma was not enough to affect his mood. He fetched a bucket of water, wiped the chair and the table clean, then found an oil lamp and lit it, and read the newspapers stored in the post office. Some of the above are local news about Brever Island, and some are news about Brever Island mentioned by the outside world. These news had already been sorted out and tagged, saving him a lot of effort. The one at the top is a piece of commendation news. Under the leadership of Earl Germain, the town of Brever has been free of any security incidents for 5 consecutive years. The king recognized Earl Germain's performance and awarded Ogre the Silver Port Medal. Wu Chan looked at the blood all over the wall. There had been no security incidents in 5 years. Here? Just as he was about to continue reading the newspaper, he suddenly had an idea and noticed a gaze staring at him. He raised his head and saw a huge face pressed against the glass window facing him. The other person stared at him through the glass and was about to hit the glass with his fist. Now that Wu Chang found out, the man put down his hand, opened the door and walked in. "Are you the new postman?" Wu Chang asked doubtfully. "Who are you?" The visitor was a middle-aged man in his 40s, over 2 meters tall, with short blonde curly hair, a round face, a short neck, and thick limbs, as strong as a bear. He glanced at the wall and then said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sean. I'm Marty, the grocer in town." Wu Chang glanced at the dark night and asked, "Mr. Marty, what's the matter with you?" Marty grinned, revealing his jagged teeth with yellow spots, and said with a smile, "As a local, I have the obligation to tell you that our Brever Island is a place that respects the rules very much. Everyone should complete their work in time and play their role well. We are like gears, pushing the island forward together. If one gear stops turning, it will affect all the other gears. I hope you can have enough professional ethics to face up to your work and not be so arrogant, lazy, stupid, pathetic, and selfish like your predecessor." Marty became more and more excited as he spoke, almost roaring by the end. After yelling, Marty regained his composure and smiled gently. "Anyway, I hope you will work hard and send every email well. Thank you." Wu Chang looked at Marty intently and did not respond. Although Marty's threat is sincere and full of emotion, as a warning, it is far less convincing than the resentment attached to him. After all, the owner of that resentment was the previous postman who sprayed it all over the house. The bloodstains on Marty's body are very artistic. They are not simple bloodstains, blood mist, or thorn-shaped bloodstains, but a big red flying bird, or an eagle with its wings spread. Under Wu Chang's gaze, the big blood-red eagle flapped its wings, flew out of Marty's body, and pounced on his face. In the whistling sound of the flapping wings, he saw the scene in the resentment. The owner of the resentment was the previous postman, who wore a superhero-style yellow tights under the red postman uniform. He sat behind his desk, concentrating on sorting out the materials on the table, standardizing the useful information, and if necessary, making them into clippings. The remaining materials for his clippings were the newspapers that Wu Chang had found in the post office before. Dong dong dong. The door of the post office was knocked. The person knocking on the door was a middle-aged man with anger on his face. Without waiting for the superhero to say come in, he pushed the door and walked in. "Hey, new guy, you haven't delivered mail for 3 days. Can I get my mail before dark today? Who are you?" "Blacksmith John." The superhero was busy collecting information and had no time to deal with the townspeople. He picked up a pile of letters and threw them in front of Johnny. "I'm busy, find it yourself." John didn't do anything, and said coldly, "It's your job to deliver the mail to the mailbox at every door." The superhero had a bad temper. He glanced at John and snorted, "Where did the giant baby come from? Don't you have hands?" John was angered by this sentence. He slammed the table and shouted, "Damn parasite, listen carefully, in this town, no one can treat work and other people like this. Believe me, you will regret it." The superhero paused while tidying up the newspaper. "You were so angry, why don't you call the police?" "John, you." The superhero stood up and said sarcastically, "The crime of calling the police is that I didn't put your mail into the mailbox in time, which made things difficult for you, a disabled person. Let's see if the laws of the kingdom can sentence me. Oh, by the way, you can also complain to the police and say that I bullied you." After that, the superhero knocked John down with a punch and dragged John's legs out of the police post office. He stood at the door of the post office, grabbed John's legs, and started spinning on the spot, playing with the windmill. He didn't know how many times he spun. He slowly stopped, threw John to the ground. John didn't have time to say anything, ran to the bushes on the side of the road and retched wildly. The superhero snorted coldly and returned to his workstation to continue clipping newspapers. Until the sun set, he was about to light the oil lamp, and when he looked up, he found Marty's big face pressed against the window. Another blind man. He pushed the door open and was ready to repeat the old trick to teach the townspeople a lesson. Who knew that the moment he saw him, Marty seemed to be possessed by something, and his already tall and strong body swelled again. On the contrary, the superhero's body softened and his movements became sluggish. Marty had a harpoon in his hand, and at a speed that the superhero couldn't dodge, he stabbed it into his stomach. "No, you don't have martial ethics." The superhero's eyes went black, and the camera went black. The camera lit up again, and he had appeared at an open-air pier. The dock was very desolate, with no boats moored and no cargo piled up. Only a bronze statue stood in front of him. The superhero was tied to a wooden frame, with rags stuffed in his mouth, unable to speak or move. The huge Marty came out of the shadows with a fish-killing knife in his hand. He said viciously, "You lowly thing, you have betrayed the islanders' trust in you. Don't you want to be punished by law? Then I will tell you what the islanders' law is." Marty picked up the fish-killing knife and stabbed it into the superhero's back. He cut 2 incisions along both sides of the spine, inserted his hands into the wounds, and forcibly broke the superhero's ribs. Then he grabbed the superhero's lungs and pulled them out of the 2 wounds. The lungs pulled out from the back quickly shrank after being exposed to the air, like a pair of shrunken wings. The superhero, who was twitching wildly in pain, was like an eagle accumulating strength and preparing to spread its wings and fly. At the end of the illusion, when the superhero had 1 breath left, he was taken back to the newspaper office and hung in the center of the newspaper office. The 2 lung lobes were pierced by the iron hook and stretched to both sides. A hollow iron rod was inserted into it, filling it with air and turning it into 2 plump wings. Finally, a red blood eagle soared in the post office. "Lazy outsider, this is what you deserve." With Marty's final curse, the illusion in his resentment dissipated. Not surprisingly, the superhero who died under such torture gave birth to a bloody last word in his resentment. "I haven't worked for 3 days, and I've been punished so badly. I want to lock Marty up and make him unable to work all the time. See if he will go crazy." Well, how should I put it? After seeing the bloody last words of the superhero, Wu Chang didn't know where to complain. He thought the bloody last words of the superhero would be aminos, "Marty, pretend to be cool and I'll let you fly." After all, in Marty's hands, the superhero turned into a bloody eagle and flew a bit. In return, Marty should also fly once. As a result, he was beaten to a pulp, and his revenge was to stop Marty from working. You are a genius. But it's reasonable. Thinking back to the gamblers who were obsessed with gambling in the Moonlight Sanatorium, and the ironhead boy who knew there was danger but still insisted on seeing what happened to Gue Kalin in peaceful years, after staying in the Abyss game for a long time, some people's brain circuits do become abnormal. The knocking sound on the table woke Wu Chang out of his thoughts. He raised his head and faced Marty's big face. "Mr. Sean, did you hear what I just said?" Wu Chang shook his head and said, "Sorry, I was too sleepy and was a little distracted just now." "What did you say?" Marty repeated, "I said I would have an email from me in 2 days, please get it here without delay." "No problem, I will deliver it on the same day." "You don't know, I love work so much, work is like my life," Wu Chang said excitedly. As he spoke, he looked up at the ceiling. After all, the one who wasn't working had already hung up. Marty was stunned for a moment, then the threat on his face disappeared, revealing a simple and honest smile. "That's great, the town welcomes young people like you who are willing to work." Seeing that Marty was about to leave, Wu Chang quickly stopped him and asked, "Mr. Marty, there is something I want to confirm with you. Before coming to Brever, I worked as a postman in a big city. You know, those aristocratic gentlemen always like to mail some strange things, and they don't like to be discovered and call it privacy. I was assigned here because I messed up a mail delivery. If you have special mail that you don't want others to see, you can inform me in advance and tell me a delivery method that will not be discovered, and I can arrange secret delivery for you." Marty's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Mr. Sean, I'm sorry for my rudeness before. As a postman, you are so professional. My grocery store closes at 4 o'clock every afternoon. You can come in through the back door. That way no one will find out. If possible, please deliver the package in 2 days this way." "No problem. Mr. Marty, I will definitely come to you," Wu Chang promised, patting his chest. After seeing Marty off, he packed up the post office and gathered his thoughts. He carefully recalled the superhero's resentment, trying to get more information from it. Before he could think about it for long, there was a knock on the post office door again. When he opened the door, he found a red-haired policewoman standing at the door. She was wearing a full police uniform, with a police star badge representing the chief on her chest, and holding a black oil lamp in her hand. It looked like she had just completed a mission. The badge on the policewoman's chest reads Morena. "Good evening, Ms. Morena, how can I help? Is there my mail here?" Morena asked. "To be precise, tomorrow is my first day on the job, so I don't know if there is one." Wu Chang glanced at the clock, which read 2:30 in the morning. "No, what is your daily routine in town? Do you always come to the post office in the middle of the night to pick up mail?" Morena showed a regretful expression, and after a brief silence, she said, "I'm here to inform you that after dawn, come to the police station. I just arrived on the island tonight,
so I shouldn't have time to do anything illegal or disciplinary.
Wu Chang joked. This is not to investigate you. As an employee of the postal system, you need to claim the belongings of your predecessor.
At dawn, Wu Chang left the post office and followed the map to the police station. The police station is located on the west side of the town, and the post office is located on the easternmost side. On the way to the police station, he almost crossed the entire town, which gave him the opportunity to observe the town.
Believer is both an island and a town.
Only 1/3 of the island is flat, and the remaining 2/3 are mountains, forests, and beaches.
The town's urban area is concentrated in 1/3 of the flat area.
The town has just been established for 20 to 30 years, and the townspeople are diligent in maintenance on weekdays, so the town is neat and orderly during the day. When they meet, the townspeople will stop and say hello to each other.
Even if their greetings are a bit stiff, like some kind of procedural setting, they still look harmonious.
As an outsider, at first glance, you will really feel that Believer is a quiet and peaceful island town.
Most of the buildings in the town are 2-story buildings, each of which is not large in area. Most of the buildings are made of wood and have a simple structure.
Standing at the street and looking towards the end of the street, the houses on both sides seem to be copied and pasted from the same model, and there is no difference at all. Only different colors and house numbers can be used to distinguish each household.
There are 3 landmarks in the town that are most eye-catching. The first is the cathedral in the residential area of the town.
The church is nearly 15 meters high and is made of white marble. The huge and beautiful body makes it impossible to ignore its existence. In the town with simple and low houses, it can be said to stand out from the crowd.
The second landmark is the Earl of Germain Manor.
If the cathedral can be seen by looking up, then the Earl of Germain Manor can be seen by looking up. The Earl of Germain Manor is built on the top of Seabird Mountain in the mountain area on the west side of the island, which is the highest point on the island.
Every evening, the sunset will overlap with the majestic main house of the Earl of Germain Manor, as if the manor was built in the sun. That kind of scenery will never be forgotten once you have seen it. Unfortunately, since the disappearance of Earl of Germain, strange things have occurred frequently in the manor, and it has now been abandoned. The last landmark is the port of Brever.
As a transit point for the maritime trade route, merchant ships enter the port every day to load and unload goods. I just don't know why, the frequency of merchant ships has been declining in recent days.
It seems that Brever Island is being forgotten by the whole world.
The police station and the cathedral are located at the two ends of the same street. On the way to the police station, you will pass the cathedral. In the marble square in front of the church, there is a faceless female statue. The carving craftsman poured his feelings into this statue. Even without facial features, people can feel her compassion and kindness just by her posture. But after a few more glances, Wu Chang saw some different meanings. It is a feeling that can only be judged by inspiration and cannot be specifically described. In the resentment of the former postman last night, the bronze statue that witnessed the death of the postman also had this feeling. In front of the statue, Linghu, wearing a nun's uniform, is sweeping fallen leaves. Without the blessing of cosmetics, Linghu's appearance is still good, but it can't remain exquisite. She has dark circles unique to working people, and her skin color is a little duller. Combined with the shock of mistakenly entering the clever copy, she looked very depressed at the moment.
Wu Chang greeted her when he passed by and asked, "How was your last night?" Linghu yawned and complained, "It's terrible. People here don't seem to sleep at night.
There is an old nun in her 50s who talked to me about prayer rituals all night."
Wu Chang shrugged, "I'm almost the same.
At nearly 3 o'clock last night, there were still townspeople queuing up to pick up mail."
He pointed to the statue and asked, "Did the old nun tell you what this statue is about?"
Linghu thought hard and said, "The old nun said that her name is the Great Virgin, and she is the patron saint of the suffering."
"Then why doesn't she have a face?"
"It is said that the craftsman died of illness halfway through the carving, and no one on the island changed their career to become a craftsman, so the face was left empty. There was a lack of practitioners for the corresponding work, so the work was shelved, and neither the statue was moved nor improved. It's very Brever-like." After chatting for a while, Wu Chang found that he could not get more information.
He waved goodbye to Linghu.
Just as he was about to leave, Linghu grabbed his wrist. Linghu was very close to him, so close that he was the only one around who could see Linghu's expression clearly. Sadness and listlessness were just her protective colors. At this moment, her face was full of fear, anxiety, fatigue and anger. Before the copy attacked her, her will had already weakened a lot. Her voice trembled and she whispered, "Aren't you afraid?"
Wu Chang shook his head, "No, why not? I remember you are only level 7, the lowest among us. Linghu couldn't understand.
Wu Chang said expressionlessly, I'm not afraid. Not only was he not afraid, he even wanted to laugh.
Am I too weak? You too, and Hamster too.
I really envy you for being able to withstand this kind of pressure. Linghu's tone weakened, her head buried lower, completely hiding her expression, and let go of Wu Chang's hand. Wu Chang originally wanted to leave Linghu alone, but when he caught a glimpse of the faceless statue from the corner of his eye, he vaguely felt that the statue's face had a slight outline and was looking at Linghu. TSK, was Linghu's will too low, or did he violate some conditions, causing this ghost thing to target him?
Linghu and he were colleagues, and also companions in conquering dungeons together. At the same time, as a nun, she could also collect important information related to religion. No matter from the perspective of identity or functional considerations, as long as Linghu didn't hold back, he had no reason to watch her die. He quickly put his hands on Linghu's shoulders and shook her hard. Being suddenly caught by Wu Chang made Linghu at a loss, allowing her to temporarily get rid of negative emotions. Her face was slightly red, and she was surprised. What are you doing? Wu Chang was relieved when he felt the statue's sight disappear. He looked down at Linghu, his eyes met hers, and said in an extremely serious tone, listen, as a player of the Go system, I have rich experience in how to survive in the dungeon. Ensuring the mental state and not letting the will be affected is the top priority. With a senior player like Jianqing, you don't have to worry about fighting, you just need to survive as much as possible. I promise you, as long as you do your job as a nun and don't break any rules, everything will be fine. His firm eyes, combined with his high will, exuded a strong sense of security. Although Linghu knew that the man in front of her was weaker than her, she subconsciously chose to believe Wu Chang. I know, let go. Wu Chang stayed for a while and made sure that Linghu's mental state was stable. After sending her back to the cathedral, he continued to the town police station. As a small town with a population of only a few thousand people, the town police station is not large. Including the sheriff, there are only 4 people in total. Seeing Wu Chang coming, Morina ordered her newcomer to take out a messenger bag from the evidence room. It is worth mentioning that the newcomer in the police station is Hamster. Just as Linghu said, Hamster's mental state is not bad, and he still looks energetic. Morina handed the messenger bag to Wu Chang in person and told him, postman is an indispensable profession in the town. It has been more than a month since you took office and committed suicide. You should quickly deliver the letters in the package to everyone. They should be waiting anxiously. Wu Chang took the messenger bag and didn't know where to start complaining. Say that the townspeople are not in a hurry to collect mail, they can go to the post office in the middle of the night to urge the postman to work. You say they are anxious, the messenger bag has been in the police station for more than a month, but they can hold on and not come to claim it, and have to wait for the next postman to appear before delivering it to them. The zipper of the messenger bag was twisted and deformed when the previous postman was attacked, and the lock must be removed to open the bag, but more than a month later, the deformed lock is still on the bag. This means that no one has opened the package to check what is inside. In the minds of the people of Bever, it seems that only the postman can use the messenger bag. Back to the post office, he removed the lock and found 5 letters and the clippings made by the previous postman before his death. Just as he was about to close the messenger bag, he suddenly had an inspiration and reached out to touch the inner wall of the messenger bag. He found a hidden compartment on the inside of the bag and pulled out a letter with wax. When the letter was in hand, his title Perfectionism reacted. The hidden side quest was triggered. Wu Chang took out the letter from the interlayer, and the envelope was written with Professor Ebert. He opened the letter without hesitation. The letter looked ordinary, but the writer was a great man, an archbishop. The purpose of sending the letter was to ask Professor Ebert, who happened to be on Brever Island, to help investigate the whereabouts of the saint and others. According to the description in the letter, the saint and others were preaching along the overseas trade line and spreading the glory of the Lord. Originally, the saint would send the latest progress of the mission back to the church every 2 weeks, but in the past 3 months, the saint's fleet lost contact. In the last communication, the saint said that the next stop would be Brever, and mentioned that sea ghosts appeared in the waters around Brever, and many merchant ships were attacked. There must be pagans plotting around the trade line, and she wanted to find out the situation. The church sent 3 groups of people to investigate, but no clues were found, so they wanted to ask Professor Ebert to investigate secretly and find the trace of the saint. Hidden side quest, find the missing saint or retrieve the holy mark. There is no penalty for failure. Do you accept the quest? Oh, it seems that there is more than one big person missing on the island. Accept. Anyway, there is no penalty for failure, so why not accept it? At the bottom of the envelope, there is a crystal necklace with a pure white crystal pendant at the end of the necklace. Item name, Blessing of the Great Virgin. Item type, Special Item description. The pendant blessed by the Great Virgin can protect the saint from danger. It is the comingdifage gift given to the saint by the gods. When approaching the saint or the holy mark, the crystal pendant will react. Wu Chang put the necklace on his neck and found that his own attributes did not change. It seems to be an exclusive item. Putting the pendant into the personal space, he began to check the clippings made by the former postman. The clippings collected a lot of information about Brever Island, including the past and present of Brever Island. 200 years ago, Brever Island was still a deserted island with a harsh environment, few people, and full of snakes, insects and beasts. At that time, the Kingdom of Ogri would escort the serious criminals and pirates who should have been executed here and let them fend for themselves. So it was also called Black Prison Island at that time. Until 20 years ago, when the first steamship came out, Earl Germain realized that the sea route would be the future of the kingdom. When he was rewarded by the king for killing pagans, he chose this island as his territory. Earl Germain attached great importance to Black Prison Island and brought 3 ships with him. He brought new population, churches, schools, hospitals, civilization and morality to the island. And renamed Black Prison Island Brever, which means a place of peace and tranquility. Germain is a famous iron-fisted earl and a famous control freak in the kingdom. He claims that there is nothing he cannot tame. It only took him 3 years to teach the natives on the island, who were born with the blood of serious criminals, to master writing, understand morality, and successfully integrate with civilized society from a semi-savage state. As for the cost, it was just to reduce the number of natives from more than 5,000 to 925. Compared with civilization and progress, it is not worth mentioning. The domesticated natives and the slaves brought by Germain re-established families, multiplied, and gradually formed today's Brever Island. 2 months ago, Earl Germain suddenly disappeared with his family and his whereabouts are still unknown. The residents of the town organized several searches, but failed to find the whereabouts of Earl Germain. Wu Chang closed the clippings and felt a sense of déjà vu about the background of the copyplane. No wonder the residents of the town looked so big and strong. It turned out that they were all descendants of serious criminals and pirates, with standard old white people whose blood was pure and could not be purer. The history of Brever Island can also explain why the townspeople are so dogmatic about work and so hostile to those who break the rules of the town and do not value work. Because they were domesticated by Count Germain. More than 5,000 were killed and only 920 were left. That sense of restraint must be engraved into DNA. Putting away the newspaper clippings, Wu Chang looked through the letters in his bag. One of the letters caught his attention. Unlike other recipients, the recipient of this letter was Tony Stark. It was obviously a name made up by the player. Opening the envelope, the handwriting on the letter was the same as the mark on the newspaper clippings, both written by the previous postman. The previous postman and the recipient Tony Stark seemed to be exchanging information by mailing letters. The content of the letter only contained the intelligence collected by the previous postman on the last day. Each paragraph was not long, but the information contained was very dense. I guessed right. Violating the rules of the town will indeed give priority to being selected by the other world, and it is indeed possible to enter the corresponding area of the other world by breaking the designated rules. The other world I entered tonight is still the dock. The information revealed in the first paragraph alone exceeded Wu Chang's expectations. If this information is true, it means that there is a so-called other world in the town of Brif, and players will be randomly sucked into it every night. And the other world is divided into different areas. If it is not intentionally controlled, you will enter a random area. But if you consciously break a rule, you will go to a fixed area of the other world. The former postman refused to work and entered a certain dock in the other world. If nothing unexpected happened, it was the dock where he was executed. Wu Chang sorted out the information in the first paragraph and continued to read. There is a bad news and a good news. The bad news is that our inference is correct. This copy may have been tampered with. Even if no players die, it is constantly polluting itself. The increase in pollution value will increase the danger in the other world at the same time. Tonight I encountered a monster I had never seen before. The good news is that the monster I encountered was a group of fishmen. I can be sure that what we are looking for must be related to these fishmen. Those fishmen are easy to kill. I tried to eat their meat. The fat content is very high, like the belly of tuna, but it is more fishy. It's a pity that I didn't bring mustard with me. Wu Chang read these two messages over and over again.
From the information on the paper, his predecessor and the team he belonged to were a group of senior players. Their purpose of entering the copy was very clear, which was to find something that was related to fishmen, or to sea monsters. Not only could they choose the copy to enter, they vaguely knew the props dropped in the copy, and they also knew that the copy would be tampered with. Even if no player dies, a tampered copy will be self-contaminated. Wu Chang has never heard of these high-level intelligence, even the conspiracy theories on the forum. They are definitely information blocked by high-level forces by default. A copy targeted by a large organization will never be easily allowed to enter if it is broken. At the same time, the Management Bureau only classified such a tampered copy as a special attention list and did not immediately send people to break it. This means that the team of the former postman not only failed to break the copy, but also may have overturned the car, so that these key information could not be passed out. For players like Linghu, the news in front of her is enough to make her spirit, which has finally recovered, depressed again, and even cause mental disorder under heavy pressure. But for Wu Chang, this feeling is right. If there is no hard work in the copy arranged for him by the Abyss game, he will feel uncomfortable. He looked at the last paragraph of the letter. I suspect those fishmen are the monsters that attacked the merchant ships. I tried to ask the sheriff, but because I was on strike recently, the woman only gave me a middle finger in response. Leave this question to Logan. I overheard the mayor's conversation today. He said that because Logan works hard, he will be allowed to join the town council and become a real townsman. I will continue the strike tomorrow. I am looking forward to what surprises the doc can bring me after meeting the fishmen. Wu Chang looked at the last sentence on the letter with a strange expression. Presumably when writing this letter, his predecessor would never have thought that Marty would come to his door that night because of the strike. Finally, he was tied to the dock and made into a blood eagle. Well, in a sense, it was also a surprise. The information brought by this letter overturned many of his previous speculations and needed to be re-verified. Before, when he was killed by Marty with a harpoon, he thought that the former postman was simple, inexperienced, and pretentious. After learning that the former postman was a senior player, Marty became the problem. In a special state, Marty might be able to use some kind of rule ability to suppress the opponent's power or ignore the opponent's defense. No matter which one, he can't act rashly. In addition to re-evaluating Marty's combat power, he also has to re-evaluate the importance of working in the town. According to the letter from the former postman and Marty's performance, it can be seen that as long as he works hard enough, he can increase his favorability in the hearts of the townspeople. He proposed a private plan to deliver the letters, and Marty's attitude towards him instantly became much friendlier. The player named Logan could join the town council because of his hard work. It must be rolled up. He turned out the backlog of mail during the period of lack of postmen, sorted them according to the recipients, then put on the postman's bag, dragged the trailer, and delivered the mail door to door. When the first mail was stuffed into the townspeople's mailbox, he realized why the townspeople would not bypass the postman and take the mail themselves. Because these delivered letters were toxic. For each letter delivered, his temporary upper limit of wool would be deducted by 0.3. And the backlog of mail in the post office was as many as 55. After delivering all these mails, the upper limit of wool alone would be deducted as high as 15 points, which is enough for an ordinary person to have a mental breakdown 3 times. But there was also an unexpected surprise, that is, during his delivery of mail, the postman's bag brought back from the police station has been conveying a warmth to him, nourishing his spirit. Item name, postman's delivery bag. Item type, dungeon item. Item level, D. Item skill, skilled delivery. Skill description, equip a messenger bag for delivery, and the wool limit consumed for each delivery is reduced by 0.2. During working hours, wearing a messenger bag can restore part of the wool limit every hour, and the value is 2% of the user's maximum wool limit. Note, the item skill is only effective on Brever Island, and the delivery bag can only be used by officially appointed postmen. After seeing the item description of the messenger bag, he realized that if there was no effect of the messenger bag, the wool limit would be reduced by 0.5 for each delivery of a package. The paranoia of the Moonlight Sanatorium is not so crazy. Work can be so painful. How much do the townspeople of Brever Island dislike going to work? If it were an ordinary player, even if he spent 10 free attribute points and raised the wool limit to 15, he could only deliver 1 package per hour to achieve a balance between income and expenditure. If he wanted to deliver the 55 backlogged packages, he would have to work for more than 2 days without sleep. But Wu Chang doesn't need it.
As a legendary pressure-resistant king with 67 points of will, he can completely withstand the lowered will limit, deliver all the mails first, and then slowly wait for his will to recover. If normal mail delivery is work, and normal delivery of backlog mail is internal circulation, then the current Wu Chang can definitely be called the king of circulation. So the townspeople in the town of Brief saw a postman with nimble hands and feet, who was several times faster than the previous ones, delivering the backlog of mail non-stop. They had never seen such a diligent cow and horse. The townspeople were very realistic. When they first saw Wu Chang, they were still indifferent, with an attitude of the people from the stinky island came to our Brief to beg for food. When the 10th mail was delivered, the townspeople who met him again had smiles on their faces. Not only did they take the initiative to greet him, but the owners of restaurants and liquor stores even invited him to have lunch and drink a few glasses. For a time, the whole town knew that there was a new diligent and handsome postman. When the mail was delivered to the mayor's house, the mayor praised Wu Chang's performance. He promised Wu Chang that as long as he delivered all the backlog of mail, he would personally write a letter of recommendation and invite Wu Chang to join the town council and become a true briefer. Wu Chang was waiting for this, and immediately stated, "Mayor, don't worry, I will definitely deliver all the backlog of mail before sunset today." The mayor was frightened by Wu Chang's momentum, thinking that a fool had come, and hurriedly dissuaded him. "Don't be so anxious, you just came to the island and haven't adapted to the living conditions yet, don't tire yourself out. Mayor, don't worry about me, my job is to provide convenience for the lives of the townspeople, this is what I should do." Wu Chang said firmly, he wanted to make progress too much, no, he wanted to join the town council too much. After leaving the mayor's house, Wu Chang continued to deliver mail. The biggest factor restricting his delivery speed was only distance. The post office in the town didn't even have a horse for transportation, let alone bicycles and carriages. He had to walk all the deliveries with a trailer. He walked at least 50,000 steps in a day of non-stop delivery. If it weren't for his 22 points of endurance after the bonus, most people wouldn't be able to walk that long. He didn't deliver to the last store until the evening. The last household is the farthest from the post office. The recipient lives in a single-family building at the easternmost part of the town with few neighbors. The recipient's name is Joshua Ebert. Or you can call him Professor Ebert. Ebert is a man in his 60s. He wears round-framed metal glasses, has gray hair, a thin body, and a standard scholarly appearance. During the delivery process, Wu Chang asked the villagers indirectly that Ebert had taught at the first university in the kingdom, so he was called a professor. It is said that he taught courses in archaeology and theology. Because of this, he had cooperated with the church many times when he taught in the capital. Being named in the church's letter of help shows that Ebert's identity is not purely bad, at least he is a swingman. As long as he is used properly, his role is no less than half a teammate. Ebert seemed to have been waiting for Wu Chang's delivery. He stood at the door. As soon as Wu Chang put his 2 letters into the mailbox, he couldn't wait to take them out and read them on the spot. After a brief reading, he showed disappointment on his face and asked, "Mr. Sean, are you sure these are all my letters?" Wu Chang replied calmly, "I am very sure that among the backlog of mail in the post office, there are only these 2 letters belonging to you." He did not lie. After all, the letters sent by the church to Ebert were placed in the interlayer of the postman's bag. Ebert's disappointment became even stronger, but a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. That trace of emotion was very hidden and difficult to detect, but unfortunately he ran into Wu Chang. Wu Chang had been observing Ebert since they first met, especially Ebert's eyes. That trace of true feelings did not hide from his eyes. He took advantage of Ebert's relaxation and said, "Professor Ebert, before coming to Brever, a relative of mine who worked in the Royal Capital Church came to me and said that if I encountered any trouble in Brever, I could ask you for advice. The population in the town is small, the social circle is fixed, and there are many customary rules that I, as an outsider, have no way of understanding. I am worried that I will do something wrong unintentionally and annoy the townspeople. Professor Ebert, I want to integrate into this beautiful and peaceful town as soon as possible and don't want to conflict with anyone. Can you give me some advice?" When Ebert heard the words "relatives of the church," his cheeks twitched obviously. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to check the letter, so that Wu Chang would not see more changes on his face. Seeing that Ebert was upset, Wu Chang did not give him time to calm down and immediately asked, "Professor Ebert, I really need your help." The word church was like Ebert's nightmare. At this moment, Wu Chang mentioned it to him in person, just like being caught cheating on the spot. If he was still calm, he could easily find something strange by just asking Wu Chang what his relatives were called and how they knew him. But now, he was fully focused on not revealing too many flaws, and had no time to think about the truth of Wu Chang's words. Of course, if Ebert was so calm, Wu Chang's questioning method would have to change from psychology to physics. Be careful of the messenger of God. When asked, Ebert said hastily. Wu Chang saw Ebert let go and immediately started a series of deadly questions. God's messenger? What is a God's messenger? Is it related to the church? Why should I be careful of it? Will it hurt me? Why will it hurt me? How should I be careful of it? Ebert was so nervous by Wu Chang's question that he answered in a panic, Brever is a place of protection for the gods. The gods will send God's messengers to punish the evildoers who break the rules. You must not become a sinner. What if I encounter it? Then you'd better pray that the crime you committed is not serious enough, and the sinners are powerless to resist, struggle, or even escape in front of the God's messenger. Wu Chang, can I get rid of the God's messenger? No, unless, Ebert wanted to say something, but he knew he had said something wrong, so he quickly covered his mouth. I'm tired, let's stop here today. Ebert turned around and went into the house as if he was escaping, for fear that he would be entangled by Wu Chang again and accidentally say more things he shouldn't say. Looking at Ebert's back, Wu Chang narrowed his eyes. This old dang is indeed problematic. The messenger of God mentioned by Ebert just now should refer to the changes in Marty's body when he killed the previous postman. The situation of the previous postman fighting and the resentment is also consistent with what Ebert said, that if the crime is serious, he will be powerless to resist and struggle in front of the messenger of God. Combined with the qualifier Brever is a place of God's sanctuary, in Ebert's words, it can be inferred that everyone in Brever Island will have a hidden attribute similar to good and evil value. Obeying the rules of the island and working hard will increase the good and evil value, gain the favor of the townspeople, and easily integrate into the town. Violating the rules of the island, working passively or even going on strike will reduce the good and evil value, making it easier to be sucked into the other world. If the good and evil value is lower than a certain value, the messenger of God will come to the door like the previous postman. From the intelligence analysis seen in the resentment, the messenger of God does not exist in reality and needs to possess the townspeople to appear. However, judging from what Ebert meant, if the good and evil value is not low enough, not only will there be a chance to escape from the God's messenger, but there is also a way to get rid of the God's messenger's lock. But that method is too secretive, so he can't reveal it. That's enough. Sometimes, it's not necessary to reveal the answer to a secret to reveal a secret. Showing that you know the existence of the mystery has already revealed a lot. The setting of the existence of the God's messenger is information that the seniors have not investigated, but Ebert said it very naturally. It means that he not only knows the inside story of the island, but is also involved in it, and even the degree of participation is not low. The saint is missing, and the church can think of asking him to help find it, so he must have a close relationship with the church, and he may even be a high-level church. He did not directly refuse Wu Chang's question, but gave a hesitant answer, which shows that he has not yet torn his face with the church. This old dang should be in a period of hesitation to rebel, or he may have been caught by someone and had to participate in it. But no matter which answer it is, he must know about the disappearance of the saint around Brever. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to look for the church's letter for help, nor would he have shown a look of relief after not seeing the letter. For such an old dang, he had no time to persuade him with love and justice. A quick battle must be resolved. As an old scholar, Ebert's physique is not as strong as that of the Aborigines, and at this moment he has a psychological loophole. So Wu Chang prepared to strengthen Ebert's spirit and body. When a person is tortured physically and mentally and is on the verge of death, the loopholes in his heart will be infinitely magnified, and he will torture his conscience severely without the intervention of others. When a person is about to die, his words are good, and he should say what he should and shouldn't say. Wu Chang dragged the trailer to a hidden corner and activated his innate skills. Disaster. Skill name, Disaster. Skill description, when the skill is activated, the user will enter the disaster state. In the disaster state, the user will become a spirit and directly attack the target's soul. If the sum of the target's inspiration and will attributes is less than 80% of the sum of the user's two attributes, it will randomly trigger one of spreading plague, inviting disaster and descending evil spirits. If it is less than 50%, it will randomly trigger two. If it is less than 20%, it will trigger all of them and trigger an additional special state. As the disaster was activated, he entered a state similar to the soul leaving the body, and his consciousness turned into a spirit and entered Ebert's house. He saw that Ebert was setting up a small altar to worship the gods in order to calm himself down. As a doctor of both archaeology and theology, Ebert has many mystical items at home, which can block the damage from mysticism to a certain extent. But in front of Wu Chang, whose inspiration is as high as 90 points, those amulet statues are no different from ordinary crafts. In the state of evil spirit, he saw a ball of white life fire in Ebert's body. He pointed at the fire in the void, and a ball of black gas gushed out from his fingertips and sank into Ebert's body. With a whoosh, all the candles around the altar went out. Ebert wanted to turn around and relight the candles, but he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Ebert did not survive the attribute judgment of evil spirit. The sum of the target's inspiration and will attributes is lower than 50% of the sum of the user's two attributes, triggering effects, plague, demon suppression. Wu Chang was a little surprised. He originally thought that he could trigger all three effects, but he didn't expect Ebert to have something. But it makes sense. In a world with mysticism, archaeology and theology are both ranked in the T1 echelon when it comes to committing suicide. Ebert can live so long, so his inspiration value must not be low. Plague: when the target is affected by the plague effect, it will randomly acquire 15 major diseases. The lower the current health value, the more serious the disease, the more the target inspiration attribute differs from the user, the more types of diseases there are. Demons: when the target is affected by the demons, it will have hallucinations and suffer mental shock. The effect depends on the difference in inspiration attribute between the target and the user. Although Wu Chang cannot control which effect the plague and demons trigger, he can control the strength of the effect after the effect comes out randomly. He was afraid that he would kill Ebert in one go and he would not have time to torture himself, so he greatly weakened the two effects. The weakened plague will only make Ebert have crazy diarrhea, high fever, and blurred vision. The weakened ghost will make Ebert have nightmares about the church and the saint. He will be extremely tired after waking up, unable to concentrate, and have hallucinations. He is so cautious in dealing with the enemy. He is really too martial and respectful to the elderly. After removing the spirit state, he dragged the empty trailer and returned to the post office. Halfway through the journey, when passing a shipyard, he saw 5 or 6 workers in the shipyard busy. Under the shade of the tree outside the shipyard, a familiar figure was lying on the ground, crossing his legs and being lazy. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows. He was worried about how to verify the information he collected before, but the little white mouse is here. Crimson Courtyard, Red Wave Space, Dungeon Waiting Hall. After hearing what Nianhua said, Leihua had a look of, "Are you kidding me? You mean, our people were involved in the quiet town because Jianqing mixed in with the newcomers and queued for the dungeon with them?" Nianhua looked back at the big man behind him, and when he saw the big man nodded, he said, "Yes. Jianqing is a genius that the evolutionary school has high hopes for, and he is naturally very compatible with the sword profession. Not only did he obtain the hidden profession Jianzone, but he also started the pre-job transfer of the sword cultivation profession in the wilderness. In the second layer of the abyss, the strength of the sword cultivation is recognized as the top 10. It can be said that as long as Jianqing grows up, he will definitely have a seat at the table of the big man of the administration in the future. Such a genius is the future of the administration." When it comes to Jianqing, Leihua and Meng Yan's expressions become solemn. Although Zhongdeng, who was sent by the evolutionary school to support the scene, has a long history, his talent is already fixed, and he has no momentum. Sooner or later, he will be eliminated by the times. The two of them could ignore Zhongdeng's account, but they could not ignore Jianqing. The world is so realistic. There is never absolute fairness. Even for an organization like the administration that emphasizes rules and order, when it comes to certain special beings, the rules must give way to them. Leihua asked, "What is Jianqing doing among the newcomers?" "You won't tell me that his job transfer task is to lead the newcomers through the dungeon." Nianhua wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a slightly aggrieved tone, "The higher-ups ordered me to find a few trustworthy newcomers to lower the score for Jianqing during dungeon matching and enter the low-level dungeon with the reward authority. The higher-ups ordered him to match the lower the dungeon level, the better. He thought it was a piece of work that could be easily accomplished. There were 6 rookies responsible for lowering the evaluation. Even if they couldn't get a level dungeon, they would at most be a weak level. Who is Jianqing? A genius player with a hidden profession at level 20, a master who can walk sideways in a level dungeon and has cleared in a level dungeon once. Wouldn't he kill people in a level dungeon? But who would have thought that there were hundreds of level dungeons, so how could they be ranked in the most deadly quiet town? Now, not only did he lose his credit, but he would also be hated by the entire Order faction. There must be a bad guy. Cotton's answer did not satisfy Leihua, but made him even more puzzled. You mean, Jianqing is so weak that he doesn't even dare to enter the dungeon by himself? Cotton's expression froze, and he looked back at the big boss behind him. This time he was not asking the big boss for his opinion, but he didn't know why. Let me talk about the rest. The middle-aged man of the Evolution faction waved his hand, motioning Lei Hua and Meng Yuan to go to the lounge with him to chat. Entering the lounge, they found that two people had already sat in it in advance. They were very familiar with the bald strong man, who was their own director Gao. The other person, they had only seen from a distance a few times. The man looked only in his early 30s, but his momentum was as steady as an old man in his 50s or 60s. He did not wear fancy costumes and props, but a standard military uniform. In Mianhua's eyes, the middle-aged man of the evolutionary school, who could be called a big shot, would also respectfully greet him when he saw him. Su Dejuan, the first member of the administration who entered the Abyss game when the Abyss game began to absorb players on a large scale 20 years ago, is a real big shot. He is one of the 3 highest leaders of the administration in the wilderness. He is a neutral person who doesn't care whether the future route is the evolutionary school or the order school. He only cares about the result. It is enough to make Xiagua stronger and the administration stronger. Only by bringing out a big shot of this level can today's incident be suppressed. Otherwise, with the level of troublemakers of Lei Hua and Meng Yuan, plus a mean director Gao sitting behind them, it will definitely be known to everyone in the entire administration. Su Dejuan looked at everyone and said, Lin Jiang just told me the basic situation of the matter. They concealed the problem and took inappropriate methods to deal with it. They were indeed wrong. But Jianqing is indeed a good kid, so we have to find a way to keep him alive. I'm not here to take sides. Lin Jiang and his men admit their mistakes and punishments. They will pay compensation to those who can come out alive, and they are willing to pay pensions to those who died. The amount will be doubled according to the maximum amount of the corresponding specifications. If he doesn't give it, I will ask for it for you. In just a few words, Su Dejuan has circled the direction of solving the problem. Lei Hua and Meng Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man named Lin Jiang and cursed him as an old fox. As soon as the matter was exposed, he asked Su Dejuan to come forward. Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to go against Su Dejuan, so they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Su Dejuan looked at Lin Jiang and motioned him to tell everyone the details. Lin Jiang sighed and slowly told everyone the situation. The cause of the incident was really because of Jianqing's job transfer task. In a level copy, Jianqing triggered the pre-job transfer task, and the item needed to complete the task happened to be in the hands of a player who believed in the evil god. While completing the task, Jianqing stopped the player's plan, smashed the altar he had set up, cut open the temporary body needed for the evil god to descend, and took out the task item he wanted from the heart of the body. Since then, Jianqing has been targeted by the group of evil god believers. According to the task requirements, Jianqing must pass through 5 copy worlds with the task item, and at least pass 2 copies before he can absorb it. But the mission items he obtained were contaminated with the evil god's aura, and were locked by the evil god's followers in a special way. Halfway through the first dungeon world, a player suddenly went crazy and destroyed important props, causing the main mission to fail directly. In the second dungeon world, the natives in the protected dungeon were suddenly possessed by an evil spirit. They ran to kill people, allowing the boss to enter its complete body, and almost led them to annihilation. The failure to clear the dungeon twice in a row put Jianqing and the Evolution faction on guard. In the third dungeon world, in order to ensure that Sword Star was not disturbed, the Evolutionary Party specifically applied for permission to block a clever single-player dungeon that was on the verge of getting out of control. As a result, for some unknown reason, the dungeon that was halfway through was completely out of control without any warning. If Jianqing hadn't used life-saving items to force his way out, he would have been completely trapped in the out-of-control dungeon. Failing to clear the level 3 times in a row not only puts Jianqing's job transfer mission on the verge of failure, but also the penalty for failing to clear the level 3 times in a row deducts the upper limit of Jianqing's 14 will points. If he fails to clear the level for the 4th time in a row, 16 points of his will limit will be deducted this time. Sword Star's distribution of will attributes is not much. If he fails again, regardless of the previous tasks, he will lose control first. In desperation, the Evolution faction came up with this strategy, planning to let Sword Star sneak into the new players, let the new players lower their matching scores, and then use the reward dungeon props to enter the low-level dungeon. And the lower, the better. Facing ordinary level or clevel dungeons, Sword Star's ability can easily crush them. Even if there are followers of the evil god causing trouble, facing the absolute numerical value, they will not be able to stir up any trouble. However, what Lin Jiang and other radicals didn't expect was that Jian Xing actually entered the Quiet Town. The actual difficulty of Quiet Town is probably higher than the average level dungeon that is on the verge of losing control. In addition, the upper limit of sword stars will is lowered, so one must always beware of losing control. 100% of the strength can only be used 70% to 80%, and it is even more dangerous to pass the level. Having said this, Lin Jiang bowed to Wanhai City branch and others and said, "Although I know it's shameless to say this, I still hope to use the power of the Order faction and the prop kept by the Wanhai City Countermeasures Bureau to send a helper to Sword Star." Before Director Gao could express his position, Su Dijuan coughed slightly and pointed to the sky. Under Su Dijuan's operation, the ceiling above everyone's heads became transparent, revealing a huge countdown above the Crimson Courtyard. Wu Chang had seen this countdown before. When he first entered the public area of the Crimson Courtyard, the countdown was still 100, but now it only had 80 left. There are only 80 days left before the World Dungeon in the Wild World. We need as much power as possible. If Jian Xing can change his job to a sword cultivator in the Wild World, his strength will not be much weaker than Lung Shan. Su Dijuan's meaning is very clear, Jian Xing wants to save him. After a moment of silence, Director Gao sighed and said, "I can lend you the props, but for those who enter the dungeon, you have to figure it out yourself. Also, after entering the dungeon, I want you to try your best to ensure the safety of our newcomers." Lin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and assured, "No problem, Sword Star itself has the same idea." He was only willing to cooperate with our plan when we promised to provide access to intermediate reward copies to further reduce the risks to newcomers. I have seen the information of the people who entered the dungeon. With the protection of Sword Star, the safety of most players should be guaranteed. For example, there is a player named Hamster who has defensive skills. Even in ordinary level dungeons, it's not necessarily impossible to survive. But this evaluation is D. A newcomer with only 2 skills at level 7 and no survival and defensive skills, let alone Sword Star, there is no guarantee that he can come out alive if he were replaced by anyone else. The ugly words are ahead. If necessary, I would even advise subsequent players to give up on him. In the dungeon, Wu Chang, who was about to talk to the player who was lazing under the tree, sneezed. "Which little cutie misses him?" I posted a 71 before, but one of the illegal paragraphs was locked. I didn't have time to wait for review, so I revised it and posted it again. There will be another 71 released soon or tomorrow. The content is repetitive. If you have already seen it, you don't need to read it. Hansher still couldn't figure out how he, the boss, and the bald man separated from the main army and came to this new dungeon. They are the core members of the Clevel Dungeon Strategy Team of the Iron Armored Regiment. They have the ability to collect dungeon intelligence, investigate dungeon output, and formulate strategy plans. It can be said that they know the Quiet Town thoroughly. He even clearly remembers the first appearance of the Quiet Town 74 days ago. He specializes in the field and is very confident in his business abilities. No one knows Clevel dungeons better than the trio. How difficult can it be for a dungeon that has just appeared for 74 days? That little bastard from the administration still wants to deceive them. It's laughable to think about it. However, both he and the boss could understand that Baldy had a mental breakdown while conquering the dungeon. He was saved afterwards, but the root of his illness was left behind. When he is sick, everyone looks like his first love, and he will want to do something uncontrollably. This was bad, but he and the boss couldn't say anything about it. Because Bald Man's will collapsed in order to save the two of them, so no matter how big trouble Bald Man caused, they had to follow behind to wipe his ass. Who makes them owe others their lives? In order to prevent them from getting into trouble with the newcomers, the guy from the administration wanted to involve them with the occupations assigned to everyone in the dungeon. Although the boy definitely exaggerated the importance of the job, there was indeed something strange about the Quiet Town copy. The 3 of them were randomly assigned to be shipbuilders, lumberjacks, and porters. There are not many jobs assigned to them, but the weird thing is that every time they complete a job, their upper limit of strength will be deducted. Baldy tried it, and the more he worked, the more deductions he got, but the reward for his hard work was that the townspeople's attitude towards them became better. What a joke! When the 3 brothers conquered the dungeon on Sakurajima and took turns to increase the favorability of the shogun's wife, they didn't have this much trouble. To be on the safe side, the boss and the bald man continued to complete their work. He, whose strength attributes were not as good as the 2, retained his strength and stayed on the sidelines for the time being. To put it simply, it is fishing. He took out the shrunken staff and injected energy into it, and the gem at the top of the staff flashed red. He put the red gem close to his mouth and lit the pipe he was holding. Take a deep breath and blow out a smoke ring happily. It feels really good not to work. It is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life. He has never worked in the real world. How could he come to the dungeon world to work as a coolie? While he was enjoying the beautiful dusk, a guy wearing a postman's uniform came towards him. He recognized the postman. He was one of the newcomers to the administration. What is it called? It seems to be a trash fish? Boy, what are you looking at? He blew out a puff of smoke towards Wu Chang and asked slightly provocatively. The postman looked like a new player. When he was called out like this, he was immediately at a loss. He was so nervous that he subconsciously picked up his hands. I didn't see anything. I just think that we are all players and should say hello when we meet. Wu Chang was so nervous that his face turned red. Han Shi took a puff of his pipe and asked, I'm done saying hello, do you have anything else to do? Wu Chang shook his head and said, there is nothing else. I just want to remind you to remember to complete the work. The boss of Jianqing said that it is important to complete the work. Han Shi blew out a stream of smoke from his nostrils, and he felt that the newcomer in front of him was a stupid young man. I had nothing to do, so I wanted to take the opportunity to tease him. So have you finished your work? Wu Chang smiled awkwardly. I tried to send 2 packages, but every time I sent a package, 0.3 of my will limit was deducted. With my attributes, I can't do much. Then what did you get in exchange for spending 0.6 of your will limit on work? The townspeople's favorability towards me seems to have improved a bit. Han Shi shook his head and secretly thought that Ling Tu-ching was indeed Ling Tu-ching. Although his senses were sharp and he could detect changes in the favorability of the townspeople, he revealed the information he had finally collected after just a few casual conversations. You know, every piece of information is money. Work can be exchanged for the favorability of the townspeople, and different types of work consume different attributes to complete the work. If these 2 pieces of information are put outside, with a little packaging, they can easily be sold for thousands of rotten silver coins. He pressed the tobacco in his pipe and said, let me tell you, even if the dungeon is difficult, there is a basic law that is difficult. Is there a notice posted in the town saying what will happen if you don't work? No. Wu Chang shook his head. That's it. This kind of soft rule is not completely untouchable. When you touch its bottom line, someone will naturally remind you, and then you can change it. Han Shi glanced at Wu Chang. His tone was calm and unhurried, emphasizing his rich experience. But you have to know that if attributes are gone, they are really gone. Wu Chang suddenly understood, and his eyes twinkled as he looked at Han Shi. I see, senior players are indeed very experienced. Being praised by Wu Chang, Han Shi's face showed a little satisfaction and he continued, you scattered people are just trying to make a name for yourself. If the administration waived, you would run over and become peripheral members of others. A casual person with mediocre qualifications like you can't learn anything in the bureau. The bureau is too big. How can the people above know who you are? On the contrary, backbone forces like our Iron Armored Corps can best train people. It is also the easiest to learn real skills. Every veteran knows how difficult it is to collect intelligence in a dungeon. Even if you collect intelligence, it takes a lot of effort to verify it. There are not many fools like Wu Chang who can share intelligence directly without any schemes. Han Shi will naturally not miss this opportunity. He immediately recommended Wu Chang to join the Iron Armored Corps and told him that he would have a future if he joined the Iron Armored Corps. He also promised that as long as Wu Chang repeated what Jian Xing told them, he would ensure that Wu Chang would join the Iron Armored Corps when he had served as an assistant for a long time and had no hope of becoming a regular employee. Han Shi boasted and made a big promise, but Wu Chang was confused and believed everything he heard. In a blink of an eye, it was completely dark, and the workers in the shipyard finished get-off work. Okay, that's all for today. If you have any gains tomorrow, come here to find me. If you have nothing else, just do your own things first. Han Shi patted the dust off his clothes and sent Wu Chang away immediately. Wu Chang nodded and turned around and left obediently. Han Shi went to the town restaurant and ordered a fried egg and sea fish set meal. The waiter saw that he looked very unhappy. Information spread quickly in the town. Once a lazy guy came to the town, everyone would know it soon. No one would treat lazy guys well. When the waiter delivered the meal, his thumb with mud in his nails even poked directly into the fish meat. Han Shi felt sick and shouted, "Change me one." The waiter was very polite and replied, "If you like it, eat it. If you don't want it, get out." Hanshur, who had a bad temper, immediately grabbed the waiter's hair and stuffed the contaminated fish meat into the waiter's mouth. Then he took a raw fish directly from the kitchen and turned away. The temporary residence of the 3 members of the Iron Armored Group was a 3-linked wooden house on the edge of the town. Most of the places where outsiders live are in such marginal areas. Because of the remote location, it takes several uninhabited paths to travel. Hanshur was hungry and angry. Not only was he not afraid of the path, but he was also looking forward to it. If something blind comes to attack him, it will be a good opportunity for him to vent his anger and collect some information. He strode into the path with the fish in his hand, and disappeared into thin air the next moment. 30 meters away from where Hanshur disappeared, the spirit Wu Chang slowly emerged. He tooted and muttered in a low voice, "You are indeed experienced, you know how to avoid dangers in the dungeon, and you know that when the soft rules are seriously violated, you will first warn and then punish. But has your experience told you that this dungeon has an other world, and will first catch players who break the rules?" Hanshur was walking on the road when he felt that he had stepped on empty air. When he steadied himself and looked up, he found that the surroundings had changed. The path in front of him was no longer a secluded path, but a dilapidated dock. Looking back, there was endless darkness behind him, and there was no way back. He looked at the dock with a confused face. "Hey, what did you do with this kick? Is this still in the town of Brever?" The dock was dead silent, and the only answer he got was the surging waves. He swallowed his saliva, as if he had underestimated this clever copy that had just appeared. It was time for a big job. He threw the fish in his hand into his personal space, took out his Tumterlone light blue metal staff, and then began to observe the dock. The wood used to build the dock was a few years old. Under the erosion of sea breeze and sea water, it had lost its hardness. It felt soft when stepped on, and you could feel that the wood was full of moisture. He sniffed, and in addition to the fishy smell of seawater, there was also a strong fishy smell, the moldy smell of rotting wood, and the smell of blood. The source of the bloody smell was the rotten wood under his feet. He injected energy into the staff, and the gem on the top of the staff emitted light, illuminating the surroundings. With the light, he saw that the wood was not full of water, but blood. With every step he took, red blood seeped out from the gaps between the boards. He inserted the end of the staff with spikes into the gaps between the boards and pried it upwards. The rotten board was easily pried open, and a round eye was revealed in the hole. Feeling the light, the eyeballs moved, and the pupils were aimed at Hanshur. Even though Hanshur was experienced, he was frightened when he saw the scene suddenly. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down and looked at the eyes under the board again. He found that it was not a human eye, but a fish eye. Snap! The next moment, the fish that was looking at him jumped out of the hole and fell heavily on the wooden dock. As the first fish jumped out, more eyes began to emerge in the hole. Under the floor of the dock, it seemed to be connected to a fish pit, and fish jumped out of the hole one after another, as if it would never stop. After each fish jumped out of the hole, it would jump to the sea surface. The first fish to get out was already one step away from the edge of the dock. Just as it made its last leap, a large hand covered with scales stretched out from under the sea and grabbed the leaping sea fish. After the alley-oop, it was a slam dunk. A huge mermaid over 3 meters tall jumped out of the water and swallowed the sea fish it caught. Hanshur looked at the mermaid in front of him with his teeth bared. Why is this mermaid different from the one he saw when he was a child? Aren't mermaids human bodies and fish tails? Why is this mermaid in front of him a fish head and human legs? Did he see it wrong before? Forget it, since the monster has spawned, just kill it. Hanshur chanted the spell, and the energy in his body turned into light and condensed at the tip of the staff, turning into a 3-meter-long light blade. He stepped forward, picked up the light blade in his hand, and immediately cut off one of the fishman's claws. Then he chopped down with his backhand, cutting off the other claw of the fishman. "Hey, fishman, do you understand me?" The fishman opened his mouth and roared. The sound was deafening. Hanshur covered his ears with one hand, waved the staff with the other hand, and chopped off the fishman's head with the light blade. It seems that there is no communication. He squatted down and examined the body of the fishman. The mermaid's meat is very tight and the physique is strong, with probably 12 or 13 levels of attributes. As an elite monster, it is at most downstream in the Clevel dungeon, and it does not pose any threat to him. If they appear in groups, it can still cause some trouble to him. He was careless before. There are some things in the dungeon of Quiet Town, but not much. Before Hanshur could cut open the fishman's body and further study what kind of monster it was, countless shadows emerged from the sea around the dock.
Then, a series of fishmen jumped out of the sea like firecrackers, landed on the deck, and stared at Hanshur. Hanshur swallowed his saliva and slapped himself. What a crow's mouth says is true. He glanced around and found that there were no less than 20 fishmen. Just 20 fish-headed monsters want to take down Hanshur? Hanshur snorted coldly and condensed the light blade in his hand again. Half an hour later, Hanshur, who was covered in wounds, raised his staff without a light blade and smashed the head of the last fishman. He was so tired that he sat on the ground. This time it was finally over. Woo! A low horn came from a distance, followed by the sound of countless oars hitting the waves. Hanshur looked into the distance and saw a fleet of 7 or 8 medium-sized wooden boats speeding towards the dock. On each wooden boat, there were at least 20 fully armed fishmen. At the same time, a bronze statue appeared out of thin air, staring at Hanshur, and Hanshur felt a chill on his back. It's broken, it's a skill judgment. He wanted to raise his will to resist, but found that it was too late. There was a sinner status on his attribute panel, and all attributes were weakened by 1/5. Looking at the fishman fleet that had already docked, Hanshur felt a sense of despair in his heart. At the same time, outside the dungeon, Wu Changjin, who was squatting at the port of Brever, opened his eyes and looked at the life-size bronze statue of Earl Germain built to commemorate the opening of the port. Just now, a bright light suddenly flashed on the bronze statue of the Earl. The next moment, a light red resentment flashed across the bronze statue. Although the resentment disappeared very quickly, it was still discovered by Wu Chang, who had been squatting here for a long time. With the help of Hanshur's resentment, he saw everything that happened in the Murloc Pier. A few minutes later, Wu Chang's true self took one last look at the bronze statue, and his body disappeared into the darkness. Overall, tonight's experiment was a success. He verified the information left by the previous postman and found that the town of Brever really existed in this world. Verifying this piece of information was not unnecessary on his part. For Wu Chang, only the information generated from resentment after the player's death is completely credible. The information left by the former postman is written in letters. Let's not talk about whether there are code words and slang in it. Even if there are no hidden minds, no one can be sure whether the information recorded in it is true or not. Relying on Hanshur, a little white mouse, he not only verified the existence of the other world, but also verified another of his guesses. Brever's surface world and the inner world are not completely independent. There is a special connection between them. This connection is likely to be linked to the statues in the other world. Marty had already caught his attention when he insisted on executing the former postman under the bronze statue. After Hanshur was sucked into the other world, the bronze statue of the Earl on the pier in the outer world showed an abnormal reaction, which completely confirmed this speculation. As for the flash of resentment on the bronze statue, it was purely an unexpected surprise. One person has provided so much information. Brother Hanshi, you deserve to die and die well. Wu Chang can guarantee that he used Hanshur as a guinea pig just because Hanshur was strong enough to try out enough things in the copy. It was definitely not because he was petty and wanted to retaliate against the 3 dogs on the beach who tried to use them as cannon fodder and called him a trash fish. He never holds grudges. Just when Wu Chang had collected the information and was about to leave, a whistle sounded on the sea, and a red steamship with the post office badge sailed into the port. The mail from town has arrived. The natives of the dungeon plane have a very shady work schedule and love to work overtime in the middle of the night. What should the cargo ship do when it comes to the port in the middle of the night? Will the postman still sleep? Fortunately, his willpower is high enough, and not sleeping for a few days will not affect his spirit. For an ordinary person, even if the dungeon is not dangerous, he will be mentally exhausted after working night shifts for 30 days. The postman's messenger bag can restore his willpower, maybe it is for overtime. However, Wu Chang soon found out that he had wronged the cargo ship of the post office. It was not because the cargo ship had its own workers, so there was no need to trouble the postman to work overtime. It was because the guys on the cargo ship had no intention of loading and unloading. Through the eyes of his true self, he saw 2 strong men appear on the deck of the cargo ship. They lifted a wooden box, shouted 1, 2, 3, and threw the wooden box directly from the deck. The wooden box fell straight on the beach, and half of the box was immersed in water. Throwing away the cargo like throwing away garbage, the cargo ship did not stop for a moment and immediately sailed out of the port. It was as if there was something dirty on the island of Brever, and staying for one more second would pollute it. No, are the couriers in your copy planes so unrefined? Such violent disassembly, the complaint system is not working, right? In other words, they ran fast. If this operation was seen by Marty's group, they would make all the guys on the ship into blood eagles and let them fly one by one. Wu Chang came to the port and moved the wooden box out of the seawater. The wooden box was well sealed and no water entered it. The box was not small, but it only contained 3 packages. The recipients were Mayor Harrison, Sheriff Morena, and grocery store owner Marty. They were all heavyweights. The package that Marty mentioned before has arrived, and it's time to complete the bloody will of his predecessor. On the way back, when passing by the beach, he saw Jianqing and his assistants standing together. After the spirit fox found him, he waved to him. Seeing a few people, Wu Chang just remembered that Jianqing said when he just entered the dungeon yesterday that they should meet once a day to check the intelligence. He was the last one to arrive in the group of several people from the administration. After him, the Ronin and the bald man from the iron-armored group also came over with heavy hearts. After waiting for a while, seeing that no more people came, Jianqing started to exchange intelligence tonight. The starting order seemed to have been arranged before Wu Chang came, and the assistant from Donyang City spoke first. The job I randomly got is the back kitchen of the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant is a workaholic. His eyes are always staring at me, leaving me with almost no chance to rest and collect intelligence. But during the lunch break, I heard the waiter say that the boss is competing for a very important quota, and he must work hard enough. The second person to speak was Hamster. Because the incidence of public security incidents on Brever Island is 0, as a trainee police officer, her work is very easy. But I don't think the island is as safe as it appears. I secretly read the case records. In the past 30 days, 4 outsiders have committed suicide on the island, and their deaths are all very unusual. Hamster looked up at Wu Chang and Jianqing and said, for example, the former postman committed suicide by accidental injury with a letter cutter. In addition to suicide, there are also some accidental deaths, such as the former reporter's death from heatstroke. You should know that Brever Island has a standard marine climate, warm in winter and cool in summer, and frequent rainfall. There is indeed no more unexpected accidental death than death from heatstroke in such a place. Except for the 2 of them, the information obtained by others is not much. Ling Hu listened to Wu Chang's words and concentrated on hiding in the cathedral. The cathedral rarely mentioned things outside. It was only responsible for organizing prayers regularly and listening to the confessions of the townspeople. But she couldn't touch these for the time being. Jifeng's profession is a lighthouse keeper, and he is handing over his duties to the old keeper. The keys to the 2nd floor and above of the lighthouse are in the hands of the old keeper. He must complete a 10-day internship and pass the assessment before he can officially become a lighthouse keeper and enter the upper area. Tianyan's job was as a crew member, and his situation was the worst. The crew had a very serious hierarchy, and as a newcomer, he spent the whole day cleaning the deck, almost without a break. The worst thing was that the old employees were not even on board, so he couldn't eavesdrop on any news he wanted to. In general, it was difficult for the rookies to complete their work, and they couldn't collect any useful information. When it was Wu Chang's turn, he just took out the clippings left by the previous postman and provided some scattered copy world views, which Jianqing was very satisfied with. Before Jianqing spoke, the Ronin who had been listening could not help but stare at Jianqing and said in an extremely serious tone, "These dispensable information are useless no matter how much we hear. We need to know the truly useful intelligence, the intelligence you have concealed." Jianqing frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Hanshi, who was with us, has disappeared. When we first entered the dungeon, you mentioned more than once that we should pay attention to the dungeon. You must know some inside information, right? The 3 members of the iron-armored group have a close relationship. At this moment, for Hanshi, Ronin's tone is unfriendly, and he is ready to turn hostile on the spot if Jianqing doesn't say it. For Jianqing, clearing the dungeon is the top priority. He doesn't know what obstacles the evil god believers hiding in the dark will use. He must strive for all the power he can. After a brief hesitation, he told the story of the Deep Water Society. However, in order to prevent Wu Chang and other newcomers from being too desperate, they did not say that those who entered the dungeon were level exploration teams, but that they were ordinary dungeon strategy groups. As for the important information about career and work, it came from 2 players of Deepwater Club who were mentally disturbed and had been controlled. The most frequently repeated word in their mouths is work. Because of 2 malicious incidents that got out of control, the administration followed the clues and discovered the threat to the quiet town, which sounded reasonable. Swordstar even reported the specific name of Deepwater Society, which made this information much more credible. Coupled with the division of labor among the trio, they did ask Hansher not to work for the time being, just in time for the work that Jianqing repeatedly mentioned.
Ronan said doubtfully, so you mean, Hansher's disappearance is related to his negative work?
Having said this, the facilitator from Dongyang City raised his hand and whispered, I have seen your companions.
Ronan stepped in front of the helper. Where? When? In the restaurant when it gets dark.
The helper told what happened in the restaurant, and the Ronin was silent for a while, then turned around and left the beach with his bald head.
After the two of them walked away, Wu Chang muttered at a volume that everyone could hear, are they prostitution for free?
Jianqing didn't care about this, and after the two left, he began to share the information he had obtained. He took out a small wooden box the size of a suitcase from his carry-on space. A thick lens protruded from the front of the wooden box, and a bulky tripod was fixed below. He shared the description of the props with everyone.
Item name, fully automatic camera. Prop type, copy prop. Item level, D. Prop skill, capture. Skill description, as a mature camera, it will dig out big news and capture unexpected photos.
But sometimes the photos taken will bring bad luck to the user. Remarks, although this camera can only be used by reporters, because the camera is too mature and will complete the work according to its own will, it sometimes loses control and captures everything it feels. Jianqing took out more than 20 black and white photos. Under each photo, there were small words indicating the shooting location.
This camera is a reporter's exclusive tool. It can take supernatural photos that are invisible to the naked eye. I think there may be important clues hidden in these photos. Let's take a look first and leave an impression. Wu Chang looked through the photos and asked casually, are these all the abnormal areas on the island? Jianqing smiled bitterly and said, not only that, the photos here are only a small part.
Every time this camera takes a picture, my temporary inspiration limit will increase by 0.5. Just taking these pictures almost makes me lose control of my inspiration.
Wu Chang looked through the photos calmly.
When he turned over a photo titled In Front of the Cathedral, his eyes paused. This photo was in color in his eyes.
Red to be precise. The red of resentment. The background of the photo is the square in front of the town's cathedral.
On the left edge of the picture, you can vaguely see the faceless statue of the Virgin Mary. In the center of the picture is a charred corpse. The corpse has a strange posture. He kneels on the ground, grabbing his torn chest with both hands, pulling it to both sides desperately, as if to spread out the whole body, telling the audience around him that when looking at a person, you should not only look at the appearance, but also look at the inside. But in his torn chest, all kinds of organs disappeared, replaced by charcoal with burning embers filling the entire chest cavity. From his posture, Wu Chang had a hunch that the deceased stuffed the burning charcoal into his chest himself. The resentment of the deceased is located on the face of the Virgin Mary, like a line of blood and tears. As Wu Chang stared, the resentment like blood and tears unfolded, revealing the scene recorded in the resentment. The deceased in the photo is a young woman, holding the camera that Jianqing is using at the moment, and running wildly in the streets of the town. Unlike the real world, the world where the dead live, the whole street, and even the whole town are in a raging fire.
Obviously, this is a new area of the other world.
If nothing unexpected happens, she is the former reporter who died of heatstroke in the mouth of the hamster.
The reporter ran in a panic.
Behind her, she could see dozens of townspeople with flames all over their bodies, rushing towards her screaming.
The reporter ran and cursed in a low voice.
Damn it, Tony is dead, Logan is dead, Banner is dead and disappeared with Steve, and now even I am going to die in this nameless little copy. From this familiar naming method, it is not difficult to recognize that the owner of the resentment, like the former postman, comes from the organization called Deep Water Society in Jianqing's mouth. From what she said, when the scene in the resentment happened, they had already lost a lot of people, which sounded like Thanos snapped his fingers again. According to the naming rules, he guessed that the code name of the former reporter was Natasha.
It's all Tony's fault for attacking the lighthouse.
Now, it's hard to say whether the gate of the Earl's Manor was opened or not, and the inner world is in chaos. According to her, they rushed into the lighthouse by the sea and turned on a switch. That switch might open the gate to the Earl's Manor, but it would also cause the inner world to fall into some kind of chaos. While complaining, the reporter was looking for a way to leave the inner world. But she was like a ghost wall. No matter what route she chose, she couldn't leave the town center.
Not long after, she was surrounded by countless burning townspeople.
As a senior player who could team up with the former postman, the reporter was naturally not given for nothing. She took out a long whip from her personal space and swung it around vigorously, fighting and retreating. The swung long whip emitted a sharp wind blade, and the long whip itself also flashed with a metallic luster. The townspeople who were touched by the wind blade would be cut into two pieces immediately,
and if they were hit by the long whip, they would explode into a ball of fire on the spot. The battle was one-sided. The burning townspeople were much weaker than the fishmen at the dock. Rather than fighting, it was more like a group of people sending their heads. It seemed that the reporter had opened the wuxuan, but he killed dozens of burning townspeople. His expression did not relax at all, and his face became more and more ugly. When she retreated all the way to the cathedral, she finally couldn't help it. She opened her mouth and wailed in pain, but just halfway through the wailing, flames gushed out of her mouth, turning the wailing into a vague whimper. She felt that her internal organs were as painful as being burned by flames, so painful that she had to cut open her stomach to cool it down. At this time, the statue of the Virgin Mary behind her moved. The statue of the Virgin Mary walked behind the reporter and whispered, "The gods will accept all the confessions of sinners and exempt them from the pain they endure." As if guided, the reporter put down the long whip in his hand, took out a short knife, knelt in front of the statue of the Virgin Mary, cut himself open, and showed his sins to the statue of the Virgin Mary. The scene of resentment came to an abrupt end. But before the end of the resentment, Wu Chang saw the sin displayed by the reporter. Relying on the ability he had developed after seeing Lehman's true body, he saw a pure emotion in the reporter's body. Jealousy. The reporter's sin was nothing but jealousy. Interesting. The first time Wu Chang regained consciousness, he heard Jian Xing's voice. "Hey, are you okay?" Wu Chang yawned, rubbed his eyes, and said, "I didn't sleep well yesterday, and I worked all day today, so I was a little distracted." Jian Xing reminded him, "Don't rush to clear the dungeon. Keeping a full spirit and calm judgment is the key to surviving in the dungeon." "Teach me." Jian Xing let everyone look at the photos, and after they had a basic impression of the images in the photos, they ended today's meeting. Until he left, Wu Chang did not tell anyone about the other world. Concealing information does not mean that he is prepared to treat others as guinea pigs like he treated Han Shi. On the contrary, concealing information is to save them. Judging from the number of people present at the gathering, only the melancholic Artie Man and Han Shi were absent. Melancholic Artie Man entangled his true self right from the start, and his vision and inspiration were extremely sharp, so he would not be a character who would die easily. So the only one who was sucked into the other world last night should be Han Shi. In other words, as long as you don't commit suicide like the previous postman, the other world is likely to only suck in one player every night. Jianqing and his team were too slow to clear the level, so they pretended to accidentally leak information to Jianqing bit by bit. Even if Jianqing could clear the level, almost all the newbies in the dungeon would be dead. If he were to come, as long as he could clear the level quickly enough, he might be able to let these rookies leave safely. Although Jianqing took the blame when he first entered the dungeon, he knew his own business. As a dungeon that had been tampered with and would be self-contaminated, the difficulty of the Quiet Town was no less than that of a dungeon on the verge of losing control. It should be mainly his credit that he was matched to this dungeon. In the Abyss game, life and death are at your own risk. If there is danger, he doesn't mind using these rookies as bait, but within his ability, the incident was caused by him, and he would try his best to help. And he doesn't fully trust Jianqing yet. Jianqing has not yet explained what his purpose is in mixing with the newbies. But he looks like a good person at the moment. If he can't hold it back any time, he will show his fox tail. The town of Brever Values rules the most, and there are ways to arrange him. The next morning, just after dawn, Wu Chang left the post office with a courier box. The first stop for delivery was the mayor's house. Mayor Harrison saw him and immediately smiled like seeing an old friend. "Guess who I saw? An excellent young man. More than one person told me last night that you delivered all the backlog of mail in the town." Wu Chang showed a professional smile like a salesman on his face. "The first time I came to the island, I was deeply fascinated by this place. As long as I can integrate into this paradise-like town and gain people's recognition, I can do anything." Harrison pursed his lips exaggeratedly. "I feel the drive of young people." Harrison put the package at the door, turned back to the study, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to Wu Chang. "No matter what others say, kid, you have already got my recognition, and I believe the other two will not reject you." Harrison gave him a letter of recommendation to join the town council. With the establishment of the sea route, more and more outsiders came to Brever Island, and these outsiders needed a representative, a seat on the town council. The residents of Brever were only willing to give these outsiders a seat to speak. This position is still vacant, first come first served. And Wu Chang was the one Harrison chose. There were 3 blanks on the recommendation letter, and a list was attached to the letter, which recorded the identities of the 21 town councilors. Wu Chang needed to get the recommendation of 3 of them to officially join the town council. The first blank was signed by Harrison. He looked through the list of town councilors and saw Sheriff Morena and grocery store owner Marty. Isn't this a coincidence?
Leaving the mayor's house, Wu Chang headed towards the police station. When passing by the cathedral, I saw the spirit fox cleaning the fallen leaves again.
Compared with yesterday, Ling Hu's mood was more stable and his spirit was not so depressed.
When Ling Hu saw him, his mood obviously became much higher, and he trotted towards him.
You look better.
Ling Hu smiled and said, thanks to you, I calmed down.
You are right. As long as we do what we should do, everything will get better.
Ling Hu was a nun by profession, and his hidden side mission is to find the saint. If the saint ever appears in Brever, she will definitely stop at the cathedral. At the moment, Ling Hu seems to be unguarded against him and has an inexplicable trust in him.
This is a good opportunity to obtain information. Wait, something seems not right. He should be doing something else.
Forget it, now is not the time to be distracted.
Wu Chang shook his head, threw the inexplicable sense of disobedience out of his mind, and asked, how are you doing at the cathedral? Hearing Wu Chang ask about himself, Ling Hu smiled on his face.
Everyone in the church is very friendly and much easier to get along with than those in the workplace, especially the priest.
After dinner, he will lead us to pray together.
After praying, I will feel much calmer and can increase my temporary will by 0.5.
Wu Chang was a little surprised.
Other professional jobs would reduce attributes, but how could a nun complete her work and increase temporary attributes? He really wanted to ask if the church was still short of people and whether it would accept part-time jobs.
Ling Hu continued, the only unusual thing is that the bishop is a little weird. He sewed his eyes shut with rough wire. Every time I see him, I always feel like I am being watched by something dangerous. Wu Chang nodded, noted down the bishop who had his eyes sewn shut, and then asked, why didn't you tell Jianqing this information last night?
Ling Hu whispered, I'm worried that he will let me test the bishop.
Then you can tell me with confidence?
You won't.
Wu Chang shrugged.
He didn't think he was so reliable, and he didn't know why Ling Hu had confidence in him.
By the way, how are you doing?
Ling Hu paused for a moment, then asked as if he mustered up the courage.
I'm fine.
I'm going to deliver her package to the police chief now. After Wu Chang finished speaking, he waved to Ling Hu and continued walking towards the police station. Seeing that Wu Chang responded perfunctorily and left in a hurry after getting the information, Ling Hu looked disappointed. Are you in such a hurry? Wu Chang walked halfway and remembered something. He expected that he would gain a lot today, and he might need the church knowledge that Ling Hu had learned, so he turned around and shouted, I will come to see you tomorrow, remember to wait for me.
Ling Hu smiled and replied, okay. When he arrived at the police station, Wu Chang didn't see Morena in the lobby, so he asked the hamster who was mopping the floor, where's the sheriff?
The hamster pointed to the closed sheriff's office and whispered, when the sheriff came today, he locked himself in the room and refused to open the door. Her condition is strange, so be careful.
Understood. Wu Chang made an okay gesture and walked towards the sheriff's office. Boom boom. Chief Morena. A hoarse and trembling voice sounded from behind the door. What's the matter? Wu Chang, I have your email. Leave it at the door. There is one more thing I need to trouble you with.
Mayor Harrison gave me a letter of recommendation.
I would like to ask you to sign it. Squeak.
The door to the sheriff's office opened a crack.
Wu Chang thought he was going to slip the letter of introduction through the crack in the door.
As soon as he approached, Morena suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled him into the house.
As the hamster said, Morena was not doing well. She was huddled in the office chair.
Her healthy, wheat-colored complexion was pale at the moment.
She was sweating a lot.
The white shirt on her body was soaked with sweat, revealing the black underwear under the shirt. She hugged her leg with one hand, desperately trying to stop the trembling of her body. She let go of Wu Chang with the other hand, pushed the scattered red hair aside, then bent her index finger and put it in her mouth to bite lightly.
Wu Chang frowned. Morena's state looked like some kind of withdrawal reaction. Morena bit her finger and looked up at him. Harrison wants you to join the town council? Yes, I would like to ask you to be my recommender. What a lucky guy, you don't know what kind of miracle you are going to enjoy. Morena whispered. Morena seemed to have thought of something, stood up from her chair and walked to Wu Chang.
The two were so close that Wu Chang could feel Morena's breathing and smell her scent.
Don't they say that beautiful girls' sweat smells like strawberry? Why does the sweat on Morena's body have a faint fishy smell? Could it be that you sprayed a Hautuinia cordata-scented perfume?
Morena stayed close to Wu Chang and said, it's not impossible for you to join, but it depends on your performance. Wu Chang grinned and said with some reluctance, "Sergeant, I'm not a prostitute."
Of course, if Morina insists on asking, covering her nose is not impossible. Morina said something very disappointing in a hungry tone. "I don't want your body, at least not now. I want half of what you get tonight. If you agree, I will sign." Wu Chang wondered, "What will I get?" "Miracle. Can a miracle be cut in half?" "Can." Wu Chang shrugged, "Then it's a deal." He was not prepared to go back and forth with Morina over something he had not yet obtained. If what you get is really great, you can just regret it later. After getting Morina's autograph, only Marty was left. According to the agreement that night, Wu Chang waited until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after the grocery store closed, and walked in through the back door. Marty was right. The back door of the grocery store was so remote and surrounded by weeds and shrubs that no one would notice anyone entering through it. In the grocery store, Marty was the only one at home. Wu often checked around in his spirit form, but there was no one else in the house. After stepping on it, he coughed and shook the bell placed at the back entrance. Soon, heavy footsteps were heard on the wooden floor. As footsteps approached, the giant bear-like Marty squeezed out of the narrow corridor. When he saw the package in Wu Chang's hand, he was so excited that his face turned red. He took the package and gave Wu Chang a death bear hug. "Brother Sean, it's such a shame that you didn't come to town earlier. I swear to the Holy Mother, you are definitely the most professional guy I have ever met." Wu Chang broke away from Marty's death embrace, rubbed his painfully squeezed ribs, and then took out the letter of recommendation. "Mr. Marty, I would like to ask you to be my recommender." "No problem. You deserve it." Marty signed his name on the recommendation letter on the spot. "Brother Sean, do you know that since the establishment of the town council, the number of members has always been 21, never more, and never less? Your appearance breaks this routine." Marty handed the letter of introduction signed with 3 signatures to Wu Chang. "Congratulations on becoming the 22nd town councilor in the town. To be honest, I have always hated those so-called traditions. Traditions should be broken for outstanding people, especially those as outstanding as you." Wu Chang showed a humble smile. "I am very happy to be recognized by everyone. I will continue to work hard. Marty, I like you." Leaving through the back door, Wu Chang put the letter of introduction into his pocket and turned to look at the grocery store. Contrary to Marty, he likes traditions, especially those with a sense of ritual. He turned his head slightly and looked at the messy bushes. The clone of his true self in black robe walked out from behind the bushes and walked silently towards the back door of the grocery store. "There have always been only 21 town councilors. What a good tradition. When new people come in, old people should go out." "You are right." Ding dong. The bell at the back door of the grocery store rang. Marty looked puzzled. He didn't remember inviting anyone else. He walked to the back door and found a strange man in black standing there. He was sure that he didn't know the other person, and he had never even seen him in the town. Today was an important day, and he didn't want to be disturbed by someone who didn't know him. "Who are you?" The man in black picked up the fish-shaped wooden sculpture on the entrance and played with it in front of him. "Buy something. I don't sell my goods to people outside the island." Marty felt a little strange. He only recognized the residents of the town. In the past, he was very repulsive when he saw people outside the island. If it was other people outside the island who dared to touch his goods with their dirty hands, he would have cut off their hands long ago. I don't know what happened today. When he saw the man in black in front of him, he was not angry, but subconsciously admired him. "The man in black robe, can't you be flexible?" Marty wanted to refuse, but he somehow thought that the other party was a good person and he should help him, so he softened his tone. "What do you want to buy?" "The key to the dock where you executed the postman." "You are looking for death." The words of the man in black robe touched Marty's deepest secret, and even though he admired him very much, he also had a strong desire to kill him. He roared and tried to use the trick he used to kill the previous postman to make the messenger possess him and weaken the man in black robe. However, after the ability was activated, his body size only slightly increased. The effect was similar to the congestion of muscles after exercise, and there was no other change. The body of the man in black robe in front of him did not change at all, and he was obviously not affected. Why would the messenger of God protect an outsider from the island? Marty couldn't understand. The black-robed man said slowly, as if he saw through everything, "It seems that as long as the good and evil value and favorability are high enough, the power of the messenger of God cannot be activated." Marty's face became even uglier. Although he didn't understand what the good and evil value and favorability of the black-robed man meant, he could tell from his tone that he not only knew the messenger of God, but also knew how to resist the messenger of God. Who is he? Why can an outsider know so much? Marty was shocked and angry, but what surprised him even more was that even though the black-robed man revealed so many secrets, he still felt that the other party was a good person and should not attack him. Witchcraft. The other party must be a pagan who used witchcraft on him. Damn guy, I can tear you apart with my hands without the help of the messenger of God. Marty tried his best to pretend that he was angry and tried to approach the black-robed man, trying to suppress him with his absolute physical advantage. But there was no hostility in his heart, his punches and kicks were gentle and slow. From the state, he seemed to be driving the black-robed man away, rather than trying to keep him. Marty couldn't do it, but the black-robed man could. He raised his hand, and a silver revolver stretched out from under his robe. Seeing the muzzle of the gun, Marty cursed. He wanted to avoid the muzzle, but the narrow environment of the back door entrance made it particularly difficult for him to turn around. Stuck in the narrow corridor, he was like a fixed live target. With 6 consecutive gunshots, Marty was shot in all 4 limbs, especially 2 shots in each knee, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The black-robed man changed the bullets in front of him and continued to shoot. This time the bullets hit the shoulder and arm. The black-robed man made a sound and reloaded again. I don't know how many shots he fired before Marty couldn't bear the weakness in his body and slowly lost consciousness. The moment before he fainted, he had only one thought in his mind. At such a close distance, firing dozens of shots in a row, but none of them hit the vital points. Could the son of the beach opposite be a master of human body outlining? Seeing Marty lose consciousness due to excessive blood loss, Wu Chang put away the silver dawn and breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to catch Marty alive, not to kill him, so he avoided the vital points and only attacked Marty's limbs and joints. Who knew that Marty was a legendary endurance king, with an absurdly thick blood bar? He emptied the magazine 5 times, and his limbs were almost beaten into stuffing before he barely fainted. The situation was smoother than he expected. The clone condensed by the recreation of the true self could not only inherit the attributes on his panel, but also the hidden attributes that were not displayed on the panel. For example, the good and evil values hidden in the Quiet Town copy. The good and evil values accumulated by his original body by over-completing the work were successfully inherited to the true self, making Marty not only unable to borrow the power of the messenger of God, but also uncontrollably expressing friendliness to the true self. It's like you're playing a game, knowing that the monster in front of you is going to attack you, but the monster's head shows a green name. Without the power of the God's messenger, Marty is just a small elite monster in an ordinary Clevel copy, and his stats are far behind Lu Wei. In addition, his unwillingness to be an enemy of his true self further weakened his combat effectiveness. The combination of many factors made the battle one-sided. Lock Marty up and keep him from working. See if he will go crazy. The battle is over, and it's time to complete the former postman's bloody last words full of bad taste. Marty runs a grocery store. The advantage of a grocery store is that you can find a suitable substitute for whatever you need. To be on the safe side, he found a few bundles of hemp rope from the store and tied Marty up layer by layer. Then he entered the storeroom in the grocery store, lifted a floor, revealing a passage leading to the underground, and dragged Marty into it. Under the storeroom was a simple dungeon. The dungeon was only 20 to 30 square meters, with 4 or 5 iron cages like dog cages in the corner, piled with bones whose flesh and blood had not yet rotted. This cafeteria of rats and maggots exuded a terrible smell that should be indescribable. The smell settled and fermented in the unventilated underground. Just half a breath almost sent Wu Chang away. This dog thing is too unhygienic. Iron hooks and racks were fixed on the ceiling and walls of the dungeon. The huge iron tables and chairs were filled with various torture instruments, each of which was stained with black blood. This dungeon was discovered by Wu Chang when he used his spirit to scout the area before. It should be Marty's private game room. Marty's skillful technique in executing the former postman should have been practiced here. Thanks to Marty's special hobby, he didn't have to worry about where to imprison Marty. He threw Marty into the iron cage, and the rats and maggots in the skeleton were all ready to move when they smelled the smell of fresh flesh and blood. Wu Chang looked at the iron cage with disdain, and told you to clean up, but now that you are the tenant, you know the importance of the environment. Because the information Marty gave was too accurate, no townspeople noticed during the process. After cleaning up the bloodstains on the entrance, Wu Chang arranged his true self around the grocery store to prevent Marty from breaking free and escaping from the dungeon, and to transfer Marty in time if other townspeople found something wrong with the grocery store. Although he was very curious about the information about the messenger of God, the interrogation of Marty had to be postponed. He returned to the post office, changed into a formal suit, and went straight to the mayor's house with a letter of introduction. Today was the day he entered the town council. According to Marina, there was a grand event waiting for him in the evening. The first Tuesday of every month is the Grace Day of Brever. On this day, the townspeople will organize a celebration to praise the mercy and generosity of the Virgin Mary for giving them a good life today. The celebration was held in the center of the town, and the townspeople enjoyed grilled fish and barbecue and drank fine wine. The celebrating crowd formed a long line, holding torches, singing and dancing, from the tavern to the cathedral, and the carnival lasted all night. But during the celebration, some people would always stop and look unconsciously at the mountains on the west side of the island, with longing in their eyes. They knew that the celebration held there was the grace day that could truly be blessed by the gods. On the edge of the western mountainous area, near the cliff near the sea, there was a steep mountain road hanging on the edge of the mountain. The mountain road was less than 2 feet wide. If you stood facing the mountain, the back half of your feet would be hanging in the air. There was an iron chain fixed on the cliff. You had to hold the iron chain with both hands and move down on the narrow mountain road to reach the bottom of the cliff. Even with Wu Chang's attributes, he felt a little tired all the way, but Mayor Harrison, who was walking with him, didn't even breathe. The anticipation for what was coming diluted Mayor Harrison's fatigue. He pointed down and said, "Follow me, Sean, walk to the bottom and you will reach the place where we will gather tonight." When the two of them landed at the bottom of the cliff, there were already hundreds of townspeople waiting below. According to Harrison on the way, only the 100 townspeople who worked the hardest last month and the members of the town council were eligible to participate in the celebration at the bottom of the cliff. The venue of the celebration was no different from the ordinary coast. The only thing worth noting was that there was a bronze statue of a flying fish standing on the coast. Harrison took Wu Chang to a tall reef, raised the recommendation letter with his name written on it, and introduced him to everyone. "This outstanding young man next to me is the new postman on the island. You should have seen him. Although Sean has just entered the island, I believe that his seriousness, diligence and hard work have been recognized by everyone." Among the crowd, many were townspeople who received mail yesterday. They recognized Wu Chang very much and took the lead in cheering. Under their leadership, other townspeople who had never come into contact with Wu Chang also accepted him. The length of time is not the only criterion for determining whether an outsider can integrate here. In Sean, I see his love for Believer. This sincere attitude is more valuable than anything else. I think he is a role model for outsiders who want to integrate into Believer. He has not only gained my recognition, but also the recognition of the other 2 town councilors. According to tradition, our Mr. Sean will represent other outsiders on the island and become the new town councilor in the town. After Harrison finished speaking, the townspeople applauded in cooperation. Amid the applause, Marina put on the badge representing the town councilor for Wu Chang. When she put it on, she gave Wu Chang a look, reminding him not to forget the agreement between the two. Item name, Town Councilor Badge. Item type, Special Item description. Wearing the badge will gain the respect of the townspeople of Brever Town and can drive the townspeople to a certain extent. Located in the town of Brever, holding a copy of the item, there is a chance to see an additional message. Note, the name of the corresponding counselor is engraved on the back of the badge. Only the counselor can wear it, it cannot be transferred, and it will not be stolen. After a short inauguration ceremony, the crowd returned to silence. The townspeople gathered in groups of 7 or 8 to chat. If you observe carefully, you can find that they are a little absent-minded. Sometimes they look at the sky, sometimes at their pocket watches, and sometimes at the sea, as if they are looking forward to something coming. As time passed, the full moon in the sky rose to its highest point, the sound of the waves became louder and louder, and the tide gradually rose, submerging the coast where everyone was. The townspeople were already familiar with the changes before their eyes. They climbed onto the reef skillfully and looked at the tide eagerly. Seeing that the time was almost up, Harrison asked a counselor, "Are all the people here?" The counselor replied, "Marty and Professor Ebert haven't come yet. The reason is that they don't seem to be the kind of people who will miss the celebration." Harrison asked, "Professor Ebert is seriously ill and is being treated in the town hospital. He can't even get out of bed. There is no news from Marty. Someone was sent to his house." The house was dark and he seemed to have gone out. Harrison, "Then don't wait for him. Your mouths are quick, so that Marty can't catch up and have to give away other people's things." The counselor grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Don't worry, I don't have the habit of leaving food. Wu Chang was watching from the side, confused, and seeing others waiting, he followed and waited. When the tide submerged the bronze statue of the flying fish, something strange happened. The full moon in the sky seemed to have smashed into the sea. A huge round light centered on the bronze statue of the flying fish illuminated the sea area on the edge of the cliff. Under the glowing waters, there was a dense sound of water splashing, like the flapping of a bird's wings. The next moment, countless golden flying fish jumped out of the water, stretching their bodies and bathing in the light of the full moon.
Shannon is coming! Shannon is coming! Shannon is coming!
The townspeople cheered and jumped into the water to catch the flying fish that jumped out of the sea.
Wu Chang asked Harrison in surprise, "Mayor, what is this?"
"This is Shannon, kid, go catch your Shannon, don't let it run away. But remember, 2 per person, don't catch more."
At this moment, Harrison's eyes were completely attracted by the golden flying fish. He didn't care about Wu Chang.
He hurriedly gave a few instructions and jumped into the water without even taking off his clothes.
Harrison moved swiftly.
He stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden flying fish that jumped out of the water. He put the golden flying fish in front of him, opened his mouth to an almost obtuse angle, and then bit off the whole head of the golden flying fish with a heavy bite, chewing it in big mouthfuls. Looking around, all the townspeople were holding the golden flying fish and eating it raw the moment they caught it. No scales or gills were scraped off, no internal organs were cleaned, and even no knife was used to cut and slice. Only the purest and most original way of eating. However, every townsperson who ate the golden flying fish had a sense of intoxication and confusion on his face. It seemed that what he ate was not fish meat, but something that could get free peanuts if he ate more than 50 grams. But what surprised Wu Chang even more was that the townspeople who had eaten the golden flying fish began to grow scales on their bodies, and cracks appeared on their necks, as if they were growing gills, and their bodies were constantly growing. The changes in the villagers reminded him of the huge fishmen in the fishman dock in the other world. It turned out that those fishmen were not monsters unique to the other world, but townspeople who had eaten the golden flying fish. Wu Chang jumped into the water and, like other townspeople, reached out and grabbed a golden flying fish. Item name: Deep Sea Gift. Item type: Consumable. Item description: If you eat more than 15 fish that have been corroded by the breath of the gods, you can obtain the bloodline talent Ocean Family Transformation. Ocean Family Transformation: When used for the first time, you will randomly obtain a type of Ocean Family Transformation, which will be fixed as a permanent transformation. After transforming into an ocean family, you will gain affinity with the ocean, be able to move freely in the water, and increase the effect of water attribute skills. Note: since the breath of the gods contains impurities, eating the deep sea gift to obtain the ocean family transformation will become dependent on it. You must regularly eat this item or a water attribute item equivalent to this item, otherwise it will trigger the out of water state. When out of water, the body will fall into a weak state. Severe out of water will cause the ocean family transformation to degenerate. Wu Chang looked at the golden flying fish in his hand and swallowed. He seemed to know what the former postman and his friends were looking for. Land, sea, and sky combine to form the world. Taking Blue Star as an example, land is the main area of human activities, but the total area only accounts for 29% of Blue Star's surface area.
The ocean is far wider than the land.
Although most dungeons are currently based on land, it is foreseeable that there will inevitably be dungeons based on the ocean in the future.
Even in an island seen like a quiet town, the ocean is an unavoidable factor.
Once they fall into the sea, most players can only use 10% to 20% of their abilities. At that time, whether there is a transformation of the ocean familia or not will directly kill the game.
The Deepwater Society mentioned by Jian Xing is an organization based on water attributes in ocean.
Naturally, it goes without saying how important the transformation of the ocean familia is to them. If you can obtain the transformation of the ocean familia, or directly master the secrets of the quiet town, and obtain a way to stably produce deep sea gifts, it will make the Deepwater Society achieve a qualitative leap. If you are bolder, it is not impossible to directly become the ocean overlord of the Abyss game. No wonder the other party would send so many senior people into a Klebel dungeon that had just appeared. To be honest, Wu Chang was also tempted. If the fishman changed permanently, he might be a little hesitant, even if it only changed in the Abyss game. The ugly appearance of the fish-headed body and the strong fishy smell emitting from his body made him feel sick. Strength brings beauty, but to win the cold stone in the other world, the fish-headed monsters also have to rely on the tactics of the Sea of Fish and the weakening of the Divine Messenger.
It can be seen that the fishman form is not strong enough. But with just a skill that can be turned on and off at will,
the temptation is much greater. He has many skills but doesn't overwhelm himself. If he encounters Mr. Ku in any dungeon plane, he can still use his appearance to talk about job hopping. The problem now is how to get enough golden flying fish and get them safely. When he caught the golden flying fish, in addition to the item attributes, a reminder popped up on the town councilor's badge. Due to the scarcity of golden flying fish, large-scale fishing will arouse the hatred of the townspeople. When more than 5 golden flying fish gather together, they will produce the aura of the ocean familia. The aura of the ocean familia will attract the townspeople who have just eaten the golden flying fish, leading to the continuous pursuit of the townspeople. Space-based abilities or props cannot mask the aura of the ocean family. Duration of the aura of the ocean family, 1 hour. To put it simply, as long as he catches more than 5 golden flying fish, he will be marked and hunted by the townspeople. But to obtain the ocean familia transformation, 15 items are required. Just 5 of these are enough for anyone. When the ghost guy next door saw it, he thought Counselor Sean, couldn't afford it. What, Brever Town is full of ghosts, so that's okay. Wu Chang squinted his eyes. He looked at the drunken townspeople in the water for a while, and then towards the town. He thought for a moment and closed his eyes. When he opened it again, greed flashed in his eyes. Don't miss this opportunity, it will never come again. The golden flying fish only appears once a month. If you miss this wave, you won't be able to wait for the next one until the instance ends. The brave ones will be starved to death, and the timid ones will be starved to death. Damn it! Although the townspeople were extremely thirsty for the golden flying fish, under the constraints of the rules, they fished extremely restrainedly, which prevented the density of the fish from declining significantly. Wu Chang grabbed it casually and found 2 golden flying fish in his hand. While the townspeople were immersed in the joy of eating fish, he threw 2 golden flying fish into the space backpack, and then took action again, throwing 2 more into the space backpack. For golden flying fish were located in the space backpack, and the townspeople did not notice anything unusual about him. The first step was successful. The next steps are the focus of his plan. The clone of my true self who was far away in the grocery store opened the space backpack with the same authority and transferred the 4 golden flying fish to the grocery store. Wu Changjin came to his side and quickly caught 4 more golden flying fish and threw them into his backpack. The townspeople in the field still didn't notice. At this time, the real self in the town moved quickly, came to a forest, and took out the 4 fish from the space backpack. When Wu Chang threw 4 golden flying fish into the space backpack for the 3rd time, before the townspeople noticed it, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, showing a "I caught you" expression. He got stuck in a judgment bug. The townspeople who had eaten the golden flying fish now revealed their true forms, turning into fish-headed monsters, floating on their backs on the water. They were bathed in the moonlight, holding golden flying fish in their hands. From time to time, they would put it to their mouths and take a bite, making soft murmuring sounds in their mouths. The whole person, or to be precise, the whole fish is in a state of ecstasy. It was a perfect night, after working hard all month just for this day. Happy hour is about to begin. Ha! Mayor Harrison was the first to finish the first golden flying fish. When he reached out to catch the second one, he found that he had caught nothing. Where's the fish? I have such a large group of fish. Surprise and anger made him wake up from his intoxication. He looked around like crazy and found a school of golden flying fish diving back to the surface of the sea. The moonlight shining on the entire water was also covered by clouds. This is obviously a sign that the golden flying fish has been caught in sufficient numbers and the divine favor has ended. But the problem is, he only ate 1. Harrison wanted to shout, "Who can give me the nutrition I lack?" The other townspeople also noticed the disappearance of the fish, and they all woke up from their intoxication and glanced at each other with hostility and hatred. Whoever eats their fish is their enemy. Harrison was the first to lose control and shouted hysterically, "The grace of God has dissipated. Someone must have eaten something he shouldn't have eaten. No, we can't let that bitch go. We must pull him out, cut open his stomach, and use the holy sea water to clean his dirty heart and lungs." Ah, I figured it out. The beast who ate a lot of fish must have a stronger grace than everyone else. I can smell the taste of grace in the beast's mouth. The townspeople agreed with Harrison's words very much. They spontaneously stood in a row, waiting for Harrison's inspection. Harrison bent his waist, holding a fish-killing knife in his hand. His eyes were murderous, and reflected a strange light under the light of the torch. He checked all the townspeople one by one, but did not find the criminal he imagined. Impossible. He can't not be here. He must have used some method to hide. You can't hide it from me.
Harrison covered his forehead in distress and roared in pain. Suddenly, he thought of something, stood up suddenly, and swung the fish-killing knife in his hand, pointing it at Wu Chang outside the crowd. "It's you, it must be you, the dirty outsider, you ate extra fish." Facing the sharp knife light, Wu Chang raised his hands, each holding a golden flying fish. He opened his mouth and said openly, "Mr. Mayor, I haven't eaten fish yet, I am willing to accept any inspection." Harrison walked around Wu Chang twice. He didn't find anything abnormal in Wu Chang, and immediately fell into painful wailing again. But this time, his eyes were fixed on the fish in Wu Chang's hand. Sensing Harrison's gaze, Wu Chang smiled and said, "I am not attending the ceremony held by the town council for God's grace, but because I love this town from the bottom of my heart, this paradise-like town. Being recognized by everyone and becoming a member of the town is more important than anything else. I am where I am today thanks to the support of the mayor and the sheriff, so I want to give these 2 fish that belong to me today to the mayor and the sheriff." After saying that, he took the initiative to hand the golden flying fish to Harrison and Morena. Harrison grabbed the fish and took the golden flying fish, which replenished the nutrition he lacked, and his conscience and reason returned to his body. Thinking back to what he had just done, he was ashamed. "Oh my God! What did I do? I actually slandered such a noble, upright, and pure young man." Harrison blamed himself and said, "Sean, you are a good boy. Forgive me. I just lost my mind. In my heart, you are the least likely person to do such a thing. Your selfless behavior made me sober up and prevented me from being overwhelmed by anger with everyone. Thank you for all you have done for the town. Believe me, I will definitely make it up to you." Wu Chang smiled calmly, "This is what I should do. Look, he still has to thank us." Harrison tightly grasped the fish in his hand and said to the townspeople, "Today's incident may be a problem with Shannon. It is not the fault of any of us. When I go back, I will investigate with Sheriff Morena." Harrison's words have not finished yet. All the townspeople in the field, except Wu Chang, turned their heads suddenly and looked at the town. There, they felt a familiar breath. That was the breath from Shannon. "Thief! There is indeed a thief! Kill the fish thief!" In an instant, anger overwhelmed the townspeople's reason again, and they screamed and rushed towards the town. Wu Chang did not run wildly with the villagers. He followed them slowly, admiring what was happening in front of him. Harrison and others rushed up the cliff and ran into the town. In their shouts, other townspeople roughly knew what was going on. They also picked up the tools and torches and ran after Harrison and others. Including the priests and nuns of the cathedral, they were all involved in this massive pursuit. Huge killing intent filled the entire island. What is that golden flying fish? That is the blessing given to Brever Island by God. Stealing divine grace is more unacceptable to the islanders than stealing their biological parents. To put it simply, even if the prisoner is the missing Earl Germain, if they catch him today, he will die. No one can escape. Unfortunately, the fish thief was too cunning, and the place where the aura of divine grace was exposed was too far away from the divine grace ceremony. By the time the townspeople arrived, the aura of divine grace had completely disappeared. The prisoner escaped with the golden flying fish. Wu Chang, who was moving slowly behind the crowd, walked up to Morena and asked, "Chief, how is the situation?" Morena frowned, "Let the fish thief run away, but it's only temporary. As long as I'm here, I will catch the damn thief sooner or later." "Have you found out who it is?" Wu Chang asked with concern. Morena gritted her teeth and squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth. "It's Marty." No wonder Marty, who has always been looking forward to the divine grace ceremony the most, was unusually absent today. It turns out that he took advantage of us not paying attention to catch golden flying fish under the water, and swallowed up all the divine grace given to us by God. Wu Chang said in disbelief, "How could it be Mr. Marty? We just met this afternoon, and he was very enthusiastic when he signed the recommendation letter for me. Could it be a misunderstanding?" Morena snorted coldly and took out a brown paper bag from her pocket, which was filled with golden fish scales. "We found a secret room in Marty's grocery store, and there were these freshly peeled fish scales scattered in it. You didn't see the scene at that time, so many fish scales, at least 30 or 40 in number, that damn bitch." Wu Chang sighed, "I didn't expect everything to be like this." Morena took a deep breath, calmed down the anger in her heart, and said, "Thank you for the fish." Wu Chang smiled and shook his head, "I don't care about that. That's just because you haven't experienced the greatness of divine grace." Morena's tone was a little low, as if she was ashamed of plotting against a noble and pure good man. "Wu Chang, it doesn't matter, I will realize it sooner or later. Marina threw the paper bag containing fish scales to her subordinates, took out a towel and wiped her wet hair, saying, "Thanks to that bastard Marty, tonight's carnival was ruined."
Do you need me to take you back?
Wu Chang shrugged. "It's not far from the post office.
I know the way. You can stay with me for a cup of coffee. Hey, drinking coffee in the middle of the night, do you want to be in a fighting state all night long? Wu Chang, let's wait for another day.
Everything I saw tonight makes me feel like I'm in a dream. I need time to accept it all. Besides, you still have a fish that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible."
Everyone else is staring at it.
Mentioning the golden flying fish, Marina's desire shifted instantly. She winked at Wu Chang and said, "I ordered 2 bottles of high-end wine in the royal capital. They will arrive in 2 days.
Don't send them to the police station. Send them directly to my home. This is the time. Remember."
Wu Chang made a gentlemanly gesture and responded, "I am happy to oblige." If Marina returned to normal after 2 days and no longer smelled like fish, he wouldn't mind having a late-night drinking party. But forget it for now. And it's not just Marina who has fish to eat, there are also many fish waiting for him. Saying goodbye to the other members of the town council, Wu Chang returned to the post office without stopping. Inside the post office, in the restroom belonging to his residence, there is a large wooden box currently placed. Opening the lid of the wooden box, it was filled with golden flying fish. The golden flying fish whose aura of marine family members has dissipated. He rubbed his hands excitedly, seeking wealth and danger, as the ancients were honest and would not be deceived. Deep Water Society found something that a whole team of senior players couldn't find, and he got 44 items in one go. Not only were the shares needed for the Ocean Familia's transformation to be obtained, but the shares needed to lift the out-of-water state were also obtained.
Now there's only one thing left for him to do, and that's to eat.
The golden flying fish are streamlined and long and narrow. Although each fish only weighs less than 2 kilograms, if you want to eat 15 of them in one go, ordinary big eaters will shake their heads. But in order to transform, I had to stuff it down even if I couldn't eat it. As a Xia native, the pursuit of food is engraved in his bones.
He will definitely not eat raw like the townspeople do.
Clean the chimney, take out the small oven, light a fire and burn charcoal, set up the grill, and then arrange the golden flying fish on the grill one by one. Under the grilling of charcoal fire, the fat sizzles, and simple sea salt is sprinkled in. The umami flavor of the fish itself is stimulated, and mixed with the smoke of the charcoal fire, it emits a smell that makes people feel happy when they smell it.
In the rising smoke of fireworks, Wu Changhuan heard the narration with BGM. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. As the skin of the grilled fish became crispy, Wu Chang, who had not eaten dinner, couldn't wait to pick one up and eat it. The golden flying fish had an inexplicable sweetness, and after one gulp, Wu Chang's eyes fell into a trance. He seemed to be wearing a long white dress, waving a white gauze, running on the beach under the setting sun. It was the exploding peeing beef balls. No, it was the exploding golden flying fish. No wonder the townspeople were so obsessed with eating it, even he couldn't stand it. Although the golden flying fish is a fish, once it enters the body, it quickly disperses into energy and hardly takes up any space in the stomach, which allowed him to quickly eat all 15 fish. With a burp, a prompt popped up in front of him. 15 deep-sea gifts have been consumed, and the bloodline talent, Ocean Family Transformation, has been obtained. The current state of Ocean Family Transformation is waiting for randomization. Do you want to transform and randomly fix the form?
Wu Chang took 2 deep breaths, put his hands together, and waved towards the cathedral. If he had to become a fish-headed man, he wanted to become an anglerfish. Use the small lantern on his head to lure the target in the dark, wait until the target approaches, and then stick his head out to swallow it in one gulp.
This is what Lao Lu did the most. Transform.
But the moment he confirmed the transformation, he heard a buzzing sound in his ears, followed by the gurgling sound of bubbles rising, and finally everything fell into silence. His consciousness seemed to sink into the dark deep sea, without light and sound. Under the endless darkness and void, his consciousness seemed to be silent along with the deep sea. Thinking became very tiring, and staying awake was also very tiring.
If I just sleep like this, it seems to be fine. Something seems to be wrong. He can't seem to rest yet.
Just as he was about to sink, his will woke him up, and the drowsiness and fatigue in his mind gradually dissipated, and his consciousness became clear again.
As his will recovered, a light spot emerged in the dark deep sea. Deep sea, light spot, is it really an anglerfish? He aroused all his will and ran towards the light spot, shouting subconsciously, "Man!"
The next moment, the darkness dissipated, and his consciousness returned to his body. You have activated the blood of the ocean family that suits you. You have gained the blood transformation effect ocean family, sea snake. Wait, what the hell, sea snake? No, have I become a black mamba in the sea? Wu Chang performed the transformation of the ocean clan, and he felt as if his body had turned into liquid, his bones were constantly stretched, and his flesh and blood flowed along his bones. The feeling was very wonderful, as if he had personally experienced the evolution of a complete species in 1 second. When his body stabilized, he came to the mirror and found that he had turned into a very new monster in the mirror. His upper body basically remained human, and the thighs below were glued together to form a thick snake tail nearly 2 meters long. In the sea snake transformation state, his whole body was covered with tough black snake scales. Under the light, the black scales flashed with light blue lines, which looked gorgeous and deadly. His chin became slender and sharp, and the space between his tongue and 2 canine teeth became hollow, and the hollow went straight to the dantian. Inspiration of 90 points told him that the thing was definitely not something from a clever copy. It wasn't even something from the wilderness. Could it be that Mr. Ku was squatting on the square stone pier, preparing to give him candy? He now understood Marty's feelings a little. The most terrifying thing is that you often know what horror is, but when you face the other party, you don't feel any crisis. Just now, he was almost fooled into the unknown deep sea, but when he came to his senses, he didn't feel a lingering fear, but a little lost, as if he had failed the other party's kindness. I'm sorry, I don't deserve you to be so good to me. I don't want to delay you, you can find someone better. He shook his head, bowed to the deep sea, did a set of 3 consecutive good guy cards, and then swam quickly towards the surface of the water. In order to vent the inexplicable emotions in his heart, he let out a loud whale cry, then jumped out of the water and slammed heavily on a small wooden boat that a fisherman was riding. The huge impact force instantly overturned the wooden boat, causing the fisherman on the boat to fall into the sea. The fish-headed monsters transformed by the townspeople also relied on the power obtained by the golden flying fish, but the absorption efficiency was very poor and they did not gain affinity with the ocean. As fishmen, they were more helpless in the water fighting Wu Chang than at the dock. What's more, Wu Chang is now bigger and stronger than before at the dock. A different version of Great White Shark was staged in front of the fish-headed monsters. It only took 2 minutes for the fish-headed monsters that fell into the water on the small boat to be killed by Wu Chang. His body expanded again and turned to another small boat. Half an hour later, Wu Chang in human form walked out of the water and returned to the dock. The fishman fleet had been completely cleared by him and would not be refreshed for the time being. After surviving the second wave of attacks, the third stage of the fishman dock naturally began. In the center of the pier, the life-size bronze statue of Count Germain lit up. A fishman about 6 meters tall, shining with golden light and wearing a full set of armor gathered at the pier. Wu Chang felt the breath of the messenger from it. It seems that in the other world, the messenger does not need to possess, and can also condense into a form through the power of the statue. The messenger raised the knight's sword in his hand, pointed the tip of the sword directly at Wu Chang, and declared, "You are guilty." The light of judgment was about to fall on Wu Chang, but it was like a water column hitting a stone. The light of judgment was scattered and shattered, but Wu Chang stood there unharmed. He took out the badge of the town councillor from his personal space and said disdainfully, "Who in the hall is suing this councillor?" After that, he snorted coldly, transformed into an 11-meter giant whale, looked down at the doll-like messenger, and slapped him. After a feast, Wu Chang swallowed the vitality of 60 fishmen in total, and his strength value reached 100.5, and his body size soared to 11 meters. If he had not had to retain a certain will to resist the call from the deep sea, he could have eaten more. What does a 3-digit strength attribute mean? In the Moonlight Sanatorium, even Randy, who was possessed by Lehman, would be confused if he was hit by his elbow. The projection of the evil god is like this, let alone a god in a clever copy. With a slap, the armor on the god's body shattered, and the whole body was embedded in the dock, turning into an emergency exit figure with his hands flat. Through the touch, Wu Chang could feel that this slap was solid. Any hard things on the god's body, not to mention armor and bones, even kidney stones, would be broken by him. But after being injured so badly, the god's envoy not only did not have the white mist representing life floating out of his body like other fishmen, but instead, he was offline and still for a moment, then regained his vitality and struggled to climb out of the pit. Can't afford to play, throw in the resurrection coin? He tried to slap it again, and just like last time, after a short period of stillness, the god's envoy came back to life. This time he understood a little. According to Marty, the dock in the other world is the memory of the townspeople as pirates. Correspondingly, the fishmen are the former townspeople.
Perhaps unlike the fishman, the god's envoy has never lived from the beginning.
It is just a piece of code or a program that exists to maintain something. Just like facing a program that pops up repeatedly, it is not enough to just click the times in the upper right corner.
Directly unplugging the power supply is the solution.
If there is a core similar to the power supply at the Fishman dock, it is undoubtedly the statue of Count Germain. He changed his target this time, grabbed the wreckage of a wooden ship on the sea, and slammed it hard at the bronze statue. The bronze statue did not collapse.
It became blurry and deformed like a video with signal interference, but after a brief abnormality, it quickly recovered.
After being hit by Wu Chang, Count Germain on the statue had not said anything, but the messenger lying on the ground became anxious and struggled to get up faster.
Anxiety means he found the right one. If the statue cannot be destroyed from the inside of the inner world, what about attacking from both inside and outside?
Wu Chang's true self once again raised the wreckage of the wooden boat, and outside the inner world, Wu Chang's body also rushed to the Brever wharf. He raised a sledgehammer in his hand and hit the bronze statue of Count Germain in sync with his true self in the inner world.
Bang!
Accompanied by a huge knocking sound, the iron hammer hitting the bronze statue seemed to hit not a piece of metal, but a piece of transparent rubber. The ripples caused by the impact spread in the air visibly. The ripples in the outer world seemed to resonate with the ripples in the inner world. With a snap, the bronze statue of Count Germain cracked, and with it, the space where the statue was located. The space shattered like glass, revealing a door to the inner world. On the other side of the door was the real me in the giant whale transformation state. The real me untransformed and returned to the real world from the other side of the door, and the door connecting the inner and outer worlds closed. Wu Chang found a miniature statue like a chess piece from the fragments of the Earl's bronze statue.
The statue was carved with a running little man. Item name, Laziness Certificate. Item type, Special Item description. Holders of the Laziness Certificate can freely enter the special Space Fishman Wharf. In the Fishman Wharf area, they will be regarded as God's messengers and have the right to judge the target's sins. If the other party's good and evil value is less than 5, they will be judged as sinners. Note, when a sinner faces a God's messenger, each attribute will be significantly reduced, and the degree of reduction depends on the sinner's good and evil value. The dock of the outer world is also considered as the Fishman Wharf area. With the Laziness Certificate in his hand, he has the authority of a God's messenger and can see the good and evil values of other people. He looked at himself in the mirror, and his good and evil value in the mirror was 20. Clearing the backlog of mail in the post office was equivalent to completing more than 10 days of work in one day, which increased his good and evil value by a large amount. Combined with the bonus of his status as a town councillor, his good and evil value was directly piled up to 4 times the normal value. On Brever Island, he is definitely a genuine good man. Just now, the kind-hearted councillor Sean dispelled the resentment of an innocent person. With Marty's self-explosion, the inner world was breached, and the bloody last words of the former postman slowly dissipated. Although Wu Chang did not completely follow the requirements of the bloody last words and really locked Marty up for a long time to see if Marty would go crazy if he could not work for a long time. But he successfully imprisoned Marty and completely deprived him of his job. In addition, the final self-explosion with him was Marty's active choice, so he was still considered to have completed the bloody last words. Completing the bloody last words of the former postman gave him 1 energy, 1 will and 2 inspiration. In addition, he was given a tights. Superhero tights prop level, see prop skill, image. Skill description, tights can adapt to the user's requirements and change appearance and model, ensuring that the cut fits perfectly and the fabric is absolutely comfortable. Note, as a superhero, a cool image is essential. You don't want to burst your clothes when you transform, so that your little brother or kitten will say hello to the audience, right? Item skill, energy shield. Skill description, when equipped with a superhero's tights, an energy shield will be generated based on the user's highest attributes. The shield can withstand physical and energy attribute damage. After leaving combat, 1% of the shield durability value will be restored every minute. If the shield is completely broken, it will enter a 24-hour cooling period. Remarks, durability is the most important virtue of the protagonist. Even if the villain is killed by the scriptwriter, your health bar must be able to last until that moment. Wu Chang threw the superhero's tights to the real self. After the real self chose the equipment, it immediately transformed into a tight swimsuit. The swimsuit fit perfectly with my body and made some changes according to my characteristics. After activating the concealable mask, the true self looks like a mini version of a giant whale. The fabric of the swimsuit will be constantly adjusted according to the posture of the true self to ensure that there will not be too many wrinkles in any posture. If you look closely, you can find that the surface of the swimsuit is made up of countless hexagons, which looks full of technology. After losing the level item, the lizard skin armor, Wu Chang had been looking for suitable armor, and the superhero's tights came at just the right time. Energy shield is extremely practical, especially for a player like him who is extremely biased and has an astonishingly high certain attribute. With his inspiration attribute of 92 points, the effect of a level tights in his hands is at least 2 to 3 times that of others. But compared to the second skill, what he needs now is the first skill of tights. Not any transformation skill can protect the pants on the body like the Hulk's transformation. The true self that had just transformed into a giant whale, although he put on a black robe in time after shrinking, was naked during the battle, and even now is in a vacuum state. Without this tights, and using the giant whale to transform outside the other world, the scene would be so beautiful that it is simply unimaginable. Crimson Courtyard, Crimson Wave Space, Dungeon Waiting Hall Lounge. Lin Jiang stood up suddenly, ignoring everyone's surprised looks, and shouted excitedly, "The pollution value of the quiet town has dropped by 10%. I knew Jian Xing could do it. This book will be available at 12 noon tomorrow. As is customary on Shijian, I have to write a thank you note before the book is available. First of all, I would like to thank all my good brothers. Now the infinite flow is short and fast-paced. The copy of this book is already long, but my good brothers can keep following it and help the newbie realize his dream. It is so exciting to go to Sanjiang. Let me talk about the content that everyone is most concerned about. It will be available at noon tomorrow. I have already applied for leave and will start to update it. I will post as much as I write, and I will update it at least 4 times. Since I have to go to work on weekdays and am not a full-time worker, I can only say that I will do my best to update it. I will update it at least twice on weekdays, and there is a small probability of 3 updates if I write well. I will update it at least twice on weekends, and strive for 3 updates, and there is a small probability of bursting it if I write well. Let me quibble a little. The length of each chapter is relatively long. The 2 chapters add up to more than 5,000 words in many cases. 2 updates are not too much, and 3 updates are rounded off, which is not too much, doghead to save life. After talking about the update, let me talk about the title of the book. I've seen many good brothers complaining about the title and introduction, so I'm trying to find a solution, but there's no way for now. I'm bad at naming, and the current title that's been complained about is the most human-like one that the editor has chosen from the 5 alternative titles I submitted. If one day I get inspired and suddenly have an idea for a new title, I'll change it then. Finally, the most important thing is, please give me the first order, please give me the first order, please give me the first order. Dear brothers, the first order is the best encouragement for newbies. For those who have been supporting the book, please give me the first order and continue to support it. Newbies really need this. Hearing Lin Zhang's exclamation, several people hurriedly looked at the dungeon monitoring and found that the pollution level of the quiet town had indeed dropped significantly. Several people showed surprise on their faces. Especially Su Dejuan, who smiled happier than Lin Jiang. Good, 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 my Shagwa administration is going to produce another sword fairy after many years. In the Abyss game, job transfer can be said to be the most important system. Players with the same attributes may have a world of difference in their combat effectiveness after choosing different professions. Whether a player's profession is strong depends on 2 points. One is rarity, and the other is whether the profession fits the person. In terms of rarity, hidden professions are undoubtedly superior to all professions. Many hidden professions are even the only professions, and they are unique in the entire Abyss. Although hidden professions are rare, they are also relatively rare compared to ordinary professions. The Abyss game has been launched for decades, and there are at least 8,000 hidden professions recorded. The biggest reason why the sword sect can stand out among a group of hidden professions and firmly rank among the top 10 in professional combat power is its resilience. The sharpness of a sword is forged from grinding. The greater the crisis a sword cultivator encounters, the more benefits he can get as long as he survives the crisis. The more desperate a sword cultivator is, the more powerful his strength will be. Therefore, the sword sect and the sword cultivation lineage are also called the King of the Wind and the God of Despair. The current changes in the dungeon once again confirm the value of the sword sect profession. Because of the attacks of the evil god believers, Jianqing failed to pass the dungeon 3 times in a row, and his will limit was greatly reduced, and he was on the verge of losing control. He wanted to use the new players to enter the low-level dungeon,
but he accidentally entered the quiet town. Even in his heyday, Lin Jiang would not recommend Jianqing to touch such a weird dungeon, not to mention the current situation of damaged strength. For Jianqing's future, the evolutionary school has made the worst plan. Let this job transfer task fail, and give up letting Jianqing transfer to a sword cultivator in the wilderness in advance. But Jianqing is worthy of being a player who perfectly matches the sword sect. He inherited the professional tradition of the sword sect. When everyone was not optimistic, Jianqing actually broke out. Jianqing was not afraid of the difficulty of the dungeon, but took the initiative to attack and reduced the pollution value of the dungeon from 75% to 65%. The few people sitting in the lounge were all independent in the wilderness, so they naturally understood the meaning. The fact that the pollution value of the dungeon fluctuated so much showed that Jianqing had made great progress in the dungeon. The pollution value was only reduced by 1/7, but for the dungeon, the main storyline was at least half completed. But how long had it been since Jianqing and those assistants entered the dungeon? Less than 40 minutes. If the monster that cleared the Moonlight Sanatorium a while ago had not appeared, Jianqing's current speed of attacking would definitely set a record. To achieve such a result, it goes without saying that Jianqing must have exploded in desperation and achieved a huge improvement. When Jianqing clears the quiet town, he may be able to go from a promising future warrior to a fully formed one-step process and take over the banner of the young generation of the administration in advance. To exaggerate a little, Jianqing's performance can be regarded as the second person under the new monster. After all, breaking through the Blevel dungeon at level 1 is too amazing, and normal players would not dare to play like this. In the wilderness, if you want to match this difficulty, you may have to break through the level dungeon before reaching the maximum level. Director Gao looked at Lin Jiang and asked, "What should we do? Will you send someone in?" For the sword cultivation profession, the greater the pressure, the more benefits you will get after the breakthrough. Sending someone in at this moment may not be a help, but may be a share of experience. Lin Jiang hesitated for a moment, but still made the decision, send. Quiet Town is no longer a problem for Jianqing, but I am worried about those evil god believers. They can't deal with Jianqing, but they may send people to sneak into Quiet Town and destroy the dungeon with the previous method. The current priority is to ensure Jianqing's safety. Director Gao nodded, the forced arbitrary door is ready, where is the person you are looking for? Lin Jiang said, the negotiation master is on the way and will be there in half an hour. Can you ask her? Director Gao was a little surprised. Lin Jiang bowed to Su Dejuan and said, thanks to Mr. Su for helping me. The negotiation master is a super genius who is not inferior to Jianqing. For many forces, she is more famous than Jianqing. She does not have a super hidden profession, but she has something that is not inferior to the hidden profession, or even more difficult to obtain than the hidden profession. Title. It is still a red title. Her nickname is her title, Negotiation Master. The effect of the Negotiation Master title can reduce the requirement of passing the judgment by 60% when she faces the judgment skills, and there is a 5% probability of passing the judgment directly. If she uses the judgment skills herself, she will get an additional increase. It is said that her title has a hidden ability, but as her most core secret, only 2 or 3 people know it even in the top management of the Countermeasures Bureau. A Clevel dungeon like the Quiet Town can make an entire Blevel exploration team overturn, which must be related to the rules and judgment. The Negotiation Master is the natural enemy of this kind of dungeon. If she can be asked to take action, even if Jianqing does not break through on the battlefield, he can safely leave the dungeon. However, it is not so easy to invite title players, especially red title players. The difficulty of obtaining titles is so abnormal that even players in the second level of the Abyss find it extremely difficult to obtain titles, let alone red titles. Among the members of the administration in the wilderness, only 2 have red titles. The other one is Leng Shan, the first person to break the game in Xia country. Director Gao looked at Lin Jiang, guessing how much the evolutionary faction had paid to invite the Master of Negotiation. Lin Jiang did not pay attention to Director Gao's gaze, his attention was all on the monitor screen of the copy. He was looking forward to what Jianqing would look like when he left the copy. He must be killing everyone in the copy at this moment. In the copy, Wu Chang was testing his new swimsuit. He asked his true self to return to the Fishman Wharf with the certificate of laziness to explore the boundary of the inner world. His real self returned to the post office to wait for the next day's work. The true self, transformed into a giant whale, jumped into the sea and quickly found the boundary of the inner world. The Fishman Wharf extends to both sides along the coastline, adjacent to the other 2 inner worlds on the left and right.
A barrier formed by a layer of mist separates different inner world areas. Even if you have the authority of a divine messenger, you cannot directly cross it. However, with the privilege of being a divine messenger granted by the certificate of sloth, he could vaguely see the scene of the next world. In the left world, a full moon was hanging high in the sky, and the full moon was reflected on the sea, forming a huge glowing water area. This scene was the sea area where the town council organized the fishing of golden flying fish on the day of God's grace. In the right world, because the moon ran to the left, there was only a starry sky in the sky. But it was precisely because of the lack of the moon's light that the night sky looked very dark, and the starry sky was particularly bright. Under the starry sky, there was a tall lighthouse. From time to time, light was emitted from the lighthouse and shone on the sea in the distance. The right world should be where Gale worked. The Fishman's Wharf moved towards the land, and along the road leading to the town area, it would soon touch the regional barrier. The landside world was the Brever City area, and it was vaguely seen that there was a fire burning inside. That was the world that the former reporter entered. The item that exploded after opening the Fishman Wharf is called the proof of laziness. When the former reporter was confessing his sins, he saw a lot of jealousy in the former reporter's body. If the props obtained after the former reporter's death in the other world were exploded, would it be the proof of jealousy? According to this logic, does the other world of the Quiet Town correspond to the 7 deadly sins of mankind? The Fishman Wharf corresponds to laziness, the Burning City corresponds to jealousy, and the Golden Flying Fish Sea corresponds to gluttony. The original sin corresponding to the lighthouse is temporarily undetermined. Then there are only the last 3 places left, and he can find all the other worlds on the island. Count Germain spent so much effort to set up 7 other worlds on the island, and his disappearance must be related to it. When he opens these other worlds one by one and collects the 7 major evidences, he will surely be able to find the missing Earl along the clues. Just as he was about to think further, the door of the post office opened. Wu Chang looked up and found that it was a hamster who pushed the door in. Will the player also come to urge him to deliver the mail in the middle of the night? What's up? Hamster looked at Wu Chang with some confusion and asked, "The sheriff asked me to come to the post office to find Counselor Sean. Do you know where he is?" Wu Chang stood up from his workstation and said with a smile, "I am." "What's up? You became a town councilor?" Hamster opened her mouth in shock and couldn't believe it for a while. It wasn't until Wu Chang took out the badge of the town councilor and put it on that she had to accept this reality. "How did you do it?" Hamster couldn't accept it. Everyone had just entered the dungeon. They were still working hard as cattle and horses. How come Wu Chang quietly became a town councilor and became a superior person? Could it be that he completed some hidden task? Wu Chang shrugged. "Because I work hard, the mayor is optimistic about me." Hamster rolled his eyes cutely. "I'm still working overtime in the middle of the night, don't I work hard? Then I guess you're working in the wrong direction." Wu Chang didn't want to continue to dwell on this issue, so he changed the subject and said, "Let's talk about this later. You haven't told me what the sheriff asked you to do." Hamster seemed to suddenly remember something important, and said hurriedly, "Come with me, the sheriff asked you to pick someone up from the police station." "Pick someone up? Who?" "Jianxing. He was caught by the sheriff and is being held in the detention room." Wu Chang, ah? Wu Chang hurried to the police station with Hamster. When they arrived, they saw Jianxing handcuffed and locked in the temporary detention room of the police station. Outside the detention room, there was a mature camera. Jianxing was very surprised to see Wu Chang's arrival. He glanced at the guard and asked the hamster in a low voice, "Why did you bring him here?" Wu Chang shrugged and said, "Of course I'm here to get you." Jianxing didn't react and asked doubtfully, "You?" Wu Chang coughed lightly, took off the town councilor badge on the chest of his uniform, blew the dust off it, and then hung it back on his chest. He winked at Sword Star and said jokingly, "Remember to call me Senator Sean when in public." Ah? Jianxing's profession is a reporter, and the inherent advantages of his profession make it easier for him to understand the town's intelligence. Of course he knows what the town councilors represent and is working hard for it. During the 2 days after entering the dungeon, he inquired about how to become a town councilor from various channels, but he only got a rough idea. First, he has to wait until the previous councilor retires. Secondly, he has to obtain a joint recommendation letter from 3 current councilors, and finally he has to gain the support of more than half of the residents in the town. Now that the conditions are in place, he is still figuring out how to act. Unexpectedly, Wu Chang has already risen to the top before he has even started. Wu Chang signaled the hamster to stay at the Sword Star. He pushed away the sheriff's office, sat down on Marina's desk naturally, and asked, "What's going on outside?" It had only been a few hours since the two last met, but Marina, who had eaten the golden flying fish, changed her haggard appearance during the day and returned to the capable and sassy female police chief she had been when they first met. The unpleasant fishy smell on her body disappeared, replaced by the smell of rose water mixed with woody fragrance. To put it simply, it is 2 words: mature. The right kind. Marina stood up and closed the office door. She turned around, leaned against the door with her back, crossed her hands on her chest, and said, "We were organizing manpower to capture the escaped Marty. When we were searching in the mountainous area, we happened to see him sneaking close to the Earl's manor, preparing to take secret photos of something, so we arrested him." Wu Chang raised his eyebrows. "In other words, he hasn't done anything bad yet." Marina knew what Wu Chang meant and said, "This is Brever Island. Earl Germain is the lord of the island. It is a felony to approach the lord's manor privately. He came to the island in the same group as you. I guess you may know each other, so I'll let you take a look first." TSK, as expected of a police chief, his senses are sharp, but these words sounded like Marina was nodding at him. Wu Chang pretended not to understand and said, "We did have some friendship before coming to the island, and he helped me a lot. The Earl is gone now, and the Earl's manor has been abandoned. I don't think we need to be too nervous." Marina glanced at Wu Chang meaningfully, leaned down close to his ear, and whispered, "There are some things that should not be explored, so it is best to stay away. Neither he nor you will benefit from this." "You mean there is something in the Earl's manor that we shouldn't know?" "I mean," Marina was about to say something when there was a sudden knock on the door of the sheriff's office. A police officer shouted outside the door, "Chief, someone found that the bronze statue of the Earl on the pier was broken." Marina's face changed suddenly, as if she had thought of something bad. She immediately picked up her coat and prepared to leave. Before opening the door, he said to Wu Chang, "I have something to do here. I'll talk about the rest later. You can take away the people outside, but remember my words. If you catch him next time, he won't be so lucky." "Thank you." When Marina left, she took all the police officers, including Hamster, and threw the key to the detention room in the lobby of the police station, leaving it to Wu Chang to release them. Wu Chang opened the iron gate of the detention room and threw the key to Jianqing. "We can go." Jianqing opened the handcuffs, looked at the direction Marina and others left, and asked, "What happened?" "Wu Chang, I don't know. It seems that there was an earthquake on the beach and a bronze statue collapsed." Jianqing came out of the detention room. He stared at Wu Chang's council member badge and asked in confusion, "How did you become a town council member?" "Maybe it's just luck." Wu Chang smiled brightly, emphasizing his straightforwardness and lack of scheming. Because the former postman committed suicide, the post office accumulated a lot of mail. After I delivered all the accumulated mail, the mayor approached me and insisted that I be a town councilor. There is no doubt that this is true. Jianqing seemed to have the ability to distinguish lies and easily believed Wu Chang. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly showed a relieved smile. As the saying goes, a human life is not as lucky as a dog. You are really lucky. If you can get along with the town councilor in Brever, if nothing unexpected happens, you can complete the main quest one and leave the dungeon alive. Wu Chang took advantage of the situation and asked, "Then how did you get caught by the police?" With Sword Star's strength, it is not difficult to hide his identity. Even if he doesn't want to conflict with the police, resulting in a decrease in good and evil values, he can always cover his face and run away. Speaking of being caught by the police, a look of fear appeared on Jianqing's face. The Earl's manor is always guarded, so it's difficult to observe carefully. Today is Divine Grace Day. I took advantage of the townspeople to attend the carnival, so I wanted to sneak in and investigate. But when I got closer, I found that the Earl's manor was shrouded by an unknown force, and it was impossible to enter from the outside. I tried many ways, and even attacked the gate, but I couldn't break through that layer of power. "Even you can't get in?" Wu Chang's face was full of disbelief, but in fact he thought to himself that it was right that he couldn't get in. If it was so easy to get in, the group of senior players in the Deep Water Society would not have risked turning on the switch in the lighthouse, causing the inner world to fall into chaos, and the former reporter would not have died in the inner world of the burning town. Jianqing continued, "When I went around to a certain area of the manor, the camera suddenly started taking pictures. That photo was different from the previous ones. One photo directly increased my inspiration limit by 10 points. I just took a look at the photo, and I felt a sharp pain in my brain and fainted on the spot. When I woke up, I was taken back to the police station." No wonder Jianqing was caught by the police. It seems that Jianxing saw something incredible in the photo because of the surge in inspiration value. He failed the will judgment and fainted directly. Interesting, let me see what's going on. Wu Chang asked, can I see that photo? Jianxing took out the photo from his personal space and said, the content in the photo seems to require a high enough inspiration value to see. If you feel confused or mentally uncomfortable, don't force yourself. The image in the photo is the side door of the Earl's Manor. Although it is not as grand as the main door, it is closer to the main house of the manor. Jianxing pointed to the two statues in front of the side door and said, relax, try to remove the constraints of your will on your inspiration, don't just use your eyes to observe the details of the photo, but perceive the existence in the photo. Try to see if you can see the two gargoyle statues. Although you may not believe it when I say it, they really exist, and I suspect that these two statues are blocking the way into the Earl's Manor. Wu Chang frowned. He did see the two gargoyle statues, but he was sure that it was definitely not them that blocked the entry into the Earl's Manor. Because the gargoyle statues are just simple decorations, the real information is located on the stone base where the two gargoyles stand. The two bases were clearly two groups of players squeezed into cubes. This scene reminded Wu Chang of a dish, pressed meat. Stew the pig head, peel it, split it, wrap it and press it with a huge stone. After one or several nights, it will become a meat dumpling as solid as compressed biscuits. The status of the two players is very similar to pressed meat. Wu Chang didn't bother to look at the resentment of the two players, and asked tentatively, is there anything else in the photo? Jianxing shook his head. No. Wu Chang took a deep breath and resisted the impulse in his heart. He wanted to point to the main house that occupied the absolute C position in the photo and asked Jianxing loudly, such a big faceless big mother lying on the redundant main house, can you really not see it? There are at least 2 more updates today, but the last 2 will be later, in the afternoon or evening, and they will be posted when they are finished. In Wu Chang's eyes, there was a huge nun on the main house of the manor, whose upper body was nearly 10 meters high. The nun had no face and looked a bit like the fake Madonna outside the cathedral. She clenched her fists on her chest, as if praying for something. The lower body of the huge nun was like the roots of an old tree, with dense roots piercing into the main house, as if it had merged with the main house. If he let go of his inspiration to perceive, as Jianxing said, he could feel that the huge nun in the photo was an empty shell. There were 7 empty slots in the body of the huge nun. It just corresponded to the 7 original sins. Count Germain's arrangement of the inner world was all for the huge nun on the main house. When she was filled with various original sins, no one knew what would happen. Although the huge nun was just an empty shell, she was still very oppressive. After just a few glances, Wu Chang had an illusion that the other party seemed to have noticed his gaze through the photo and was looking at him. He turned his eyes away from the giant nun, and the tracking feeling that followed his sight disappeared. Phew, fortunately Jianxing's inspiration is not high enough. Just seeing the 2 gargoyle statues at the door, the inspiration judgment can break his will defense. If he saw the nun, even if his consciousness did not collapse on the spot, he would drool in the future after being cured. He turned his eyes to the 2 players, ready to see something relaxing to relieve his mood. The 2 players who were crushed into meat and buried in the gargoyle base were the teammates of the former postman and reporter. Their death time should be later than that of the reporter. In the resentment of the 2, Wu Chang saw the chaos in the inner world. They were much luckier than the reporter. They did not get separated from the main force in the inner world, and entered the Earl's Manor with the other 3 companions. Waiting for them here is the last inner world. As Morina said, on Brever Island, it is a felony to approach the Earl's Manor without permission. The arrival of several players directly caused the messenger to appear. The God's Envoy can summon gargoyles continuously, 7 to 10 per wave. The combat power of gargoyles is better than that of the fishmen on the dock, which brings a lot of pressure to the players. In addition to gargoyles, the God's Envoy can also attract rain like falling rocks. The falling rocks are powerful and continuous. Every time they are hit, the players' will is reduced, making them want to give up resistance from the bottom of their hearts. To avoid falling rocks, you have to enter the main house. But waiting for them in the main house is the faceless nun. When several players saw the nun in the resentment, the nun was not as huge as it is now. She was only 3 or 4 meters tall and had human legs. She could only be regarded as a large 8-foot lady. The way she controls the main house is not to use the tentacles like tree roots to merge with the main house, but to change the layout of the room at will by just moving her fingers. Under the control of the nun, several players seem to have entered an endless maze. Not only is it difficult to escape, but if they are not careful when crossing different rooms,
the last player will be locked in the house and fall into a state of being alone. Every time they enter a different room, they may be left alone under the attack of the nuns, but they cannot stay in a room for a long time. Once they stay in a room for too long, a group of fully armed townspeople will appear behind the door. They are waving weapons, their eyes are red, and their combat power is a little better than that of gargoyles. After enduring the terrain killing and the townspeople, they must also endure the nuns whispering prayers. The prayers will erode the will of the players in the room and make them see terrifying illusions. The two unlucky guys who were stuffed into the base were delayed by the sudden attack when they were about to enter the new room. When they crossed the door, they had entered a completely different room and were separated from other players. The unlucky guys who were left alone will become the focus of the nuns. They will fall into illusions in the endless whispers, be weakened by the judgment of the gods, and finally die under the random knives of the townspeople. Wu Chang closed his eyes, and the scene of resentment dissipated. He sighed and shook his head for the way several players handled it. If they had been awake and not affected by the chaos in the inner world, they should not have blindly entered the main house, but tried to kill the messenger outdoors. Unfortunately, like Jianqing, their inspiration was too low and they did not notice the huge nun in the main house at all. Jianqing thought he was regretting not seeing the gargoyle, and said, "You are still at a low level now, and it is normal that you don't have extra points to allocate to inspiration. Even I rely on that camera to improve my inspiration to see the hidden patterns in the photos." Wu Chang responded, "Yes, I still need to practice." As for who still needs to practice, it's hard to say. After separating from Jianqing, Wu Chang returned to the post office and took out the map of Beaver Island that each player brought with them when they first entered the dungeon. Looking at the map again, he found that the island was intentionally or unintentionally divided into 7 large areas on the map. The area near the sea was divided into 4 parts, 2 parts in the urban area, and 1 part in the mountainous area. The characteristics of several areas just correspond to the currently explored inner world. According to the information he has collected, the mountainous area, that is, the other world in the Earl's Manor, is pride. The city center area including the cathedral is jealousy. The 2 seas where the Fishman's Dock and the Golden Flying Fish are located are laziness and gluttony. The only things that haven't appeared yet are rage, greed, and lust. Rage and greed are easy to understand, but how will lust appear? The 7 deadly sins in the other world correspond to the behavior of the townspeople in the real world. For example, laziness represents the townspeople's past as pirates. Compared to working hard to create wealth, it is easier to rob others, which is laziness. Whether it is rage or greed, like laziness, they are emotions that can be seen everywhere and are not bound. But lust is different. At least on the surface, Beaver Island still pretends to believe in the state religion of the Kingdom of Agri. Not to mention the red light district on the island, even the waiters in the hotels and inns are men. What form will lust appear in? What do you say, lust is? Linghu was a little confused. Although she didn't mind talking about this topic, as the first sentence of meeting in the morning, this opening remark was still a bit too explosive. Wu Chang seemed to find the problem with this question and added, I mean, from a religious perspective, how is lust defined? Oh. Linghu breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little regretful in her heart. She thought for a moment and replied, I have been praying with the nuns these past 2 days. They discuss doctrines in their spare time, and I have actually heard relevant passages. The doctrine of the Agri State Church defines lust as the original sin, which does not simply reject lust as a desire. Lust is just a representation. What it refers to is all the desires that only focus on physical satisfaction and ignore spiritual communication. Wu Chang frowned, as if he had realized something. In other words, if you only use a person's body to satisfy your own desires, regardless of the other person's thoughts, even if this desire is not purely sexual, it is considered a sin of lust? This question is beyond the scope. I haven't understood the doctrine in the copy to this extent, so I can't give you the correct answer, but from my point of view, I think it counts. Linghu nodded, blushing slightly, and asked, Why do you suddenly care about lust? I'm asking for a friend of mine. Your friend, it's definitely not me. Wu Chang wanted to ask more questions about rage and greed, but an old nun came out of the cathedral and asked Linghu to prepare the props for the prayer ceremony. What day is today? Why is there a prayer so early? Wu Chang asked in confusion. The Day of Grace just ended yesterday, and it stands to reason that normal work should be resumed today. The fox quickened the pace of cleaning the fallen leaves in the square and whispered to Wu Chang, This morning I heard from the townspeople and the nuns that the bronze statue of the Count on the pier had collapsed, and I vaguely heard them talking about punishment and revenge.
The townspeople were very terrified about the collapse of the statue of the count and asked the bishop to hold a prayer to appease the existence that caused all this. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it the bishop with the slit eyes you mentioned before? Will he lead the prayer this time?" "The bishop will lead the prayer in the evening. Do you want to come and see?" "Maybe." Wu Chang looked at the fox who left in a hurry, thinking. The bronze statue of the count collapsed, and the townspeople did not look for the reason for the collapse of the statue, but held a prayer instead. They were worried about punishment and revenge. From whom? A guess came to his mind. He had collected enough clues about what happened on the island. These clues were piled up together and in disarray. Now all that was missing was a protagonist who connected all the clues, and the truth could be completely revealed. Woo! The whistle of the steamship sounded from the port. This time the ship did not dock at the port of Bever, but at a small port on the other side of the island, diagonally opposite to the port of Bever. New mail has arrived. Perhaps because of the complaints, the guys on the cargo ship were much gentler this time, and did not directly throw the wooden box containing the mail overboard. Instead, they tied 2 swimming rings under the wooden box and slowly lowered the wooden box to the sea surface with ropes. After making sure that the wooden box did not sink, they immediately started the cargo ship and turned around to leave. There was progress, but not much. Wu Chang rowed a small wooden boat and picked up the mailbox from the sea. When he opened the mailbox, in addition to a few ordinary mails, there were also 2 bottles of wine. The recipient was Sheriff Morena. "Oh, it seems that I will be busy tonight. The 3rd update is here. The 3 updates together have 8,400 words. Who can say that I am short? The 4th update will be later, probably around 7 or 8 o'clock. Today is 10,000 words. According to the areas divided on the map before, there should also be an other world in the area where the small pier is located." While collecting mail, Wu Chang observed the environment around the small pier and looked for suspicious things. Compared with the port of Buff at the other end of the island, the small pier is much quieter. This was once a place where islanders went out to sea to fish. I heard from the restaurant owner that there used to be a special kind of yellow croaker living near the small pier. The meat was delicious and loved by the locals. But with the arrival of steamships, the yellow croakers, which were afraid of noise, migrated collectively and left Buff Island far away. There are reefs all over the small pier. Only experienced old fishermen can drive small wooden boats around the pier. The convenience of entry and exit is far less than that of Buffport. After the only specialty yellow croaker was gone, it almost lost its use value and gradually became deserted. Today's small pier has become a fishing ground for retired grandfathers. Old townspeople who like quietness occasionally bring fishing rods to the small pier to try to catch 1 or 2 lost yellow croakers and find the taste of childhood. But most of the time, it was empty-handed. I often sat with my fishing rod for most of the day, but I couldn't even catch an ordinary sea fish. In the end, I could only pick up some oysters and conchs along the pier and throw them into the bucket, comforting myself that I had some gains. How did Wu Chang, who had only entered the dungeon for 2 or 3 days, know about this? Oh, that's how the oysters and conchs in the town restaurant came from. Wu Chang walked along the coastline for a while and didn't find anything suspicious on the road. Not to mention the iconic statues of the other world, even decent complete buildings are hard to see. He didn't find any special existence, but he did see a special person. Just as he was about to return and ask the old man in the town, he saw a melancholy literary man painting facing the sea on a reef not far away. This guy is not dead. When they first entered the dungeon, everyone's attention was on the 3 members of the iron-armored group in Jianqing, but the melancholy literary man didn't pay attention to them, but kept pestering Wu Chang's true self. The melancholic literary man is just like Wu Chang's true self. He disappeared after the dungeon started. Wu Chang and others have never seen him in the town. Not only them, but even the townspeople rarely mentioned him. Ling Hu and others guessed that he disappeared in a corner of the dungeon like Hanshi, but Wu Chang always felt that he was not that simple. The fact is indeed so. Even Jianqing was a little embarrassed in order to pass the dungeon, and even went to the police station for collecting intelligence. On the other hand, the melancholic literary man not only did not look embarrassed, but also had the leisure to paint the sea, which shows that he is indeed extraordinary. Wu Chang came to the reef where the literary man was sitting and observed the literary man's painting from behind. The literary man did not live up to his temperament. The ocean in his painting almost perfectly reproduced the sea surface in front of him on paper, but the details and colors were more dreamy and bold. It was like turning on a beauty filter for nature, and a plain and desolate coast was painted to look like a celebrity check-in holy place. The melancholic artist asked as he added the final color to the painting. What do you think?
Very strong. If you open an account on Pipa Pipa, you can have at least 50,000 fans.
Wu Chang praised.
The artist shook his head. I tried it, but the barrage teacher and comment teacher are too strict. My level on Pipa is at most still need to practice.
Wu Chang smiled. He didn't expect the artist to be quite humorous.
The artist painted the last stroke of the blue sky. Wu Chang thought the painting was about to end, but the artist turned around and mixed a dark tone. He dipped the brush in paint and roughly added a few more strokes on the canvas.
When Wu Chang blinked, the clear sea surface suddenly became gloomy and strange. The difference between the before and after pictures is so great that it's like two completely different paintings. Isn't this more appropriate? Wu Chang shook his head. I prefer your previous style. The artistic man said noncommittally, everything has two sides, there is sunshine and there is shadow.
As an artist, you have to see all sides of the model at the same time, and show all its conflicts on a piece of paper, and then add a little creation of your own.
Wu Chang curled his lips and did not respond. The artistic man put down his brush and asked pointedly, Senator Sean, do you have another side?
Wu Chang said calmly, I have always been consistent inside and outside.
The artistic man smiled slightly, I have, and more than one side, just like the sea, sometimes cloudy and sometimes sunny, but all of me is to pursue the most dazzling art. This town is a good place, please work harder, I want to see some more exciting scenes. After the artistic man finished speaking, he turned around and left without paying attention to the paintings on the easel and the brushes and paints scattered on the ground. Wu Chang frowned slightly and took a deep breath. Is the riddle man endless?
You just pretend with me now. I will definitely let you fly when I have the chance. After returning to the town, he checked the status of the players while delivering mail.
Another person is missing.
When he went to the restaurant for lunch, he learned from the restaurant owner that the assistant from Dongyang City had died. According to the restaurant owner's description, the person died of normal causes, and the cause of death was excessive bleeding caused by stomach perforation due to eating an upset stomach. This was the first time he had heard of excessive bleeding caused by stomach perforation. However, with the previous examples of the former postman and the former reporter, the gastric perforation that caused normal death on Brever Island would definitely not be a good picture. It seems that he was the unlucky one who entered the other world last night. He only mourned for the helpers in Dongyang City for a second, and then focused on the prayer that was about to begin. Ling Hu had said before that the prayer in the cathedral in the evening would be presided over by the bishop himself. The bishop is an ascetic monk who increases his spiritual practice by abandoning his own desires and closing his own feelings, and uses this to communicate with the gods. The bishop sewed his eyes shut with wire in order to abandon his physical eyes and observe the gods with his heart's eyes. The bishop has a low desire for material things and stays at home all day long. Even on the god's grace day when the golden flying fish appears, he will not leave the cathedral. Only when major events occur will he preside over prayers and pray for the townspeople. During the time he entered the town of Brever, only Ling Hu among the players had seen the bishop from a distance. Taking this opportunity, Wu Chang planned to test the bishop's background and see if the bishop, like Marty, was also possessed by the messenger of God. At 6:30 p.m., Wu Chang controlled his true self, transformed the superhero's tights into a cape, and entered the cathedral among the crowd.
The true self inherited the good and evil values of Wu Chang's original body.
The surrounding townspeople felt very natural about his existence and did not think that there was anything unusual about the sudden appearance of a strange black-robed man in the crowd. Facing the crowd in the prayer hall of the cathedral was a huge glazed mural. The Virgin Mary in the mural opened her arms, like a loving mother, embracing her children returning home. The light of dusk passed through the glazed mural, and the heavy light and shadow made the kind and gentle Virgin Mary look a little sad. I don't know if she was sad for herself or for the mortals under her feet. As the sun completely set, oil lamps and torches were lit in the church, and the bishop in a white bishop's robe slowly appeared. The bishop was thin, and his restraint on appetite made his body fat rate extremely low.
The few muscles hanging on his broad frame made his body look even thinner.
He should be only 47 years old this year, but his wrinkled face and almost completely white hair made him look like 74 years old. The black iron wire like thorns passed through his upper and lower eyelids, completely sewing his eyes shut. He could only walk in the church with the help of the nuns who supported him and guided him on the way. The bishop stood in front of everyone and began to pray tonight. His voice was old, heavy, and full of narrative, with a proper distribution of rhythm and breath, which made it easy for people to immerse themselves in it. An hour and a half of prayer passed in a flash.
As the prayer ended, the townspeople seemed to have received the forgiveness of God, reconciled with their inner anxiety, and left the cathedral with a peaceful face. Except Wu Chang. He turned into a spirit and followed the bishop all the way to the bishop's resting room. He could feel that in the confession part of the prayer, the bishop's repentance was stronger than that of all the townspeople. That feeling was not fake. Only when one really did something terrible could one repent so sincerely. He wanted to know what the bishop was repenting for. So, he planned to give the bishop some spiritual strength, just like he did to Professor Ebert, so that the bishop could reflect on himself. His spirit pointed at the archbishop and the evil spirit was activated. The sum of the target's inspiration and will attributes is lower than 20% of the sum of the user's two attributes, triggering effects, spreading plague, inviting disaster, subjugating evil spirits. Because the sum of the target's inspiration and will attributes is too low, a special state is triggered, and the heart image reverberates. As the prompt sounded, the bishop twitched all over, his face was horrified, as if he had sensed a huge danger and wanted to open his eyes to see what was in front of him. He ignored the iron wire that sewed his eyelids shut, and did not hesitate to tear his eyelids, and opened his eyes with all his strength, revealing two empty eye sockets filled with blood and tears. The two eye sockets were like two bottomless whirlpools, and Wu Chang's spirit was sucked into them after just one look. The fourth update is completed, a total of 11,000 plus. Thank you all for your rewards, monthly tickets and first order support. After a brief period of darkness, Wu Chang's eyes lit up again, and he found himself in the center of the town of Brever. To be precise, he is not in reality now, but in a memory like watching a scene in resentment. However, this memory does not come from the resentment of the deceased, but from the reverberation of the bishop's mental image. Special status, mental image reverberation status description. Enter into the depths of the target's mind, pry into its most secret of secrets, explore and destroy the reverberations of mental images, and make the targets will lose control. Wu Chang didn't expect that the bishop would be so disdainful of it. Ascetic monks usually give up worldly pleasures and desires, use simple or even primitive life to hone themselves, and use mental and physical hardship to prove their piety to their faith. The harder the practice, the more tenacious the will, and the more pious the faith. According to common sense, as the representative of the ascetic monks in everyone's mind, the bishop's will and inspiration should be both high. Who knew that the bishop was not as good as Professor Ebert? The sum of the two attributes was lower than 20% of Wu Chang's, triggering a special state. TSK, 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 you are not sincere. Relying on his rich experience in examining resentment, Wu Chang quickly adapted to the reverberation of mental images. When he looks at resentment, he usually has two perspectives. One is a completely third-person perspective, like a fixed camera, watching the event completely. The other is to check the resentment several times, then rely on a high amount of inspiration to assume the role of the owner of the resentment and switch to the first perspective. From the first-person perspective, you can feel the feeling of the host of resentment before his death, and discover some secrets that cannot be discovered from the third-person perspective. For example, when he entered the Moonlight Sanatorium, he discovered Kington in the corridor by taking on the magician's first-person perspective. The two perspectives of mental reverberation and resentment are different. In the mental reverberation, he is a completely independent individual, able to move freely and explore freely, and will not be fixed in the body of the host of resentment or in a certain position. He did not integrate into this memory, but joined this memory as a foreign intruder. This feeling was very novel. Taking advantage of the temporary peace among the fragments of his mental image, he explored the center of the town and the bishop's memory. Perhaps it was too long since he had seen the world with his own eyes, or perhaps he was very repulsed by this memory in his heart. The streets in the bishop's memory deviated greatly from reality. The streets that were originally neat and tidy like a copy and paste of the same model now have houses that are tall or short, fat or thin, some are even upside down, and some are floating in the air. Everything in the street seemed topsy-turvy. Soon, he heard footsteps coming from all directions. The way the townspeople moved was similar to the style of the houses in the bishop's memory. They appeared out of thin air from every corner like a buggy program. Running forward, running backwards, standing upside down, rolling, crawling with arms and legs turned on their backs. The townspeople showed their talents and rushed towards the square in front of the cathedral. All the townspeople have one characteristic, that is, they have no faces. Wu Chang followed the townspeople and came to the square together. A tall fire stands in front of the faceless statue of Our Lady in the square. A black figure like a stick figure was tied to the fire, all its features obscured by the bishop's memory. Surrounded by the townspeople, the bishop with his eyes open walked to the fire, pressed the sacred book with one hand, pointed to the altar with the other, and pronounced the sentence loudly, "In the name of God, I hereby pronounce judgment and punish the guilty by burning at the stake." After the bishop pronounced his sentence, his eyelashes turned into barbed iron wires, sewing his eyes tightly together. Upon hearing the bishop's sentence, the townspeople rejoiced. Each of them held a piece of red-hot coal in his hand and stepped forward to throw it into the fire. As the flames on the fire grew stronger, the townspeople screamed and their bodies were ignited with flames. It was as if the black shadows tied to the fire were not heretics, but themselves. When the flames engulfed the black shadow, all the townspeople and the entire town burned. The world is in flames. Wu Chang circled around, and all the flames that appeared in the reverberation of the bishop's mind, including the red coals held in the hands of the townspeople, were actually an emotion. Envy. While the townspeople burn others with the fire of jealousy, they themselves are also consumed by jealousy. The mental reverberation ended here, just like the plot in some movies about the island country. The world came to a standstill, and only he could move. He already knew what was recorded in the reverberation of the bishop's mind. If he guessed correctly, the stick figure tied to the stake was the missing saint he had been looking for. I have to say that the islanders on Brever Island are really good at playing. Even if he believed in the sensory sect, he even arrested the saint who came to the island to preach and tried him as a heretic. It's just Tian Gang, so where can I reason with you? He took out a crystal necklace from his portable space. The white crystal pendant at the end of the necklace was floating up at the moment, exuding little bits of light, pointing towards the black shadow on the burning platform. Item name, Blessing of the Great Virgin. Item type, Special Item description, the pendant blessed by the Great Mother can protect the saint from danger. It is a comminglage ceremony given by the gods to the saint. When it is close to the saint or the stigmata, the crystal pendant will react. This pendant was a mission guidance prop he obtained when he accepted a hidden side mission. During the time when he was delivering mail, he had traveled almost all areas of Brever Island, but the crystal pendant had never reacted. Unexpectedly, in the echo of the bishop's mind image, the crystal pendant actually reacted. He could count the saints he saw in other people's memories as found by him. Was it so casual? If the bishop's memory was not wrong, the real saint should have died long ago. If it was used for compost, the first crop of vegetables should have been ripe. Using props based on memory, can this thing work? Could it be that the existence of the saint is a concept that does not need to be based on an entity? Forget it, since the task guide asked him to do it, he had to try it anyway. He found a standing lampstand in the cathedral and used it to sweep away the firewood piled high under the stake. He dragged the stickman, which was burnt outside and inside and was already more than cooked, out of the flames, and then put on the blessing of the Great Virgin Mary for her. When he first received the hidden task, he tried to wear this necklace, but nothing happened at that time. When the stickman touched the necklace, a holy light burst out and broke through the burnt shell on the stickman's body. Under the burnt shell, a girl dressed in white appeared, who looked extremely holy at first glance. Her appearance was too delicate to be a living person. Even the Great Madonna in the church oil painting, which was constantly perfected by countless outstanding artists of the time, would be eclipsed when placed next to her image. That stunning beauty reminded Wu Chang of someone, Christiana Yeri. The girl's body was as white as snow, like the best porcelain. Leaving any trace of dirt on her body was an unforgivable crime. But even with such a perfect existence, her sensitive parts such as her chest and lower abdomen had very dazzling fish scales. Which bastard let her eat the golden flying fish? Wu Chang was simply angry because the golden flying fish was addictive. The natives of this plain would become addicted to fish after eating it, and it would be difficult to get rid of it for life. There was nothing else to mean. The saint turned from a stick figure back to her true form, and the bishop's heart image reverberation shattered. The upside-down and chaotic streets dissipated. After the heart image reverberation shattered, Wu Chang did not return to the real world, but came to a different central area of the town. It was close to the starting point when he first entered the heart image reverberation. This time the town's buildings returned to reality and were not so chaotic. But the fire spread from the cathedral, turning the entire central area of the town into a sea of fire. The bishop's eyes, which were sewn to death, were not only connected to his heart image reverberation, but also to the door to the world of jealousy. Looking at the flames burning around him and the townspeople gathering around him, Wu Chang once again carried the postman's delivery bag. He had just finished eating sashimi, and now he was going to have a small barbecue. If this continues, he will be overnourished. The waiting hall for the dungeon, the lounge. Seeing the pollution value of the quiet town getting lower and lower, everyone's expression became more and more excited. Jian Xing had only been in the dungeon for less than an hour, and he had reduced the pollution value of nearly 80% to about 50%. As they had expected before, being able to reduce the pollution value by 10% in a short period of time meant that Jian Xing had completely controlled the situation and had begun to exert his strength. With the rich dungeon experience of several people in the room, they had already imagined that Jian Xing had cracked the key puzzle and began to push the main line frantically. As long as he wanted, it was only a matter of time before the dungeon was cleared or even broken. Not to mention the quiet town with specifications exceeding ordinary level within the administration. Even if it was an ordinary level dungeon, no one in the administration could attack it so quickly. Not even Long Shan could do it. What would the final breakthrough time be? 3 hours, 2.5 hours? Thinking of this, everyone's breathing began to quicken. Could it be possible to enter in 2 hours? Not to mention that Lin Jiang and Director Gao had never seen such a scene, even Su Dejuan had never seen it. They were all witnesses at this moment, witnessing the birth of a historical genius. Su Dejuan, who was always calm and steady, and was praised for not changing his expression even when facing a collapse, also showed anxiety on his face. Although Jianqing was a good seedling, the management bureau was full of talents, and there were many geniuses who were trained from birth. If one was missing, it would be a little painful at most, but it would not hurt his bones. So when he heard that Jianqing was targeted by the evil god believers, he was only angry, not impatient. When Jianqing mistakenly entered the quiet town, he was not impatient. Now that he was sure that Jianqing had broken through himself and soared into the sky, he was anxious. If Jianqing maintained the current momentum, it would not be impossible to achieve a perfect clearance. By then, Jianqing would have both a hidden profession and a title player. The management bureau would welcome its own monster newcomer. But the more it was at this moment, the more afraid he was of failing. Su Dejuan asked, Lin Jiang, where is the negotiation master? Lin Jiang hesitated and said, she will be here in 5 minutes. I wonder if it is necessary in this situation. It is necessary. Su Dejuan said firmly. That group of evil god believers are like poisonous snakes hiding in the shadows. They will jump out and bite at any time. We have to be on guard. You don't have to worry that the existence of the negotiation master will reduce the growth brought by Jianqing's breakthrough. If you can get the title, the benefits to Jianqing will far exceed that little extra gain. Lin Jiang nodded and replied, I understand. He had thought about it before. Jianqing was unstoppable in this copy. Maybe he could win a title, but the goal was the quiet town after all. The chance was slim, so he just regarded it as his own delusion. Now that Su Dejuan mentioned it, he instantly rekindled his hope. If Jianqing can really get the title, the voice of the evolutionary faction will be greatly improved. Not only Jianqing, but also his future will be bright. People are in high spirits when they are happy. Even Director Gao, who had always looked unhappy with his reflective head, became happy at this moment. After all, they used the 5 new assistants as cushions. Jianqing can be counted on the achievements of the 2 of them for what it is today. Lin Jiang came over with a smile, Director Gao, we were wrong today, but the result is good after all. Although you and I have different ideas, we are all family, there is no need to hurt the harmony. To express my apology, if the quiet town is breached today, I will pay out of my own pocket and give each of the surviving assistants in your branch 2,000 decayed silver coins as compensation, and then find a way to give them an additional ordinary reward copy permission. If the quiet town can achieve a perfect clearance, I will give them each 10,000 decayed silver coins as compensation. Not only them, but everyone present will also have a share, and they will all be happy. In addition, I will give them each one of the intermediate reward copy permission. What do you think, Director Gao? The Sword Star strategy copy was so smooth, the survival probability of the assistants was greatly improved, and Lin Jiang was so sincere. Even if Director Gao and Mang Yuan were dissatisfied before, they couldn't find any reason at this moment. After a big loss, Director Gao learned to be smart. When Lin Jiang expressed his opinion, he did not speak, but secretly activated the recording function in the attribute panel to prevent the other party from defaulting on the debt in the future. After recording everything, he smiled and said, you have said this, so if we continue to be persistent, it will be a bit too much. In this case, we will wait for your celebration banquet. In the copy, the world in the burning town. Wu Changjin transformed into an 11-meter-tall giant whale, looking at the villagers swarming under his feet, burning with flames, like facing a group of burning cockroaches. In addition to the uncomfortable scene, other things did not bring any lethality. He put the sleeping saint on his shoulders, and the whole person was like a monster in a special film, destroying the town unscrupulously. He first knocked down the bell tower of the cathedral, and placed the spire carved from the entire rock of the bell tower on the ground, spinning like a large gyroscope and throwing it out. The gyroscope smashed into the crowd, instantly clearing a whole area of space. All the burning town residents that blocked the path were crushed into human-shaped black ash on the ground. A true dimensionality reduction attack. Burning town residents are easy to kill, and correspondingly, the power gained after swallowing is far less than that of fishmen. For every 10 burning town residents swallowed, it can only bring 5 points of strength and grow half a meter taller. Since he was almost tricked into the deep sea, Wu Chang has attached more importance to the attribute of will and has restrained himself in using his abilities. He tried to prolong the battle time, and with the help of the messenger begged to restore his will, he only devoured the vitality of 80 burning villagers. He stopped there. This brought his strength attribute to 140 points, and his height reached 15 meters, which was the same as the magnificent cathedral. With 140 points of strength and 15 meters of height, to put it bluntly, the faceless nun in the main house of the Earl's manor could climb down and give him the position to be the boss of this dungeon. If his true self were the boss, he was confident that he could turn the quiet town into the next Moonlight Sanatorium. He crushed the flames on all the burning townspeople, and the entire inner world was left with only the mentally collapsed bishop in front of the statue of the faceless Virgin Mary. Affected by the effect of the reverberation of the mind image, the bishop was forced into a state of will out of control. What Wu Chang didn't expect was that the loss of control of his will caused by the destruction of the reverberation of the mind image not only caused the bishop's mental collapse, but also caused the reverberation of the mind image to be infinitely magnified, turning into a prison cell like the other world, locking the bishop's consciousness in it. The messenger of God and the statue of the Virgin Mary wanted to attach to the bishop as before, but he was also controlled by the reverberation of the mind image. Not to mention controlling the bishop's body, he couldn't even leave the bishop's mind. Wu Chang picked up the spinning top on the ground and threw it at the statue of the Virgin Mary. Bang! The rubble and the statue smashed together and shattered into dust. The collision affected the bishop next to him, and he went to the second dimension like other burning townspeople. Because the messenger of God was imprisoned in the reverberation of the bishop's mind image, it failed to revive this time. With the disappearance of the reverberation of the mind image, it was completely shattered. The death of the messenger of God led to the destruction of the statue of the Virgin Mary in the other world. Wu Chang found a chess piece similar to the certificate of laziness in the broken statue, on which was engraved a little man with his eyes sewn shut. Item name, Certificate of Jealousy. Item type, Special Item description. Holders of the Certificate of Jealousy can freely enter the special space the Jealous Church. In the Jealous Church area, they will be regarded as messengers of God and have the right to judge the target's sins. If the other party's good and evil value is less than 5, they will be judged as sinners. Until the inner world was opened, the saint was still in a deep sleep, without any signs of waking up. Wu Chang's true self took out a black robe, covered the saint in it, and took her out of the inner world. The blessing of the Great Virgin is very powerful, and it really helped the saint win the resurrection match. After the saint was taken out of the inner world by Wu Chang and entered reality, her existence was still stable, and there was no sign of dissipation. Wu Chang couldn't help but take out the poison of the mortals, so that the eye of Lehman could see what other people's children were. Look at them, and then look at you. If you had mastered this kind of black technology, relying on a blessed token and a memory, you could have resurrected the projection out of thin air. Wouldn't it have been made into a necklace in the Moonlight Sanatorium? Wu Chang carried the saint and moved away from the center of the town. The news of the saint's resurrection could not be known to the townspeople for the time being. She had to find a place to hide her first. The rewards for the hidden branch were still waiting for her to settle. On the other side, not far from Wu Chang, Hamster finished overtime and walked towards the accommodation provided by the police station. After working for a day, she needed to take a nap first, and then get up in the early morning to meet up with Jianqing and others to check the progress of the dungeon. But she didn't notice that not far behind her, the bald head of the iron-armored group quietly followed. The bald head looked blurred and murmured, "I seem to see my first love." Because of Hanchi's disappearance, Baldy has been very upset recently. He is not as easy to fool as the boss, who can be dismissed by the boy named Jianqing in the administration with just a few words. Ha, an ordinary clever dungeon can make Hanchi fall? You are kidding. The three of them have been in the same group since the first time they entered the team dungeon. Later, they joined the Iron Armor group together and became famous together. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are half-brothers. In ancient times, they would have to behead a chicken and burn yellow paper to swear brotherhood. He knows Hanchi very well. Hanshi looks careless, but he is actually very meticulous. The meticulous here refers to his mind. In the Iron Armor group, Hanshi is a rare talent who specializes in dungeon strategies. He has a deep study of dungeon rules and clearance methods. Death from dungeon rules is possible for anyone, except Hanshi. There must be a thief who killed his brother, and this person is probably Jianqing. To put it bluntly, he thought that the boss didn't necessarily believe it, but was afraid of conflict with Jianqing and the administration. 2a. His own brother died, but he didn't dare to ask for an explanation. How cowardly. What's more cowardly is that he didn't dare to do it either. It's not that he didn't dare to do it because he didn't have the courage, but that he didn't have the ability. If the boss and he joined forces, they might be able to take down Jianqing in a sneak attack. But if he was alone, he would have no chance of winning even in a sneak attack. When he first entered the dungeon, he was held by Jianqing's flying sword on the beach, and he discovered the gap between the two. The sadness for Hanshi's disappearance, the contempt for the boss's weakness, and the lament for his own weakness mixed together, which made him feel very stressed. This is not a good thing for a player who has had a mental breakdown. He needs to find something to relieve stress, as he did in the past. It happened that he saw the girl named Hamster. Her temperament was warm and full of energy, and this feeling was very familiar to him, which matched the feeling of his first love in his memory. It was her. The bald man followed the hamster, ready to find a secluded corner to talk about life with the hamster alone. The two of them walked out of the town center one after the other and headed towards the suburbs near the small pier. The farther away from the human habitation, the more uncontrollable the desire in his heart became. She is my first love. She came back to find me. She was so good to me before, she would definitely agree to my request. The bald man's already weak will gradually collapsed under the rising desire. Just when he was about to take action, a woman suddenly appeared on the street corner not far away. She was wearing the clothes of the townspeople, and looked 8 points similar to the hamster, and the other 2 points, there was some indescribable passion and temptation. No, the hamster was not his first love, this one was. He could be sure. He walked straight towards the woman and murmured, "Why are you here?" The woman gently replied, 5 silver coins for an hour, 15 silver coins for an overnight stay, only basic services, special items require extra money. Add whatever you have. The bald man took out all the money he had earned in the past 2 days, and fearing that it was not enough, he took out a gold leaf from his personal space. This kind of gold leaf, which is common in all dungeon planes, is expensive, 100 decayed silver coins per piece, and is usually used to bribe officials in the dungeon, but the bald man can't care so much at the moment. Taking the gold leaf, the woman opened the door behind her and tempted, "Come in." 3 minutes later, the bald man took out his pipe and took a puff, his eyes cleared up a lot. As long as the pressure is vented, his will return to normal. Thinking back to just now, he was afraid that if he really did something to the hamster, he would probably get into trouble. Just as he was trapped in the sage time and thinking about life, the woman's voice came from behind him. "I think you're pretty good. Will you stay on this island?" It's not easy to find a special professional on the strict rules of Brever Island. What's more rare is that even if his will returns to normal, he still thinks the woman looks like his first love, and the more he looks at her, the more similar she is. "I'll stay for a while. I'll come back to see you when I have time." "Can't I stay forever?" the woman asked. The bald man was a little confused. "What's going on? Isn't it a temporary job? Why do I have to sign a lifetime contract?" "I'm afraid not. I'll leave after a while." "Oh." The woman's voice became low and sounded very disappointed. The bald man couldn't bear it. He was about to turn back and comfort her. If it didn't work, he would leave 2 more gold leaves. Who knew that before he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The next moment, countless black iron spikes pierced out of his body, turning his head and body into 2 sea urchins. The bald man lowered his head to check his wounds, but his eyes had been pierced by the spikes piercing from the inside out. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. The next moment, he fell to the ground with a plop, completely motionless. He couldn't understand why his defense didn't work, nor why he suddenly became as fragile as paper. The woman stood up slowly, picked up the bald man that could be cosplayed as a spray can when filled with water, and nailed it to the display wall in the inner room. "This way you can stay on the island forever." The woman was halfway through nailing when she suddenly sensed something, turned her head sharply to look outside, and licked her lips. At the edge of the town center, there was the only garden in the town, with several small buildings built around the garden. They are specially designed and each structure is different, much more sophisticated than the rigid houses in the center of town.
Wu Chang stood in front of one of the small buildings with 2 bottles of wine and knocked on the door. There were footsteps soon on the other side of the door, and the door opened.
Morena, wearing black pajamas, stood in front of him and waved to him. "Come in, I thought it would be a while before you came."
Morena lives alone, and her home is clean, tidy, and decorated in a very stylish way. She brought out 2 baking pans from the kitchen with fried steaks on them and several kinds of roasted vegetables on the side. She was well insulated and the food was still steaming when she opened the insulation cover.
"Have you got a meal yet? Eat a little in the restaurant."
Morena wrinkled her nose cutely. "At this time, you should say you haven't eaten."
"It doesn't matter. You can eat some more with me."
She pushed Wu Chang to the dining table and opened the wine that had just arrived today.
The garnet red crystal liquid looked particularly gorgeous under the candlelight.
"Taste what I cooked to see if it suits your taste." To be honest, dinner time was a great time.
Morena's skills are not bad, and she can even outshine the restaurant's chef.
This dinner is the best meal Wu Chang has eaten since entering the dungeon, except for the grilled golden flying fish.
After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food.
As the dinner plates were removed, the distance between the 2 of them became closer and closer without the obstruction of the dining table.
Today, Morena smells of rose mixed with musk, which is irresistible.
But just when something good was about to happen, a knock on the door interrupted the 2 of them.
"Sheriff, something serious has happened.
The statue of Our Lady has collapsed, and the bishop is on fire." The words of the police officer outside the house were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fire in Morena's eyes, turning her eyes into the calm and steady look of the police chief.
"I understand, you go first, I'll be there soon." Morena put on her uniform expressionlessly and tied her loose red hair into a bun.
She looked back at Wu Chang and said regretfully, "I'm afraid I won't have enough time tonight."
"If you can't wait, you can go back and come back tomorrow."
It wasn't until Morena dressed up and left the room that Wu Chang reacted as if he had just woken up from a dream.
No, in the middle of this serious matter, how could there be such a decisive step back from the cliff?
"Co-author, you said you'd be there soon, not just to wrap up the business here first, but really right away."
"If you leave, what should I do?"
At this moment, he regretted controlling his real self to kill too quickly in the other world.
Sometimes it's not a good thing to clear a level too quickly.
He sighed and was about to leave today when there was another knock on the door.
He put on his shirt and opened the door.
He was about to say that Morena had rushed to the scene, but before he could say anything, he found another Morena standing at the door.
"What are you doing standing there? Won't you let me in?"
Wu Chang stepped aside and let the woman outside the door enter the house. The woman outside the door looked 80% similar to Morena, but her appearance was more in line with Wu Chang's aesthetics. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a high-end Morena. Not only did the woman look similar, but her speech and behavior were also very similar.
Even if they were twins, they might not be so similar. "Who are you?" Wu Chang asked in confusion. "Is it important?" the woman asked.
Wu Chang said, "It's very important to me.
Just call me Morena. Anyway, to you, there's no difference between me and her." The woman took off her coat and wore the same pajamas as Morena.
Wu Chang sighed and thought that this woman was really playing around.
"I don't know where this is going. Is it a sister rice bowl or NTR? But no matter how you play it, isn't it a bit too much to use Morena's name directly?"
The woman slowly approached Wu Chang and put her arms around his neck. The movement was natural and the atmosphere was not awkward, as if seamlessly connecting to the plot that should have continued just now. It was not embarrassing to pretend to be Morena, but Wu Chang could not accept it.
This was Morena's home. How could he do this with other people in her home?
He was a traditional person, and he had to do this behind people's backs. It would be bad if he was caught.
"Let's change places." "Why? Don't you think it's more exciting here?" Wu Chang's mouth twitched, and he wanted to say, "You are so coquettish." Wearing Morena's pajamas, using Morena's name, and even choosing Morena's home as the battlefield, is Morena's nickname Pinru? "Come with me."
Wu Chang took the woman away from Morena's home and came to the woods near the cathedral. Looking into the distance, he could see Morena investigating the scene.
"How about it? Is it more exciting this way?"
The woman seemed to have received a signal, and suddenly pounced on him and entangled with him. After a French kiss, the woman suddenly hugged Wu Chang and lay down beside Wu Chang's ear and asked softly, "Will you stay on this island?"
Wu Chang quoted the woman's previous answer, "Is it important?" The woman said seriously, "It's very important. It will determine what will happen next."
Wu Chang shrugged, "Of course, no." The woman showed disappointment, then she raised her hand to touch Wu Chang's cheek,
but her hand froze halfway. Wu Chang pulled the woman off him and asked with a smile, "Did you lose control of your body? As a messenger of God, this feeling is rare, right?" The woman's face showed an incredible look. She wanted to speak, but found that the paralysis started from her mouth. Her tongue was numb, and she couldn't even swallow her saliva at this moment, let alone speak. She looked at Wu Chang, as if asking, "How did you know and what did you do?" Wu Chang opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. A hollow hole could be seen at the root of his tongue. "Have you heard of soul poison? Are you surprised or not?" Talent skill, snake venom skill description. In the state of ocean family, your energy attribute is increased by 50%, and you can convert energy into soul poison. The target hit by the snake venom will lose control of the body, become poisoned, and suffer continuous toxic damage. The damage value and duration are affected by the energy and inspiration attributes of the user respectively. Soul poison, a special toxin for intelligent life. The toxin goes directly to the soul. Energy bodies and fleshless life forms are not immune. Although Wu Chang sees snake transformation is not as simple and crude as the giant whale transformation of his true self, it does not have an ultra-high upper limit that can infinitely stack attributes. But in terms of the effect, it is not given in vain. Especially for those who think they are special and are not on guard against him, it is particularly effective. For example, the envoy in front of him, facing other people, she is almost immortal, but facing Wu Chang's soul poison, she will lose control after taking a bite. Seeing the horror in the woman's eyes, as if she was ready to escape, Wu Chang grabbed the woman's hand and took out the certificate of jealousy with the other hand. "Elbow, come with me into the house." He pulled hard and brought the woman into the portal leading to the jealous church. It was like a pillow was delivered to him when he was sleepy. He was just worrying about where to find the last 3 inner worlds, and lust came to him. What's more outrageous is that when he found him, he was still carrying fresh resentment. The resentment of the bald man of the iron-armored core. This is too polite. Not only did he send a head thousands of miles away, but he was also afraid that he couldn't accept the head, so he sent the strategy together. This matter has caused so much trouble that it would be inappropriate for him not to accept it. He has always been curious about what would happen if a god's messenger entered the inner world of other gods' messengers. Now he knows the answer. He will lose the authority of the god's messenger and become an ordinary existence. In fact, it makes sense when you think about it. The 7 inner worlds correspond to things that happened in reality, or the crimes of the townspeople. The sinners found by the god's messenger are just sinners who violated the authority it controls. For example, Marty went to the former postman because the postman committed the sin of laziness. The lust god went to the bald man because the bald man was about to attack the hamster, which was a sin of lust. For the original sin outside of their own duties, the gods cannot enforce the law across fields. Just when he thought it was reasonable, he, who had the authority of the gods and the certificate of jealousy, actually saw the sin value of the lust god. Sin value, 100. No, what happened? Did the god of lust commit the sin of jealousy? He used the authority of the god of jealousy to convict the god of lust. At the moment of the guilty verdict, he did nothing, and flames came out of the body of the god of lust. In the painful wail, he was burned to ashes by the flames of jealousy. Wu Chang found a chess piece in the ashes, on which was carved a little man burned by flames. Item name, Lust Certificate. Item type, Special Item description. Holders of the Lust Certificate can freely enter the special space, the House of Constraints. In the area of the House of Constraints, they will be regarded as God's messengers and have the right to judge the target's sins. If the other party's good and evil value is less than 5, they will be judged as sinners. Looking at the lust certificate in his hand, Wu Chang frowned. He not only successfully judged the lust god, but also killed the god in seconds. This change exceeded his expectations. Is it the corresponding event of the lust crime in reality that violated the jealousy crime? Or is there a special connection between the two? The event recorded in the crime of jealousy is that the townspeople, out of jealousy, turned against Tiangang, sentenced the saint to heresy, and burned her to death. If the crime of lust is related to the crime of jealousy, then it means that the townspeople have lust for the saint? Jealousy caused by lust? Although it seems reasonable, can jealousy caused by lust really reach a good and evil value of 100? No, his inspiration started at this moment, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Many fragments of information emerged one by one in front of him and spontaneously pieced together. With the connection between lust and jealousy as the lead, he seemed to see the truth. Marty said that the world in Fishman Wharf represents their experience as pirates. Why is it once? As descendants of pirates, why do the townspeople regard what they originally took for granted as original sins? At the same time, Marty is full of respect for the saint and would rather blow himself up than reveal the information about the saint. The Agri State Church is openly looking for the saint, but it cares more about the so-called stigmata than the saint's life or death. The emotions that the bishop and the townspeople felt when the saint was burned to death as a heretic were not hatred, disgust, and lust, but jealousy. In the echo of the bishop's mind, burning the saint to death was the biggest flaw in his heart that he was most reluctant to face. The passage to the other world representing jealousy is not in the statue of the Virgin Mary, but in the bishop's eyes that were sewn shut. The saint from outside the island actually has scales on her body that are only produced after eating golden flying fish. After eating golden flying fish, people will become addicted and cannot get rid of it. Before the lustful envoy attacked Baldy and him, he asked a question: will you stay on this island? As a divine envoy, the lustful envoy is in the other world representing jealousy, but he is almost the highest level of sin. The last clue that appeared in front of Wu Chang was his discussion with the fox about lust. Lust is not necessarily limited to sexual desire in the literal sense. In religion, when treating others, ignoring their feelings and only caring about using them to satisfy one's own desires can be called lust. The lust god is so obsessed with staying on the island. Is his obsession with those who have committed the sin of lust? I'm afraid not. A famous detective once said that if all impossibilities are eliminated, the remaining impossibilities are also the truth. A bold guess about the truth condensed into an outline in his mind. He entered a meditative state, trying to fill in the clues into the outline and piece together a reasonable truth. 10 clues turned into 10 fragments of memory, surrounding Wu Chang. Wu Chang watched the 10 fragments of memory at the same time, constantly adjusting the order of the pictures in them, arranging and combining them. When a certain picture appeared, he would also extract a clue from it and connect it with the corresponding clues in other pictures. When he put all the fragments extending from the 10 memories together as puzzle pieces to form the final picture, a figure emerged in the picture, a figure that runs through all the clues and is at the core of all the problems. That girl who was pure and flawless, like a perfect synonym. Saint. Wu Chang took a deep breath and was ready to sort out his thoughts and speak out his guess next time. But in the dark, his inspiration sensed a trace of danger from the sky, as if countless dissatisfied eyes were staring at him, so he immediately sorted out his thoughts and began to review the truth of his guess. In short, the death of the saint was not because of her faith, but because she was too outstanding, and her personality charm overshadowed the high-pressure rule of Earl Germain, which eventually led to her own death. Moreover, the appearance of the saint was the root and fuse of the world in the 7 deadly sins on Brever Island. Before the arrival of the saint, the islanders were pirates under the instructions of Earl Germain, plundering the kingdom's merchant ships, and their lives were easy and comfortable. Compared with the ill-gotten gains from plunder, working hard to get money seems too hard. But with the arrival of the saint, everything changed. She didn't know that the townspeople believed in the Perception sect, or even if she knew, she chose to forgive them and spread the true or grim state religion to the townspeople. Under the preaching of the saint, the cognitive barriers in the hearts of the islanders who were completely controlled by Earl Germain gradually broke down. They began to understand what is right and what is wrong, and truly understood virtue and kindness. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. If there is no saint, the townspeople can continue to live under the control of Count Germain and live their old lives. But after the saint appeared, they had true faith and wanted to get rid of the unbearable past. They wanted to stop being pirates and exchange labor and work for wealth like people in the outside world. But Count Germain was the first to disagree with this change. The saint's appeal is indeed strong, but Count Germain knows the townspeople too well and has too many ways to control them. Just one sentence can make the townspeople who want to walk into the light fall into darkness again. The saint will leave sooner or later. The saint's personality charm is enough to overshadow Count Germain's iron-fisted rule, and it is also enough to overshadow the doctrine she promotes. For the people of Brever, the doctrine is not their light, but the saint is. So there is the question of the lustful messenger. Will you stay on this island? Unfortunately, the saint is destined not to stay on this island. So Count Germain kindly gave help and let the saint eat the golden flying fish. The saint who ate the golden flying fish became addicted to fish and could not turn back, falling into the control of Count Germain. Perhaps from the beginning, the saint was Count Germain's target because of the holy marks on her body. Although we don't know what the holy marks represent at the moment, finding the holy marks and finding the missing saint can be used as parallel conditions for completing the side quest, which has already shown that the holy marks have a higher priority than the saint.
Because this means that as long as the holy marks are found, the life and death of the saint will not be too much of a religious matter. In order to completely cover up the secret, Count Germain, who got the holy marks, used his understanding and control of the townspeople to incite their desires again. This time, it was jealousy. Maybe it means that the saint has broken free from control and is ready to escape from Brever. Maybe it means that once the incident of the perception sect is exposed, the saint will regard the townspeople as heretics and no longer have any mercy and compassion. There are many ways. Wu Chang can think of 7 or 8 different ways just by thinking about it casually. In short, Count Germain successfully provoked the jealousy of the townspeople, including the bishop. As the opinion leader in the hearts of the townspeople, the bishop's verdict completely ignited the jealousy of the townspeople. They were jealous of the place where the saint was going to go, and jealous that there would be other people sharing this light. Adhering to the principle of destroying what they could not get, the jealousy of the townspeople burned the saint to death, and also burned themselves who felt the light in their hearts. This scene corresponds to the picture that Wu Chang saw in the remnant of the bishop's mind image. When the townspeople lit the stake, they also lit themselves. When everything calmed down, the townspeople repented, but it was too late. The calm bishop fell into endless self-blame, and the jealous verdict that day became the biggest flaw in his heart. He sewed his eyes shut for this, but he was always trapped on that day and could not come out, making him, as an ascetic, less inspiring and willful than Professor Ebert. Not only the bishop blamed himself, but also all the townspeople. They learned virtues from the saint, experienced the transition from darkness to light, and then fell from light to darkness, and clearly saw their original sin and the ugliness brought by original sin. The experiences related to the saint were extracted by them and became the 7 inner worlds representing the 7 deadly sins on the island. The townspeople, whose inner morality and conscience had been burned out, could only simulate the life under the light that the saint had once described for them by formulating strict rules and maintaining the rules by extreme means. Wu Chang let out a long breath and shifted his attention from reviewing the truth. He had a rough guess about the truth that had happened on Brever Island, but as the truth was gradually exposed, many questions followed. If Count Germain targeted the saint and his goal was to seize the stigmata, what was his plan? After judging the saint, why did Count Germain disappear? What was the huge faceless nun left in the main house of the Earl's manor? What did the greed and rage that he had not yet discovered correspond to? The plot has been basically explored, and next, he has to speed up the strategy copy. At the same time, as if sensing Wu Chang's decision, the saint he brought out from the bishop's mental image reverberation opened her eyes from her coma. In order to ensure the integrity of the plot, 2 chapters are combined into one. Today is the 3rd update, so it can't be said to be short. The saint opened her eyes were blank, and her face was full of questions about who I was, where I was, and what I had just done. The moment the saint regained consciousness, Wu Chang's true self came to his senses and turned to look at her. It was not that he had been staring at the saint, waiting for her to wake up, but the moment the saint woke up, a prompt for the completion of the hidden branch popped up in front of him. The player completes the hidden side mission, looking for the missing saint or retrieving the stigmata. The player receives a hidden side mission reward, the Holy Light Reforged Amulet. With the completion of the hidden side mission, Wu Chang's handwritten letter from the Archbishop in the space turned into a silver fine necklace, with a silver amulet symbolizing the sun hanging on the necklace. Item name, Holy Light Recast Amulet. Item level, see Item Skill, Holy Light Amulet Skill Description. Equip the Holy Light Reforged Talisman to increase the upper limit of will attribute by 5 points and obtain a layer of Holy Light Shield. The Holy Light Shield can block a negative status effect. Item Skill, Holy Light Recast. Skill Description, by consuming this item, a special item with the Holy Light attribute can be integrated into the designated prop, and the designated prop can be recast into a new prop. The new prop will inherit the attributes and skills of the original prop, and receive additional Holy Light Blessings ability. Remarks: if the original item level is lower than sea level, the item level after fusion will be upgraded to sea level. If it is equal to sea level, there is a small chance that it will be upgraded to B level. If it is greater than sea level, the original item level will remain unchanged. Wu Chang was very satisfied with the rewards from the hidden side missions. What he lacked right now was not the quantity of props, but the quality. Especially the Silver Dawn that he has been using. As an entrepreneurial veteran, he has great affection for this gun, but unfortunately, it will soon be out of date. After clearing the quiet town, given Abyss Games' attitude towards him, he is likely to have to face a level dungeon. It is still a bit difficult for level props to be used in level dungeons. In the Moonlight Sanatorium, against an unsuspecting target like Kington, even a headshot at close range would not kill him in one hit. Facing Mr. Charles, who was about to break free from the doctor's uniform, relying on the physical properties of Silver Dawn, apart from making him feel more comfortable, it is difficult to hurt him fundamentally. The emergence of the Holy Light recast talisman just solved this problem. All you need to do is find another suitable special item with the Holy Light attribute to recast the Silver Dawn. There should be a lot of these special items in the cathedral or the Count's manor. If you go search for them before leaving, you will definitely gain something. He put away the amulet, looked at the half-asleep saint and said, "Are you awake? Who are you?" Looking at the stranger in front of her who was shrouded in black robes, the saint turned her head slightly and asked in confusion. Facing the cute saint, Wu Chang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She was very cute. "Have you ever heard that there is an unknown organization in the church called the Arcane Knights?" The saint shook her head. "No, that's right. If you've heard of it, I'd have to make up a new one." Wu Chang nodded and said, "The Mystic Knights are an organization specially set up to deal with heretics. Whenever the church encounters trouble that cannot be solved or is inconvenient to take action, it will ask the Mystic Knights to take action. This sentence is true. Even if faced with a lie detector, it will not be able to detect any lies." After all, he didn't say what church on which plane. The saint seemed to understand and said, "Are you a member of the Arcane Knights?" Wu Chang nodded. He likes this. The sense of reality brought by having the characters imagined is always higher than what he can describe himself. "Not long ago, I was asked by Archbishop Gilman to come to Brever Island to search for the missing saint." Wu Chang pointed to the blessing of the Great Virgin on the saint's chest. "He also gave me this necklace as a guide to find the saint." The saint touched the blessing of the Blessed Mother on her chest. This necklace was a gift from the gods when the Pope performed a miracle and asked the Blessed Mother for her comingafage ceremony. The smell on it was very familiar to her and she couldn't fake it. She left this necklace in the church before leaving, and it was kept by the church's senior officials. The stranger in front of her could take out this necklace, making his identity more credible. "Sir Knight, what shall I call you?" "You can call me Sykes." "What a strange name. If you find it hard to pronounce, I also have an abbreviation, 6. "That's not a bad title." Wu Chang asked, "Where's your name?" "I can't keep calling you Her Royal Highness." The saint was not offended by Wu Chang's request and responded generously, "Irene Dinah, you can call me Irene." Wu Chang changed the subject and asked, "Irene, do you remember what happened on the island before?" Erin looked at the ceiling and thought for a while, then shook her head. "I don't remember. It seems like something bad happened, but everything has passed." Although Irene's innocent look is beautiful, in order to explore the plot, Wu Chang must break this beauty. "When the necklace guided me to find you, you were already roasting too much. I dug you out of a piece of human-shaped charcoal." Erin suddenly said, "Have I really died once? You are not surprised by your resurrection?" Wu Chang was a little surprised. "Because I am just a spirit now," Irene said, floating in the air. She reached out to touch the wall, and half of her arm sank into the wall. This time it was Wu Chang's turn to be silent. He asked in confusion, "Why don't you ask me what happened? Don't you care if someone kills you? Death is just an extension of life. When I am alive, I can spread the glory of the Lord. After death, my soul will return to heaven to bless the believers on earth. Life and death are all arranged by the Lord. Why should I worry about it?" Irene's tone was very calm, and there was no fluctuation in her light blue eyes as clear as lake water. She seemed to be talking about what to eat tonight, not about her own life and death. Wu Chang approached Irene and looked at her carefully. This woman is not right. Even an ascetic like the bishop of the Brever Cathedral could not be so indifferent to life and death. Even fanatics, when facing the fear of death, need to use passionate faith to hedge, and they will not be so calm. Irene's calmness is more like she doesn't generate negative emotions. Wu Chang bent his fingers and flicked Irene's head. Irene covered her head and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Wu Chang could clearly see that Irene didn't even feel dissatisfied. Further tests must be made. He took out a golden flying fish from his personal space and gently whipped Irene's face with the tail of the golden flying fish. The fish scales on Irene's body proved that she had eaten golden flying fish, and more than one. In theory, she had become addicted to fish. Her reaction to seeing golden flying fish should be similar to Marty's. As long as the fish addiction is aroused, she will tell you even if you ask her for her bank card password. But Irene didn't react much to the golden flying fish. She just moved back in disgust and avoided the golden flying fish's whipping. "This joke is not funny. Although I won't be angry, I will fight back if you do this again." Sure enough, Irene would not be angry, and even her disgust was full of restraint.
Wu Chang immediately changed his face and said righteously, "I'm not joking, but I'm seriously testing whether you will react to this fish. You should have noticed that there are some fish scales on your body. The golden flying fish is a specialty of Brever Island. After eating this fish, special scales will grow on your body. You have eaten this fish before, and more than one." Irene was stunned for a moment. When she heard Wu Chang mention it, she realized the changes in her body. She turned around and checked it briefly, then turned around and said, "Mr. Knight, I'm very sorry, I misunderstood you." Wu Chang snorted, "It's good to know." He put away the golden flying fish, but his face became ugly. He can now be sure that Irene is indeed problematic. Not only does she have no negative emotions, she doesn't even have the 7 deadly sins of human beings. If the faceless nun lying on the main house of the Earl's Manor is an empty shell, then Irene is like the wrapping paper outside the empty shell. All that is left is all the exquisite things, and everything that can be emptied inside has been completely emptied. He took out the lust evidence in his hand, thinking whether filling Irene with the special item representing the 7 deadly sins would allow her to regain the emotions belonging to the original sins. But after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. There was only one task item. If Irene really merged the evidence, what should she use to fill the huge faceless nun when she entered the Earl's Manor? Use Irene? Not impossible. Wu Chang shook his head and threw this tempting idea out of his mind. In the copy of The Quiet Town, it seems that the more secrets are cracked, the more new secrets are brought out. If the supermodel Chi Yuan is put aside, he feels that Sui Sui Pingan, who is on the verge of losing control, is not as difficult as this ordinary copy of the same level. On Wu Chang's true self side, he kept talking to Irene and collecting more information about the church and Earl Germain. On Wu Chang's side, he returned to the post office and did not go to Morina's house to wait for her to come back. The night passed quickly. At dawn the next day, Wu Chang heard a hurried knock at the door before he got up. When I opened the door, I found a girl in nurse clothes standing at the door. "Senator Sean, please come with me. Professor Ebert is dying. He wants to see you before he dies." Wu Chang looked surprised. He didn't even have time to admire the girl's well-fitting nurse uniform and said quickly, "Is Professor Ebert okay? Quick, take me there. This Lao Deng is finally dying, but he can survive." After another 2 or 3 days, he had cleared all the dungeons. The town hospital was built not far from the church. Usually, townspeople who were dying would go directly to the church to offer their last prayers. The town of Brever is not big, and the number of townspeople is not large. When every town citizen reaches the end of their life, the bishop usually presides over their last prayers in person. But not this time. The bishop serves as the human key to enter the Church of Jealousy. The moment Wu Chang opened up the other world, the bishop was corroded by the jealousy and turned into coke. Now let alone last prayers, even if you want to enter the cathedral, you can't. The bishop is currently lying in the cathedral, receiving condolences and blessings, while other townspeople who are preparing to go on the road have to line up outside. Of course, if you can't wait any longer, you can take the first step, and you may be able to catch up with the bishop in front and make up for the last prayer. Because of the bishop's death, the whole town became lifeless. The townspeople had just become peaceful because of the prayers hosted by the bishop yesterday. When they woke up this morning, the negative emotions returned with a vengeance. Townspeople knelt in front of the square of the cathedral. They were surrounded by candles and prayed loudly to the cathedral. But no matter how loud the prayers were, they could not hide the sadness and fear on everyone's faces. Linghu, along with other nuns, took care of the townspeople at the scene. When she saw Wu Chang passing by, she trotted towards him. Wu Chang waved to the nurse leading the way to leave first, and then asked Linghu, "How is the situation in the church?" Linghu shook her head. Dark circles appeared on her face again. It was obvious that she had not slept well last night. "It's very bad. The bishop is everyone's spiritual leader. The death of the bishop is like the sky has fallen for the cathedral. Everyone's negative emotions are very heavy. The nun, who is usually steady, went crazy yesterday and smashed everything in the house." Having said this, Linghu looked a little nervous and whispered, "I could feel that, with the death of the bishop, something was unleashed in the cathedral that began to affect everyone. I'm a little scared." Wu Chang put a key into Linghu's hand and comforted, "The chaos is only short-lived. I believe Jianqing, he must have a way. Since the cathedral is no longer safe, you first go to the post office and stay for 2 days. When the situation stabilizes, you can see if you want to come back. Just like the townspeople who hear the bishop pray, they will not feel afraid no matter how difficult it is." Hearing Wu Chang's voice at this moment, my soul felt inexplicably at ease. Her face turned slightly red and she said hesitantly, "Is it appropriate for me to go to the post office? Will it cause any trouble to you?" She had been to the post office in the town. The lounge was a single room that was not spacious. Would it be inappropriate for two people to be together? Wu Chang said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. The town council is very busy these 2 days. I probably won't go back. You don't have to worry about me affecting you." Ling Hu, ah?
No, Wu Chang saw the little nurse waving to him anxiously, and ignored Ling Hu's words and interrupted, "Remember to lock the door when you are alone. I have something to do and have to go to the hospital. Let's talk later." The little nurse waiting far away was still calm at first, but after one of her colleagues came over and said something to her, she became anxious. When the nurse saw him running towards him, she quickly said, "Congressman Sean, please hurry up. Professor Ebit is unconscious again and can't hold on any longer." Wu Chang followed the young nurse to Ebit's ward. When he took a closer look, he frowned and pulled the young nurse back who was about to leave. "Girl, you brought me to the wrong ward. Who is this?" The little nurse confirmed, "He is Professor Ebit. It was the illness that made him look like this." Wu Chang glanced at Professor Ebit on the bed again, this time looking more carefully, and at least he could see a bit of Ebit's appearance. The illness tortured the old professor badly. He still remembered the day he first met Ebert. Although Ebert was thin in body, he was energetic and his eyes were clear and translucent, full of the wisdom of a scholar. His hair and clothes are neat and well-matched, and he is a standard old gentleman. But in just 3 days, Professor Ebit turned into a humanoid skeleton. Crazy diarrhea left him severely dehydrated, his full lips became dry and white, and his mouth skin became chapped. The continuous high fever made him extremely haggard, his hair was greasy and sticky, his eyes were sunken, and his face was dull. The eyes full of wisdom were now filled with turbid gray, from which only a thick aura of death could be seen. In a near-death coma, he still had not gotten rid of the nightmare, muttering intermittently words that others could not understand. Wu Chang sighed, wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, and said to the little nurse, "The disease is really hateful. How could such a wise scholar become like this?" The young nurse comforted him, "Congressman Sean, please express my condolences. Birth, aging, illness and death are human nature. Professor Ebit is old. An old man of this age can easily fall and his body functions will suddenly decline." Wu Chang said sadly, "I need a little comfort.